It has a lot of Greek in it.
It's a lot of
A
Greek.
good
It's a lot
portion
of
of it is
Arab
Greek.
words in English. It's a lot of Arab words in English, bro. But that ain't
Right.
gonna get you. It's not gonna. It's not fake because it's Arab words in English.
No. I'm not saying that. I'm saying that from my understanding, they don't really use Coptic
I hear
as
you.
a translation.
That's a battle I'm just not gonna win. So I guess I
No,
hear
no,
you.
no. I wouldn't. I wouldn't use. I wouldn't use Coptic in that way. I wouldn't do that because I think it's too much Greek influence on the language. They're just trying
Okay,
to say
so
this is the closest to the pronunciation we can get, so we're using that. Because we don't know how to pronounce. They have letters
look,
and certain sounds that we can't make in English, and they're struggling with some
so
of the
you
concepts that they're translating because some things don't necessarily translate. That's
so
one thing.
Brass Joey says he's gonna do a show today, and he said that we can actually have a copy of it to run on our channel. I don't know if I'll be home by the time he gets live and stuff, but so I don't know what it is that you do to record our voice chats. He's asking about that, but he agreed to go ahead and give us a copy of that if we could give him a copy of the show he's gonna do Wednesday and let him air that on his channel.
What? What? Copy of what for what? What you doing, Joe?
No,
So
I'm going to read.
I don't know how to like do the joint stream thing where he streams and we stream at the same time. So I just said I can make it easier rather than us exchange all that information. And when you do your show today, you give us a copy, we'll air it. And then when you come and do the show on our show Wednesday, we give you a copy and let you put it on your show.
What's his show about? Crying,
Uh,
learning the meta nutter?
Nah, I'll do that show tomorrow. I'll do that show tomorrow, Brass. I'll do that show tomorrow.
who is
I'll
was
do
it
that
that you
tomorrow.
were
I
detailing
still
today?
ain't got to the bottom of niggas crying for meta nutter. That's what I want.
I said I want. I said
Nah, you
the
act
day
like
after.
you just, bro. You can't just say shit to me and just get past it, bro. And now,
Right.
I'm letting you know, like, this is recorded, so I want to
I'm,
know.
I'm trying to get you to not bark up the tree because you're not gonna
Bro,
like what's up there, bro.
I
I
fucked
keep
this shit
Let's say
up.
this.
I
know
didn't
what's up
do
there.
nothing. He
I'm
opened
telling
it
you,
up.
Let's say this.
This man
Brad, you're
said,
going to run.
hold
You're
on,
going
hold
to
on.
run into despair, and you don't want to see it on other people. I'm telling you,
All I'm gonna say.
you're gonna run
All
into it.
I'm
I'm
gonna
telling
say.
you.
All I'm gonna say is this. All I'm gonna say is this to you, Brass. If
Okay.
you've never done it, then you wouldn't understand the stress that you have to go through when you're learning on
But
your
no,
own.
I understand that. But
Brad,
listen,
No, you don't.
listen, I
the
understand.
man
Brass, you
said
don't.
crying.
He's
You don't
engaging
think
with
there
me.
is
He's
something.
engaging.
You
I'm
don't.
trying to
You
be
don't.
more.
Right? He
Hey,
said
listen,
crying.
I'm
You
everybody's
just
think that
saying.
there's
I'm
something
saying. I said what
beautiful
I.
at the end of this?
I'm saying. I said what
Okay.
I said. I'm saying
bro.
I said
Listen,
what I said, and I
I'm
ain't lying
wild.
what I said. If you recorded it, then you got it on tape,
Niggas
and I gotta live with it.
just
I
beautiful
gotta live
brass.
with it.
Is that why you think he's
I gotta
crying?
live with it, bro. If you
Bro,
got that on tape, I gotta live with that, bro. If you ain't got it on
no,
tape,
listen
not
to
to just
what
say
I'm
I said
saying.
it. I ain't
Listen
gonna
to what
lie.
I'm saying. Hold on, listen to what
I
I'm saying.
heard you.
I got kids, bro. I was there for the birth of my children. I'm married. I done
And you ain't cry
graduated
yet.
from college. Look, wait. I done graduated from college, all kind of shit. None of that left me in a heap on the ground crying. None of it. None of those situations. So I'm
Okay.
trying to figure out how
Okay, bro.
reading or learning metal
Okay, bro.
netter
I'm gonna
is
say this.
somehow leaving human beings
I'm gonna say this.
in a heap.
I'm gonna
And I'm
say this.
using your words, bro.
I'm gonna say
In
this.
a heap on the
All I'm gonna
ground
say is
crying.
this,
You
bro.
gotta explain that to me.
I'm
You have
gonna
to.
say this. I'm gonna say this to me, Brass. It never happened to me, but I've heard
Uh-huh.
people say it's pretty taxing emotionally sometimes when you do this. I can't
Learning
speak
the
for
metal
others.
netter?
Yes,
You
I've heard
definitely
people.
don't want to come outside and work with me then.
I've heard people say probably not. You know what? You know what? I'm gonna be the first one. I'm gonna be the first one to agree with you. I'm not the concrete guy. I'm not the concrete guy. Definitely not. That's
Corey, you crazy as
no,
fuck.
no. Listen, if Corey is mixing concrete,
I'm
I'm not the
Oh
guy.
shit.
If Corey is
Oh,
mixing
He-
concrete,
Corey,
I'm
you're a
not the guy.
fucked up individual, Corey.
No,
I swear to
listen.
God, you're
I'm gonna tell the truth. I'm gonna tell the truth. If Corey is mixing concrete in the sun, don't call me.
Right, yeah. Hey, listen, when
I'm
it's
being
100,
honest, and
when it's 90
ain't no
degrees, when
shame
it's
in that.
90 degrees
Ain't no shame
outside
in
and
that.
you ain't going home for 14 more hours, bro.
But listen,
Yeah,
listen,
that'll make
listen,
you cry. That'll
Hey,
make you want to
listen,
cry.
well, that'll
listen.
leave you in a heap on the ground
Much
crying, Corey.
respect. Listen, much respect.
That's it. Yeah.
Much respect to my brother Corey, because if he can mix concrete for that long, I respect it, and I will be in a heap crying, sweating. I ain't
But
gonna.
Metal Netta,
y'all
That
live
ain't
it.
but
for me.
Joey,
That
Y'all
ain't for
live
me,
it.
bro. That ain't for
Metal
me.
Netta ain't that deep, Joey. I hate
You
to
think
say it,
so?
bro.
You think
It
so?
can't be, bro. You just described it
You
as
think
just
so?
learning it. You hold on, Corey. I mean, Joey. I want to say
You-
something.
But no,
Maybe you
but
misspoke.
hold
Hold
on,
on,
Brad.
hold on, Joey.
All
Hold
right,
on,
okay,
Joey.
okay.
Maybe
All right.
you misspoke. But when you say that to me, that learning the metal netter has left adults in a heap on the ground crying, you gotta explain more than that. That sounds like a scam. That's what it sounds like to me. It sounds like you grifting, like you about to start up a metal netter class. So I just want some form of
All
explanation.
I'm gonna say is that
Why did you even say that?
first of all, Brass, let's
Uh-huh.
clear this up immediately. I'm not selling any products. I don't have any products to sell.
For now.
I'm definitely not qualified to teach the Medunetcha. So
For
anything,
now.
no, hold on. So anything that you see me selling is not gonna be Medunetcha.
Okay.
You might
For
see me with some
now.
little. No, but listen. You might see me with you might see me with some jewelry, some cosmetics, some T-shirts. I mean, but that's not grifting. I'm not gonna come and talk about
I
I'm
never
building
I
a
never
school
said I
in
never
Kenya.
said grift. I never said grift.
You said it
I
sounds like
never
I'm
said
grifting.
grift. You
You
said
said it
grift.
sounds, no,
You trying to you grifting?
you said it sounds like I'm grifting and I'm about to start some Meduneta classes. That's what you
I
just said.
did? Okay, then I apologize. I did say grift.
Right.
So this is what I say to you. Shouts to C Dot, Fetty, everybody in here. But what I'm trying to figure out, what is it the difficulty that will leave you emotional? What is it that's gonna leave you emotional?
I'll say this. When you're learning Medunetcha, there's a lot of historical and cultural context that I think you need to know in order to know the
Uh-huh.
because it doesn't really relate to it doesn't necessarily directly relate or correlate with any other language that we have now. It's a unique language
Mm-hmm.
in a very certain way. So you
Mm-hmm.
have to look at the culture and look at the context of the culture in order to understand it. You can't go outside of the culture with some other things and learn. So you have to be very familiar with the culture and the concepts that that they're talking about. And you have to try to infer some things a lot. This is why we get some of these concepts that we have now. Because people are just inferring on what they see
Mm-hmm.
as opposed to actual evidence. Just like when they're saying only the afterlife was for the kings. If you chat GPT and see that, they're simply saying because the text didn't mention it, we don't think that other people will allow. So you understand that's not empirical data to say that status is ever mentioned in any afterlife text. It's never mentioned
Mm-hmm.
at all. Status is never mentioned at all. It doesn't say because of your status. It talks about balance and all these different things. It doesn't mention the status. They found some original pyramid texts that only refer to the king, so they assumed that only the king was allowed an afterlife. That's an assumption. It doesn't say that anywhere in any primary text.
Mm-hmm.
But I found something very interesting. I recognize that it seems to me that there are no judgment texts about the rulers of ancient Kemet. So that's something I found interesting. So it seems that maybe the king didn't have to go through the same process as everyone else.
So what about this process is emotional for you? The whole thing, like you getting away from the whole
No,
what
I'm
making
gonna
it emotional.
I'm gonna say this to
What's
you.
at stake? What's
I'm
at
gonna
stake to make this emotional?
I'm gonna say this. I'm just one who reads the text. I find it beautiful text, and I'm just one who places a specific value on the text that others might not. So I can't speak for everyone else. Some people might think there's no value in the text and there's no wisdom in the text. So I can't speak for everyone else. They're beautifully written texts, and they definitely, if nothing else, they definitely put some work into the text. So at least from that standpoint, you can at least appreciate that they put some work into the text. If you don't think they're useful in 2025, I happen to think they're useful, but I can't impute that on you unless you actually read the text and try to understand why other people might be interested in the text. I can't answer that question. It's just something that I take personally. Something that I
So
think.
you just said it when you don't got no real reason. You just
No,
said
I'm just saying. I'm just saying. For me, they're beautiful texts. They're useful texts. A lot of work went
so
into the text.
beautiful. In fact,
My
you might
ancestors
cry.
wrote the text. Listen, right now, apparently, because of my age, I cried a lot of shit I didn't used to cry for. So I don't know what's going on with me. I'm going through some.
So you just be crying for like dogs and daisies,
I,
warm summers and shit.
listen,
Cat,
Are you saying?
I'm gonna
cat
say this.
videos
I'm not
on
gonna.
YouTube.
I'm
I'm
not
gonna
gonna
say
speak
this.
to that. That
I
could,
didn't
that could be
use to.
something medical right there. I'm
Nah,
not gonna
nah,
speak on
nah.
that.
I'm gonna say
What's
this.
up, C-Dot?
I'm gonna
What's
say this.
going on, man?
I didn't used to
Going
cry
on?
in movies and television shows, but now all of a sudden I'm starting to cry in movies and television shows. I don't know if
Hey,
it's
you
old.
know, this is not shit. I don't know why you woke up and started telling us all this shit today, but I appreciate you for
So you're
your
gonna poke fun of
courage
me
and
later,
shit.
then, brass? That's what you're gonna do? You're gonna make
What'd you
fun of me
say?
later? I said you're gonna make
No, I'm
fun of me
making
later.
fun of you right now, like in your face. I'm gonna do it right now.
What?
So,
Later, right
yeah,
here.
why would I
What?
wait till later? This is good shit right now. I'm
It's
not
okay,
doing that.
brass. It's okay.
No, no,
It's
I'm
okay.
listening. If you want to cry and shit, that's your business. It's just weird to me, and this is no disrespect to. I don't even know who I would be disrespecting, but this is no disrespect to. I mean, ancient Egypt, I guess. It's just strange to me that a man in 2025 be learning a dead language from however many centuries ago, and it would make them emotional. But if you have a tie to it like that, then I could respect it if you're being serious.
What I'm,
Now, if
Yeah,
you're fucking with me,
but
now
what
no,
if
if
no,
it's
you're
no,
a
no,
not
what
fucking
if
no,
with
it's
me,
a
no,
spiritual
no,
tie
no,
to it?
no,
hold
no,
on,
no,
hold on.
no,
Let's
no.
see Doc get
Hold
in.
on, hold on,
Doc came off mute.
hold on.
Let's see Doc get in.
Let me rephrase it.
Pause.
I have never cried.
I know
I
you
have
said
never
you
cried.
almost cried, so you hit the motherfucking
Nah, bro.
you was
Nah, bro.
hitting
I
that
ain't reached
shit.
that far. I ain't reached that
You
far
was
yet.
almost there, like you was about to cry. I get it.
When I
See, you don't want to admit to shit. See, when you say shit to
you
me,
put
I make a
nah.
picture in my head. So when you
You
tell
know
me a
what?
nigga about to
He
cry,
be
I'm gonna
having
take
the
that,
one
bro.
tear.
You know what,
yeah,
Brad?
I remember when I
You
was
know,
about to cry. I
you
was,
know what, Brad? I'm
but
gonna
the
take that,
tears
bro.
never came. But
Brad,
that's what the metal debtor did to you. You
Brad,
was
I said that.
motherfucking with your fist, the Arnold fist.
I said it.
But you
I
didn't.
said it.
The tears
I
didn't
said
come.
it.
He
I
had
said it
the
in
one
public.
tear in the
I
corner.
said it in public, so I can't. I said it in public, and I said it in the wrong forum. So whatever I
No,
get, I have
no,
to take
no,
what I
no.
get.
Hey, listen,
No, I had to take what I get.
you woke
I had to
up
take what I get,
deciding
Brad.
to share for
I
some
had to take
reason.
what I get, Brad.
So I'm letting
I
you
know in the
share, man.
future. I know in the future. I know in the future. This is not the sensitive nigga paddle. So I would
No, no,
never
no. I'm
ever.
just saying
No,
to
this
you.
is
Hold on,
no
I'm gonna let
Brad.
C-Dot get his thought out. Hold on,
Brad,
Joey.
this is
I'm gonna
not
let
the
C-Dot.
sensitive.
I'm gonna let
This is not.
C-Dot get his thought out. All I'm saying to you is
This
you
is not the
woke up
sensitive nigga paddle.
sharing and you just didn't you thought we was in the mood where we was gonna be like, yeah, that's really manly of you. But in
But I never.
actuality,
Well,
it's
good.
a
It's good for me.
Monday and
It's
you
good for
pick
me.
this the part where niggas is just gone. It
It's
might
good
not
for
go
me.
the way you wanted to, and that's
You know,
okay. But
it's
I'm
good for
glad
me,
that you're
Brad.
showing your emotional side about the
Brad, it's
metal nut.
good for me.
Hold on, let's
It's
see
good
Doc
for
get
me.
it. Because it's
It's
just
good
us
for me.
talking.
It's good for me, Brad.
We're on the live. We're rarely live. I'm not recording. We are live. Go ahead, C Doc. Say what you want.
You know, I had a
Well,
question. I had a question for what y'all was talking about, but I also, you know what I'm saying, I wanted to jump up here because I saw Small's 9/11. And I think last time I saw the re-recording, I wanted to ask him about his issues with Pan-Africanism. Because it seemed like as soon as I jumped off the panel, he started, you know what I mean, going in
Ooh, get him.
politics and all that type of stuff. So I was just trying to get more of a clarity
We go.
of what he was actually speaking on.
And this is the
I
energy
can't
that I like.
remember. I can't remember what. No,
Don't get
I'm not
dementia now,
backing.
nigga.
I'm not backing off of shit. I don't
Okay.
remember exactly what he's talking about,
How we
but
do
I'm
this
just gonna
Jones
be
again?
honest with you. I'll be honest with you. I think it's some bullshit. If that's what you're asking me.
You
Okay.
said
Okay. So
Pan-Africanism
what?
is some bullshit? Where's the bombs
Yes,
at? Don't nobody know how to do this shit? How you do
it's
the bomb?
absolute bullshit. Did you
So
listen? Listen, Chief X. Everybody want to clown Chief X, but Chief X be talking some real shit. Ghana don't give a fuck about Nigeria. Nigeria don't give a fuck about what goddamn
Roger,
Morocco
get me
doing.
though.
Morocco, they don't bro. It doesn't exist. It's some bullshit. And they
okay,
damn sure don't give a fuck
so
about what we doing over here. So I
okay,
mean,
well,
that's I don't know.
who do you
I'm not
consider
sure if
the
that's
Pan
what
Africanists?
I'm not sure
One
if
mic,
that's what
one mic, one mic.
what I was gonna say is I'm not sure if that's what that I said the last time because I'm not sure what the conversation was.
Okay, I can rock with that. Who do you consider the Pan Africanists? Like, who are you saying that don't like? Who are the people that you believe do give a fuck about it? When
Umar
you saying
Johnson.
like entire countries don't care about it? Hello, can you hear me?
So you say that? Could you repeat that question?
I said, who are the Pan Africanists? Are you familiar with the or is that just your opinion? You just like
I'm
blind
familiar. I'm familiar with
opinion.
the people who say they are, and I mean, and I guess they are. You know what I mean? It's just like here's what I'm saying to you. See that? It's just a kind of a BS ideology. Hold on for 1 second.
Okay, no problem. I really want to hear this. I
All
want
right,
to
all right, my
know
bad, my
more about
bad, my
ideology.
bad. I'm back.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
I just don't. It just seems like how do I want to put it? Like a birthday cake sort of ideology, man. It's some feel good shit. You know,
Okay.
I
Now
mean, because
that's broadly speaking. But what
okay,
do you know about Pan Africanism to
I
say
might
that
not know.
it's just some feel good shit?
Okay, I'll tell you what I know about it. I might, and here's where you can help me out because maybe there's more to it than I'm gonna say. To me,
Okay.
Pan Africanism is a bunch of folks over here because I don't see nobody over there saying the shit. There's a bunch of folks over here saying all Africans are gonna somehow unite and fucking be one sort of people and do shit to help each other. And you know, I don't actually know what the objective is other than the like love Africa. Like you know, I mean, and you know, like what is the objective, bro?
Okay. See, that's
Like
better.
really, what?
Better.
Okay,
That's
yeah,
better
yeah,
that
yeah.
you asked the question because
Okay, okay.
you ready?
Yeah, yeah. Go
You
ahead. You
ready?
tell me.
Okay.
Yep,
All
yep.
right. So there are several Africans, many Africans who not only practice the ideology but also preach the ideology from Africa. I mention these people all the time. We had a full conversation. That's why I ain't understand if maybe you didn't hear the conversation beforehand because you would have heard us talking about Wody Maya, who is more so I would consider the Prince of Pan Africanism more so than Umar Johnson. I think that the narrative and the person that you see more so that says Pan Africanism a lot is Umar Johnson. So that's who a lot of people like to run with as soon as they hear Pan Africanism. But Pan Africanism, it predates way. You know what I'm saying? Like it predates Umar and a lot of these other guys that we know now. But another African who also promotes Pan Africanism is PLO Lumumba. And he basically pushes a lot of the Kwame, Kwame and Kume. I'm sorry, type of Pan African philosophy. You also had a brother over in Burkina Faso right now, Ibrahim Traore, who is also practicing the ideology of Pan Africanism within his own country as a leader of his country. Um,
When
Julius
you say
Malema in South Africa.
when you say the practicing the ideology, you still haven't told me what the ideology is or what how you could put it into practice. That's more what I'm trying to figure
Okay, the main portion, the significant portion of the ideology is something that you can actually define in a dictionary, and that's the unification of African people and the African diaspora. It's for people to come together in business and trade and and spirituality and all type of different ways. It's just unification all the way around the board. That's the main portion of the ideology is unification of African diaspora.
Under what?
It's not under anything. It's under that unification. Like that is
But
that
how do
is
you?
the ultimate goal for Pan Africanism. One is to create
Mhm.
our one thought process is to create our own spaces, erase the lines in Africa in order to formulate more unity um, politically, also to unify and actually fight for things that benefit and help Black people and Black Africans or African diaspora throughout the diaspora, not just in Africa or
You
not just
saying what's gonna be? See that? Sorry to cut you off. I think what Brass is
uh,
asking is what's the galvanizing principle?
unity.
Yeah, but I mean under what banner?
Unity
Let
is
me
the
answer. What?
government. It's not
Let me
it's
venture.
no banner. That's what I'm saying. Like you can't like there's no banner to Pan Africanism is not like y'all like y'all doing the religious banging or what I'm saying this thing versus this thing. It don't really incorporate none of that. It's the ability to be able to have a Black African Christian and an African Muslim and an African Israelite and an African whatever it is, be able to sit down and formulate plans of progression for the diaspora. So
So
that
All right.
like
which?
Okay, so
Let me
so
so
hold
for
on,
Black
Brass.
No,
people,
no,
Real quick.
no. Go ahead,
Real
Haskell.
quick,
I go.
Brass.
I gotta step
Let
off
me
for a second.
venture. Let me venture. Let me venture answer to what I think Brass is asking. So the unifying principle would be a shared Africanity, whether in descent or phenotype, from what I could gather. You know what I'm saying? And it's essentially a response to white supremacy. It's a way to insulate people who are who have African descent, because globally, since the advent of like the transatlantic slave trade and racism and kind of like the coalescing of that idea, that ideology, right? Um, that thing is kind of metastasized all over the world, to where it's not just the European. Virtually everywhere you go on this planet, people who share a particular phenotype that is normally associated with Africa, they tend to be marginalized and abused. So the idea of it comes from that, the idea that, hey, we got to gang up. We don't have a choice. And what are we ganging up under? A shared lineage and phenotype. That would be my answer.
Yeah, but my question
I
then
can,
would
I can
be,
relate.
what Pan Africanism are we talking about? Are we talking about the AU, which is the Pan Africanism on the continent, that's more state centered? Or are we talking about
African Union. No, 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 no.
the
The
hold
African
on,
Union.
hold
It's
on.
not Pan
The,
Africanism. That's the political structure.
so the African Union is not, that's not Pan Africanism?
It's a political structure.
Is
It's a
it Pan
political
Yeah, see
structure
that
Africanism?
you
that's
getting
based.
kind of you kind of confusing the argument now, because earlier you pointed out Traore. Hold on. You point out the African AES, the Sahel linking up Traore, the Mali guy, and
I didn't
Niger,
bring.
right? That's the political.
I didn't bring that up. That's what I'm saying. Like you
You
introducing that
brought up
right now.
you brought up
What I
you
brought up
brought up
was
Traore,
Traore and him practicing exact and his practice of Pan Africanism. That's what I was talking about. That's why I
which
brought
is
him up.
which is
I was
what?
talking
What were
about
you referring?
him
So you
practicing,
weren't
brother.
referring
Brother,
to.
if you, I hate when people cut me off because I don't cut you off. I let you say everything you need to say. Just let me talk. And as soon as I land, you can you know what I mean, go back and forth. But I didn't say that. I didn't use Ibrahim Traore and the connection with Sierra Leone. I mean not Sierra Leone. The other spots. I wasn't using that as an
Niger
example
and
at all.
Mali. Yeah.
What I was doing was naming people in Africa who actually openly practice their ideology. So uh, I named Traore, I named Kwame Nkrumah, I named
Lumumba.
Uh, uh, yeah, P.L.O. Lumumba. I named
Marlene
Julius
Kruger.
Malema in
Mhm.
South Africa. So I was naming people who actually openly practice the ideology of Pan Africanism.
All dictators,
Okay,
you know that,
so
right?
sure, whatever, however you, whatever.
Almost every one of
I
them
don't
that you named were
do.
dictators.
All
Oh,
dictators,
so
and you said that you want to
that's
erase
actually
lines. Let's see how that works.
No, that's why I was confused. I
Hold
ain't trying to
on,
cut your wisdom, see that. That's why I
real
was
quick, real.
confused when you named them, but now you gave me clarity, so I understand
Hey, Brass, real quick, because I got to get some clarity of my own. Are you done, see that, or you still had something to say?
now. No, I don't think he was done. I did cut him off.
no. I mean,
Go ahead.
you go ahead. Yeah, I'm
Yeah.
just wearing it.
So
I'm trying to understand where y'all coming from with a lot of this about Pan
Okay,
Africanism. So come
no
on,
problem.
you keep coming,
yes, I'm
keep talking.
sorry. I'm sorry to have cut you off earlier, brother. So let me try to reframe the question. So you said that he demonstrated Pan Africanism, or the word you used actually was practice, right? I guess I assumed that because earlier you said the definition of it would be unification, right? That would
Right,
be unification with other Africans, right? I
right.
take the AES forming an alliance to be unification. So
It is.
when you
They
say
actually
that,
they run under the banner of Pan Africanism, but it's a political structure. Is what I was trying to actually be clear about. The AU is a political structure. It is not simply practicing Pan Africanism because you have people like PLO Lumumba who strongly criticize the AU for a lot of the moves that they make that don't benefit Black Africans or
okay,
diaspora.
I know where you're getting at. Okay, I understand where you're getting at. Yeah. Because it is
Can,
the AU is kind of a kind of a shill confederation in a lot of ways. You have states like Ethiopia who don't even, in a lot of ways, they don't even, well, a lot of the ruling class, they don't even identify with Africans like that, right? Yeah, and there's a lot of, I get what I was misunderstanding your use of the word politics, but I get what you're saying now. It's
so
not based on Pan African principles. You're right. I got you.
Exactly. They hold up the
so
banner. Don't
can
get me wrong. They do use the terminology a lot, but it's
Yeah.
not necessarily a Pan African structure strictly and solely based. And that's mainly because a lot of the countries that's in the AU are still backed by European countries. So
Right.
that's a lot of the fight back. You know what I'm saying? Is that they actually a lot of them cats are really puppets and they act like they're doing it
so
for the
so
benefit of Black Africans and they don't.
All right. Yeah, I gotta come back. I gotta come back.
so see that. Let me ask you this, right? Because I'd be like, I'd be like a lot of times when we have this is a good conversation, but I feel like we don't never get to it. We stay so far on the outside. And I think like the part where we're all really interested in is the problems that you would have trying to actually do this in the real world, right? So like, so one question that I don't think that you've answered quite yet, which would kind of bring us to that, is like, we can't pretend as if we don't have any access to Africa. You know what I'm saying? If you what you said was maybe some of the political stuff, I'll let you tie that into it. But like there's nothing really stopping us from doing business with Africa. You know what I'm saying? So I'm more so asking like with the access that we currently have, like what about our relationship would you change and why? Right? Like because we already can go and buy African products and do business in Africa. So like what's this overall theme that it doesn't seem like we're getting to? So like
Well,
unifying Africa does not help us do business with Africa. We already can do business in Africa.
okay, well, it would unifying Africans would help us do business with Africans, number one. But that's not necessarily like that's not what Pan Africanism is about. It's something that can be accomplished with Pan Africanism, with the ideology that Black Africans and the African diaspora should unite. But it's not.
Mute up,
That's
Brad.
not all that it's about. So I don't know why. Like what confuses me a lot of times when we
Not
have
me,
these
Logic.
conversations is that people will say,
Okay.
see,
Hey, hold on one
people,
second. Hold on one second, see Doc. Hold on. Hey, Kevin, you who? I don't know who you are, but you got to mute up, dude. All right, let me help you out. All right, go ahead, brother.
Yeah, yeah. So it's not like I said, that's not the ultimate goal. Is to do business. I mean, don't get me wrong. That's a part of the unification, but that's not just the only thing. You know what I mean? It's different way, and also to say that it's just so impossible. It's kind of always weird to me because, like I said, the Europeans did it. They became pretty powerful. The Jews did it. You know what I mean? They became pretty powerful. It's a lot of folks that
You know,
do it, and we still feel like Black Africans can't do it. So I don't have that sentiment, and that would be
you talking about did
antithetical
what?
to
Unify?
Pan Africanism. Yeah, yeah, yeah,
I mean,
yeah. In order
I'm
to
not sure what you're
benefit
saying, what they
themselves.
did, but so like right now, I know that it's
Can I give you an
obvious to
example?
everyone how a relationship with Africa could benefit Africa. But I don't think that it's very obvious of how a relationship with Africa benefits African Americans. Like
Uh-huh.
that's where
So
it's definitely not clear. And then you're talking about political, like what can a politician in Africa, how does that benefit an American? Like, what is they can't send us water without the permission of the US government. They can't just fly planes over here and give us shit. They could send us a check, but they don't, right? So I'm trying to figure out how is it beneficial to us to do that?
okay. Well, number one, um, your thought process is like I said, it doesn't work for Pan Africanism because all you thinking about, like everything with what you just said, was about how do you benefit instead of how the people benefit. So it's not necessarily Pan Africanism as an ideology doesn't allow you to think just about you as an individual. So that's where you're gonna go. You're gonna find your issue with it every time because your mindset is already on individualism and how you
Now
can
wait,
benefit.
I gotta cut you off just for intensive purposes because how is
No
what
problem.
you're saying not the same as I'm gonna put the Africans' needs above our needs? How is that not the exact same thing?
Because you are African. Like that's what I'm saying. Like at the end
You
of
said
the
because
day,
I'm
like
an
we're not
African?
understanding. We think. Hold on. Let me just say this. We already have this issue where we say that this government here. Well, I don't know if it's you or not or whatever, but I don't really feel represented by this government here in this country. So if we had somewhere that actually represented us that were powerful in itself, then that would also benefit us wherever we are because we
Okay,
are then represented by that power.
okay, right. So right there, let's stay right here, right? If there was this other country or entity, right, that could represent us politically, what like do you think that the US government is going to like adhere to their terms, or is it vice versa?
No,
Because we're citizens of America, not citizens of them. So like I'm trying to figure out, so like if you're saying that they can act on our behalf, so when America do us dirty, what are they going to do acting on our behalf?
with power, that's the whole thing that I'm talking about as far as accumulating power. Power will be your representation. Do you? I mean, like I said, are you under the impression that you are properly represented as an African American in this country?
See, I'm asking you a very specific question. What would the
I
consequences
just
to
answered the
America
I answered
be?
the question and then I returned
Now,
with a question.
now you didn't. You just gave the scenario in which it's possible. I'm saying, what would the
No, I
consequences be
told
to America for doing us dirty at that point?
I couldn't give you a hypothetical because that's what you're asking.
Right. And I'm saying that
I
you
mean,
saying that we
could
have
I
this separate thing that represents us, right? I'm saying, what would the consequences be to America for doing us dirty at that
could
point?
I
Can,
try
can I
one?
please get can I please
Could
get
I
seat out
Uh,
answer? Can I please get
could
seat
I
out?
won't
could I
be
take a shot?
Can I
okay.
please get
Let me
seat?
take
Go
a
ahead.
shot at it. See that?
I just gave you my answer, brother. I don't
Please
I
get
don't
seat
know
out
what you
Let
answer.
me
want me to
take a
repeat.
let me take a shot at it. See
Did
that?
I
If
not
you
be
don't
heard?
mind. So yeah, you could be heard.
Okay. I'm
You
just
want to
making
keep
sure y'all
talking
can hear
or
what I'm saying. No, no, you go ahead. You go ahead. Because I already answered this question. But go ahead. You go ahead, bro.
okay? All right, so I'm gonna take a shot. So, Logic, don't put too much stock in this. It's purely hypothetical, right? So, for instance, we know right now a lot of the minerals on the African continent, they do not have either the ability or the infrastructure or whatever to make products or to industrialize a lot of these natural minerals like cobalt and uranium, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, right? And we know that a lot of the multi corporations ship, pretty much all of them, the electronics, the computers, all of that stuff, they get that stuff from Africa, right? So let's envision a world. Let's just say the Pan-Africanism starts on the continent first. These states in Africa, they unify, whatever, get themselves together. They develop industries where they control these resources, and they're able to leverage that in order um to put pressure on the US government to say, hey, do this for the African American. Again, don't jump out the window. It's you know what I'm saying? It's at this point in time it's kind of pipe dreamish, but I'm merely
Yeah,
just setting out a
Do
hypothetical.
do do what
yeah.
for the
And
African
what if
American?
America
The,
refuses? What if they say y'all go to
And
hell?
then
Then what?
right, yeah. Then what
yeah,
happens?
but that's the point. I'm saying if
Oh,
a
he's
lot of a lot of the natural resources that a lot of the companies that undergird America depend on, right? Because as of right now, a lot of these minerals and stuff, the Africans don't have any agency over it. I'm saying if they have that agency, then they could say to the US, hey, do this, or you ain't gonna get no cobalt, you ain't gonna get no uranium, you ain't gonna get no. You get me?
I mean, it sounds good. So I'm saying that what you're saying that y'all are gonna win a pissing contest with America. That
I
what you
didn't
said?
say we was gonna
Hold
win
on, get off.
anything.
Wait, get off America's nuts for 2 seconds, bro. Like for real. Like you just so happy to dick ride America. What you gonna do if America comes to
And I'm
you?
proud to
Like get
be
off that
an
nigga
dick,
said that.
man.
American.
Like come on, bro.
Hey,
Like
look,
that's
You
how you
you you're
sound
the
right
one
now.
trying to make this shit
We
practical. You're the one
outnumber.
trying to make it
Listen,
practical, my nigga.
Black Africans outnumber America. They outnumber Europe, all that. Like, why are you so anxious to ride that dick and then you so scared? Everything you reply with is scary
No,
shit.
I'm not scared.
I don't know.
I'm not scared. That's
What
why
if
I'm
they
saying exactly what
retaliate?
I feel.
So what if they
I'm
retaliate?
not
Then pick
scared.
up guns and start shooting, nigga. Like, what is we talking
Nah,
about? Do
but see
something.
Right.
that.
So
At least
okay,
have
See,
some
okay. So,
type of,
so we
some
got
type
that.
of,
So
Now we talking.
in
at
you
least
Now we
in
have
your
talking.
some
mind,
type of balls
in your
walking
mind,
into the
they stand a
situation.
chance.
At
Is that
least
what you're
have
saying?
some type of nuts instead of just saying, "Oh no," but they gonna get us. The boss man gonna see us when we like. That's how you sound to me right now. They gonna see us when we run. No, we can't leave. Like that's you right now, and that's it's so
Hey, see that.
despicable to me for somebody to do that. Like
I don't think that's what
it's
Logic was
doom and
doing right
gloom
there.
before you. Like my whole thing is Pan Africanism is about coming up with different strategies. It ain't one strategy to be had in order to benefit
But look how
all
disingenuous you've
Black
And,
been doing it. Like
Africans.
I asked you the
There's
other
no
day if you were talking about conflict, and you said no, and here we are now talking about I'm scared of the
because
conflict.
you go straight to the conflict. You
You
ain't even
wasn't
got
even
to the
brave enough to
unification
speak
yet. You
your
going to the
mind,
conflict talking about
bro.
what if
You
America
wasn't
beat
even
us up?
brave
No,
enough to
what if
speak
they
your
stop?
mind on the internet. More or less, pick up a gun and do shit.
Oh my
Real
hey,
talk.
see
goodness! Like
that.
no, you speaking about you. You speak.
You
You
gotta
all
I
of
be.
that
asked
You,
you the other
shows
day if you was talking
self
about
reflection
conflict. You said
that you talking
no.
about, and you talking like everybody else is supposed to think like you, scary and shit, and all bitch
I'm not
minded
saying think
without
like
even
me. I'm at
thinking
least
about
saying,
without
bro,
coming
see
up with
that.
any
Calm
strategies
down,
in order to
bro.
benefit the people.
Calm
That's the
nigga sound like
problem. You're
down.
not coming up
You're
with no
you're
benefits of the people.
screaming
You
at me
automatically
about
going
your
to what if they come get
imagination
us,
It's
boss?
plan,
getting
bro.
spicy. Hold on.
Calm
Get
What
back
if
to
they
the
stop
topic.
us,
down.
boss?
This is
I'm
all in
calm as
your
can be.
mind, C dot.
I'm calm as
Calm
can be. You
down.
just sound like a real
You
jigaboo,
are not
scary
the
ass nigga.
general
Oh,
of
he
the
You
going
black
to
sound
it
people
real
too.
scary.
military.
Everything goes straight to fear mongering.
Calm down. I
no,
promise you, it's
No,
going to be
you talk,
okay.
bro. Don't keep telling me to calm down. Say what you want to say.
I mean, you're not letting me say anything. I'm
I'm
trying to get back to us
I'm muting
talking.
right now.
Right. I simply kept asking. Right. To be honest with you, if your plan is actually good, you should welcome this because you should have all the angles covered. Right. When I asked you last week, hey, are you talking about confrontation? Why are you building up Africa's economy? You kept saying no. It's not about this, not about that. So
I
today,
remember that now.
at least today, you are brave enough to actually say what you're trying to say. I commend you for that.
Bro,
But
stop,
let's
stop
not.
doing that.
But
Because
let's not.
the more you
Nah.
keep
Come on,
spewing
gang.
nonsense and idiocy that didn't
I'll let you
happen,
empty
because I
out a
didn't
whole
talk
clip
to
when you
you.
was talking,
For
bro.
one, I didn't talk to you about none of
You
the
Hey,
call
stuff
me
see
you
that?
just
coward and
brought
all
up.
kind of
You
Sometimes you
just
shit,
just
made
bro.
that
gotta
up.
ignore it.
Like
Hey, see that?
I
You
mean,
just
you
gotta
literally
ignore it, bro.
made that up
That's just
out of
that's just
nowhere. I
logic
ain't talked
I
to
style,
didn't
you
man.
the
You
make it
gonna
whole
up,
take
time.
sweetheart. I asked you. I'm dead serious. I asked you that, bro.
Bruh,
Dead
Logic,
serious.
we never had this conversation before about Pan Africanism.
We did.
We've
Reggie
never
Reggie
had this
was in here, and
conversation.
I asked you. I'm dead serious, bro. Dead serious.
Uh,
But it's all right. We moving past that. I'm not trying to.
please
I'm
do.
not trying to harp on
Please
that.
do.
But what I'm
That's what I'm saying.
trying to
I was
do,
wondering
right?
what you was trying to say because you kept
Listen.
harping
I'll
on
let you
that. But go
talk,
ahead.
bro. I thought you said you don't interrupt people. What I'm trying to do is I'm trying to bring what you're talking about, fast forward it to where it actually does have real world problems in how to implement that. Right now, my suggestion to you, and you don't have to take it, but my suggestion is if your plan requires a head-on collision with America, you might want to rethink that. Now, you don't have to. By all means, you can start. You could do whatever the hell
All
you
right.
want to do.
I
I'm
got you.
just
I got
saying
you. I
that
got you. I
if
got
your
you.
plan
I got you. You
requires
sound like,
that,
I swear, even the way you talk
if
sound
it
like the biggest
requires
fucking
that,
Sambo ever. Oh my God.
yeah, that
Don't
make me a
ever, if
Sambo.
you
Oh
thinking
man,
about,
he
I
called
ain't
you the
say nothing about picking
Sambo,
up
not the
arms
Sambo.
against America. Nobody said that.
No, I didn't call him
Pan-Africanism ain't
a
about
You
Sambo. I
taking up
called
just
him a
said.
arms
Rambler.
You
with
just said I'm
America.
scared to
Shut
pick
up,
up a gun and all
Pan-Africanism
that.
Hey,
has nothing to do with picking up
man,
no guns
old
and going
school,
against the American government.
all the
You
old
brought
school
that up
slurs,
because
boy.
you keep coming with that
You finna
Sambo
call him
ass, oh, Master
call
gonna
him a
get us
shine
ass shit.
next.
That time he called
Come
him a
on, bro.
Sambo.
Horse
Like,
monkey.
y'all gotta stop it. It's
What
weird.
monkey?
Hey,
Weirdo talk.
can I jump in there real quick?
Oh
Like
shit.
here's the thing, C dot. A lot of is just trying to give you some real world issues that you're gonna
But
deal
I
with
don't
when it
need like
comes
I
to
don't need those. I don't need no real world issues from no Sambo. I don't need
See
no. I
that?
don't
You
want to
said you
hear.
ain't finna cut
I don't
nobody
want to
off,
hear.
bro. Remember you said that.
Well,
See
I
that? You
got you.
said you
I'm
weren't
not cutting
you
you.
weren't about cutting up. You cut him off. You cut
you did cut
Smalls
me
off,
off
No,
though.
bro.
go ahead.
Okay. So yeah, my only issue with what you're saying, right, is the thing is we can unify, but unification has to come with an objective, and that's what Brass is asking, right? So let's say the objective is to, like as Haskell said, let's say the objective is to use resources in Africa to then leverage the United States to make changes for the diaspora. The thing is, what logic is trying to tell you is Texas is going to look at, say, Ghana when they say, "Hey, give us so you get this cobalt from us, so give them niggas some X, Y, and Z." Like they have like they have a horn growing out of their forehead at that point. Because the next question is going to be, as logic says, what the fuck is going to make us
Mhm.
do that? And here goes the thing. If they say, "Oh, we're not gonna give you the cobalt," I'm telling you, Africa's big. Well, just go get it from somebody else. And that's before the conflict comes. You know what I'm saying? Like, I want to even see it work. I mean, like, even when you say Pan Africanism, you do know there's conflict in Africa right now. In Africa, they don't even have time to fucking think about the diaspora. That's the other thing. They can't even unite over there. So that's what I'm saying when I say it's a bunch of birthday cake. It's a bunch of feel good talkity talk shit. But you could never like. I'll put it to you like this: the Pan Africanism that I hear people talk about, like the shit that Haskell, just that shit ain't gonna never happen, bro. It just ain't. The world doesn't work
I mean,
like
we
that,
we
bro.
it's not gonna happen. It ain't gonna happen in our lifetime, or probably
It'll never
anytime
happen.
soon. But
Hey, Haskell, let me tell you why it'll never happen,
hey, never
right?
never say
Because
never,
because
Smalls.
because well, here's the thing. Here's the thing. This whole yeah, all right, see that the same way that you got to get the white man boogeyman shit out of you saying that about logic. Well, that's what the Pan Africanism Pan African people are do. You guys think white people are like unite? Somebody even said that on here earlier. No, the fuck they don't.
Do y'all know? Do y'all know the type of
So
shit
so
that then happened in our lifetime? To say that stuff can't happen in
Yeah.
our lifetime, looking at the current state.
um
Let me name some things that happened in our lifetime that at the time before it happened, we couldn't even see it. You dig what I'm saying? The Berlin
Mhm.
Wall, right? At that time when the Berlin Wall, right, got took down, yo, most people in the world couldn't imagine a world without the Berlin Wall. It was so integral. It seemed like it was such a huge thing in Eastern, going into Eastern Europe, that it was an insurmountable task to get the Soviet Union and um, um, NATO to agree to take down the Berlin Wall, and it happened. You dig what I'm saying? Ending apartheid in Africa, in South Africa. Most people could, yo, the shit happened. A black president of the United States. Most people couldn't see it happening. So to say, yo, something can't happen in your lifetime, I can tell you countless things that didn't happen within our lifetime that people at the time or just before it couldn't see that shit. You dig what I'm saying? Now, I'm not saying that we
Hey,
can
but
do
Chef.
amazing deals with Africa and Pan Africanism can become a
Hmm.
reality, but if people actually push for
Yeah,
it and there was a real thing, it could happen.
yeah,
You
for
dig what I'm
sure.
saying?
Okay,
But Chef.
but here
I'm
goes
going
the
back on
problem.
mute. Good
Hell,
conversation though, y'all.
that shit ain't
Go ahead. I'm listening.
Here
Yeah,
goes
but
here
but
goes the
Chef,
problem.
real quick,
Wait,
Smalls.
wait, go ahead. Go
Real
ahead.
quick,
My bad.
Smalls.
Didn't mean to cut you. Go ahead.
Those all of those things you pointed out for the most part are incidents, right? So the Berlin Wall was an incident. It happened
That's a
over
good
a
point.
period. Essentially, it's an incident, right? What was the other examples he cited? Barack Obama becoming president. That's an incident, right? When you talk about Pan Africanism, you talking about essentially. It doesn't have to be all 54 states, but let's say 30 states, for example, kind of getting on some sort of accord, right? And then when they get on that accord, kind of uniting in terms of economics, in terms of being able to exploit their own resources, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. It's a way more
They've been trying
massive
to do
thing.
it since the 50s. But Haskell,
Yeah,
they've been working on this since the 50s. So to act like, you know what I mean, is not been something that they've been
oh,
attempting
Oh, there
to
you.
yeah,
that's not what they
you
they've
can
been
like.
trying
attempt
That's
this shit
the
since the
point
you can
though.
50s.
attempt them all you want,
That's
but the
not the
likelihood
point
of something
though.
happening.
That like everything you said that came from an instance also came from the work that was being put in order to make those things happen eventually. So the point of Pan Africanism is not just to like y'all like the things that I think that y'all jumping into are things that other people have been able to accomplish or have tried to accomplish and somewhat failed at in their first attempts. But what the ideal of Pan Africanism is for people to have ideas for us to progress it wherever we are. So like I think it's too narrow minded. Like that's why I say I think it's important for people like I mean the guys who've been speaking to actually come up with actually go and research what Pan Africanism is. Go research who's talking about Pan Africanism. Don't just lean with, oh well, I heard it. I heard Umar talking about it because like that ain't it. You know what I'm saying? It's so much dealing with it, especially when it comes to talking about what Africa's doing in order to overcome the tribalism and the same type of thought pattern. They got Sambos over there too. It ain't just over here. That's something that we collectively have an issue with. It's black people fighting against other black people actually progressing because they only worried about themselves. and what they can do in their
Hey,
lifetime. I'm worried about my
I'm
grandkids,
on. I'm,
great grandkids, and so on and so on. I'm worried about legacy, not just
right.
what happens while I'm alive. So I think that's the
That's a
difference in the
fact.
thought process of Pan Africanism. That's why it's an
See that.
ideology because it's in the
See
thought
that.
process.
Here's my
But go
thing
ahead.
though. You gotta be willing to listen to people like Logic, because what he brought up is just a pragmatic viewpoint. We know how these people get down, even within America, right? You look at all the black enclaves and black business centers and all of those sort of things that were built up by black people, right? Who were practicing group economics, et cetera, et cetera. There are numerous examples from Rosewood to Tulsa to North Carolina, all of those things where through terrorism and militaristic might,
Fact.
they looked and saw a bunch of black
That
people doing they and said, nah, we getting them up
That's a
out of
fact.
here. So what Logic brought up insofar as if these African nations were to, sometime in the future accumulate power and infrastructure and try to leverage it, and he asked a question, okay, what happens when the U.S. says either A, fuck y'all, or they start doing what they do, which is, you know what I'm talking about? Using their military might. It's a fair question. Like,
Right. No, the question is fair, but we have like my thing is I'm not willing to question it, and we haven't even like gotten close to that point. Like that's so far reaching of a conversation to have because we're nowhere near that point. So I feel
Are
like
you are you
I'm the type of
question,
person
bro?
that
Question, bro. Are you
strategizes as I go.
familiar? Are you familiar with the just simple criticisms that some people have of Pan Africanism, like simple shit, like dealing with really how Pan Africanism doesn't really protect Africans in a particular region from tyrants and shit like that. So, like, are you familiar with just
And
people?
African,
Are you familiar with the other side of like what people bring as to why Pan Africanism isn't really ideal in a lot of the
hold on a
steps?
second, hold on.
Okay, go ahead.
now go ahead, Fed. He was saying, hold on, because he had to, I guess, he had to
right,
do
right.
something.
Now, when I hear most Pan Africans talk, like when it comes to like the real shit dealing with power dynamics, talking to negotiations and all of that, you gotta be able to macro think if you're gonna be a Pan African. Like I would assume if a person is a Pan African, they went through every possible methodology to find a productive way to get what they got across. But it seems like most Pan Africans again have like this romanticized view and don't even have the proper idea of the people
I,
in Africa and they dynamic and how much
I, I, I am
they,
Pan
they
African.
go ahead.
Stupid is Pan African, and Stupid
Go
is
ahead.
Stupid is probably one of the oldest person on the panel. I am 53 years old. I'm Pan African. Pan
Okay.
African means I am for Africans home and abroad, for those people on the motherland and those people who have migrated voluntarily and involuntarily from the motherland to different parts of the earth.
Okay, my bad to cut you off, Suki, because most
Yeah.
Pan Africans look at Pan Africans as people who were enslaved, right? They don't look at Pan Africanism as the entire continent. They look at it as some people look at Pan Africanism as
No,
that's what I'm saying. So, in your idea, you
no,
look at
but
Pan Africanism as all Africans, even a Berber.
all right.
That's what I'll be asking.
No,
Berber.
you see the problem
Yeah,
is,
to the Berbers
all
are
right,
the actual Africans. They're the actual
okay.
Africans. That's who their name belongs to. The
Yeah, I'm
name
just
belongs to
All
them.
confused
right.
on how
African.
people look at
Let
Pan
me
Africanism.
finish. Let me finish, please. Let me
Go ahead.
finish, please. Let me finish, please. Let me finish, please. Because nobody don't want to talk about the root of the argument with American Pan-Africanism. During the Harlem Renaissance, most Americans in the North, I'm not talking about the uppity blue vein Americans. I'm talking about most struggling Americans who went from the South up to the North, have had no problems identifying themselves as Pan-Africans. That is why Garvey Group exploded in the early years, because they wanted to belong to something greater than themselves, right? Because if we want to be honest, black people, and we're not saying black people, those black people who come from sub-Saharan African
although that is a bad word to many, is not indigenous to anywhere else in the world. When we came west, indigenous mean that we have our own gods, we have our own myth and mythology, and we have our own belief system. Black people in the West don't have their own God. We worship the European God or the Arab God. We celebrate the European methodology or the Arab methodology, right? And most of us have a European or Arab belief system. So we're not indigenous to the Americas because none of our gods reside here, none of our
But what
myths
about the
reside here.
Africans? But what about the Africans that was in Africa that worship Arabic gods before they got over here?
But those also have been colonized. They have been colonized,
No,
and you know
no,
that.
no.
Of course you are.
The Mali Empire wasn't colonized by Arabs. They
Of course
converted
you
on
are.
their own.
Then, although they converted on their own, colonism does not necessarily mean that there was a conflict. Colonism means that there was an introduction of different ideas separate from their own. Don't tell me about colonization because you associate
No,
colonization
that's
with
cultural.
conflict.
That's cultural mix. That's not colonization. That's not the definition of
They were
colonization.
colonized by the Arabs who brought their belief system and it
Yeah,
overcame
but
the Mali
that's not
belief
So
system.
necessarily
please, you're
that's
not
not
really
necessarily
Pan-African. You
colonization.
Pan-African to people who you felt was colonized. That's what I'm saying. People definitions vary of what a Pan-African really is. Because at first you
No,
said you represent or you support all Africans
I
across the
said,
diaspora that's in different places.
I said
And when
I
I brought up
belong to
Herbert,
you.
so yeah, Pan-Africans
Um,
is basically a group of people who you felt have a common ancestor that was enslaved, and you want to galvanize those people under let's get at the oppressor. Am I wrong?
no. I've never said let's get at the oppression. I've
Okay, I
never
got
don't say that.
you. Or
I've never
just
said let's
bang,
get.
bang on the beat
I'm
and all
tripping
these.
No,
on.
I've never said that either because
I
that's
got you.
another idea that a lot of
I got
people
you.
have, that a
I got you.
Pan-African sole purpose is to bang on the Europeans or the Arabs. No,
The
that's not a
trans.
Pan-African
tri-
sole purpose.
I'm still
That's
tripping
a
on
misnomer.
transcultural diffusion
That's a
and
Yeah,
colonization.
because cultural exchange is not colonization, yo. That's
Okay,
cultural
okay,
exchange.
I'm
okay,
It's using the
okay,
wrong
on
okay.
using the
that.
wrong
All right,
definition.
listen, Dr. York students, why are you putting up Dr. York? I'm speaking, and you argue like
I
Dr.
don't
York,
know.
and
I
you
don't know
argue
nothing.
like
I don't know nothing about no.
that's what you
I
just
don't know
did a
nothing about
while
no
ago.
Dr.
Please
York.
don't do that.
I don't know
Don't
nothing
do
But
about no
that.
you
Dr. York.
did
Brother,
this
to go
I ain't never.
crazy.
acting.
Don't do that.
You
I
did
don't
this
know
That
nothing
acting.
about
nigga
that new.
just
I don't know
called.
You
nothing
did
about
the
no
That nigga
Dr.
just
York
called me a
New
acting.
York, yo.
Nuwapian.
Groupies,
This nigga
don't do
called
that,
me a
Yeah,
bro.
Nuwapian.
I don't know shit
Hey,
about
Gullah,
no
Gullah,
York,
stay calm,
nothing,
bro.
bro.
Stay calm, bro. Stay calm, Gullah. Please.
It ain't that serious, bro. You
You
gotta
did
be a Nuwapian
something
because
from me.
I'm a
I
student.
gotta
I'm a
be a
student of real.
Nuwapian because
You
I'm
you
a
did
don't
student
make
of
just
real
sense.
science, bro.
colonization. And
I
you
just fuck
did
with
that.
real
No, you
science.
didn't. You have to cut it out. You have to cut that out of your arsenal now, Gola. Gola, we're associating that, what you just did, with the European technique, where you throw a spanner
No,
has nothing relating to what I'm talking about
yes,
into the
it did,
argument.
bro. You said
Because discord.
you said you used the term colonization as a hard term, and that wasn't colonization. What you said, that's cultural exchange.
If they
You just
do it
changed the
on their
definition. You just sat here and changed the definition of colonization. Some shit that a York could do
right,
yourself.
right, bro. Like if they do it on their own, there's transcultural diffusion, bro. That's not
Oh, all right,
colonization.
okay then. All right,
There's
all
just
right.
no
My
So
giving
apologies.
y'all
past
ain't
that.
y'all ain't
My
understand what he was
apologies.
saying. So y'all didn't
I
understand what
do,
he was
chef,
saying.
chef. If I don't want your shit, that's colonization. But if I say, oh,
Okay, hold
that's
on.
some
Let Chef
interesting shit,
explain that.
bring that
Let
shit
Chef
on.
explain.
Let me learn
Let
that
Chef
shit.
know
And then
what he's saying.
I
Chef,
Are
Chef,
you
let Chef,
saying? Are you saying that
let
that
Chef
was the
understand what
case
he's
for most
saying.
of
Let Chef
Don't you
Africa?
know it
explain.
don't have to be that you don't want it and then that's colonization. I can convince you that you want it and then colonize your motherfucking ass, bro. Like
Colonize
I
your
can
mind.
colonize that's what
Mm.
soft
right.
do. Soft
But
power
what?
don't come in and with the sword
But
and
y'all already
colonize.
under.
Soft power colonizes by putting you in a fucked up
In a
situation where you
predicament,
have no
huh?
other
Right.
choice.
But what
You know what I'm
Gullah
But
saying?
are
Where
we
saying
under
is
the
you
none of that
impression that?
happened.
volunteer,
Oh,
you taking
are we under the impression
volunteer
that they
to be
not that
Okay.
they,
to be
that Africa's
colonized.
not
You know what I'm
colonized?
saying?
Are we under the impression that
It
Africa's
ain't
not
always the
colonized?
sword. So y'all
Is that
gotta
the
stop.
argument you're making?
So Gullah, did that happen? Did that happen in the situation with what you call it, becoming
No,
slaves,
Mali and
everybody's
no,
yeah,
no.
that's what I'm
Way
saying.
way
Or
later
Oh,
on, but
okay,
nah,
okay. Okay, can I say something? Because coming from an
We
Arab
ain't
who
finna
wants to
change the
justify the
definition.
no, coming from an Arab who wants to justify the Arab religion as one of peace and understanding, when people hear it, they're drawn to it because it's so right and exact. I will take your terminology, Gola. As an Arab, I will understand your definition that the Arabs did not go into Mali to take over Mali by force, but to introduce their religion of peace, prosperity, and love to people who don't know nothing about Allah. And all of a sudden, these people who don't know nothing about Allah
Yeah, but
start celebrating
stupid.
Allah. Allah don't come from nowhere near Mali.
Stupid. To
Yes.
They were
Gullah point though.
colonized. They were
To Gullah's
colonized by
point
the
They
though,
don't
French,
too.
mean nothing,
bro.
bro.
Like
People
that was
move,
late
bro.
as fuck.
But to Gullah's
Their
point though,
religion
right?
was in Mali
Listen,
way before then.
Hey,
to Gullah's
their
point, if you look at Ibrahim
mind was
Traore, right, he's probably the premier example of an actual, a real world example of Pan-African being put into practice that we can speak of today, right? And
But he was
Traore
colonized.
is, hold on, Traore is a devout Muslim. So I think
Yeah,
what
he's
Gullah's getting,
colonized.
hold on, I don't think,
But Pan-Africanism
if
has
you go
nothing to do with religion.
hold on,
So why
hold
did
on.
he throw religion in there?
Right. I think that's the
Exactly,
ultimate. That's the
Snoopy.
I was
ultimate.
never discussing religion.
That's
But all of a sudden,
the
what about the Arabs?
ultimate.
What about the
Him
Arabs?
being Muslim is
You did
Pan-Africanism has
discuss,
extremely
nothing to
did
do with
dude? You
fallible.
did
religion.
say something about religion. Stop saying you said religion.
I
It's,
said,
you said
I
believing in God
said,
that's not yours. That's religion, nigga. What you talking about? You changing the goalposts. Now you said
I
you brought
said,
up religion.
I defined indigenous. That was about indigenous. But
But you
because,
said something about
no, I
Arabic
am saying that.
and Christian
No,
gods
no,
and
no.
shit. You said some shit about
Yes,
that, bro.
yes, yes, yes. But they are not indigenous to Africa. So you're colonized. Although it's not indigenous,
Just because
right?
you
It's
take
not
on a different,
indigenous.
that's not necessarily colonization. Sometimes it can be culture exchange, yo. Like it's not necessarily colonization.
So hold on, quick, Gullah. So Stupi's essentially is your belief that Pan Africanism isn't possible unless the people participating in it do away with those
No,
religions that
no,
came from outside. Is that a
no,
necessary?
no, no. It's not necessary.
No.
Oh, let me
And
finish speaking because I lose my train of thought and I just get to the bad now. I said I am
Ain't
a
nobody
Pan-African.
getting rid of Jesus.
Yeah, I said I'm a Pan-African, right? I said that. Listen, black people worldwide has been influenced, has been colonized by non-indigenous thoughts and beliefs. That don't stop you from being colonized. That don't stop you from being Pan-African. What stops you from being Pan-African is when you place these non-indigenous beliefs above who you are. So if Ibrahim Tarim is an African before he is a Burkina Faso, he's an Arab before he's a Burkina Faso, he has a colonist mindset. Because your religion shouldn't be more important than your people. No, if you put your religion, which was highly influenced from outside, Marcus Garvey was a Catholic. But did he put his Catholic belief above his people? I would say no. But the Arabs here, yeah.
Two piece. You realize the point. The point of the conversation is that CDOT gave us a idealistic plan in which still involved the cooperation of America, because he went down
no,
a
I
different
didn't.
road
No,
and
no, no,
ultimately
no,
ended
no,
up.
no, brother, you wrong. I didn't give that plan. That was Haskell that discussed the plan.
Haskell
I
just
didn't
gave
give
a,
you a
a
plan because there
hypothetical.
exactly he gave
Okay,
you a
well it was
hypothetical, which you
it was
refused
Haskell
to
who said it.
hear as a
I'm
hypothetical.
just trying to bring us back to the original conversation.
Yeah,
See,
yeah, because I got
I'm
pushed
not
off.
trying to fight you, dude. I don't know what the issue is. I'm just trying to have a
No, I
conversation.
just wanted to correct you because you kept saying my name. You
Yeah,
kept saying C dot said,
and
C
that's
dot
fine.
said,
I
but C
thought it
dot
was
didn't.
you. It was Haskell. Okay, it was Haskell. My bad.
And
No,
that was kind of the only
Pan-African.
objective that
All
we
right.
got for Pan Africanism, Stupi's. Maybe you want to add another one, but go ahead.
Huh? Repeat, please.
I said that was the only objective because the original question, what's the objective object excuse me, what's the objective under the unification? And so that was just a hypothetical that was given, but we were never given any other hypothetical objective. So perhaps you might can add another one. Like, what are we unifying to do? You know, so I mean, someone else gave I can't remember who gave somewhat of a of an answer to that too. No, yeah, that was you.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
They
You just
gave that. Go ahead.
All right.
you don't. I
My
don't think you
statement.
like to listen. That's what it is. You don't like
All right.
listening because I broke all of that down for you
All right.
already, and I
My,
No,
my,
told
my,
you
no,
what
that's
my,
the
what
my,
ideas
I was.
are for the
Wait.
Pan-Africanism.
See that. You're the person who I was talking about. Yes, I was about to say someone else gave some other. They were more idealistic objectives, but we were looking for more of the concrete objectives. That's so. See that.
Yeah,
I'm
some
I'm
more.
taking
Well,
credit
I
for that.
also, okay, one thing, and then I'm gonna let the other brothers talk. I'm gonna mute out again. One thing I wanted to get clear to you is that the reason that we talked about ideology is because it's an ideology. The purpose of the ideology is also what I gave you. And then I gave you what the benefits could be from that. So, like anything other than that, like it's additive because I expressed that to you. If you would have
no,
asked about the religious factor and everything, I'd have broke it down just like Buddha broke it down to you. Because Pan
Right.
Africanism is
He's
not
saying
about
give a real
separation
world.
based on what your religion
Small
is
is
or anything
asking you to
else.
give a real world scenario, like a hypothetical. Remember,
Yeah,
you were
Right.
yeah,
saying
And
that you
we
didn't.
then remember, I
Right.
asked you, right?
And logic.
I
Me too.
asked you, right? So, right. So that's when I stepped in and was like, okay, so since those are the particular things, right, that we be trying to do, what about our current reality does not allow us to do those things, right? Like we can buy from Africa and so on and so forth. So I was saying, like, what is it that we would have to change about our current situation in order to accomplish what you're talking
no. All right. Let me
your
let me let me say
about?
mindset,
this.
your
And that's where
mindset,
stuff got off the rails for a
your
second.
All
your
right. Let
mindset,
me, all right,
and I'm gonna go
let
ahead,
me finish,
stupid.
please. Let me finish, please. Because what
My
I've realized
mindset
is
to
that
try to thoroughly plan out. Is that the
what what what,
problem? I'm trying to be too
what,
thorough.
no, what I realize, what I've come to realize is that when most people think about Pan Africanism, they talk about it in the economic sense. That's the most important thing, the economic sense that Pan Africanism should be able to bring us outside of this economic situation that we're in. That it should be able to bring Africa out of poverty. But there's more to Pan Africanism than that. Because let's be realistic. In many African, when I use the term African again, I explain what I'm talking about. Those people below the sub-Saharan Africa, because of colonization over hundreds of years, the Arab colonization and then the English colonization or the European colonization, many Africans are led to believe that they're less than. If we use the Indian example,
Did you hear any of the conversations we were just having? I'm
okay,
trying to figure out, like, what does my mindset have to do with the price of tea in China? Literally, what does
because
my
your
mindset
mindset have to do with
have to do with the
everything with
price of
you.
tea in
You
Africa?
are who you think you are. You are who you think you are. And if you
You
think that you're
know,
less than, you are going to be less than.
no,
Your
man.
mindset is the first you have to
Did
break.
you hear what he said? I'm gonna just let you
All right, go ahead. I'll stop talking.
Nah, that's why his name
I
shouldn't
would
be
say,
logic. Because
I
he
would say
don't
most.
use
I would
logic.
say,
And when people do, you don't want to hear it. It's sad.
I would say
You're not
most of the jihads in West Africa was done by the Africans themselves.
to
Like,
anything
you need to learn history or something. I don't know, bro.
Who
anyone said.
oh, oh my God. This is so weird.
Oh shit.
Like,
Hey, Logic, give
we
me a roll to the room, bro, so I can uh
we were
get
out.
it ready.
You should already have
Nobody
whatever
is
you need, huh?
telling you, nobody is
I don't
telling you
have
that
it.
Africa was ever
I don't
Like
perfect.
have
most,
it.
Not one
yeah,
person is sitting here making that argument.
people spit out ideas, but don't have a clear cut understanding of and context of history in total. That's crazy to me.
That ain't got nothing. What are you talking? You ain't talking
Yeah, that's
about history.
no,
How
that
can you
is
say
that
He-
is
somebody
He's
don't
true.
have?
talking
You
about the
want to
But you
raise
Arab.
gotta
the
have
lower
you gotta
He's
have
small.
a
talking
You
about
proper
the
obviously
Arab.
understanding
don't.
of
You
what
don't
the
Okay,
know.
so
If you don't,
and the
if
ethnic
you don't
groups
know what
are,
the
bro.
Berlin
You
Conference
gotta have
did,
that
if you
idea
don't
at
know what
first
the
before you
Berlin
can use
Conference did to
a
Africa,
Pan-African.
you definitely don't have any clue of history.
You would have to know West African history and just the diversity of groups and how they've been beefing
Yeah.
for a while, just to get a certain idea of this Pan-African idea you got is just gonna be a tough mountain to climb, bro, because you may
What
not even
happened to
understand.
Kwame? What happened to Kwame Nkrumah?
All right, so you moving to go, huh?
No, I'm not. I'm talking about African history. So what happened to Kwame
No,
Nkrumah?
I'm
One of
talking
y'all
about
tell me.
African history
Somebody
that
tell me.
spans from
No, 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 no,
5,000
no,
BC to
no.
now,
We
and how
talk.
these
No,
groups
I
and
don't need
shit.
to. I can talk about recent history. So let's talk about recent history because that's the
Okay.
most effective.
Nah.
The Mali
I'm thinking my
Empire,
earlier
the
point though.
Mali Empire don't have
No,
no
hold on.
effect
You going you
on
move,
today's
bro. You
politics.
too jumpy,
So tell
bro.
me
Hold
what
on.
happened to
Let's stay at.
Kwame Nkrumah.
All right, go ahead.
Tell me what happened to Kwame Nkrumah. Then you can talk
What
about
happened to
knowing
Kwame
history.
Nkrumah? What happened to Kwame Nkrumah? What happened to Kwame Nkrumah? Go ahead. Let me talk about Kwame Nkrumah and what you believe happened to Kwame Nkrumah. What do you believe happened to Kwame Nkrumah?
What I'm waiting to hear.
No, I'm asking you. What do you believe happened to Kwame Nkrumah? You mentioned his name.
Kwame Nkrumah was assassinated. Kwame
Why was he
Nkrumah was
assassinated?
assassinated.
Why was he assassinated?
Nigga wasn't
You
assassinated.
have
He
to
died
ask
from
the
some
American
illness.
government that.
Huh?
Kwame Nkrumah was.
No, you're mentioning the name, and you're mentioning like you have intimate information. Why was John F. Kennedy assassinated? Why was Kwame Nkrumah assassinated?
Why did John F. Kennedy assassinate him?
What? Yeah, no, you're talking about assassination of leaders, and I give you a prime example. You said you boldly push your chest up and said, "Oh, Pan-Africanism didn't work because Kwame Nkrumah was assassinated." Why was he assassinated? Who was Kwame Nkrumah? Let me just read names and just drop talking points. I know about Kwame Nkrumah. Talk to me. Let me step in your throat on Kwame Nkrumah now.
Stupid.
Yeah.
Stop talking for a second, bro, because you just confused the hell out of the situation. The reason I brought up Kwame Nkrumah is because he brought up the Malay Empire and what happened previous. I wasn't saying that Pan-Africanism doesn't work. You talking about the wrong person. You might have heard two different things at the same. That's why I was confused at what you were talking about. So the reason I asked him who was Kwame Nkrumah is because he wanted to go way back in time. No, talk about now and what actually
Bro,
has turned
you didn't listen to what I was
politics in
saying, bro.
Africa
You was
to what
jumping
it
so
actually
much, bro.
turned
Listen
into.
to, I think you missed what I was saying, bro. I was saying, I'm not even talking about a specific empire. I'm just saying if you understood the people groups, their dynamics, whether they was agriculturists or pastoralists, it will give you a better idea, or it'll help give you a more realistic idea as to why certain people think Pan-Africanism and you thinking these specific ethnic groups can galvanize together. They can give you historical context, or if you learn about it, it'll help you get whatever ideology you got. Just studying people groups of Africa, you can get an idea as to why a lot of these romanticized views you have is not gonna happen. That's all I was
It's not
saying.
a romanticized view. We keep calling things a romanticized view. No.
Let me read about that. Please, let me read about that. Let me read about that. Because
I'm
that's
just
a
saying, niggas'
dumbest
ideas of
statement.
Pan-African, and you don't even know the people groups in Africa and even understand
You
their
don't have
dynamics.
to know them. You don't have to know them. You don't have, and the reason why you don't have to know them, the tribes in Europe 50 years ago was killing each other, and now they're united under the EU. Would you agree or disagree with that? That the tribes in Europe has always been at
Y'all be
war
bringing up that most apple
thousands
and
of years
orange and
ago.
shit. Y'all can't
No,
stick on one point, bro.
no, because you're saying that because there are different ethnic groups, they
If
cannot
y'all are sitting
unify.
here arguing
That's
that
what you're
you
saying.
don't have to
You're
study
arguing.
past,
You're
especially
arguing
dealing with
that
African people to
different people.
understand. Go ahead, bro.
So African people can unite, but Europeans can unite. The tribes in Europe can unite after tens of thousands of years of warring. They can unite, but the tribes in Africa can't unite.
Keep dreaming. Y'all
That's
in
the
la
point
la
I
land.
brought up earlier. That's the point I brought up earlier. I told you these are some of
Y'all
the
in
defeated
fantasy
families.
land. Y'all,
Because the
it's
first thing
all
they go
emotion,
to
no
is,
logic.
oh, we
Y'all
can't
don't
do it.
understand
Even
power
though the
dynamics.
Europeans done
Y'all don't
did it,
understand none
the
of that.
Chinese done did it, the Russians done did it, but y'all niggas talking about, oh no, it's so
Yeah, y'all always
impossible.
bring up
Like
other
y'all like
people, but you
oppression,
don't even
bro.
understand the
It's
history of
weird.
Africa. But nigga give you a West African
So
quiz,
what?
you'll fail
It
that
has nothing to do. It has nothing to do with
Yeah,
with
Russians weren't
Pan-Africanism.
even part of the
This is
Berlin.
how
Russians
weird
weren't
you
even part
are.
of the
I
Berlin
don't have to
Conference,
know.
yo.
I don't have to know.
Russians
I don't
never
have to
colonized
know.
no parts of
I'm
Africa.
saying you missed the
All right, all right.
Pan-African. You the
I ain't never
Pan-African.
said
You the
anything about. I
Pan-African.
never
How the fuck
said
you a
anything.
Pan-African?
You just keep saying
No,
random shit
no.
for no reason.
I'm just saying,
You
bro. Like
These
you just
it's
saying
clear.
random shit
I
to be
see
a
the gaps.
defeatist.
I see the gaps in how you see
You
the
gonna say
world,
that
bro.
about everything
I
that
see
got
the
something to
gaps
do with
in how
black
you see
people.
the world,
You
and I
can't
just
do
don't
it right
subscribe
now,
to it, bro.
so you ain't never gonna
yeah,
be
man.
able to do it. You a fucking defeatist.
Yeah,
Like
yeah,
you
man.
can't
Okay,
have
okay.
conversations with
Why the
niggas
fuck
like
you?
you,
These
And
especially
colonizers,
not
you acting
honest
like our
conversations.
these
situation is
mentally
But you
colonized
have
you
Africa.
weirdo
you
ass
willing to just throw
thoughts.
all that away and just say let's all galvanize together. Get the fuck out of
Yeah, yeah. Because you are mentally
No,
colonized, just they
that's what I
thought that
want.
way.
So it make more exactly. You a colonized
here. Okay, bro.
thinking
Okay,
ass
okay.
nigga.
Well,
Point blank
okay.
and period.
Where you
That's
from?
why you
From
are
a
the
brother.
very type of people that you don't need to have these type of conversations with.
Look. This is what
Because
happens.
your
Look,
mind is
he
already
had
gone.
a military. He want to have this
You
military
you
thing all in
already.
his tablet,
Ain't nobody
but he
saying
don't
nothing
even.
about
He
military.
can't even have a
That's you
micro.
talking. You making up shit.
You micro thinking. You're a micro thinker,
Yeah,
but
you
Yeah.
making up shit. You're not
you
okay.
acting like
You're
you
not
missed
taking
the
it all.
military. We need to have
You already claiming defeat.
when a nigga asks you
You
a
already
simple
claiming
question
defeat.
with
You're not
power
taking it
dynamic,
all.
you get quiet.
You done
Come on,
already
bro.
failed, nigga.
You a
You sitting up
micro
here
thinker,
talking about
bro.
what you
Look,
can't
I'm
do
cool.
before you even do
You
it.
a micro thinker
What
and
you
you living
talking
in
about?
la la land, nigga.
You're
You don't
a
understand the
micro
dynamics of
thinker.
power, resources,
Tell
how
Yeah.
to
me about
do it
If
power.
he
from a
touch
Tell
down
me
on
how
real
that
negotiating.
shit
Africa,
get it.
if he
You
touch
just
down on
real
real
Tell me how
Africa,
they
ain't
analytical.
nobody
get it.
gonna be down with this shit
Tell
that
me how they get it.
he thinking.
Tell me
They ain't
how
even
it's
gonna
gonna
fuck with
get it
you.
then.
Right,
Tell me how we
man.
get it.
God,
Nigga,
God,
you don't
I want to
God.
hear
The
y'all
thing
you
macro
is,
don't
you
saying
sound
got,
how
like
we
you
get it.
God.
from where you at right now.
You gotta
Please.
stop. You gotta
Pan-African,
stop
nigga.
calling
Give me
people.
give me your macro thinking
What you talking
of
about?
how it goes. I ain't gotta stop calling
You ain't
nobody
even
nothing.
build
I'm
nothing
calling you what
here.
the fuck
Niggas
I
ain't
feel
even
you are.
building shit here, and you
Period.
want to be the fuck out of here.
Tell me how you do it then, bro.
You niggas just be
Tell me how
yapping.
to
Y'all
do
some
it.
You know,
yapping ass
talking to
Pan
a
African.
nigga like you're not
Tell me
talking
how to
to me,
do it,
bro.
bro.
I ain't got no problem with you, bro. Why you talking to me like
I'm
that?
waiting. I'm just
This
waiting
is
on y'all to
small.
tell me how to do it. Since y'all the macro thinkers and we the micro thinkers, I want you to
Whenever
tell me
somebody
how to do it.
disagree with a Pan African, they call you Sambos and
Yeah,
Yes, you
right.
are.
And why the fuck I even want
Yes,
to
you
unite with
are.
a nigga who talk to me all crazy? Like, what
I
the fuck
don't
is
want
wrong
you.
with
That's
you,
what I'm
bro?
saying. That's my point. We don't want you.
that's what I'm
Pan
saying. Y'all Pan
Africans do
Africans
not
Yeah,
want
they ain't
no
even
soft
ready. They ain't even
ass.
ready. They ain't even ready to
And
have
I
conversations
told
with some
we
real
gotta come
Africans. Yo,
together as niggas.
Yeah,
Y'all
if a
probably
nigga
even
act
touch
like,
Sorry
shoulders.
ass
you know
Y'all
how
bro,
many
probably
you
even
ain't
touch
never
times
had
shoulders
a
with
niggas,
real
real
so,
convo
Africans,
with a
bro.
real African in your
so,
life.
so, so,
A
because
bunch of weirdos
you
ain't
just
gave
want to
not
stop.
one solution.
So now
I
we
want to hear
gotta be
y'all macro
weirdos.
solution.
Hey,
Let me hear
hey,
the
I want to
solution.
actually hear the
God,
conversation though, y'all.
that's
Like,
what
can
I'm
we do one
saying.
at a
Bro,
time,
you gotta
bro?
calm down. Just calm
I'm
down, bro.
one at a time. Everybody, y'all can be passionate and yell and everything, but just one at a time. I really want to hear what everybody got to say. It's a good conversation. Come on with it, man.
I want to hear the solution. That's all.
Yeah,
I'm muting right now.
that's what we're getting to, Dot, and you're like cussing people out. We're getting to the solution because the problem is what you're talking about only creates the feel good sort of ideas. We're telling
No,
you,
stop
okay, well, if
talking
you
about the
try this,
problem. Tell me the solution. I don't want to hear y'all talk about what I'm
and so
saying.
as soon
Tell
as
me what you saying.
well, fuck it, oh boy, I'm trying not to cuss this nigga out. Listen, bro, listen. Somebody else talk. I said I wasn't cuss nobody the fuck out this week, and I ain't. Somebody else talk.
Yeah, I just don't think he know enough about Africa to be having no type of solution at all. I don't think he know enough.
Yeah,
Fetty and Gullah, right? So it seems
yeah.
like real quick, small. So
Well,
Fetty and Gullah, it seems
let
like
me ask
y'all
a
been on
question to get us back on track. Then, can I ask a neutral
real
question just
quick,
to get us
Corey.
there?
Real quick,
Go ahead,
Corey.
sir.
Real.
Go ahead.
So Fetty and Gullah, it seems like two of y'all are on the accord that the African the cultural dynamics is too disparate to kind of facilitate this sort of kind of galvanization that the Pan-Africanists are kind of dreaming of, right? So this is what I want to ask the both of y'all. Going back to Stu Pease's idea, because that's where I was going to go with it, right? The European tribes as they were, have been warned for millennia. We know that. right up until World War I and World War II, some of the most deadliest battles in history, right? At some point in time, they took a look at Africa and they said, hey, we're probably going to always have little inner scene skirmishes or whatever, but we got to kind of click up against these people, right? And they came to an agreement. Like, so for instance, they're not unified either in the kind of aspirational sense that y'all will characterize a lot of Pan-Africanists. And I kind of agree with y'all, by the way, right? So they're not unified in that kind of dream type of way. They're just unified on the one principle that, hey, we could beef, but when it comes to these niggas, we got to keep them niggas here. And you feel me? So my question is, in light of that, right? And them clicking up against us, right? My opinion on Pan-Africanism is that happening kind of made it a necessity for us to click up to one degree or another. Why do y'all feel that that clicking up on our part to counter their clicking up is so untenable for us when it was tenable for them?
Mhm. I don't know who
That's
this
Fetty or
Patah
Gunna.
dude is. He need to stop talking about DNA because you don't know shit about DNA, bro. Talking about some Neanderthals ain't human. Ain't nowhere in
Brother, did you
science
hear
that
what
fucking
I
Neanderthals that
asked,
ain't human.
bro? What the heck?
No, I wouldn't listen to you. I was reading something in the chat.
Respond to what that
It's a
man
lot of
said.
pseudo. It's a lot of pseudos in here.
Gunna,
I wasn't even
Respond
talking
to
about
what
what
that
you
man
saying,
said,
bro.
'cause you
Gunna,
want to
let me
respond to
restate
the
the
chat.
question then. Let me restate the question because we're trying to get the conversation back on track. So the question is, you know, European tribes, European countries been beefing for years. World War II, World War I, killed each other. During the Berlin Conference, they decided, hey, what? We gonna always beef. We ain't gonna never click up in the dream kind of way that we associate with Pan-Africanism. Because even to this day, Europeans didn't click tight like that in that kind of aspirational, dream-like kind of way that y'all see the Pan-Africanists, right? But what they are clicked up on is the principle like, we got to keep, fuck these niggas. No matter how much we beef, we got to make sure we stay above these niggas, right? And what I'm saying is that event in history necessitated Pan-Africanism. They're clicked up against us. That's a fact, right? And I'm sure you and Fetty won't disagree. My question is, being that that's a fact, right? And the Pan-Africanism is essentially a response to that, right? It's saying we gotta click up. We ain't got no choice. You and Fetty seem to be of the opinion that African culture and tribes and all of that are so disparate that it would make any sort of clicking up on that level kind of untenable. And I'm asking you, what about the European dynamic that made their clicking up tenable versus why you guys believe that sort of clicking up on that level is not tenable when it comes to Africa?
It wasn't a total.
Respectfully,
It wasn't a total. It wasn't a
I don't
total
even want
Europe
to
though.
make that out.
It was eight
Hold
different.
on. It's Gullah and
It was
Fetty,
8
y'all.
different countries. It was 8 particular countries. It wasn't the whole Europe though.
Well, yeah, it ain't gonna be the whole Africa. But go ahead though. That's your answer, Gullah. You got more.
I'm not even really paying attention to what you're saying. That's you and
Oh
Fetty
my God.
conversation. Okay, I ain't
All
even
right,
been here
Fetty,
that long yet.
No, I was saying I didn't even want to dive into an apples and oranges comparison like that. I just wanted to focus on Pan-Africanism and the certain things that they're not doing right now and in the past to even protect regional African tyrants from wherever they at. So that's why I'm bringing up, like, I'm asking C-Dot, do you even know the criticisms of Pan-Africanisms that has been prevalent
Nah, but
as to why
Fetty,
people
you're
feel
not
like
gonna
it's
answer my
Hold
question.
but no,
You're not even gonna answer my ask. You're just gonna go right
I
past
just
what I
said I
just
would
said
rather
to
not
last
because again, whenever I had these
time.
conversations, the Joker
See
card
that?
that everybody pulls is, well, white people did it. They always bring like another group up with a
Oh,
different, like,
Fetty, I
history and
didn't
what they did
Yeah,
and all
two
that
wrongs
stuff.
don't make a
That
right.
happens
Two
all the time.
wrongs don't make a right,
I'm
yo.
tired of that, bro. How come we?
Fetty, I didn't bring up the Joker card to trump nobody in a
Oh
conversation.
no. I'm not
I'm
saying that's
trying to
you.
have a
I'm not saying
Haskell
you.
conversation.
showing that y'all really don't have an answer. Y'all just being
No.
antagonists.
Again, no. I do
That's
have
what
an
he's
answer. I
showing.
literally
It ain't
brought
no.
up.
It
I
ain't no
literally
answer.
brought
It
up.
ain't no damn answer. It is what it
Yeah,
is. Shit, I don't
yeah.
give a fuck.
I
I
think
really don't give a
I
fuck.
Haskell,
literally,
I'm
I,
bro.
living
I
my
I
life.
think
literally
I'm
brought
living
Haskell
up
my life
African
exposed
pretty
you
good,
traditions
niggas.
of
yo.
I think
Pan-Africanism
y'all just
dealing
got
with protecting
exposed.
tyrants. Ain't nobody
Y'all
addressed
just
that.
got exposed.
Yeah, this is why I don't be
Y'all
talking.
got
Let me go back on mute. Let me go back.
Because here's the thing. Here's the thing, Chef and Fetty.
I
Fetty
think it's
and
a waste
Gullah
of
could very
time,
well
yo.
be right. Because
Yeah,
here's
this
the
shit.
thing.
Yeah,
Hold on, Gullah.
I see
Here's the
why
thing.
niggas be having these
Here's the
stupid
thing.
ass
Gullah
conversations.
made
Shut it
a
down. Let me go
point,
back on
right?
mute.
Eddie, hold on, bro, because you ain't want to talk. So listen, Gullah made a good point, right? He made a point that the nations that were involved in the Berlin Conference were only 8. So what I'm gleaning from that is that possibly Africa is way more diverse, way more divided, way more
Why you gotta
disparate
bring
than
up their
those.
history? It
Hold
goes back to the point of bringing up history and bringing up certain ethnic groups that have had. All right, go
Fetty,
ahead.
I'm in the middle of talking, dog. You literally
Go
just
ahead. Go ahead.
talked right over me, bro.
I'm up there. Go
So
ahead, bro.
Gullah made what I think is an excellent point, right? Y'all got to understand. I can't speak for nobody else on this panel, but for me, when I have these conversations, I don't have any emotional investment. I'm trying to refine ideas that are in my head, right, and getting some perspective from some people who see it opposite that I do, to where possibly I could refine my thinking. Maybe I'm not looking at this all the way around. You feel me? It's to be instructional and educative, right? So when I ask Gullah, and I asked on 2 separate occasions, my nigga, how you see this, da 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 da, and a nigga blow me off like, nigga, I ain't even listening to you. That's how the discussions get out of hand and niggas get to cussing each other out. I'm trying to really
That's
feel
not
where
a
y'all
good way to
coming
have
from.
a conversation, Haskell. I agree 100%. That's not a good way to have a conversation.
Yeah, I'm trying to learn, bro. Like, so is
I like the way you
position
put
that
that too. You put it better than just trying to learn. Like, right? You trying to get a different opinion so that maybe you can adjust your thought process. You know what I'm saying?
right? Because a
I
lot
really
of
like that.
times
But keep going. Keep going.
you can have some shit in your head perfectly worked out, and a nigga put a perspective in your head, and you never even consider. You like, damn. Okay, I gotta rework this whole shit. So when Gullah said that it was really only 8 nations, right? What my question is, what about that dynamic that made it possible for them to kind of click up in that way, where you don't see it as being necessarily as plausible in Africa? It's not trying to one up nobody or none of that, Fetty.
No,
And it's not an
I'm saying I
apples to
wanted
orange.
to prevent comparing and contrasting 2 different situations and people that had 2 different. So that's why I want to focus on the group that we're talking about. I want it because, again, every time I had these conversations, it reminds me of like a kid that get caught doing something, and they said, "Well, such and such, Tommy did it too." And so it's like,
No. But
wait.
remember, the point is,
I
go ahead.
want, again, hold on. The reason why me and Gullah brought up like the history aspect and why it's important to know like just the people groups of Africa, the cultural ideas that was all of that. I'm saying as a Pan-African, I would think that you would already know these things because you would have an idea of using past situations and using it in modern times. But y'all saying learning about the history and the people don't matter at all. I'm like, hold on. How the fuck you a Pan-African want people to get
Well,
you don't even understand what people
said that. That was Stu P said that. But
Let me finish. Let me talk.
Go ahead,
No,
Stu P.
it is true. It is true that the historical aspect of a people plays an important part in their judgment. Nobody can deny that, right? But if we're arguing today that we're in the enlightened age, that knowledge is freely available, most of these people realize that, most of the people, the sub-Saharan Africans, realize that they have one thing in common. And what's that one thing they all had in common? That they were colonized.
I said that earlier. I said that.
Right?
I said it's
No,
basically black
let
people who
me
said we
finish.
need to galvanize and go at the oppressor, aka
Let me finish.
bang on the beat.
Let me finish.
Go ahead.
Realize that they have been colonized. No, you can be colonized and don't find it necessarily to bang on the beats. To build, you realize that individually you were not strong enough. Eli Matalan, and I'm going to use that name, Eli Matalan, and I'm not using whataboutism, because comparing and contrasting in a conversation is not about whataboutism.
It's necessary. You can't have conversations without comparing and contrasting. It's impossible.
You cannot have a conversation.
I agree, but you got to go through a methodology before you even get to the extra stuff. That's all I'm saying.
Hey, Fetty, let him finish, Fetty.
All right. Comparing and contrasting is never about whataboutism, because if you use an example and that example is relevant to the situation, that's not about whataboutism. Whataboutism is what Shakira did to her boyfriend. What about him? Shouldn't he get arrested too? without any justification. So I don't argue whataboutism. I argue examples. Now somebody will say, oh, there was only 8 countries in the Berlin Conference. But these were 8 countries who were fighting for a millennium. These African countries had little contact with each other before the European. They had not the communication skills in terms of what we think of today. They had contact with trades and all of that, but not to the extent of what the Europeans had with each other. Now, this is what I'm saying. When we look at Pan-Africanism, it's not a magic bullet. It's a realization that it's the original Me Too movement, that is the original Black Lives movement without the corruption of the same-sex couple. It is saying to Black people that, listen, you are relevant. You are historically great people. Don't let anybody else tell you about yourself. It's not a savior complex. Nobody's not looking for anybody to come to save them. It is saying
So
that,
you don't see any. So there are no practical objectives then in
yeah,
your
no,
idea
no.
of it.
I'm saying that they're practical objective, because once you start realizing who you are and realizing that there is strength in numbers and realizing that if we're unified, we'd be a stronger group, it will work out better. But there's no short term. There's no short term. It's a long-term plan. It's not a today plan where this thing goes in place today and tomorrow everything is okay. Life don't work like that, but everybody expect immediate solution to outstanding problems. And life don't work like that. Rome wasn't built in a day. But we Africans expect that because we unite, we're going to be straight. Where's our infrastructure? Where's our knowledge base? We still depend significantly upon the Europeans for the simplest of matters. It's going to take time. It took China 50, if you look at pictures of China 50 years ago and look at them today, there's a
They
whole
got a
totally
jump
different
start.
country.
They got a jump start from the West, a huge jump start.
And right.
It
So
was a
when people,
finesse though. Like the whole point is that, like the way that everybody got their come up, they figured it out. They got together, and the people usually push. 9 times out of 10, most of these countries that actually decided to do what they were gonna do, like specifically China, those people struggled to get to where they are as a country now, as a superpower. So it's
it's,
not like it seems with just a whole bunch of, hey, y'all, everything's going to just be beautiful. No, that's not the idea of Pan Africanism. The idea of Pan Africanism is for Black people to get together, work together in order to improve Black people. So whatever idea you can come up with that will positively affect Black people will be something that will be greatly due to Pan Africanism. It's something that you can credit Pan Africanism for anytime Black people do something in order to benefit other Black people, because that is ultimately the goal. It's not just about repatriotism. It's not about having to move over there, none of that type of stuff. It's about Black people being able to work together in America, like
yes,
everywhere.
anywhere in
It's
the
a
world, in
diasporic
Brazil, in
goal,
America, in Jamaica, in CARICOM, in
right?
anywhere.
Everywhere.
It's not
Black
a
people
magic
need to be
bullet.
able
But
to
when people
work
come and say
together to
Pan-Africanism
figure it
don't
out.
work, it was never a magic bullet.
So you feel if any Black person doesn't want to subscribe to Pan-Africanism, you look at them as a traitor.
I look
See
at
that?
them suspect. I look at them suspect.
You
I
look at them
don't
as
Yeah,
look
and I
at
don't
traitors.
look
See
at you
that?
as a
They
traitor.
they
I
didn't
just
want
I
to
don't,
look at
just
them
focus on their
suspect
I
family
don't,
and community, right? And
I don't view you as,
because
as go
go
ahead.
ahead.
you have micro Pan-Africanism and you have macro Pan-Africanism. So any
You just
black
said
person
everybody that's
who
See,
black.
narrow,
it
Everybody
seems
that's
like when you talk to
everybody
Pan
that's classified
Africans
as
and you
black
don't
ain't
agree with them, they
everybody
call
that's
you a
classified as
Pan
black ain't African though. Everybody classified as black ain't African, ain't all African though.
say the Dr. York argument again.
So
See how
then,
you
Yeah,
come in here.
No,
yeah, I see
Cannot,
ain't
it
no
that
damn
what
way.
are
you
you
Dr.
talking
cannot
about?
No, what
overcome
What
it.
does that
I'm
have
just
to
trying to
do with
figure
You
out
cannot
anything?
what you
overcome
talking
it.
about, bro.
You cannot
But who
overcome
said
it.
anything
You
about
Brother
that
said
cannot
though? Who
black
overcome
said
it.
people
that?
ain't
You're
being
not going to
Yes,
treated.
he
know it.
did.
You cannot
He said
overcome it.
worldwide black people. Everybody is black ain't fucking African. Just
The
they just fucking flex. Fuck
African
Dr. York.
diasporan. The African diaspora. I've been saying it all day, bro. Like, how do you get that
I ain't been on her. I
me
ain't
when I
been on
say
her all
black
day.
people? I'm talking
I ain't
about
been on her
the
all day.
African
I make
diaspora.
30,000 an hour. I ain't been here all day, yo.
Well, that's what I'm talking about, dude. So now you well aware.
But
I'm
then
just
don't make no
saying,
sense of
if you consider
Right,
people,
but
if
that,
you consider black people in Asia, them people ain't African.
Yeah, but Gully, you
Okay,
can't
then
just
we
jump
ain't
in
talking about them
randomly to
then.
the conversation, not following the conversation,
And
brother.
they ain't no African diaspora
Right.
either.
If you ain't following the conversation, then why are you jumping in with a whole bunch of like you direct to it loud with it?
People saying a lot of shit they don't make some trying to figure this shit out. A lot of people saying shit don't make fucking sense.
It don't make sense because you're not following the conversation, girl. You brought up a point that would have easily been answered if you was listening.
Man, ain't nobody. I don't think nobody got no answers any fucking way. Y'all just talking.
You don't want to hear. That's what it is. You just don't want to hear. So why do you even engage in these conversations? You don't want to hear.
Nah.
You know, because it actually want to have a conversation.
We all
What we got
idiots and we
somebody-
need to go out to a Gullah and learn. We got a Gullah. We got to go make your 30,000 a day or whatever it is that you're making, bro. We got
One
you,
mic.
dog.
One mic, bro. This shit sound crazy live. One mic.
Yeah,
Go
I'm
ahead,
saying. I
Go
just
ahead.
represent Niger. I represent Niger Congo people. I don't represent the whole fucking continent. Yo.
Go ahead, Haskell. What's up, bro?
Represent a language group that was made by Joseph Greenberg. Sounds fucking stupid, but go ahead.
Right.
No, it ain't. No, when it's no group name, man. I'm fucking Joseph Greenberg. It's a fucking culture of people that speak a common language, a common culture. Get the fuck out of here, goof ass nigga.
Hey, let's have some emotional intelligence along with all this other intelligence too. Let's chill out for a second. All right, so who was talking? I just got
This
back.
shit gonna be like this shit finna be like motherfucking artists. It's gonna be like Jonathan Owens fucking channel in a minute.
Gullah. When
All
I
this pseudo shit on here.
What you talking about, bro? Why are you doing that?
Hold on. So Niger Congo is what Gullah would like to advocate for, right, Gullah?
But when he said
Moron.
Niger Congo, he's saying the same thing I said. I said sub-Saharan Africans. Sub-Saharan Africans are Niger Congo. He does not like the term sub-Saharan Africans, so he's going to use
it's
Niger.
one of them. I'm just saying that's one of them. Sub-Saharan Africa is diverse. Nilo's areas ain't Niger Congo people.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Certain Ethiopian groups ain't Niger Congo people. Like Niger Congo people are us. People that speak Niger, the languages that are called Niger.
The Ethiopians said they're not black. Why are we trying to own people
That's my
not
point.
black?
Yeah, that's my point.
I'm not trying to own people who don't say they're black. If you say you're not black, I'm not owning you. I don't own the Ethiopians or the Eritreans because if you ask them to tell you that they're not black, they have more affinity to the Eurasians.
Wait a second. You explain. Wait. Now I'm confused.
Sound like me, stupid. Sound like you.
When it's crazy to me because the African Union, the African Union is in Addis Ababa. This whole conversation is fucking crazy to me.
But no, they don't say that they're not African. They say they're not black.
That's why you said an African Union.
They never said that they're not Africans. They said they're not black.
No, they deny their Africanity too. A lot of them do.
No, they don't.
A lot of them do.
Yeah, a lot of them do. A lot of them do. A lot of them do, bro. Yes, they do. I dated one for fucking 3 years. A lot of them do, yo.
So why you bring up Ethiopians then? Why you brought them up? They're not in the conversation. Don't bring up people that are not in the conversation.
Hey, Stu Peas, would you agree that not all Ethiopians feel that way though?
No,
yeah, all of them feel that. Yeah, all of them. It's a nuance.
But the majority of them feel that way.
No, Brass, but the majority of them do, though, Brass. The majority of them do. Not all. Every time we talking, I hate it when people say, "Now, are you saying all?" Nobody.
I don't know.
But that's a general statement, bro. Most of them do.
But Corey, here's my thing. When I'm having these conversations, understand I'm being genuine. I'm trying to. I don't even know that it's a majority, so I like to get into how much, because I wouldn't want 60% to speak for the entire 100 is what I'm saying. So if you're saying it's 95, then okay. But I don't know that. I'm learning as y'all talk.
Right now, though, 60% is an overwhelming vast majority, just to let you know that.
Right, but then 40% is hold on, but 40% is a lot to just throw a jacket on too, though. 40, like if this is like, because
even if it was 40, even if it was 40%, which it probably is not, right? They all just they don't speak against that, right? They don't speak against the demagoguery.
Okay. So they don't accept
they go right along with the demagoguery.
Okay. then that makes sense to me. If you like, for example, you know why I say that? Because similar to us, I hate to bring it to America, but that would be like saying, well, 55% of people support Trump, and 45. That means well, they all do, but then the 45% don't, and they actually speak against it. So I understand against Trump per se, the other side. So if you're saying that it's 60, let's say it's 60-70% that believe would deny blackness per se. But then if it's 30-40 left and they don't actually try to fight that shit or put up no kind of effort towards it, then I have no problem saying the majority because they ain't doing nothing about it. It ain't like they fighting for it. I don't know why we would be fighting for it if they not fighting for it.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. You
And
have
then
to
too, and
understand
then
this.
too, and
Right.
then
It's
too,
just
why you
like
saying that? And then while people
white
talking
person
about
back in
turn their
slavery
green
that
bird,
didn't
man,
say nothing about it.
I can argue the same thing
One mic.
about claiming identity some motherfucker gave you in the 1600s, nigga.
That's fair.
All right. This is some brass, right?
That's
We have
fair.
to take this. Let me say this. This is something that we have to take into consideration, brass. We
Yeah.
have many countries, many people in America who appears to be black and who will not deny blackness because the hiding is a camouflage to them. Think about the Dominicans. They deny the blackness, but they come to America and they're in New York and they camouflage themselves among black people for protection. The Indians and the Chinese who come here, you don't see them outside, but because they camouflage and they're hiding themselves amongst a minority. I'm not talking about those people.
But now,
When we talk about Pan-Africans, we're not talking about those people. So when Gullah brought them
I
up
don't
in
know what you're
conversation,
talking about. Hold on, Stu, because I want to move forward with some clarity because I don't know what you're talking about right now. So could you explain what you mean by they're hiding amongst us? I mean, maybe other people get it. I don't get what you mean when you're saying.
Okay, all right. The Dominicans will tell you that they're not black. Dominica from Hispaniola will tell you that me not black.
Dominicans? You talking about Dominicans? Not all Dominicans ain't like that though, yo.
No, we don't mean all like that.
Oh
but
God!
in New York,
Corey just explained that, dude. Don't you learn in school?
He was very specific. Hold on, wait. Hold on. He was very specific, bro. Hold on, Stu. Why you get upset, bro?
Questioning intelligence now. Go questioning intelligence.
No, he's
because
not.
Corey
Bro,
just explained that.
They
y'all want to have a
help it on the
Monday
internet, Stupid. It's something about the internet that make them ask these questions. It's like 10 internet questions, right? And
Nah, but Brass, you gotta admit that was silly, especially after what Corey just said. Like,
what do you mean?
It's just silly.
No. But in New York, I will say this. Hey, hold on. Stupid, stay right there. Just hold on. But in New York City, though, Haskell, honestly, Dominicans don't consider themselves black. This is not me. He's not saying nothing wrong when he's saying that. Like I don't know what y'all. I don't know what y'all.
Agree with us. That's what Stupid's saying.
But hold on, but Gullah countered that with the inane talking point of not all, and I'm saying that is silly. But go ahead, Stu. Let Stu finish his point.
Okay, go ahead, Stu.
Let me get back on track, please. Okay.
Shit,
So
this nigga shit don't claim that they black though. Shit, this niggas that claim they Indian, all type of other shit.
See?
Oh God. Please go ahead.
I sense the storm coming. Chef, the storm is coming. I feel it.
I just think the whole shit is a fucked up. Is a ship designed to fucking sink.
You have been in the conscious community too long, Gullah. Gullah, you need to cleanse your soul in the river.
Just go ahead and argue with Gullah.
I'm actually not in the conscious community. I'm a
regular. Somebody in the conscious community.
I just want to ask one question to Gullah. Gullah, what are your remedies? Because all you come with is old defeatist ass attitude since you got up here. Won't nothing work according to Gullah.
I don't even know you. Hey, blood, I don't even know you. I don't know you saying my name. I never even heard of you.
You was just talking to me earlier, bro. Now you don't know me. Like, all right, bro.
I don't, but you talking to me like you know me. Like I just talking to the conversation. You said I always this and that. I don't even know. This is my first time being in the room.
I said, since you
Hey,
came into this conversation,
Let's
and I'm
go.
not talking
Let's
about
go.
flowing,
Hey,
ask you a
I'm not
simple
saying we
question.
got to be
What
extra
is
nice.
your
Let's show
solution?
C-Dot hospitality here, y'all.
hold on, C-Dot. Hold on, C-Dot. Hold on,
Let's
Corey.
show
Hold on,
C-Dot
C-Dot.
some hospitality
I'm gonna mute
just
back
for
out.
the rest of the week.
No,
Now,
just mute
next
out.
week,
Everybody mute
we
out for a second.
get in
Everybody
his
mute out
ass
for a second.
next week. Pause.
Corey, hold on, Corey. Just pause. Real quick. We can have a great conversation, bro, but one mic. That's it. Just somebody humble the fuck out, respect your brother, and just humble out and let everybody finish their shit for y'all keep talking. So C-Dot, ask your question to Gullah. And then Gullah answer. And then try to do it that way. I don't want to mute people, but I'm probably
Nah, but Brad, he done let the man know he not interested in talking to him. So C-Dot just need to leave him.
All right, then C-Dot, just don't talk to him. I just got here. I thought somebody was moderating the conversation. I just got here. Go ahead.
And
right,
be super tough on these.
I want you guys to show C-Dot hospitality. Just until the end of the
Yeah, you a nigga that like to wear costumes and shit,
nigga. Treat him like me on Friday. But right now, let's give him some hospitality.
These niggas like to cosplay. These niggas like to play. These niggas like to be cosplay and role playing shit.
You want to beef? I ain't here for that, bro. If you ain't trying to have a conversation, then I don't get why we.
I wasn't even talking to you. I wasn't even talking to you. I'm talking to fucking. I wasn't talking to you. I was getting my get back on hat.
Brother, is there a solution that you can bring forward?
Y'all two just don't talk. But no. He don't want to talk to you, bro.
I don't have a problem with. Oh, okay, all right. Well,
yeah. He just don't want to talk to you. But what's your question? Just ask me the question so I can get an idea. Maybe somebody else.
My question are the solutions for the people who are defeated, who saying won't nothing work. Don't nothing work. Ain't nothing gonna work. Ain't nothing never gonna work. We just gonna be in the position we in just because it ain't gonna work. What's the solution? Does anybody have a solution, or is it just the defeatist talk? Like nothing works.
No, I think we're discussing Pan-Africanism, and I think I agree with you in that sense of anytime you're actually trying to. I have a different conversation. Anytime somebody's trying to get somewhere as a group, when we're doing the we and the us conversation, I would always think somebody could present something that can move the group forward. But right now is more of a dispute at Pan-Africanism. But I would say the same thing about FBA. I would say the same thing about any of that stuff. I think we need to work on the we and the us first. Who is the we and the us? If it's all of us, then great. But I think that's the overall issue, kind of like the question I asked you earlier. I stepped away for about an hour and a half, but it was kind of like the question I asked you earlier. Which version of the Pan-Africanism everybody was talking about? Because we could say that the OAU or the AU is not Pan-Africanism, but that would be kind of crazy because they're trying to do that. Then you got Ibrahim and the different people that are doing their version of Pan-Africanism. Then you got the people here doing their version of Pan-Africanism. And then y'all don't want to accept him. He might be the bastard stepchild at this point. But then Umar, he has a following. So he's doing a different version of Pan-Africanism. So with all these, it's funny that the theme in and around Pan-Africanism to me, or not funny, it's ironic that it's unity when you could look at different parts of the world and see all these different versions going on, but the theme is somehow unity. So my question to you would hold on real quick. I'm just gonna ask a question and dip out. Somebody else got to moderate because I'm out and about. The question
as soon as I answer this, I'm gonna be out too. I'm at work, so I just want to be quick with it. That's why I'm trying to get you to give me the question.
No problem. I'm right here. So then my question is just always, I'd like to at least get, like, what Pan-Africanism are you yourself talking about? Because it might not be the overall agreed upon Pan-Africanism that everybody's talking about.
I got you, brother. There is no uniform version of Pan-Africanism because Pan-Africanism is an ideology. So there are different formats for which people proceed in order to practice the ideology. As I've already explained, the practice of helping Black people progress is the ideology of Pan-Africanism, whether that be finances, whether that be creating businesses, whether that be, education, with all of these different formats are practices of Pan-Africanism. So there is no specific way that you have to go about practicing it as long as whatever your way is benefits black people throughout the diaspora. That's it.
Amen.
Well,
Amen.
then I guess I
Amen.
guess as far as your definition goes, see that I would be a Pan African then. Like,
Yes.
That's
yeah,
what
That's
it
what
is.
I
I
was
would,
saying
Yes.
earlier.
I
It's
would
a
be a
hundred
Pan
What
different
y'all
African then.
I
Yes.
don't
One
understand
mic.
y'all problem
Like,
with Pan
It's
Damn,
a
y'all
Africanism.
hundred
motherfuckers,
different
I
y'all
don't
versions.
one
understand
mic.
that.
God damn, one
Just,
mic.
I'm sorry.
just the thing.
I'm
The
sorry, my
thing.
bad.
The
Yeah,
thing
go
with
ahead.
me, I can't. Like, I think it's like for me, I think it's a big false group of hope because you can't do all that shit. You gotta stop all these young niggas blowing each other down first for anything. I can't. You can't stop
That,
that shit. I
that's
don't
your
want to hear
job,
about
right?
talk shit. I don't want to hear
Is
about
that your
talking about
job or
shit
not?
until these niggas
Or do you want to
You don't want
do
to
you
hear
want to do
some
something
shit.
about it,
these
or
niggas
you
put
just
these
want to complain about it?
put these switches down, yo. Ain't
Okay,
nobody
cool,
ain't
man.
my
Do you want
job.
to do
Shit.
something about it? It
Well,
ain't
you
your job.
can't do
So
nothing
The
why
about
are
it.
power
you in the
You can't.
conversation?
Yeah,
That's what
y'all
I don't be understanding, brother.
You
You'll
can't do
sit
nothing
here and
about
talk
it, bro.
about
So,
what other people need to do, but you not willing to step up and do nothing about it. If you got a problem with young brothers having switches, go out there and teach them how to shoot. Teach them how to respect guns. Teach them how to actually unify with each other instead of banging against each other.
man,
That's the
I
only
do.
thing
Well,
you
what if
I
you
can
only
got
want to
do.
my own.
focus on African
Okay,
Americans?
then.
I
What if
got
you
my
only
own niggas I got my own young niggas that listen to me, bro. But you can't tell it to
Okay,
everybody, bro.
then. So, okay,
That's what I'm
so
saying,
that's what
bro.
I'm saying.
Motherfucker,
So why
you
are you
can't. You
trying to
only so
hold
much
that
you can
against Pan
do. It's only
Africans?
so much you can do,
If
bro.
you
I'm talking
So
about
why are
shit
you
that go
trying to
back
hold
fucking.
that against
I'm
Pan
talking about beefs
Africans?
that go back 30 years. They don't even know why they beefing, bro.
Why
What the
are
fuck you
you
talking about?
holding that against Pan
Tribalism.
Africanism?
That's just tribalism, nigga. Because
You see, you
I'm just
just
thinking
wanna
that,
you just
yeah, just
wanna
because
be
it's
upset,
no, I
bro.
just think
Because when I ask you
no, I
about
just think
solutions,
no, just think
then
it's
you
a
say I don't
it's
give a
a
fuck. I don't
ain't
care about
nobody
none of that.
waiting on their chest.
Anytime
Just
I
yeah,
ask you
cause
about a
it's
solution for a
yeah, nigga,
problem that you claim you
get
got,
your money
you
and get
claim you
yours,
don't
nigga. That's
care.
all I'm
So why
saying,
are
nigga.
you even in a discussion? I already know what you're
Yeah,
saying, and what you're
well,
saying is nothing because you're not willing to do
blow,
nothing
yeah,
in
yeah.
order to
Keep talking
improve
till you
nothing.
pass out, nigga. Keep wasting your time.
I'm not gonna. I promise you, I'm about to get off this, especially with you, because you not talking about nothing. You just complaining and crying and bitching and moaning.
Ain't
You
nobody
did
complaining.
not come
Ain't
up with a
nobody
solution
complaining. I just think
for
no, ain't
nothing.
nobody
You are
complaining, bro.
complaining. That's
I'm
why you
not, bro.
telling young niggas with
Bro. I'm
switches.
not in that
You scared
circus.
to get
I'm
out
not
there
in
with
that
them.
circus you in,
Oh,
bro.
it's been a
I'm not in
4-year
the
beef.
circus you
Niggas
in.
stop
You don't have to
making
talk to me.
excuses
You
and
don't
get
gotta
your
talk
ass
to me
out there.
somebody
Making
motherfucking
excuses and get your
solutions
ass
and
out
all this
there.
bullshit, bro.
Period.
Fuck
If you
out of
ain't
here.
willing to do that, nigga, you just bitching and moaning
Well,
and crying.
this ain't Sinetta. This ain't Sinetta channel I'm on. We in brass
Care nothing about that,
cigar
bro.
room. We
Talking
in the
about
cigar
you.
room, nigga.
About you.
We in the cigar
But I
room.
holler at y'all, man. Y'all be good. I'm about to
I see that. I
handle
hit you
business,
later.
man.
I hit you
Y'all have
later,
a good
see
one,
that.
man.
Hey man,
Holler.
y'all, I need security in Brass Cigar Room at this point.
Can
I had to get
can
some
I say
fucking
something now?
security. Yeah, go ahead, bro.
Can I say something? I agree with C that Pan-Africanism is not an exact science. It's an approach to solve identifiable problems. Pan-Africanism can exist on a micro level, as I said earlier, and as on a macro level. Now, Gola just said he's helping the youths in his community. Now, if Gola came with a system that works for his group dynamic and decide to export it to other cities in hopes that it can work also, that's a form of Pan-Africanism because it's helping black people. No, whether we want to call ourselves Africans or we don't want to call ourselves Africans, or you want to call yourself FBA, or you want to call yourself ADOS, once you identify as black and you can develop a system to help other black people, you don't want to call it Pan-Africanism, I don't have a problem with it. But at the root, it is Pan-Africanism. That is what Pan-Africanism is about. It's
Can I say
about
something to you,
helping
Stu
black
T?
people. Yes.
All right, so Stu, I think it's I wish C Dot was still here. I wasn't
Yeah,
participating
because
earlier, but
I
it
don't even
seems
want.
like
I don't even have the heart to tell
it
that.
seems like y'all copping out on the low.
Yeah, he's like he was talking to me
Hold
like I
on,
don't like
bro.
when them niggas be talking to people like they talking to somebody they've been talking to for a long time. He told me I'm crying and complaining. You just start talking to me today. I ain't complaining and cry about nothing. Nigga, I just made a
We'll move
statement.
on from that.
I'm
We'll
telling me
move
I'm
on
crying and
from that.
complaining because
Be
the
a
10
duck,
other niggas that you
man.
would argue with was crying and complaining. They ain't got nothing to do with me.
What you saying, no, Brass?
I don't be on Sotnet and all them pseudo ass channels and shit. I'm a regular nigga that work and go to work and shit, live a regular motherfucker life. I just shit. I'm talking common as a regular black nigga in fucking America.
So what I was saying is it seems like that's a bit of a cop out to me, Stu Peas. Now I know that sounds inflammatory, but every
No,
time I
doesn't.
ask somebody about Pan-Africanism and I start getting to the root of it, I hear things like I bring up the African Union, right? Now the African Union, then they start telling me that that's not Pan-Africanism, which is hilarious to me. But okay, I get whatever. That's fine. It is the people in America telling me that the African Union, formerly the OAU, somehow
Hey,
isn't
bro,
Pan-Africanism. But I
it's
just
kind. Hey, bro,
sometimes I'll stop.
to
Yeah,
kind of
but
give you.
sometimes I'll stop
Hey,
talking.
hey,
I'll stop
Brad,
listening when people say that.
Brad,
Go
an
ahead.
Bruh,
American analog would be the NAACP. A lot of people, a lot of American people will tell you them ain't for no, they ain't for no black folk, no matter
No,
what the
I'm
name
not.
of the organization.
I'm not. Hey, I'm not disagreeing with you. See, that's
I know,
see.
but I'm
The thing
saying,
is,
Brad,
because I
I'm
don't
saying,
cap
Brad,
like that. Go
no,
ahead.
no, Brad. What I'm saying is it's the same concept. When people say the AU isn't about that, you get
Yeah,
it?
but I don't get it. But because the AU is literally Pan Africanism.
Pan Africanism.
Like it's
Like,
literally like
how
if
do
you
you
look
fuck
at
that?
what
That's
they're
the
trying to do,
definition.
it's
Like,
the
what do you?
definition of what they're trying to. They are practicing Pan Africanism, trying to bring the African country together. Pan Africanism, like they're
Like,
literally
what are we
practicing
talking
Pan
about?
Africanism. So hold
yeah,
on. But my point, Haskell, before it gets lost, is like even when they practice Pan Africanism, a lot of people don't know only African countries can vote. Haiti's applied, other places have applied. They'll let you watch, they'll let you sit, but you can't vote with them. So they're doing Pan Africanism.
No, but it's not.
Then
It's not Pan. Brad, do you know that the ambassador for Ethiopia doesn't even identify as African,
that's
and he
his
goes
choice.
out of
I'm
it?
talking about the AU,
Hold,
what they're trying to do.
no. Hold on. This is what I'm saying.
Okay.
Like Gullah brought up earlier, the center is in Addis Ababa, in a country
Okay.
that don't even, a lot of them, particularly the ruling class, they don't even identify with the idea of even being African like that.
Okay.
So I'm
And
saying, so what?
they're still trying to practice like no matter what you're saying, so you're saying that the AU is not practicing Pan-Africanism. Is that your statement? I just want to be clear before you go forward. Is that the statement? Are you sure you
No,
want to make the African Union is not practicing Pan-Africanism?
not in the way that not in the way that you hear people like me and Stu are talking about. Like when you,
Perfect. No, perfect. No, perfect.
Yeah, I think they
And
identify
that's
being African. They don't identify being like black Africans and shit.
can I answer that question, Brass? Can I
yeah,
answer that
shortly because
question?
I want to finish my point. But go ahead.
You are right. The AU is an organization of African nations. It was never built on Pan-Africanism. Pan
Okay.
mean worldwide, pandemic. Pan mean worldwide.
Okay.
It was to solve African problem within Africa. When if we go back in history, let's look at Garvey, because Garvey was a major catalyst for the idea of Pan-Africanism, although he has never stepped foot in Africa.
Mm-hmm.
Right? If you look at the UNIA flag, the red, black, and green, if you look at many African countries, they may not have the red, but they have the black and the green. We can find that were directly influenced by the Garvey flag. If we look at the time period and the history, right? No, when we look at what the objective of the AU is, it was not Pan-African objective. You have Pan-African leaders who were in it at the beginning. No, not because we're saying it's like saying an organization based somewhere have to have the ideals that we want them to have. Other countries now. We'll look at Abraham Traore. He's starting his little thing and he's pulling ideals from other people from other period of time. It's starting small. There's no universal definition for Pan-Africanism. And there's no universal definition for communism. Every country who had it, practice it their own way. Capitalism, every country who has it, practice it its own way. Pan-Africanism is an early institution. I don't think it's even, right? It's early, it's young, it's growing pain, it's teething pain. is people have to recognize that what they want and who they believe they are. Right? It's not an immediate solution to any problem. Panafricanism cannot solve any problem because most of the countries where black people reside is not in control of the land, the labor, the capital. They're not in control of the factors of production. But we might want to say, oh, that's not true. But the factors of production, land, labor, and capital, is easily influenced by outside forces.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Where they want to be religious, because I'm going to segue for a second. Any black man who call himself an Arab suffering from Stockholm syndrome. Any black man who's Arab is suffering from Stockholm syndrome. Persian tell us that black is ugly. That's the first thing the Persian tell you. 1,000 years ago when the Persian went to India was majority dark-skinned people. And the Persian told him that them ugly because they were enslaving people in Africa. So when the Arab come on this thing and start to question Pan-Africanism, I have to ask where his allegiance lie. Is it with the Arab or is it with black people?
But Stupides, I don't want to hijack my point though. My point is,
I just want to control that.
No, I got that. But my point is with Pan-Africanism, when people, you could go into a room of 30 Pan-Africanists and get 30 different versions.
Yes.
And somehow we're all supposed to end up, all black people in the diaspora, we're all supposed to end up under this one thing that 30 people can't agree with. Like, for example, y'all been letting...
Brass, that don't stop you from being a Christian, though.
No, it doesn't.
Don't stop you from being a Christian.
But I'd love to do the whataboutism. I'd love to do the whataboutism.
No, that's not whataboutism. That's not whataboutism. That's not whataboutism.
I would love to do the whataboutism with Christianity.
Diversity works.
I agree.
Diversity works.
I agree.
Diversity works.
A lot of times, y'all know, if you keep saying it, people will hear you. But what I'm saying to you, Chef, and Stu Peas, I'm not going to get off on my point because y'all bring up Jesus Christ. That's another fallacy. When you do that?
Diversity works.
I know, not in this case.
It does.
Because for example, hold on.
Unify under the
fuck on.
Whoa, what's wrong with
you? Let me finish my fucking sentence first.
Go ahead.
My point is, it doesn't work in this particular case. Because what C-Dot described was just very fucking simply black people helping other black people. That's all he described. When he said what fucking Gullah was doing and what he's doing and what this person is doing, that's just people, black people helping people. It ain't Pan-Africanism. It's black people.
It is.
It's black
people. You don't want to see what it is.
When Gullah helps other people in his neighborhood, we talking about the gun education and this, that, and the other. You can call it Pan-Africanism if you like. It's just black people helping people. Pan-Africanism is very specific.
People,
Black Pan-Africanism is some specific shit that y'all can't agree on. And when Umar Johnson was fucking people over with these schools that don't fucking exist, and Cyrus Sutin said he was running around here saying his version of Pan-Africanism is AR-15s, and you got to get these crackers in order. And then you got Ibrahim doing his whatever the hell he doing over there in Africa. You got it's so many different.
Don't be lying on Cyrus Sutin.
Yeah, whatever. Well, we had to let you know he was up there with guns saying you got to get these motherfuckers in order. So what I'm saying, Stu Peas, is that when you trying to say, our question to you would always be, if we just saying black people helping people, that ain't just Pan-Africanism. That might be something in the thought. But if I just go help my brother, that's just a black person helping another black person. But if you gonna say Pan-Africanism is a thing, we know that, right? It's it's like it has to be one thing if we're all gonna unify underneath it, right? Wouldn't that make sense?
Brass, at the core, all Pan-Africanism is that don't be a mean Negro, be a we Negro. look out the door and realize that you are your brother's keeper. At the simplest core, that is what Pan-Africanism is. It is not this complicated thing that you want it to be.
So
And
you
that's what
don't.
misunderstanding.
No.
You want it to be more
What's the
complex and
definition? What's the
complicated.
definition of Pan-Africanism, Steve?
Yeah. One.
At its
I just got
fundamental
one.
core, it's black people looking out for other
No,
black
not
people.
the core. I don't want your version. There's a
What
there
the-
is a
what-
pan. No. There's a definition.
There is none.
For
There is none.
Pan-Africanism. There is
There is
no
none.
definition for Pan-Africanism.
There's none. There
Okay.
is none.
I'll go find it.
Everybody find their own way. That GTP might tell you something, but
No,
when
I'm gonna
Marcus
just go to
Garvey
the
was on King
dictionary. It's a
Street,
word. I'm gonna just
when
go
Marcus
to the dictionary.
Garvey,
It's a word.
I mean worldwide
Who was
Africans,
a scammer, and he was a scammer. He scammed black people.
worldwide Africans.
Okay, but he scammed black people. Marcus Garvey. If we're gonna bring up Marcus Garvey, he scammed black people. We can accept that.
Cause I ain't fucking with nobody just because of color of their skin, yo. Like some people
I
sick.
fuck
It's
black
sick
people and
motherfuckers.
cut off
It's
them.
some sick ass people out here, bro. It's some sick ass people out here. I ain't helping no nigga. I ain't helping no nigga. I ain't helping no nigga that like 16-year-old girls and all that other shit just because he black.
Gola, did Allah promote the castration of black men?
See, we go somewhere else. I want to stay with this.
No. He's quick to jump on Marcus.
No.
Allah promote the castration of black men, of millions of black men?
I don't know what.
If you're against Marcus,
he's talking to you, Gullah.
I'm talking to Gullah. Gullah, did Allah promote the castration of millions of black men?
I didn't jump on no Marcus Garvey, yo. He's
your question. Did Allah promote the castration of millions of black men?
You said what?
Answer the question. Did Allah promote the castration of millions of black men?
Who?
You said who?
Allah.
Yeah, Allah.
Why are you saying that? Why are you saying that to Gullah?
Did the God Allah promote the castration of millions of black men?
Gullah is Islamic, I think. But
I'm not Islamic.
I want to know. I want to know. Can you be a Pan-Africanism? He ain't Muslim.
No,
so,
he ain't Muslim.
But yeah, the answer is yes. The answer is yes. The answer is yes.
No, I want to hear Gullah answer.
That ain't even what I just said. That's not even what I just said. I said I'm not helping every damn nigga. I am not helping every nigga just because his skin black. I just said I'm not helping every nigga because just because a nigga skin black don't mean it's some sick. I mean some of the motherfuckers some sick ass bastards. I'm not helping no sick bastard just because he's fucking black. It could be some nasty ass serial killer ass rapist ass motherfucker just because he's black. I'm supposed to help him? Fuck that.
Oh gosh, bro.
Go ahead,
All right, now we done got everything off our chest. We done got it all off. We got everything off chest.
Go ahead, Corey.
Now, I want to know, right? Because I'm hearing that as long as you're helping black people, right, you're a Pan-African, right? So, but my question is, because me particularly, right, I'm only going to help African American black people. Not continental black people, not people in Europe. I don't give a damn if they diasporas in Australia. I don't give a damn where the niggas is at, right? If you ain't in these United States of America, why would I explain why am I giving a fuck about anything you got going on, right? And does that just because I don't give a fuck about all the other diasporans, right? But I love my African Americans, right?
Don't cut them off.
Hold on. But I love my African Americans, right? Do that still make me a Pan-African?
So you ain't
Let me answer that.
No, wait, still.
You don't want the bite no more. What happened to all the bite stuff?
That's a general question. That wasn't to you.
Those are my ancestors, right? I recognize my ancestors, but as far as helping niggas out and building up somebody's economy, it's going to be over here in these United States. If them Africans want to talk to me, they better start talking to me about some of them goddamn minerals first before I talk about anything. I don't want to.
I'm not even. Hey Corey, I'm not even helping every nigga. My bad.
Listen, Gullah. I don't want to talk to an African about the goddamn weather before we talk about them goddamn minerals and some paper and a paper first. We can talk, but at least send a paycheck first. Then I'll come over there and talk to you. But until you niggas start breaking bread first, we ain't got a goddamn thing for you because we the only ones with something to bring to the table. The knowledge, how to get the cobalt out the ground, how to build up the infrastructure. We the only ones know how to do that shit. Them niggas sitting on it, right? They sitting on the shit and don't know what to do with it. So don't talk to me about Pan-Africanism or building up economies and none of that shit, right? If them niggas ain't finna write a check or break some bread first, listen, first, they gotta break the bread.
Can I answer?
Hey, can I say something? Let me just say something real quick after Corey say something though. I would say I'm not helping every damn nigga. I'm not even helping every nigga over here. If you ain't in my immediate circle, I'm not helping. I guess I'm Pan-Africanism the shit. Shit, I help my motherfucking shit. If you my homie, shit, I'm gonna help you, nigga. Shit. Some of my niggas black, some of my niggas, African American, some of my niggas Afro-Colombian, some of my niggas Afro-Cuban. Shit. I guess I'm practicing Pan-Africanism if my homeboy catch a flat and I'm not a help. Shit, I'm not helping every nigga here.
Go ahead, Stu Pease. This is hilarious.
By the way. Can I speak now?
Go ahead, Stu Pease. And land your plane, Stu Pease, though.
Let me land my plane now, because what Corey said is not a problem to me as a Pan-African. And it wouldn't be a problem to most Pan-Africans either. Because passing christening picnic first. What I mean by passing christening picnic first? We help those in our immediate vicinity first. We don't have a problem with that. The thing is that you are a willing person to help in the upliftment of your people. I don't have a problem with that. I know Pan-Africans would. So what Corey said would rattle somebody who is of lesser intelligence, and what Gullah said would have lessened. But what I don't like the me Negroes. If it's a we Negro and the we encompass your group, no problem with you. I will welcome you. You know, why are you going to ship?
We as an African American.
Let me finish. Let me finish. Let me finish.
African.
Why are you going to ship?
Let him finish the start.
Why are you going to ship help? Why are you going to ship help? 2,000 miles away, 200 miles away, 2 miles away, 1 meter away, 1 foot away, 1 inch away, when you have problems in your proximity. Why should I ask you to do that? It would be unfair of me. So I don't have a problem with that. So if you want to think you're saying something that's going to agitate thinking people going to laugh at you and say, we understand, and we understand why you're saying that. If problems in your vicinity, why are you not going to help those people first?
Yeah, I don't agree with none of y'all. And the reason why is because the world of today is way different than the world of yesterday. We're connected. The world is way more connected. And if people see an issue or a need, if somebody need help in Haiti, you feel me, and we have the ability to help them, then you should help.
No matter who it is.
You get what I'm saying? Right. So when we start talking about,
Chef, I don't give a damn about Haiti.
That's fine. That's fine. So we work around. Right. But we work around people like you. Then you dig what I'm saying? If you just want to help a nigga in Flint, Michigan, we ain't gonna turn you away, right? That's just you. But if somebody, if it's starving people in fucking Haiti or in Cuba or in Jamaica or in fucking Nigeria, yo, and you can help them, you're supposed to do it.
We're gonna keep them in our prayers. We're gonna keep them in our prayers.
Listen, prayer ain't never helped nobody.
Yeah, dude.
If you can help somebody,
we'll keep them in our prayers.
Yeah, if you can help somebody, you're just supposed to do it. Now, I understand the ideology. You need to fix home, this, that, and the third. But no, come on now. People starving around the world. Yeah, family and shit. You supposed to help.
Yeah, it's like my girl. She Afro-Colombian, yo. I might help her family. I might help her. I might help her family. I might help her family. Hold on. I might help her family and women in my family. But I'm not giving Keisha down the street fucking gum off my bottom of my shoe. Just because she in my community. You gotta know me or be in my immediate circle for me to be helping a motherfucker. Like I'm not just helping no common. Now, if I want to like give some world shit, like what Chef was saying, out of my hold on.
Come off
like,
your shit if they needed help.
Yeah, if they needed help, like on some serious shit, like a motherfucker don't need some serious help. But other than that, if the motherfucker ain't doing shit with me and I'm helping them in my circle and I don't know you, I ain't helping shit. But if I see something that's like some world shit and I want to help just because I want to help, I'm gonna help. Not because I'm not on some Pan African shit, just because I'm a human. I only fuck with who fuck with me, yo.
All right. The next time I meet Martin Luther King, I will tell him that. You hear? The next time I meet Edgar Evans, I will tell him that.
Martin Luther King got to do with this? Martin Luther King.
No. Because if everybody thought like how Gullah thinks, the predicament that we're in would be far worse.
Martin Luther King wouldn't have went to Birmingham. You think
Martin Luther King, yes, he wouldn't.
I'm from Atlanta. What am I going to go to Birmingham for?
I don't expect anybody in this chat to be Martin Luther King, bro. What are we doing?
No.
Ideal.
Yeah, but we're
you still supposed to have lofty
ideals.
Niggas sound crazy.
No, these niggas don't live
have lofty. Now I know you ain't talking, Brad. I done seen you know all kind of motherfuckers.
I'm not saying me.
So
I'm not
you
saying
just
me.
talking shit.
I'm not saying me. Hold on, wait. I'm not saying me. I'm saying the average everyday person. I know how you live. You know how I live. So of course I'm not talking about me. I'm saying the average everyday person in their hood, in their community, when they're going about their day and doing things, they're helping the people that they see. They don't have the idea. They're not live. They know who Martin Luther King is. They revere the man, but they are not trying to even go over to the next block in their neighborhood and fix that. They fixing their family and they fixing that. So I'm not telling you whether it's right or wrong. I'm just telling you what people are doing. And I don't like when people say just helping Black people is Pan-Africanism, because we're acting like Pan-Africanism doesn't have a definition, and it does. So I understand when Corey is saying, I'm going to help the African Americans here on this continent. I'm not concerned with anybody else. I can understand it, right? I don't got to agree with it, but I can understand it. So I'm not saying I'm just saying putting the ideal of MLK on the average everyday African American, I think that's just a bit much.
Did you look that up, by the way, Brad? Did you look up the definition, by the way?
Yeah, I did. And because you know I did.
What did it say?
We're waiting on you.
Okay. Hold on, Scoopy. What it say?
It says, definition says the cleanest way to put it. Pan-Africanism is the political, cultural, and social philosophy that all people of African descent on the continent and in the diaspora share a common history and destiny, and therefore should unite in pursuit of freedom, dignity, and self-determination. So Haskell, I say to you, when Corey is helping people in Indianapolis, and when Gullah is helping the people in his immediate community and takes the stance,
hey, don't you cuss at me like that, bro. Indianapolis, bro. What? Indiana.
Clean it up.
Indiana's good enough, but I'm way up north.
Okay.
We don't fuck with Indianapolis up here. South Bend, baby. Notre Dame, Indiana.
I want to cut you out for introducing Limbo to me. I've wasted entirely too much of my motherfucking time. Me and my wife playing Limbo in the past 3 days. Hold on, that's another conversation, bro.
Go ahead.
But I'm disgusted that you introduced it. But here's the part. So Haskell, my point is, we gotta separate when we say, well, Gullah's doing Pan-Africanism when he's teaching the young brothers where he is. No, he's just helping Black people, because this ain't that. Pan-Africanism is very specific, Haskell. Pan-Africanism is a very specific thing. Whatever version you got of it, this is what it is. All.
Not according to that definition.
I'm going to say a quick part. All. This is all. It's the political, cultural, social philosophy that all people of African descent on the continent and in the diaspora share history, blah, blah, blah. And we should unite in pursuit of freedom, dignity, and self-determination. That's all. That's all of the Africans on the continent and in the diaspora.
So if I'm just helping somebody, don't fucking put your Pan-Africanism on me because I'm helping
Well,
another
Brad,
black
it
person.
doesn't say
That's all I'm
to
saying.
help it doesn't say to help everyone. It's saying that the concept is that all of them have a shared history. That's the all part. That's what the all
Right.
applies to.
No,
It's a
and
shared history
therefore,
and a shared
no,
history.
stay right there. And therefore should unite in pursuit of freedom, dignity, and self-determination. Hold on, it says key points inside the definition. Unity. Africans everywhere are one people despite borders or slavery scattering. That's all, my nigga.
I
That's
even
not
cringe when I hear the shared
on
history
the
part.
street.
I don't like the shared history part. I'm sorry. Right?
Yeah.
I'm
No,
not
I mean
with
it's
that.
in the
Like
definition.
ain't
It's not
nobody
a like it, but
shared,
it's in the
ain't nobody
definition.
went through what
Who
my
are these niggas?
ancestors went through. I'm
Right.
sorry. Like I'm tired of that shared shit.
I
Like,
understand, but
them
Corey,
niggas didn't go through what we did. Like
I
share
understand
my
that. I
Here goes
understand
the
that.
thing.
Who are
We
these
can't
niggas?
change the definition just because we want to. The
No,
definition of
Yeah,
Pan-Africanism is the definition of
I
Pan-Africanism.
mean, it's
I don't
plenty,
think
it's
he's trying to
plenty of,
change
it's
Who are
plenty
these
of African
niggas?
diasporas. It's plenty of descendants of Africans that's in the diaspora all over the Americas, other than the United States, that went through slavery, yo, like went through hard shit. They still going through hard shit today. It ain't just U.S. African Americans that went through slavery.
Right. And not only that, Gullah, but
redlining. They didn't do all of those things, the redlining, the Jim Crow, all the rest of the shit.
I mean, they do it in Colombia. They do it to fucking, they do it to people who went
all that.
redlining,
They do it
all
in
that shit.
Brazil.
Y'all
They do that shit. They do it in Latin America to black population, like the country where my girlfriend. They do it to Colombians, black Colombians. They are marginalized. Do the
They
same
do it
shit.
in Mexico.
Here goes the thing though. The thing is, that's why I hate that C-Dot's not still here, because when everybody went crazy when I said I would agree with his definition earlier, but then I was gonna tell him that the problem I didn't get a chance to was that he used black people with his definition, and I was then gonna go in to elaborate that here goes the thing: the way I'm gonna define black is gonna be totally different from the way you define black, and that's where the problem's gonna lie.
Define black. Define black. Define black. I stand in for
me. For me, motherfuckers.
We about to fuck up this whole conversation.
Yeah,
we need to, because this is important.
Yes, we do need to. We need to.
I don't even think we're qualified to. We could just say what the definition is. But once you start getting into each individual person's definition of black, that still don't got nothing to do with the definition of Pan-Africanism, though.
Well, the reason why is because he used it in the definition, though, Brass, and so that was my point. So I said, based on your definition, and I don't know why he thought it was
definition. This is
I'm talking about no. I'm talking about earlier, and this is kind of separate. But C-Dot got all excited when I say, well, based on your definition, well, hell, I'd be a Pan-African. He didn't get that I was saying it like that. Like, in other words, it's not even really nothing to be proud of, because everybody's fucking definition of black gonna be different. I didn't get a chance to tell him black to me only means, okay, I was about to say, black to me only means people in America and Jamaica. That's it. I don't even get in all deep into the, well, they sent people over here and over there and this, that, and the other. I'm done with it. Like, America, Jamaica, like that's good enough for me. And I ain't even saying that just because you on here. Who else? Where else they send niggas to? And that other mother. Yeah, like that's it. Like just the places I know where we went.
So you're saying he's saying basically transatlantic slavery.
Yeah, transatlantic slavery, diaspora in Africa. Yeah, that's it. That's black for me.
So black according to those people who came off the slave ship.
Yeah, that's black. Ain't no and the rest of Africans. So like that's what I'm saying. Like Pan-Africanism, like you know what I mean. Like, but he in his definition he used black. So
you
like,
just described everybody that we talking about though.
Okay,
all right.
You know that
not the Pan-Africans though, Chef. will be
So
their
the
time.
Africans
yeah.
wouldn't be
He
black.
said
So
that
which was
everybody in the and hold on, that's not in the what he described is part of the actual definition of Pan-Africanism, but that ain't everybody.
No, Brass, he was
Africans wouldn't be
defining
black.
black. He was defining his definition of not
yeah,
Pan
because
African.
I've heard other versions of because that's what I'm saying. But I've heard, but it seems like to me when I hear Stu Keys say black, he means even continental Africans like today. Like that's what I'm trying to.
All right.
Yeah,
Let
Wait,
me
you
answer
think
that. Let me answer
continental
that.
Africans are black?
Let me answer that.
that's
Let
what
me
it
answer
sounds
that.
like to me.
Let
Hold
me
on,
answer that.
let him answer
Let
that.
me answer that.
Of course they are.
Back in the day, let me answer this. Then please. Back in my 20s, I would agree with you. I was of the thought system that black only referred to those descendants of the slave ship because the experiences were totally different. Until I realized that colonization is not unique to the Americas. When I talk about the Americas, I'm talking about Canada, United States, Mexico, South America, the Caribbean. I realized that colonization was not unique to only those individuals. So I had to expand my definition of blackness because we are only black today because of the Muslims and the Europeans. Without those two colonizers, we would not be given the definition black.
That's a fact. And I think that's the biggest point about it is what gives definition to blackness, because prior to that, and guys would say it all the time, right? It's a social construct, all of that stuff.
I don't even know
Prior to that, Africans didn't
You chopped and screwed, Corey.
Yeah, prior to that, Africans never identified that way, right? So regardless of what side of the aisle you're on, whether it's the blackology side or the other side, everybody I think can agree with that is what gave definition to the concept of blackness and even Africanness to an extent is events that were brought on by Europeans and
of course,
right.
Yeah. Absolutely. Nobody would dispute that.
So that would be the shared experience,
so
right?
I guess Brass does.
It's just like people like Corey and you are more, kind of districted a little bit tighter. But if you look at something like what happened in South Africa, like apartheid there isn't any big separation between apartheid and Jim Crow. Same concept, same abuse, same shit. What happened in the DRC with Leopold, and you know what I'm saying? Like colonization, like that shit wasn't no walk in the park. Like that shit was bloody, and you know what I'm saying? And it was based on, in a lot of the
Nobody
ways,
wasn't losing hands. Nobody wasn't losing right hands and the left hands in the rubber farms of America. Right? So that's why I changed my definition of black, because black originally for me was that until I recognized that colonization is not only unique to the Americas.
That's why these conversations.
Yeah, I don't consider.
That's why these conversations almost you get to talking for 3 hours, and then you realize that people don't even ain't even agreeing on what's black. Like
on the
a nigga tell you
that was my point.
Yeah, a nigga tell you that Africans they black, but Africans ain't black. That makes no sense. How did we just have a 3-hour conversation about black and Pan-African and all this other shit? And people say, yeah, well, Africans ain't black. Like, what just happened here?
I would say most Africans don't want to be black. I think there's Africans that'll be fucking offended if you call them black.
African Americans who say that they not black. Hold on. It's African Americans who say that they not black.
Understand what
has to wait. Please, I gotta ask you a question.
Listen to me. If there's African Americans that can come up here right now and say that they not black, do we listen to them?
I don't even. But you telling you they ain't black? Hold on.
No,
tell me that. Stay right there. What are you talking about?
African Americans say that they not black, yo.
Who?
See, y'all don't even live in the real world.
Don't do that, Brad.
I'm going to mute back out.
Don't do
I'm
that,
going to mute back out, yo. Y'all don't live in the real world, yo. I'm done.
But don't mute.
I don't live in the real world. I don't live in the real world. I don't.
Brad, you don't know black Americans who tell you that they're not black, bro.
Huh?
Well, wait.
You don't know
Can I
black
ask?
about, okay, let me give you one. Bow Wow.
I'll
Bow Wow will tell you
ask
quick, I'm not fucking black.
Bro, I can't
Raven
even hear
Simone
you, my
said,
nigga.
I'm not fucking black.
Yeah, you
Say that
going in and
again.
out a little bit.
Say that again.
No, I'll give you 2 real world examples then, since you
Okay.
need them.
Yeah.
Bow Wow will tell you quick, I'm not black. Straight up.
The little rapper?
Ravens? No, that's besides the point though, because you kind of
No, I'm
gaslit
trying to
a
figure
while
out. You
ago.
said Bow. No, you said Bow Wow. I just want to make sure you're talking about him and not some nigga I don't know. You talking about the rapper from Atlanta, Georgia?
The world famous. The
Okay.
GOAT rapper.
Okay. So he said he wasn't black. No. He said he wasn't black. Go ahead. I'm listening. Go ahead.
Raven Simone. But besides that, I ain't got to keep listening off people. How you gonna gaslight Chef like that?
I'm
and
not
pretend like
gaslighting
you don't
stuff.
know?
I don't have black. I guess y'all all think that we all got the same mama, same daddy, grew up in the same places.
No,
I've
but
never
you don't.
had a black person come up to me and say they wasn't black.
No, but hold on,
I don't even
bro.
know what y'all talking about when y'all say that.
Brass, you're telling
maybe.
me in your hang on, Smalls. Brass, you expect me to believe in your 39 years of living in the United States,
Stop
you've
putting
never
my
read
shit out.
Hold on.
I know we live, nigga. Stop putting my shit out.
Yeah, you never read an article, seen somebody on TV, a celebrity or whoever.
Well, no. Okay,
right.
good. Yeah, but Haskell, and now we got to go to the majority. Hold on. Now we got to go to the majority conversation, and I hate to have to do this because have I heard someone say it? Wait. Have I heard someone say it? Yes,
yeah,
bro.
But
my
Brass,
point. No. But let's stay to my point, Haskell. I don't want to lose my point.
I wasn't done though,
Finish
Brass.
Finish your point.
Yeah. So the amount of people who in America who are who fit the phenotypical definition of black who say they're not black is immaterial to the point that Chef was driving home. The point that he was driving home is it doesn't necessarily matter what the person themselves, how they self-identify.
Yeah,
that's his point.
So, my point would be, if we can name 2% of black people, then I'm not niggas that say, I know motherfuckers that say they a dog, bro. I don't be running around saying, well, shit, we got to do this because people say they a dog, nigga. I don't fucking like it. Ain't a whole bunch of black people on this fucking continent running around saying they're not black, bro. Like if a couple people say some shit, I don't categorize them as the. This is why we get into the all and the percentages and this, that, and the other. Whatever world y'all live in, I just don't live in a world where I just got all these black people in my history telling me they wasn't black.
All right, Brett,
that's not reality. That's not my reality, bro. I don't even understand that.
I feel you. Can I propose a pivot in the conversation? Because I think we done wrung all the juice out of this one for today. So y'all can reject it if y'all want, but I'm curious to know, do y'all think young boy going to jail what's the name, son? Or he deserved to go to jail? Rampage son.
Oh hell yeah.
That was a
no. Oh hell yeah. No.
Though.
That
sorry,
was
I gotta say though.
What did you do? That was attempted murder. Nigga, that was attempted murder. I know you saw it.
Yeah, go watch the video.
You might not agree with me. That was attempted murder.
I don't know, Brass. My black college side.
Nigga, if they wouldn't have pulled him off, he'd still be punching that motherfucker on the ground.
Yeah, he'd have kept going. He'd have kept going.
Why? Do you know why he was punching him like that?
Well, okay, so the way the story go, hold on, let's lay the story out. I'll play the video for the people in the chat because they probably don't know what the fuck we talking about. And don't let me forget. I'm gonna cut Chef out later for that. But the Rajah Jackson. So Rampage Jackson is an MMA guy, and his son, they're on a kick stream. That's like they pay streamers to do kind of what we're doing, but they are more out and about in the world, and they should blog more. So Rampage Jackson, he's an MMA guy, retired. His son is an MMA guy that's coming up in the business, but they're both streamers, very popular streamers, very provocative, very interesting. So Rampage Jackson's son, Rajah, went to a wrestling event.
one of them, not a WWE, but one of them backyard wrestling events. And at the wrestling event, a wrestler will tell you, we're always, if a camera is on, we're in character. So one of the wrestlers, thinking that they was, kind of hyping up something, hit a beer can over his head, as like what the wrestlers do. So Rajah Jackson got upset, this, that, and the other. And then later on in the wrestling match, like most wrestling shit does, it's a skit. So Rajah Jackson is supposed to go in there, address what happened on the video, throw some punches, get his shit back, this, that, and the other, but on some wrestling shit. But instead of the wrestling shit, this motherfucker power slam dude was out from the power slam on the ground. He hit this motherfucker in the face at least 20 times.
20, 30 times.
Yeah, nobody realized that he was fucking playing, but the guy was passed out. He was, and the guy, he punched him unprotected about 20 times until the crowd and the kids, you can hear the kids in the, what's the name, saying, wait a minute, this ain't no fucking skit. So all the wrestlers run to him and pull him off and this, that, and the other. The guy is unconscious. He had to go to the emergency room, this, that, and the other. Now, Haskell, I know something about this that maybe everybody don't know. So they think that it was just beer can, scuffle backstage, and then it happened. There's a part in the interview now where on camera, because remember, Rajah never turned his camera off, where the wrestler actually apologized to him. He apologized to him. He told Rajah it was a skit. When the camera's on, we're always acting, we're always working. And Rajah shook the man's hand and apologized. And then there's another part on Rajah's stream where he like right before he goes to the stage, Haskell, where he tells the man, or he tells somebody that's with him, yeah, I'm about to go up there and beat the shit out of him. And then does it. So no, he should go to jail. And that was fucking with them hands, and you're MMA. That's damn near. That's definitely assault.
So I was just proposing it as a topic. But if most people on the panel ain't, then I don't know if it makes sense to talk about. But I just think that the Pan-African shit, like it doesn't. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, no, it's just gonna end up arguing.
So I didn't want to look at it. I know about it, but I didn't want to look at it because I don't like looking at shit like that. I don't want to be desensitized to shit like that. But Kick has a problem with that kind of shit. Period. You know what I'm saying? So I think not just the Rajah kid needs to be held accountable, but I think Kick as a streaming platform needs to be held accountable, because this ain't the second nor third nor fourth time that something like this didn't happen on a streaming platform. So I just want to let y'all know about that. That's my opinion of it. You know what I mean? Like, they get paid off of this type shit. You know what I'm saying? And they need to face some accountability. Kick stream to face.
Yeah, one of the things is when you start your business off with Aiden Ross, you already, Aiden Ross in and of himself, they're trying to market their whole shit as something positive, but their whole shit they're trying to be crazy, but what they don't realize is, like, you got to be very careful. Poisonous. Yeah, you got to be very careful, because the thing in the video that is the most terrifying for me, Haskell and Corey, is the motherfucking is the kids screaming when they realize it wasn't a skit. And you could see, like, the guy's teeth was coming out his mouth, the blood and all of that shit. Like, I'm about to play it on the stream, but
no. But my question is, what could put a young man in that level of rage?
That boy lost control. That boy, once he's slammed that man on his back, he lost control.
He lost all control that many times.
Guy in front of him and pull some of his punches. Since he slams him down and instantly knocks out the guy, and instead of pulling his punches, he just starts knocking him out, throwing haymakers nonstop until the guy starts bleeding. And you can see the wrestlers behind their shock. I'm not too sure whether this is part of the entertainment. Look at the guy at the back. They just all start coming up, grabbing him, pulling him away from the knocked out wrestler. You can see it's like bleeding from the corner.
Oh, yeah. Hey, I think that's a. Oh, you easy. He's not a fucking worker, bro. Calm down. Sure. I didn't know. I thought you were a worker. I get it. We're working out. Well, he's gonna come out on your mat, too. I know you keep thinking we're working. We're always working. I get it. Yeah. I get it now. Now you know what I'm saying? Yeah. We're always working. So we'll set it up. I'll have him come out during your mats.
Yeah, we ain't see the first one, Brass. We ain't see the one with the actual attack.
Yeah, no. In the video, they play it in reverse. So they play the beating first, and then they play the beer can, then they play the apology. So they play it in a different order. But I just played it on stream. I'm about to post it in the chat. But there's another thing. If you follow Rajah Jackson, right? Huh?
Yes, it didn't show on stream though. It ain't showing you. The stream ain't show when you played it.
Okay, I'll try to play it again. What a lot of people don't know, because I follow Rampage and them. So right before this, Corey, maybe like a week ago,
somebody kicked him in his head.
His son was sparring with this Asian guy, and you're supposed to light spar, this, that, and the other. The dude flipped off and kicked him in his fucking head. And he had been having like headaches and all the stuff that you get from a concussion. And then this happened. And I think that's the route that they're gonna go. But I think his son, actually, if you follow Rajah Jackson, he got some mental health issues. You can see.
No, man.
He definitely got some mental health.
That fight to me, bro.
Absolutely.
He definitely do, bro. Even when you watch the videos between him and Rampage, his father, it's something there, bro. I don't know what it is, but it's weird.
To me,
you lose the ability to empathize. Like no matter how mad you is at a motherfucker, bro, if you hitting them punching them in their face unprotected more than 4 times, bro, something wrong with you.
Corey, this is alleged.
Go ahead.
Alleged to me when I watch that. That looked like a steroid rage. That looked like that rage, that level of rage is not normal unless you're fighting for your life. Unless you're fighting for your life.
You're absolutely right. It's not normal. It's not. You should no matter where you at, you should still be able to empathize, bro. You know what I'm saying? No matter what level you on.
Right. After you slam him, you realize that you slam him, and then you go, you punch him. That means you're no longer thinking.
No.
So no, at that point, no.
And I've been blacked out on a motherfucker before, but like it's a limit to blacking out, though. You know what I'm saying? Like it's a limit to blacking out.
Mungo. Mute out Mungo.
But his father, I was about to say, I've seen dudes get beat like that, bro. I've seen dudes get hit like that, and I had to pull a nigga off a nigga one time, and he was doing what the Rampage was doing. I had to pull him off, because if I didn't, he would have killed him, bro. So
yeah,
a guy like that punching him in his face, bro. That's bad, bro.
Yeah, that's
him operating like him in a zoo, like it's a prison fight. Like, what him have to prove?
He was gonna bludgeon him with his bare hands. Like, I mean, can you imagine bludgeoning somebody with your bare hands to death? Like, that's, I mean, and then like I'm the thing is, like, most of them professional fighters, they gotta register their hands, don't they? Or is that just a myth?
Nah, that's a myth. That's a myth.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say, because that's a deadly. Like, he working with deadly weapons. I mean, they should have some type of
No,
accountability though. Being a professional, like Mike Tyson shouldn't just be able to go out and punch somebody. You know
that's
what I'm
why
saying?
if Mike Tyson punched somebody and they press charges, he's going to jail because they're going to say he's more equipped, but it's a myth to register the arms or anything like that. But then what the law is going to question is why would he behave like that? No normal person, no reasonable person.
So you saw the video, stupid.
Yeah, I saw the video.
Okay.
Yeah, I saw the video. No reasonable person go full ape. That anti-black, that anti-Pan-African, that spread the wrong thing. When they see you, and they look at you, and because when they look at Corey, they say that's a rampage. We have to shoot him down because he'll jump on us and beat us to death.
And that's exactly what I'm getting at, Stu Peas. That's exactly what I'm getting at, bro.
It's funny you said that, right, Corey? Corey and Stu Peas, because it's an MMA channel that I watch with this white boy, right? So I'm watching the video last night, and I swear, Corey, every 3 fucking words, this man used the word unevolved and animal.
Right. That's what they see. That's what they see. That's what they see. He went full ape. He went 400-pound gorilla.
Yeah.
He really.
That's not food for my son.
But hey, I want to introduce some controversy into it, right? Because this is the blackology side of me. This is like the regressive side of a Haskell that probably needs some reformation.
Yeah,
right?
you about to get us banned. Hold on, let me put
I'm with it.
Let me put a not safe for work in here real quick because I see what it's going. Go ahead, Haskell.
I'm fully with it, Haskell. Come on with it.
Go ahead.
So look, he went way, way, way too far, right? Let's establish that. But I want to say this. I'm not buying the whole, it's wrestling and we always working and all of that shit. What I take away from that beer can slam on the head, in my opinion, that was some plausible deniability shit. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. I get you. I was there.
Wait,
I was kind of there when I first heard the
I
beer
get what
can
you're saying,
shit.
Haskell. I get it.
Wait, I'm with you. I think I'm walking right down that same avenue. And he fuck around and found out, right? But I think he should have fucked around and find out, right? But I think he just went too far. Yeah, he did. He went too far.
No, hold on. Okay, now we all watch wrestling, bro. Hold on. We all watch now because listen, y'all can be as blackology as you want, but now let's go back to your childhood. We've seen Mankind get thrown, the sock puppet get thrown off the top of a damn cage onto a ring full of nails and barbed wire. Slam in wrestling terms. And this is not WWE. This is like backyard wrestling. So in wrestling terms, if I'm the wrestler, I'm the white guy, and I'm in character, I'm doing what I'm supposed to do. The camera's on, I'm doing this, that, and the other. When the camera is off, you can see him telling them, like, bro, I wasn't doing that, like, to embarrass you. When we're on camera, we're in character. And the thing is, Raja agrees.
Is that me breaking up or Brass breaking up?
Maybe I was.
No, nobody's not breaking up. No.
But the fact that Raja agreed, the fact that Raja agreed right there. See, here's the sucker shit. This is what I'm gonna say is the sucker thing, though. Because if he really wanted to fight the man, because the man hit him with a beer can, he could have just did it right there.
Well, I agree with that part.
Wait until the guy thinks it's a skit to just get your shit off. Yeah, to just get your shit off, and you beat. And then it's the last part. It's the severity of the beating. Like if you was to just get something that was the equivalent of a beer can hitting your head, like you just slammed him hard, then cool.
You just slammed him and left it at that?
Yeah, but when you punch it, bro, he hit that man 20 times uncovered, unprotected. It took every wrestler in that motherfucker to get him off of him. He wouldn't have stopped punching him, bro. He would have killed that man. For a beer can? Come on.
Hold on. Snoopy's going full super black now. Snoopy's going full super black.
Where's the Pan-Africanism?
By the thunder of blackness, I have the super black. Listen, why should I allow you to feel good about slamming a beer can on my head? And when I think about the rage of it, why should I allow you? What my lifestyle is? Why I can't be the hero? Why I can't be Gravedigger? Why I can't be Hulk Hogan? Why you have to come one up me first? Why you couldn't come and talk shit? Why you have to physically touch me before the fight? What you was trying to prove? A beer can still hurt, you know, and then you apologize afterwards.
And just got into serious trouble, and what he did was frankly disgusting. So he's just supposed to do a simple wrestling skit. He was just supposed to body slam the guy in front of him and pull some of his punches. Since he slams him down and instantly knocks out the guy, and instead of pulling his punches, he just starts knocking him out, throwing haymakers nonstop until the guy starts bleeding. And you can see the wrestlers behind their shock. They're not too sure whether this is part of the entertainment. Look at the guy at the back. They just all start coming up, grabbing him, pulling him away from the knocked out wrestler. You can see it's like bleeding from the corner of his head. Yeah, so it's a really shocking scene to see. Yeah, they had to crowd him and pin him into the corner just to stop him. And it seems like the only reason why he went all out on the wrestler was because the same wrestler made fun of him earlier on. Here's the clip.
What, you don't know me?
Hell no. Yeah.
Hey, I think that's a little. Oh, you don't show it? Easy. He's not a fucking worker, bro. Calm down.
Yeah, what the fuck was that?
You're good.
What the fuck was that?
You don't sell it? No, he's not a fucking worker, bro.
What the fuck was that? Hold on. I don't play that shit, bro.
Oh, sorry.
No, I will fuck him
we're
up,
good.
bro.
I know you will. We're good.
I will fuck.
But it turns out that the dude fully apologized after the confrontation and even asked Raja if he would like a fake angle in the wrestling match.
I apologize. I appreciate it.
I didn't know. I thought you were a worker. You stayed in the camera.
I get it.
We're working out. Well, he's gonna come out on your mat, Juice. I know you keep thinking we're working. We're always working.
I get it. Yeah. I get it now. Now you know
what I'm saying? Yeah. We're always working. So we'll set it up. I'll have him come out during your match so we could fucking seal the whole thing and we'll make something out of it. You know what I'm saying? All right.
And the reason why he suddenly acted out was because he was tired of everyone treating him like shit.
Everybody fucking playing with me and shit.
The kick bend.
Like you know you don't smack me in the back of the head while these hoes is round. Right? We in the room full of hoes and you smacking me in the back of my head. Now that I'm serious, now you was playing. You know what I'm saying?
Can the sensible black man in here say something? Amongst all the black colleges,
say something.
We do know that this is. Listen, everything y'all saying makes sense if we was at a cookout, if we was at a basketball game, if we was like at a party, bro.
No, it wouldn't.
It was a wrestling event. So
No.
Let me finish. I know it's no. I know that. Let me finish 2 seconds, bro. When they agree, listen, all of this would make sense if it went from the beer can directly to the ring. But there was a previous conversation where they said, listen, this is what we do back here on camera. And then we going to do it where you can run out to the mat. And it was a whole skit. And a beer can sounds crazy in any other arena other than wrestling. Now, here's the thing. If he took offense to it, he should have whooped his ass on the spot. But the problem is you waited until everybody think you doing a skit. And even if you got the slam off, I say, cool, bro. You got an extra overhard slam pause. And then now, whatever. But when you commence to beating an unconscious man with 20 straight punches, bro, hold on. We would all be looking at this shit completely different if he'd have killed him. If he would have killed that man.
No, we all agree that the 20 punches was bad. Yeah, we all agree with that part.
Bro, we all agree with that. We all agree. I agree with that. I agree that it may has been a bit excessive. But these white dudes,
nah, you went way too far.
The May is
we got a
black
challenge. Hey, we got a challenge. We got a challenge. I want to accept the challenge. Hold on. I want to accept the challenge.
You really trying to say that y'all are offended by a big kid?
No,
they
doing the blackology thing. But I want to do a challenge right now. Right?
Yeah.
So in the chat, right? And I don't like to pay attention to shit in the chat, but this particular comment, I'm gonna pay attention to the chat. So in the chat, it says, shouts to somebody named RP. And I never trust these names that got like one letter, because it's like you couldn't even take the time to like make a thumbnail. So, but that's it. We supposed to take time to do what you want. You can't even respect us with a proper thumbnail. But here's my point. He says, can y'all talk about something that is happening in the Black community? Y'all never talk about real issues. Same people, same shit. This channel will put real thinkers to sleep. Now, first I'm gonna cut you.
We a Black channel?
Yeah. First I'm gonna cut you, and then I'm gonna say what I'm gonna say. There are 1,000 channels on YouTube that you could watch. If you are here for anything other than real conversation amongst people, you're in the wrong place. This is not a fucking. We have random conversations. We're talking about Pan-Africanism in the community, all of that. This is not a Black channel. This is not a fucking conscious channel. This ain't no fucking scientifically literate channel. None of us are up here trying to be 100% correct all the time. But I'm going to accept your motherfucking challenge. Yep. Y'all put in the chat a topic that's affecting the Black community right now, an event that's affecting the Black community right now, and we will actually participate because we don't go live much. A lot of times it's replays and recordings. Put something in the chat, and I promise you, these brothers and sisters are smart enough to have that conversation, but we're just talking. Last thing, land my plane. If y'all have topics that y'all want us to discuss, join the Discord and tell us. Join the Discord.
Type it in the Discord. Type it in the chat.
Yeah, type it in the chat. Type it in the Discord. Right now, you got our full attention. Talk about exactly what you want us to talk about.
You can do just what Haskell did in the chat. Haskell just said, well, what about this? You know what I'm saying? And then we start talking about Rampage Jackson or whatever his name is, right?
Jody Breeze. Some of y'all sound like y'all got daddy issues. Don't know what that means, but shouts to you.
Listen. As I was saying before, we were really,
I think that's a guy. I think that's a dude, though, Brass.
Okay, no, shouts to you. I don't know. He just said it. I don't know. Shit, wild.
No, because that
I'm waiting on the topic. RP. Go ahead, Richard Peterson, whatever your name is. We waiting on you. Go ahead, Stu, please.
Yeah, as I was saying, Haskell know that even if he respected Rampage son, he won't slam him in the head with a bottle. But this little dude now decide that I'm going to man up. I'm going to man up, and he gets him fucked around and found out. He may have took it a little bit too far. May have put a little too much salt on the meat. May have.
The May is 2 pieces blackology. Y'all gotta allow that.
Yeah,
the May is the blackology.
The May is the blackology.
Corey, you know what this sounds like?
Too much.
It ain't a lot of blackology. It's just a sprinkle of blackology. And I ain't got a problem with
motherfucking ass.
It's just a sprinkle.
Corey, you know what this sound like though? It sound like that conversation with Gullah, where we start trying to say, well, you know, wrestling is real, and it's got to be like, bro, there are things.
But Brad,
in wrestling, there are things that you could do to somebody in wrestling that you don't deserve to get put in the fucking ICU for.
No, Brad, they never agreed.
I mean, Macho Man hit Hogan in the head with the scepter, and he was bleeding.
Yeah, they never agreed to no wrestling, though, Brad.
Yes, they did. No, they did.
No, they did not.
After he hit him with the beer, After he hit him with the beer can.
I'm saying before to hitting him with the beer can, there was
no agreement.
Right, there was no agreement. Hold
okay,
on, Brad.
cool.
Hold on, Brad. There was no agreement in place. There was no meeting of the minds where it says, hey, man, we going to be doing a skit. You going to come up, you going to talk shit or whatever, and then I'm going to hit you with a beer can. None of that. That
Now,
came
how
into
was
play.
the beer can deal? Like, explain the beer can to me. Like, how did he hit him? Like, did he crush the beer can on his?
No, he just
on
hit
his...
him on the side. He hit him on the side of the head. He ain't hit him where he could knock him out. Put it like this: he hit that man on the like a wrestler would hit a beer can. He hit him in the side of his head with a beer can. The nigga didn't move or not. He was just standing right there, and they stood face to face. And then he got all upset, this, that, and the other.
Like
and
the
then
beer,
they set up.
what happened to the beer? Did the beer? Was it empty
There
or
was
was it
no
full?
beer.
No,
It's
it
a
was
prop.
full.
They
It was like a Stone Cold beer can, like that.
Nah,
the beer
but
went
it's a
everywhere.
prop.
So,
Hold on.
did the beer go
Yeah, bro,
everywhere?
he hit him with that. I'm telling you, bro, the beer was coming down the side of his face, bro, and that's what made him
Oh,
do what he
yeah.
did.
He probably
Hold
should have
on.
got his
I
ass
thought it
whooped for
was.
that. He should
I
have got an
I
ass
thought it was
whooped
a
for that.
prop.
Y'all
Bro,
too
that
black.
Hold
motherfucking
on.
beer running
I
down the
heard it
side of
was a
his
prop.
face, nigga. That shit.
Hey,
They say it
Mongo,
was a
I
prop.
heard it was a. Everybody
Y'all
keep
niggas.
saying it's a prop. I thought it was a prop.
I don't know. If it's a prop, fine. He was all the way wrong if it's a prop. But if it was an actual beer can, bro, now I'm not saying he should have punched him 20 times after he was knocked out, but he deserved the ass whooping after that, though. I'm just gonna say that.
Nah, but
But
he
I
didn't.
mean,
But that's not an ass
Nigga, that was
whooping that he gave him. That
something
nigga
in
tried
that
to
no, he
beer.
didn't.
grab.
He went too far. He did go too
May
far.
have gone too far.
Yeah,
May have
we
gone too
we
far.
He may
we ain't
have.
got
He
to.
may have went.
Nah, you tripping.
Yeah,
You
he
tripping.
may have.
Stoopies, you
You're right,
tripping. Yeah,
Stoopies. You're
Stoopies, you
right.
tripping.
You're right.
Y'all are
Stoopies,
ignorant.
he
Stoopies
trolling.
is right.
Stoopies trolling, dog.
Yeah,
No,
y'all
Stoopies got to.
no.
Dog, he
y'all
hit that
ignorant.
man.
He damn near
There's
killed
no
that
He
man.
hit that
argument
man with
made
a
that he
killer
went too far.
instinct.
That's what we gonna say,
Nah.
Stoopies.
Stoopies,
You can
You know
Stoopies
what?
argue that
tripping,
he
dog.
went too far.
Nah,
He damn near killed that man.
He
I
hit
gotta
that
get out of this
man.
conversation
He
and,
hit.
and stop
He hit
listening to
that
y'all
man with
niggas.
a
'Cause y'all are
30
almost
piece.
convincing me of this shit.
Nah, they trolling, smart. They
Nah,
trolling.
yeah, you
Bro,
funny. I ain't
Y'all
even gonna
almost
he hit
say
that
convincing me of
man.
this shit.
Nah, and Smalls, he hit that
Man,
man with a 30.
like Haskell
Anybody ever
said,
play
man, he
Killer
hit that
Instinct?
man with a 30 piece.
one
Anybody
mic, one
ever
mic, one
play?
mic, one mic, one mic.
Anybody ever play Killer Instinct back in the day?
Yeah,
The Killer
back in the
Instinct
day,
video
yeah,
game. Man, that
Right,
man,
right.
he hit that nigga with a 34 hit ultra combo, nigga.
Okay, all right, so
God,
okay.
What?
Yeah, I
Nigga
said, well,
said,
hey, Corey. So I asked for topics in the if that affect the black community. So so one is actually a pretty good topic, but it sounds like they want us to be a different channel, but that's fine. We'll have that conversation. So one is the civil rights. There's an attack on civil rights in the black community. I don't even know if y'all are aware, but we can have a conversation. But the other one was, and I find this funny. It says, "Should black parents beat their kids?" I think that's an issue that's been going on since the beginning of time. And I'm not trying to be funny. I don't think this is the channel that you want to have that conversation with. That's all. That's all I'm gonna say. I don't think you're not gonna get much of a conscious statement from me because I don't agree with the gentle parenting and all that dumbass shit. I don't agree. Even though, here's the crazy part. Even though I know I used to get torn completely out the fucking frame by my parents. I get it. And I don't necessarily try to kill my kids now, like I felt like my mother and father was trying to do to me. But I know it also created me as to who I am now. So I don't know. Where do y'all stand on black
The
parents?
problem with me is
define beat.
Don't say me. Don't say me. Don't say me. This is y'all.
Well, someone define beat before we go any further. But I didn't mean to cut you off, Corey. Define beat.
Well, so the problem with me is, right, now I believe in whooping ass, right? But I got girls, right? So I only got one boy. He the oldest, and he never even dreamed of trying me, right? All I gotta do is look at him, and he good. Now I can got my ass same way as you, Brad. Throw out the goddamn frame for the majority of my childhood, right? I was getting whippings when I don't think I was supposed to have got ass whippings no more.
Yeah,
I should have been past whoopings. I think I was still getting ass whoopings though, right? But so like now I find myself diving in front of my wife, like she didn't.
You breaking up, Corey.
You know what I mean? But I definitely, I'm breaking up.
Yeah, go ahead. Say it again.
Hello?
Yeah, we can hear you now. Go ahead.
So what I'm saying is, so my problem is I got girls, but I believe in whooping ass, right? But it's something about when my wife get that look in her eye and she get to going for, and she get to head it towards one of my girls, I just dive right in front of them. Like, she didn't mean it. She didn't mean it, baby.
Stall her out.
Stall her out. You know what I mean? I think that comes with with getting older, right? You know what I'm saying? Because like my oldest daughter, right? I never gave a shit. You know what I'm saying? It's like, you done fucked up. Obviously, I don't know what to tell you. You know what I mean?
Young
So my
kids
little one
always
knows,
get away with murder, bro. The younger kids always get away with fucking murder, dog. Because my little brother, the type of shit he used to, the type of shit my little brother used to get away with, I'd be looking at my mom like, is this you was no, somebody done hijacked my motherfucking mother's body. It ain't no way this is the same. Nigga, my mom used to literally punch on me, nigga. Like work the body, work the head, nigga.
I think they tired though, Haskell. I think moms, by
Yo,
the
did
time
you
she
say
got the
your
little
mother
bro, she
used
just
to?
tired.
Did you
She's
say your
tired of
mother
y'all
used
shit.
to have a motherfucking trainer saying work the body and work the head?
Yeah, I'm
Hey, these old video game references are fucking crazy. These shit is funny as fuck,
Damn,
yo.
that nigga said, oh no, he's had enough of this body. Go for the head.
Oh shit!
Yeah, that's another level. That might be another level. I don't know.
Hey, Brass, I'm talking
They
about.
must not know the game that you're talking about, Brad. You don't know the game.
I'm talking about flurries, nigga, combos, combinations, nigga. You know what I'm talking about? And then, she would crack figurines over. She cracked a figurine over my
Oh
head,
yeah, no,
nigga.
my mother was that.
She
My
was
mother
just
was.
tired. By the time little bro came Haskell, she was tired. You know, I mean, so she just like, you know what I'm saying? Because I think that's kind of where I'm at with my younger kids. Like I got a 4-year-old now, bro. Like I got a 25-year-old all the way down to a 4-year-old, bro. So like I'd be like, you know what? I can't deal with it. You know what I mean?
You got energy, man.
Nah,
Nigga,
my mother was a Haskell. My mom was the type. Now I understand with the figurine part because me and my mother got to the point. My father stopped once I got about damn near tall as him, and then his just changed to just mortal threats of death and all kind of crazy shit. But my mother was the one like, as soon as you knew he's about to get a whooping, it went from the belt and all of that to where she just looked around, like she looked to the left, looked to the right, and I know she looking for items, and I just take the fuck off. Even whatever. So it was whatever was in, like it could be the remote to the TV, the motherfucking broom.
Oh yeah, that's my OG, bro.
Yeah,
anything, nigga.
Anything she see that she didn't want to have to replace that didn't have monetary value. Yeah, all day long. All day long.
Oh yeah,
But no.
A spatula was used on me like multiple. Like I don't know why, but I always get in trouble like while she in the kitchen. You know what I'm saying? Like it's always like she in the kitchen, and then it's like, come here. You know what I'm
Hell
saying?
no. Nigga, I was hey, listen, I was a runner. So I got it the worst. Because once you get caught, you get it the worst. But I was not one of them that was, if she say come here, you're gonna have to catch me, bro. I done ran out the house, G. It got to the point where you gotta leave.
I'm not running.
Crazy.
I'm sorry.
No, you can't run.
I love my life, Brad. I don't know about you.
Yeah, fuck that running shit.
I appreciate. Listen, y'all can sit there. I'm just not built in a way where it would just this and that. Now here's a cool part though. Now 2 points. One, so I couldn't beat my daughter at all. I've never whooped my daughter. I couldn't do it. I've gotten upset. You know, when they babies or whatever, the young children, you might pop them. I don't count that. But like to out and out whoop, no. And even my son, I would pop him or whatever. But as he's gotten a little older, we've had a couple times. But it's mainly like, it's that kind of like I don't want to break him though. You know what I mean? Like
Right.
I don't want to. I'm not into trying to kind of like the pledging do, like how pledges do. Like you go to the fraternities and their whole concept of the pledge and hazing thing is they break you all the way down to build you up. I don't want to break his spirit. Like my children got good spirit, so I think you can break that. This, that, and the other. And like my wife will tell me in a
Just
heartbeat.
tell the
like,
truth. You don't
like,
think he can take the abuse that you did?
No,
you don't
hell
think
no.
He
couldn't.
built
No,
for
he
that.
couldn't.
So,
No, he couldn't.
same way with me, bro.
Yeah, he couldn't.
Yeah.
If I was to whoop my son even half the way I got whooped when I was a younger, he'd be an emotional wreck. Like it would be difficult for him to get through everything else. But hold on. Let's stay right there. My second point though. So now my parents are grandparents. Bro, I don't even know these niggas now. I swear to you, bro. I don't even know who these people are now when it comes to my son and them. Like they're telling me, don't you be putting your hands on them and don't walk up on them and this, that. I be like, well, what happened? He could just stay here now. He could stay here tonight. Cause I don't even know what you own. Get out. No, I'm like, what is going on here? Like I called one day. Now y'all remember when y'all was a kid, your parents would be like, yo, it's food at home. This is a funny ass story. So apparently my son, my father was taking my son to Longhorn without me. Like that was like a little thing that they had between them. They would go, they into racing and shit. So they would go to the racetrack and the other, right? So me and my wife one time, we finally all went to Longhorn. That's like our little restaurant in the area we all go to. It's accessible when they don't
That's my favorite restaurant, Texas Longhorn.
Right. When I was a kid, it was Ponderosa. In Ohio, we had Ponderosa in Ohio. That was where we went. So, but in New Jersey's Longhorn. So we go there, Corey. So I go to hand him the kids menu. Mind you, he like, how old was he, babe? Like, how old was he at this time? He's like 13. No, he's not 13. Maybe about 12, 11. So we sitting at the restaurant. So my son sat next to me and my wife, and my nephew and my parents are sitting in front of me. So I hand him the kids menu, and this I'm about to call him motherfucker. This little kid like flips the menu over and starts looking at the adult menu. So I'm like, well, what the hell is going on here? So I took the menu from him. And my mother says, it's all right. He already know what he wants. No, my father says, it's all right. He already know what he wants. He gonna get his usual. My son looked at my father like, yeah, I'm gonna get the usual. So now I'm lost. I'm thinking chicken fingers, tenders, mozzarella sticks and shit like that.
Right.
So they come there. I get the outlaw ribeye, same shit. Wild West shrimp. I get the same shit every time I go to Longhorn. So they go to him. This little motherfucker said, I want a Flo's filet with a 6-ounce lobster tail, a mashed potato, and a sweet tea.
My nigga.
Like, man, what in the fuck is going on? So, because when I was a kid, if I even opened my mouth to say a steak like everybody, you get a piece of somebody else's steak, you wasn't getting your own.
No.
Bro, his meal cost more than everybody's meal at the table. The kid ate the most expensive meal.
I couldn't even order a Big Mac meal at McDonald's, let alone go to the Texas Longhorn.
Facts.
Yeah, I gotta order a Happy Meal every time, bro. Like, what is you meaning, bro? Like, come on,
Brad. There was an expensive piece of seafood and an expensive piece of cow in that store, wasn't it? Was I tripping?
Shrimping, making shrimp. Yeah.
But I heard
lots of fish, baby.
Was it his birthday?
No, this is an everyday occurrence, bro. This is just he just now, and I'm like, bro, I couldn't order. I was 16 still ordering kids meals with my aunt and them. They wasn't playing no fucking games. You a child, bro.
Brad, I wouldn't have gotten past the picking of the menu.
He'd be like, boy, you soft on them kids, man. You so soft on them damn kids, boy. Them kids running you over, boy. Them kids running you. That's all he said. Them kids running you over, boy. Like, shit.
All right.
Tired. Shit.
All right, so we're going to get to a serious conversation. I'm going to see where y'all at on politics. We're going to have a political conversation real quick. Now, brush up on it. See if you could do it without ChatGPT if you got to. But how many of y'all are familiar with civil rights disparate impact?
I'm not.
Okay.
I have no clue what it is.
Okay,
Civil
so
rights.
we're gonna.
Disparate? You said disparate?
Disparate. Disparate. So right now, so a disparate impact. So I'm gonna put this in the chat because actually,
we had that conversation before, Brass.
Yeah, I know. They just whoever said we didn't talk about it, they just didn't. Yeah, they didn't know. They didn't see the channel when we was having this conversation before. But we'll have it again. We'll have the conversation again. So disparate impact is an interesting thing in civil rights. So in civil rights, you have rules that directly, it's obvious they affect one group or another. But disparate impact, right, is, say for instance, like there's like a policy at a job, and that policy at that job, it seems like it's neutral, but it's actually affecting one race or group more than others. So for like an example, for an example, right? A fire department uses a written exam that knocks out 80% of Black applicants, but only 20% of the white ones. Now, even if it like the SATs we was talking about before, and that's kind of where the story is coming about the fire. There's a fire. There was actually a fire station where a person that was taking the fireman's test, they kind of had this conversation, and then they started looking at it, and they realized that even though the exam to become a fireman is not meant to affect one race over the other, it just is. So there must be something wrong. If the number is 80% and 20%, there's something that in African Americans, there's something in this policy that's affecting them. We just don't know what it is. This kind of also goes into the Fetty conversations we was happening. So even if you don't intend to discriminate, the impact is unfair. That's disparate impact.
Like a disproportionate harm.
Like, remember the SATs back in the day? Remember SATs? I don't know if this is still a thing. I don't think it's still a thing, but remember they were saying that the SAT was culturally biased. Like, it was just biased in the test itself. It wasn't trying to be standardized with the test. Right. All standardized testing is inherently biased. And they didn't really want to accept it because they're like, we're just giving out questions. But they didn't realize that different school, like a school in the inner city versus a private school, or a school in the inner city versus other schools, they don't have the same tools, so it's inherently a biased test. So that's disparate. So we'll get past that. So what Trump is trying to do, right, is we've had this conversation already, right? So the Trump administration announced an executive order. This is in April, of the Restoring Equality of Opportunity and Meritocracy. It seeks to eliminate the doctrine of disparate liability from federal civil rights enforcement. It directs all federal agencies to deprioritize, amend, or repeal regulations and actions based on this theory. So this is the officer. So basically what happened was the Office of the Comptroller of the Currency, so OCC, stopped supervising banks for disparate impact risks and removed related references from its exam manual. The Department of Justice ended long-standing lawsuits challenging promotional exams for police and firefighter departments. Key examples. Now, critics have announced the alarm of civil rights groups, and legal scholars warn this move will weaken key tools that protect against systemic discrimination. So, how do y'all feel? I mean, I don't know what question, because I would like somebody that would be on the side of it. Does anybody agree that disparate impact is something that we don't need per se? That would be my question. What would you say? Would you say that anybody that say we don't need it? We're basically now only intentional.
Logic ain't in here.
Yeah, Logic's in. Yeah, he just got in here. Pause.
Ask Logic the question.
So in plain words, if y'all don't understand it, in plain words, it just simply means if a policy hurts one race way more, it can be illegal even if you didn't mean it. Under the new rule, only intentional discrimination counts. So what say you, Logic?
Wow, I think that's a pretty deep.
You cutting up.
I mean, unless that you've seen. Okay, let me give me this. I'm gonna step out. Man.
All right. Since Logic step out, let's hear his answer.
No, he about to talk. He about to step out and talk.
I'm only going. It was only going to take me a second.
Yeah.
Okay, so like, unless somebody has like seen some prior data or something like that that say, okay, if you implement this, you run risk of XYZ thing happening, and then they do it anyway. I can't see it as like they did it on purpose, because you're talking about some effects of something that happened after you did it. So you can't prior to doing it, demonize it until you actually see the effects. Now you see the effects and then you turn the other way. Now now you're doing it on purpose. So based on what you said, that's how I listen to that.
I think that's the case that Brass is talking about. I think. Well, so he's saying that there's things that affect disproportionately certain demographics, right? We talked about standardized tests, the banking loans, and other things, right? So what he's saying basically is, do we need things to mitigate the negative impact, the disproportionate impact on certain demographics?
Of course, if I'm not mistaken, I actually ran across this term from ChatGPT. So if it wasn't hallucinating, they called it epistemological colonialization. That was what ChatGPT called it.
I've heard that.
So I don't know how you would like. So what that means is like built-in inherent inferiority built into the system. Right? So like the way that the system itself kind of like gives white people energy to be who they are. You know what I'm saying? And gives us the kind of like the negative sort of things for us to be where we're at. Like, how would we defend ourselves from it if it's naturally built into it? It's actually a very difficult question. All you can do is point out the biases where you find them. But I mean, I think that is all you can really do.
RP, I don't think that disparate civil rights is the heart of. I think it's a tool. I don't think it's the heart of civil rights, but I definitely think it's a tool, because I don't think we should look. I don't think it should be an emotional thing. I think right here in these particular arguments, I think this definitely has to be technical and legal. Like it has to be about lawsuits. It has to be about regulations, because this is like the fine tuning of the things. Whereas, because you can say that it's one of those things that was left kind of unintended consequence of the Civil Rights Bill. So it's like those things that happen. It's like that gray area. And I think we need to be in the courts about that. Like, stay in there. We can protest and all that's fine, but there's such a technical thing, it's such a legalese thing, and it's regarding policy that affects people, that I'd like to take the emotion out of it a little bit and keep it in the courts. I understand what you mean by it's the heart of the civil rights fight, but I think it's just a tool that we need to work on. But go ahead, y'all.
Could you verify what I'm saying right quick, Brass, while Stu Pease is saying what he's saying?
Okay, what do you want me to verify, brother?
The epistemological colonialization.
I know it's I'll look it up. No, that's fine. I'll look it up.
Yeah, this is what I'm saying. If you're going to eliminate that policy, eliminate it universally. And so we're going to open now to the free market. And in the free market as it exists today, I can guarantee you that he who is trying to protect or elevate will also lose, because we have seen it in the Ivy League school, where now they had to ensure the policy to limit those immigrants and children of immigrants from the Asian communities. Because when they try to compete, when those persons that he's trying to promote compete, they weren't winning against the Chinese and they weren't winning against the Indians. But what he's doing now is in those jobs which are blue-collar, hard-working, well-paying jobs that the Chinese and the Indians don't compete for, where the competition is primarily between black and white, he's now putting system in place that will accommodate Caucasians instead of facilitating black people. But in those organizations, the Ivy League schools, where the whites are losing, those policies are not being looked at. Because if we look at it, remember, the Chinese people, they go against the black people for those spaces that they were getting in Harvard, because they were being eliminated. They were being pushed back. So that's the problem I have with this policy, is that it is selective when it comes to him not enforcing what he's saying. If he's going universally, I say, do it free market. Let the best win. So those persons who have the highest test score will go to the best schools, regardless of race. Those persons who is physically stronger will do those jobs. Those persons who is mentally more acute will be those jobs. Then it wouldn't have anything to do with race. Because let's put it, I've done millions of tests, and I call some tests white people tests and some tests black people tests. It's the language in which it is written. If your vocabulary is not strong enough, sometimes you'll get certain things wrong because you don't understand what the question is asked. But when somebody break down that question to you in simple terms, the test was easy. But the language that was used to communicate the problem was a little bit difficult to understand, especially if you're in a household where you're limited to, your vocabulary is limited to 2 syllables. 3 syllables household, the better in standardized tests. We know that for a fact. Children who read more get better scores on standardized tests. That's proven that children with books in the household perform better than children without books in the household. It has nothing to do with race. It just has to do with what was happening throughout the whole educational period of that child. That child never start read early, he's going to have a difficulty doing standardized tests. That child vocabulary is limited, he's going to have a difficulty doing standardized tests. But if you open it all across the board and take off the bias that Trump is using, who he's trying to facilitate will lose. Every day, all day.
I think one of the things that we also have to we do have to kind of keep into there's things where we got to move away from testing. When you lose things like this, and by the way, Logic, you were correct. Before I go any further, you were correct. One of the things that you don't realize is this is where we go to. I think we had a conversation with Chief X where he was saying racism, systemic racism doesn't exist. Nobody is oppressed. Yeah, I know, it's fucking hilarious. But I'd love to get him in here and have that argument. But this is what you don't get is that this is the racism that I'm talking about that you don't see.
Mm-hmm.
It's not the nigga hard R in your face. It's not the police brutality splattered across the TV. It's the black applicant going for a mortgage that's going to get denied no matter what they do. So it's the kid that applies, that qualifies to get into a college that isn't going to get in no matter what he does. It's just simply because he's black. And you got situations where the focus is so much, and Corey, this is my fight always. A lot of times the focus on racism is always the shit that's splashed across the news screen when we're all affected by racism heavily, no matter what your class status is, just being black all day, every day, and you don't even realize it. The books in your kids' schools, the landlords, the lenders, the all kind of shit. It's not, it's even just the employment of just no matter what you do with that with that resume, I mean, you're just not going to get the job. So when you do these things, I don't know how effective it's already been. I mean, that would be always my question. Play devil's advocate just so we can have the conversation. I don't know 100%. It's such a vague thing, Corey, and or everybody that's in here. It's such a vague thing that it's a little difficult to kind of gauge because you don't even know how effective it is. Because I mean, we're still getting lawsuits about discrimination at banks and the different level of textbooks and college admission stuff too. So even like I don't know. I know that we need it. Don't get me wrong. I know that we need it. And I'm not gonna say I think you just leave it. Those one of them things you just leave there, bro. Like, don't remove that shit, because I don't want the motherfucker that can take advantage of it. I don't even know what they planning if they want to. But it's just, I do question the effectiveness of it in this administration where, I mean, how do you, since the Supreme Court narrowed this shit over time, so I don't know 100% how effective it is because we still face the same shit. That's why when people, like when Chief X said that, that's why he got so much pushback, because you don't know what we mean by oppressed. Do you know oppressed to me is just the feeling that no matter what class you are, no matter if your papers are correct, Corey, like what Chef was saying the other day, when a cop pull up behind you, bro, most black people don't know how that shit gonna end no matter how you act, bro. No, you don't. Like you can be riding dirty, you could be riding clean, you could be subservient, you could be compliant, you could be non-compliant, but at the end of the day,
it's not your action
a chance that your ass is gonna get, the shit beat out you, locked up unnecessarily, shit planted on you. So we don't live in a world where we need to be removing rules. We need to be in a world where we need to start looking at the rules and seeing if they work. So rather than removing that particular civil rights disparate liability, impact liability, I think that we should look at it and just see how effective it's been. Because the only reason they're trying to remove it is because the Supreme Court over time has narrowed it to where it's really kind of difficult to prove at this point. But that I'll land my plane. Y'all go ahead. Y'all give us another topic. We got range, but
I think you and Logic kind of said two things that were similar that caught my attention. You used the word or the term fine tuning, right? Mm-hmm. And then Logic says this is something that we have to look at as those issues arrive, right? And I kind of think those are two similar statements because, like it is the fine tuning. Like we do have to look at it. So like just you gave the fireman's example, right? Mm-hmm. Fireman's example, right? Like that's a case where, now we go in and do the fine tuning. Like this is come up. This is something that come up, right? Like Logic said, this case has come up, and then I don't know that we gotta redo the whole fire department. I don't know. As I'm not that smart to even suggest something like that, right? But what I'm saying is, what we need to do is we need to go in and do the. You know what I'm saying? Like, what is it that? What is the issue with the test that makes 80% of the black people fail and only 20% of the white folks or whatever, or other demographics or whatever? You know what I'm saying? How can we balance that out? And we may and on a real, if we being realistic about things, we don't have to necessarily get it to 20%, right? But we know that we definitely know that 80% ain't where we need to be at. You know what I'm saying? So
right.
I think it's that type of fine tuning that has to be done. You know what I'm saying? Because it's a whole system, and we don't even see it all the time until a lot of the times it's too late. You know what I mean? I think, people kind of said things about the standardized testing, but I think that's a kind of more modern, newer thing. You know what I'm saying? That we just now finding out. You know what I mean?
But Corey, I had girlfriend who used to write tests. A test question is not as simple as it look. A simple test question. Even if you're teaching maths, or let's say you're teaching English, sociology, or any subject, and you're writing a test question. A test question is one of the hardest things for a teacher to write. I hope any teachers in here will disagree with me, because you have to take so much things into consideration when writing a question, that when this person read this question, what do they see mentally? What are they thinking? What kind of emotion or thought does this question agitate in that person's mind? It's scientific. So when people are writing questions for years, they understand who they're writing the question to. I dare anybody to just type in ChatGPT. Any teacher will tell you it's difficult to write a question. And we look at the broad-based test that they issue out. These persons' approach to writing these questions have been fine-tuned to their audience, to who learn what, to who know what. Because the teachers that you have growing up allow you to clarify how you think and how you approach problem-solving situations. So if you never have a problem-solving teacher in your schools, which we know certain schools are affected by that, when it comes to test time, these questions are going to look like alien questions.
But stupid.
Yeah.
Stupid. So, but I'm not saying, I'm just saying, like, for example, walk with me for a second. So I looked up, I want to stay on the fine tuning piece also. So there was a case in 71, Griggs versus Duke Power. It was the landmark case that created the doctrine. So this is essentially when it started. It says a company, Duke Power Company, required a diploma and a test for promotions. This blocked Black workers, even though the test had nothing to do with job performance. So the Supreme Court said it was illegal, that it's a neutral practice that disproportionately harms minorities. Employers have to prove that it's job related. There was another case in 75, Albemarle Paper Company versus Moody. I know we boring y'all now, but y'all said we didn't have range. So now we're going to have the conversation the correct way, though. So this is legal policy, and this is the shit I like. So Albemarle Paper Company versus Moody, 1975, white supervisors gave subjective job ratings, disproportionately hurting Black workers. DIL applies to that. Selection procedures must be tied to business necessity. Y'all can look up Connecticut versus Teal, like the color, 82. And then you can also look up Texas Department of Housing versus Inclusive Communities Project in 2015. But now here's where it failed, though. Washington versus Davis. There was a DC police entrance exam. It flunked many more Black applicants than any other race. The court said the Constitution's Equal Protection Clause requires intent, not just impact. And in that case is where it became narrowed in 76, where the Supreme Court, it says huge narrowing. It now means that DIL applies to statutes like Title 7, not directly under the Constitution. So then every case, if y'all understand precedent, now every case after 76 had to fall back to that precedent. So you got Ward's Cove Packing versus Antonio in 89, where it says courts raise the burden of proof for workers. Plaintiffs must pinpoint exactly which practice caused the disparity. So you see, like, they're going through a fine tuning. So the biggest win for the case is probably Griggs 71. That pretty much established the DIL rule. But
the biggest failure is still alive. Don't get it wrong. Like in 2015, they had the all-inclusive communities. But the reason why I say it needs fine-tuning is because now, even with the way that it is, the bar is too fucking high. And to be quite honest, the businesses that you're trying to fight, they can just call it, this is a business necessity, and win the case. So I think rather than trying to get rid of it, I can see, this is where, because we don't do the checks and balances that I like to discuss all the time, we don't do the things to bring these rules to relevance today. What happened in 72 might not be relevant in 2025. The law may be, but you got to fine tune it. So right now, I think we need a situation where we could stop the systemic bias. I fully agree, but you need more clarity on, because I don't even know how you can prove in court unintentional impact. I don't even, that would almost, I'm not a lawyer. Maybe one of y'all can make me understand it, but if it doesn't make sense, that it seemed like the Supreme Court has narrowed it so much that it would be hard to actually prove, are we intending this? Or are we, is this just a test for my job? If it affects a whole bunch of blacks or Spanish or anybody, it could be LGBTQ, it could be Asians, it could be women. Remember, civil rights is not just black. Civil rights is any, what is the damn word? We just said it earlier. Any marginalized group, similar to DEI. It's not just a black thing. It's any marginalized group. Go ahead.
All right. What eliminating this will also eliminate that one black person at corporate or that two black person at corporate that you see. Because in order not to enforce this, many corporations will promote one or two black persons to higher level that they can say, look, we are not being systematic in our approach to deny anybody. We're in compliance with the law. Other people have passed the test. Henceforth, that's why you see Darnell Johnson at a corporate level. But if we look at the reality of the situation, why is it that most corporate organizations, and you're a corporate person who with a board of 16 people, will only have one or two black persons in most cases? I have yet to see in a company, when I look at the corporate level, have 4 black persons at corporate level. I've never seen that.
You're not looking.
Which company?
You're not looking. No, but go ahead, finish your statement.
Yeah.
I actually go get you 20 companies. Is that we're not it ain't.
Sorry, my apologies.
Yeah, we're like 20. I'll sit on some of these companies that you're talking about. My father and the people I know sit on them, and it ain't just it ain't. And it's like this. It ain't 10 of them with 10 black people on the board, unless it's more of that company. But I mean, we got black people. Shout out to the brother. I'm gonna take 2 seconds. Shout out to the brother at Red Lobster that just took over Red Lobster, doing a fucking amazing job. No. I'd like to do a show specifically on him. Where that guy he took that company over. That company's about to go out of business. They installed a young black brother that's infused major energy into it. So that's an example right there. But good.
When I saw Red Lobster hire him, just like how American Express did hire the other guy, the CEO. When I realized that when these companies are facing dire straits and need savior, they vote for Obama. You might not like that analogy, but it's true.
Jesus Christ. Go ahead, brother. I'm listening to you. Go ahead. I'm not going to
anytime these Target, I'm going to bet. Anybody want $100 bet? Anybody want $100 bet that the next CEO of Target is going to be a black man?
I'll take that
black woman. Anybody want that bet?
I'll take that bet.
All right.
Yeah, Target's went under. Cracker Barrel.
Cracker Barrel is going to have a next one. Anytime these people realize that they're in deep strait and need to save the company, here come the Black Knight to save the company. But that is what we face now. What Trump is doing is trying to eliminate anything that he perceived as an advantage for black people or other people who is not white. It doesn't matter with the women. Because the woman might talk anything. They only complain because, as somebody said, as Malcolm said, they were in the heist, but they just didn't like the share. When the profits were cut up, they didn't like the share, right? I'm going full black
and they don't care
now.
about the collateral damage.
Right.
See,
I'm going full black apologist.
That's the part that they don't that people don't realize. CPs. Let me talk. Let me give a little bit of realness in here, right? See, what they doing is feeding their racist base some red meat, right? And but in doing that, right, it's a section of the white population that's gonna suffer. You see what I'm saying? But they don't give a damn. They willing to allow that collateral damage. You see what I'm saying? Just to satisfy the racism, white supremacy. And the racism, white supremacy maintains and conserves the billionaire class. That's it. That's how it go. That's how it go, bro.
I tell people this. As a person who's very observant, America has never been successful at anything without black people. Not at all. When it comes to the wars, nothing. They never win a war without black people. And they might tell you, they might hide them from the general public, where they want to be when they were getting ripped to shreds, crossing from England to Germany. The bombers were getting ripped to shreds. They were losing hundreds of pilots. They had to run to black people to save them. Where they want to be Patton, who was being held and the white soldiers being slaughtered. They couldn't break through without the black battalion. Where they want to be the Civil War, they couldn't win it without black soldiers. It is built on black people, but they don't recognize that. And they're trying to make it more invisible that the average African American, when they ask him, did you know that America today, the glory shining light on a hill, is built on the back of black people? That every step that was taken could not be accomplished without black people carrying everybody on them back. Black Americans paid us FBA. That's why I call them black people in this instant. I don't want anybody to misconstrue that Stupid is saying black people internationally. I'm talking about American black people build this shit. But you wouldn't hear it. You don't hear it from anybody. They act as if it's all white people. It's that black people is only a thing, a pinky on the hand, when black people is the actual thumb. Okay, who said okay?
No, sometimes like when it takes you so long to get to your point, it'd be hard to actually figure out where you're.
I finish.
In there
I
so
said
long.
okay, but I was talking to my wife. My fault. Go
Okay,
ahead, Logic.
Yeah. So go ahead, Logic.
Yeah, so I think us in particular we discuss our particular relationship that we have with oppression here in America, right? And because of how it affects us personally, we have a relationship with it. But I think if you're trying to actually understand it, then you would need to understand it in a bigger concept, right? So like and every time for me, it's an eye-opening scenario for me, right? Like it's eye-opening for me to realize that the same forms of oppression that we deal with systematically here aren't, this isn't the only place that deals with systematic oppression. We might actually have our unique brand of it, but systematic oppression happens in all sorts of different environments. So, and I thought that when you look at the epistemological colonialization kind of framework of it, what it kind of actually says, right, is that you're almost just looking at a byproduct of like complex society, period. Right,
You got to
and
say that
that
last part again,
may
Logic.
You
Logic.
have to repeat.
Logic. You got to say that
like
last part again. You
that
cutting out.
may be
Logic.
too big of a
He cooking too.
concept
He cooking. Logic. You chocolate screws, G. Damn, I don't want to kick my brother.
Hey, anytime Logic talking,
bars, so
he don't
Logic,
never
you have to
think
start
he's
over. You have to
talking.
start
No,
over,
no,
Logic.
no. Now start over. No.
I think once you
Start over.
get like a
You didn't hear
bigger
not one word.
picture.
Just start over.
Okay. Right. So we have our intimate relationship with oppression. Really learn that wouldn't be specific to our time period.
it's always from the outside looking in, it looks like a futile effort. Even inside of it looks like a futile effort. You know what I mean? Like there's nothing we can do. This is what it is. Like you say, it's a byproduct of the system. It's not necessarily somebody like doing it, right? This is just what happens. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, I hear what you're saying.
I hear what he's saying, and he's right. He's right, because if we look at it, what Trump is doing is on a micro level. It might feel like a macro level, because to the billionaire class, nationality and race don't matter. What matter is that you have people who you can suppress and extract resources from and put them in a position that you need them to be in. So if you need a laborer class, people who's going to do those jobs, that the most undesirable jobs, you have to decide who is going to be your labor class and how we're going to keep these people at that level. So although those people aspire to greater situations, and the law used to protect them that they could aspire to those greater situations, we are going to remove these safeguards and let the chips fall where they may. So if these safeguards were protecting one group of people, but we don't need those group of people to aspire to that level, we're going to remove the safeguards. And it has always been done. So these laws are safeguards to protect people, to enable upward mobility and remove a class system and a race system, that your class is no longer determined by your race. If I remove these safeguards, then what will happen? The chips will fall where they may.
Trump is just playing, when it comes to Donald Trump, he just playing 3-card money.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like you looking over here while he doing this over here. You know what I'm saying? The sleight of hand act. You know what I mean? Like, so the museums and all this, all of these different little things he doing, right, is all a distraction, right? But he know his base is racist. So like at least he gotta give him something. Like, so let's start fucking with the museum, the Black History or the History Museum, the Smithsonian. You know what I'm saying? Like, I just think it's a lot of distractions. You know what I'm saying? I think.
But why is he distracting people, Corey? Why do you think that he's distracting people? So that he can do what?
Because he a pedophile.
No, but not only because he's a pedophile. It's because no.
Hey Corey, before you go down the streets, you gotta let me go. So I get out the car.
Yeah.
You gotta let me. You gotta say something. So I get out. At least let me get out the car.
But I'm not fucking around. But I'm not. But go ahead.
Corey, that's not the reason. What's happening now is that if you look at it, the billionaire class is no respect of nationality. Nationality don't matter to a billionaire because he can live anywhere he chooses. So although he's American,
that's the real reason, Stu P. You're right. I just was bullshitting.
Yeah,
but yeah,
nationality don't matter to a billionaire. Anybody who tell you that,
but they doing what I complain about. This is what I complain about every day. Y'all should know this. What they doing is redistributing the wealth.
Right.
They redistributing the wealth even further than they was. So they're gonna steal they finna steal close to $200 and something trillion.
Right. It don't matter worldwide. Worldwide, the Arab who is a billionaire he can live in England. He has houses in England. He has houses in London. He has houses in New York. He has houses in LA. He has mansions all over the world. Because nationality don't matter to those people. But people tell you, the American billionaire with the house with the chateau in France and the $300 million yacht, it don't matter to him. So when people say he's American, that don't matter. All that matter is that we're going to use this system to subjugate many people, irrespective of race, and we're going to extract every drop of blood from them.
I got a question when you're done. It's gonna fuck the whole conversation up, but I'm in that kind of mood right now.
Yeah, fuck the conversation because I'm ready.
So what is exactly Pan-Africans' plan to solve this? What? Did I say something? Did I say something wrong? I apologize. Did I say something silly? Oh wait, am I being silly? Am I not in that conversation now?
Okay.
I apologize, Corey. I didn't know this. I didn't know. No, you're right.
You're right. No way, Pan-African is talking on this level. It's the age, you know what I mean?
But this is the level that we need to be at.
Brass, you're right. Brass, but what you're asking, the question what you're asking is, what is black people plan? What future?
That ain't what I'm asking. No, that ain't.
You're asking that question indirectly, but what is
have separated black people from Pan-Africanism. Okay. See, here's the thing. Stu P.
That was but Brass.
No, hold on, like, and then cut me, Lodge. Give me 2 seconds. Because when I tried to say that it's a whole bunch of different Pan-Africanisms, now you saying it's black. But not even 45 minutes ago, I had 15 people yelling all at once. It's African.
I've always said that they're black.
It's this.
No.
So
I'm always saying that if you say Pan-African, you're saying black. If you say the Organization of African Union, you're saying something else.
Hey.
So, Brass, when
you were checking it out, did you?
I'm just gonna tell you that.
Did you get the sense, right? Did you get the sense of how racism would just fit within a much broader thing? You get that point when you read it?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. That's all.
I think it's the racism that we don't even talk about. Most people, if you ask them about if you ask them about the impact, if you ask them anything about DIL, they won't even know. They think that racism is the police brutality, is the this, that, and the other. The actual racism that black people face every day that you don't even see. Your child gets it when he goes to the public school in his area, the lunches, the food deserts. You don't even see those kinds of things. You don't feel those kinds of things because we constantly got all these goofy ass elders talking about the dogs and going to the bathroom and all of that shit. Like, that ain't got nothing to do with the racism that we face today. That's why it's like, well, the racism back then is different to the racism now. No shit. But at the end of the day, we still face some pretty severe racism. Like, for example, Stu Pease, I don't like to get into, the comparisons, but when we start talking about, one of the largest wealth builders, Corey talks about wealth. And he talks about how they're going to redistribute the wealth. Well, most people, broke people or people that don't have much financial literacy, don't understand that the majority of any American's wealth is home ownership.
Mm-hmm.
It's home ownership. So when you fuck us over in the appraisals, you fucking us over in the redlining, you fucking us over in the mortgage lending, you fucking us over every step of the way to by the time we get a house, we damn near just getting the house that you allowing motherfuckers to get, even though you got the same qualifications, probably more salary, and a better candidate. I would say that's about as vicious as any racism as there ever been. Because if black people don't get into home ownership, if we don't get into that kind of wealth game, you can't even really participate in wealth from a fucking apartment. You can't participate in the wealth game in the United States without equity in a home. Not in a real way.
And let me tell you this, Brad. Let me tell you this.
What you think? My last sentence.
I don't want to see your point. You're on a good point, but go ahead.
Yeah, how many of them homes, we're telling kids today that they got to go get a home as if it's as easy to go get a home now as it was. Like now it's way difficult. It's way more money. And most of the people that's telling you to get a home, they bought these homes for $25,000 in the 70s, 60s, and 70s. These houses are now
working at the supermarket.
These are houses that are worth millions of dollars now. And now you're telling a child that's supposed to do the same fucking thing you did, but now the house costs $1 million. The house costs $700,000. This ain't no $25,000 house. The system is completely going against them. And if we don't get into home equity and home ownership, Black people as a race, we won't be able to participate in the wealth game because we lack in the two biggest areas as far as wealth: life insurance and fucking home ownership. That was my soapbox. I apologize. That wasn't even a question.
And Braz, I was gonna tell you real quick, Stu Peas. Braz, I was gonna tell you, I watched a couple of my white homies who took over their parents' house, right? And it was a burden when they took it over, right? Them houses that they took over, bro, then turned them into millionaires within like a 2-year period. The houses just went up and up and up and up and up. Now they millionaires. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Just like that. Just
No,
like
them
that. You know what I mean?
If they want a truck to buy, them have access to hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of equity. They can pull that out of the house easy as Sunday morning.
Mm-hmm.
Right? No, but that's the situation. But then what they manipulate the system in communities that are high proportionately Black, those communities, the house values were never allowed to explode at that level. They got higher, yes, but what they did, when you look at Detroit, some of the houses where Black people own, all of a sudden, those areas became deserts for many other institutions.
But you got to say why. Don't just leave, because most people don't know why. I'm from the Midwest, so you got to also tell them why. It wasn't racism. It wasn't a discrimination. There's a reason why Detroit became a desert. It's very easy, but tell them why.
GM, but
it's multi-factor. It was greed.
Yeah, I agree, but just tell them
it was greed.
It ain't just
one of the reasons why it was greed, because many of these
couples. You know what though? Them white boys that was working at GM though, right? They went out and started working construction. They went out and got business loans, right?
Yeah.
And started construction companies. See, them Black folks, that's what it's a little racism in there.
No, I didn't say it wasn't no racism in it. I'm just saying it wasn't all racism. That's all I'm saying.
Right. It wasn't initial. So I guess the initial, but the ripple effect, and this is the exact thing that you actually talking about. The shit that we don't see. Exactly. You know what I'm saying? The shit that we don't see that's going to affect us way worse, because them white boys went and got business loans. Started
because the second generation, not the first.
Shit like that. Yeah.
It wasn't the first generation. The father worked in the plant and by the house. And the second generation, when Black people were now getting into the plant, those white boys didn't need to go to the plant because they had access to different resources that the parents already extracted from the plant. Now, these plants decided that I'm not going to facilitate you Negroes like how I did facilitate the white boys. I'm going to Mexico with my company to get a higher profit. I'm not paying you as much as I paid white people.
Yeah, but during that time, working at GM was the cheat code for not having to go to college. See, there was a time in America. See, that my generation, not my generation, I say my brothers and sister generation, like the late 80s, 90s, that was when, the 80s specifically, that was when they started talking about go to school for 12 years, then go to college, come out, get a job, get married, get the picket fence and all of that. That's the 60s, 70s, and 80s, right? Well, 70s and 80s, not the 60s. But then it became a situation where, I know in Ohio, you said Detroit, so I'm going to just speak about my specific area. General Motors was the cheat code for laborers, because you could very well have no plan to go to college at all, go through your 12 years of high school, or you could go get your GED. You could work at them factories. You could buy multiple homes. You can go on vacation every year. You could have you could put your child through school, and just that alone, right? So that's just your local, this, that, and the other. Whereas the white people in those same areas that were in those management positions, these people that still got college educations, went and worked at GM. And then when GM closed, they were able to move on to something else. And then, but when GM closed, for the people who their plan for their family in Ohio was, yeah, you can go to high school, but after high school, you just go to work at GM. They got a housing program, they got a car program, they got a college program for your kids. But when you took that cheat code away, and I don't think they took it away to hurt black people, it was just General Motors trying to make more money, whatever. It hurt us because it's similar to how COVID did. It just put a light on, COVID just put a light on the healthcare, the healthcare issues the black community already had. Then you started seeing all the black people dying, and it was those underlying issues, and you started seeing like, damn, my healthcare situation is fucked up. Now we might have known it, but COVID exacerbated it. When GM closed, it showed you the level of preparation the black community in Detroit and Ohio. It showed you that we weren't prepared for that. But in any kind of corporate situation, you got to understand, I'm gonna land my plane, is that nepotism and the good old boys network has saved white people since Sodom and Gomorrah. Like it's time immemorial too. Like remember, the whole corporate structure of CEOs and shares was to make corporations a person. So then now you could they could get the same benefits of a person. So when they're going to put these people on these boards, when they're going to put these people on the boards, they're not looking for people to do it. They're looking for friends so that they can get these same tax breaks. They could push these same things and have no pushback. So when we're saying that's the thing you don't see though. Until it gets into your face and you start looking at, I'm going to just use a colloquial example like the NFL. 70-80% black players, no black owners. NBA, 78% black players, workers, not a lot of coaches, not a lot of black owners. So you also got to remember that sometimes something has to happen, like the plant shutting down or COVID, for us to see how bad our issues are actually in the black community. Like we didn't know, we knew our healthcare was bad, but when COVID hit and those underlying issues was just started taking us out, it realized that like we just weren't prepared for the next level of the game. Because Corey, you and I both know, being from the Midwest, there were functional generations being fed by General Motors, bro. But when it was gone, we just weren't prepared.
Yeah, no doubt. Yeah, it's like I said, and then even being informed, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, so like a lot of the white community saw it coming. You know what I'm saying? The black community just wasn't informed a lot on some of these issues too. So, you know, that's a whole nother thing, man.
Yeah, I've been saying financial literacy is our civil rights movement. I'm with John Hope Bryant on that. I'm gonna stay on that because I think that's an actual fight we can have. I think it's the actual fight we can win. I don't know if we can win all these other fights. I don't know if unifying all black people under a banner is gonna work. I don't know if somehow, this, that, and the other, but financial literacy is something that you could start in the home. Life insurance is something you could start in the home. Home ownership is something you could start in the home. You could start where you at, and we all end up being unified. I think I'm gonna do a show on how for me, financial literacy is our new civil rights movement. And if we all got on that kind of wave, I think that would help us a lot better than trying to somehow figure out what Lumumba and Nkrumah and all these other people did and see if we could just do that shit again. Because it didn't work the first time. I don't know why we're still trying to do the shit in 2025.
Did anybody find out about the scandal that happened?
I think also in the fight, in the civil rights fight is unionizing, right? Like unionizing with your brothers, with your co-workers, right? At least, gain some type of camaraderie, so that it ain't. It's a bad business, like especially for black men and women, right? In the workplace where you're in competition with your coworker. You know what I'm saying? And I'm not saying unions is good for all, because some cases is that competition is good, right? There's some industry where that competition is actually productive, right? But most of your blue collar work, right? in unionizing, right? That's what positively the union positively disproportionately affects the black community. You know what I'm saying? So that it takes a little bit of pressure off of that individual. You know what I'm saying? You're not such an individual in the work industry. You when you have a little more power in the workplace, it makes life a little bit better altogether. You know what I'm saying? So I think we know not enough people talk about that part of it. We talk about a lot of other shit, you know what I'm saying? But the fact of the matter is most of us spend most of our time at our workplace. You know what I mean? Like a lot of us spend more time at the workplace than we do at home. You know what I mean? So, that's the place, that's where you start at. You know what I mean? The place where you get your money, your livelihood. You know what I'm saying? I think that's where the fight is at. Once you get control of your industry or your sector, whatever sector it is you working in, right? The control and having some form of power and say so, right? That kind of bleeds out into the rest of your life. You know what I'm saying? Because now you have a little bit of time, right, to get other shit together, to be involved in other shit. When you got your money together, right, you can focus on different things. You know what I'm saying? So I think like we need to focus on that workplace. You know what I mean? What are we doing? Because we getting the jobs. We can get the jobs. Black people in the past few years, right, there's been record low unemployment now. In this administration here, shit's going south, right, pretty fast. But I'm saying, like, when I go out, I see Black people out working. I see Black people doing all of the jobs that make America function, So with that, I'm saying having the power in the workplace, right? That's where it starts at. That's where your power starts at right there. You know what I mean?
Where my challenge would be for the unionization, I apologize, I'm cooking. I hope somebody else could talk. I'm cooking now. But my only issue with the unionization, Corey, is that I think personal financial literacy is something that we can control more than something that a president or a vote can be removed. Because I fully believe if we all got behind that plan, it would definitely be effective. And I think it would definitely be the first thing that they would motherfucking put a fight on and try to remove. Versus if you just got personal, the one thing we don't suffer from, well, I won't say that. That's too broad a statement. The one thing I do know is we might have an issue with access to capital, but we do have access to some capital. We do have capital, but it's getting the access to more capital. I think if we could just figure out, even if it wasn't even like a thing where everybody had to make more money, I think we could still be in a better situation because we will be able to do with the money that we have, just make better decisions and put us in a better place. And I think that that's something that you can't executive order out of office. I've seen them, and you and I both know that they attacked the union as soon as we really got involved in the game. You've seen they attack those fucking unions, and I hate it.
The Right to Work Act is kind of really. The unions was already only like 4 or 5% of the work place. At least when I got into the union, right, into the trades. you know, it was only 4 or 5% of the working class was unionized. Now it's down to like 2%, 1 or 2%. You know what I'm saying? So that got to do with things like the Taft-Hartley Act, which is which is the Right to Work Act. You know what I'm saying? Which is all tied in with the Citizens United. You know what I'm saying? And all of these different names, they name them, you know, these names like right to work, but you know, it's everything but that. You know what I mean? That's all. You can always tell like what a bill is built to do by the name, right? So whatever the name is, it probably built to do just the opposite of whatever the name is, right? But yeah, I think that's another thing too. With the financial literacy, right? Understanding what's in these bills that's being passed and how these bills is going to affect you. You know what I'm saying? Because once these bills are put into place, you know, like everybody you always, you know, that was always a saying, like it'll take an act of Congress to do such and such. That means it's basically impossible, right? So you know what I'm saying? Like that's just a saying, right? But it's true, right? The implications of it is, right? You know, once it's codified into law, once it's passed through the Senate, the House, and then the executive branch sign off on it, right? You're gonna have hell to get that turned over, bro. You know what I mean? Like, so you know,
Corey,
go ahead.
I will agree with you, and I will also agree with Brass that financial responsibility is important. But if we be realistic, I put in my gullah hat now. If we be realistic, the average Americans don't have $500. If you ask somebody about financial responsibility who can't find $500, it's going to be difficult. But also, I believe in unions because the most powerful unions here in America get what they want. And when we talk about the police union, the fraternity of police, right? Although the different state, they still operate. They're the real Pan-Africanism. If we think about what Pan-Africanism should look like, that every police is not the same police, but they fall under a big umbrella that protect each and every one of them. Is one of the hardest group to get fired, and if they do get fired, they get employed somewhere else.
Yeah,
and if yeah, right. So when we look
same
at that,
thing with an iron worker, a union. Same thing with a union iron worker, right? You know what I mean?
Yes.
They can run him off. They can run this one guy off the job because they don't like him or whatever. He a piece of shit, but he gonna go right down the street to the next job.
And he's going to get the next job.
I agree with the $500 comment, but when I'm talking about financial literacy, I'm gonna give you two examples. We fall behind in something as simple as life insurance.
Because they can't pay it.
No. Because they can't. No. They don't have the literacy to know that they can. So I'm gonna give you an example. If you did a 529 plan on your child at birth, even at fucking $20,
that would be cheap.
Even at $20 a month, and then you throw some extra in at holidays and this, that, and the other, you effectively could start your child off at 18, 19 years old with a fully paid college education, or a business that they could take the money and invest in, or a home. Another thing that people don't understand, I mean, they could just a start. You know, they start off with a closing, with a this, that, and the other, but that's a separate conversation. The other part is just as simple as something as life insurance. Now, people say they don't have $500, but they do have 20. And for everybody saying that Black people don't have $500, I would like for you to look up how much we spend yearly. So we have $500. It might not be in the bank, but we got $500. So a life insurance plan for, I don't know, 7, 8 year old, whatever, this or another. You put $20 life insurance, term life insurance. You can get into index life insurance. You can get into universal life insurance. You can get any kind, but I'm just talking about specifically term. A $20 life insurance policy on a child that he can then maintain when he turns 18. You're talking about you can get damn near $600,000, $700,000, $800,000 worth of life insurance. Now, the reason
but
why something like that,
Brad,
hold on.
let me cut you before.
Hold on. I'm only got 30 more seconds. So my point is a lot of times when y'all think, not y'all in here, but people think, well, white people got this and white people got that, white people got this. Well, if you look at the statistics and you look at the study and you look what's behind a lot of the Caucasian, European, whatever y'all want to call them today, wealth in the United States, is simply that when their people die in their family, they're passing down a couple $1 million. They're passing down estates. So it's not that this motherfucker that got all the money is so brilliant or he's intelligent. They bought the plan for the motherfucker before he thought about it and kept it going. So it's really just life insurance. That's a big wealth transfer. And then on top of that, it's a home transferring when that person dies versus minorities and marginalized groups in situations where when you die, it's a fucking fish fry or a GoFundMe. Or there's no wealth being passed, there's debt being passed down. And then on top of that, it's an apartment, not a home, being passed down. And then we add in all of the civil rights, the redlining, the appraisals and stuff like that. So the one thing I don't want to do, Stupies, and I'm doing this on purpose. I know we got a lot of excuses that we can make for our people, and I'm all for it. But we do have to sometimes just call a spade and literally say there's some things that we can do without trying to unify with the entire globe. Y'all go ahead.
I agree with you, Brass, 100%. You have not said nothing wrong. The only caveat I would add to what you're saying, this is the caveat I would add, and if you agree with me or disagree with me, is that my generation and the 30 to 40-year-old, you Negroes can't be saved. Let's not focus on your children. Let's get these insurance for your children, because half of us have so much health issues in our community. The dialysis machine, the kidney issue, that your insurance is going to be held to pay. You might not be able to afford it, but your children, you can, especially if you start them early in a term life, that's almost no money, none at all. So no, let's start investing in our children. Stop trying to save this.
I can agree with that.
Right?
But
so I agree with you totally.
But when you get the plans, you have to then pass on the literacy so that they can then do it for their child. And you know what I'm saying? Yeah. So like, remember, like wealth building in the United States is not difficult. It's not.
Let me finish. Let me finish. When I was in the HIV program and I was working with people, and we had a meeting, I said, listen, these Negroes that over 25, you can't save them. They're setting their mentality. You can't teach them anything. Let's drop the age down and go after those persons who have not started having sex yet. Let's try to educate those kids so we can change their mentality. And that's where we're at with this progress now, is that I can't save me because I done set in my ways and I done broke. But I can save my children. Let's focus on the children. Let's see how we can save them. They want to go to college. What if I tell you that at birth, if you just put $20 a month aside, by the time they reach 18, you'll have $40,000, $50,000 to help them pay for the college.
Yep.
That's a conversation we need to have to say, listen, you can't save Stupies. Stupies done, Stupies engine done, in chassis bend, in windshield break. The amount of money to fix Stupies, you might as well buy a new car. But that kid that's coming up, John Luke, who coming up, Stupies' son, oh Lord, I can invest in him.
Yeah.
That's where the resources need to go.
But not just the money. Invest in him, the importance of
it. Yeah.
Because you know, Stupies, we were like that as a people before. My grandmother used to tell me stories about the guy that would come around, you know, the 10 cents, the quarter life insurance policies and shit, the AJ Gassens and all of that. Like, we had this in us, bro. We had it. It's just like, and that's why I was talking to C-Dot in the chat. Shouts to him. I love that he joined our server. But even Martin Luther King realized with the civil rights, we could sit here and talk about the spread of civil rights all day long, but even Martin Luther King realized after the civil rights bill got passed that without economics or without any kind of economic justice, the civil rights damn near don't fucking matter. Because we're still, okay, now we have the rights. Now what? Are you going to let it, are we going to have the same rights in home ownership and wealth ownership and the corporations? Like, all right, where's the economic justice? Okay, now we can go to the same bathroom and ride at the front of the bus. Great. But even he admitted, hold on, wait. Even he admitted that's why his next march, I don't know if that was literally his next march, but the march I'm speaking of after the civil rights was the poor man's march. And even he realized this is not a black conversation. This is now a wealth conversation. This is the poor people, all poor people. It wasn't just black people. There was a situation where he saw the government was just taking advantage of everybody, and we need to address it. And the funny thing is, when he was doing civil rights, he didn't get killed. As soon as he started talking about poor people's march and making sure finances was in the hands of all people, he got shot. So it seemed to me that this whole game wasn't about race and civil rights. You can't fuck with them. You can't fuck with them economics though, because as soon as you start fucking with them economics, you gotta go.
You realize that now it comes full circle to the question you asked originally. You realize that statement that you just made turn the conversation full circle to the laws that are being eliminated to protect people. Because it has always been about economics. Black home ownership is at the same percentage it was 60 years ago. People who own home, children are more likely to home own. People who don't own houses, children are more likely not to own houses. It's part of the system that's in place. That is systematic racism. Why is it that it's the same percentage that home ownership has not increased significantly among black people over the last 50 years instead of increase? Because it's common sense. It's the system that's in place. No. The only thing you can do is educate people. And how you educate them, going back to what I used to do, is you tell them to listen. I can't save you, but I may be able to save your children. You don't matter in the whole. You don't matter. You and I don't matter in the whole scope of things. You don't work hard for yourself now. If you were working only for yourself, Brad, you could stop working. But you're working for who? Your children.
For my grandkids. Yeah.
Right? So therefore, that's the message that you tell black people that, listen, I can't save you and you can't save me. We're drowning. We don't take our last breath yet, but we in the water. But we can hold the children higher. And this is how we can start with simple things. But many people don't want to hear that message because they're competing with the children.
Can I say something? They're not just competing with their children. I'm going to say something that's going to be radical. Don't give a damn. Most people see kids every day and say they love them. But if you look at their actions towards their children, they don't give a fuck about their kids. When you die, you leave them with all kinds of fucking debt. You're not even attempting to use the tools. That's what I mean by the literacy. Because I gotta assume that most people don't fucking know. It's inexcusable for a child at 18 to not have a good start. To not know a 529 plan, to not know that don't even make sense. It's stupid. So I gotta believe that you love them because you saying it, but you damn sure ain't showing it. And I'm paying attention to the action.
Yeah, but what is you're putting the bar too high, Corey. It's inexcusable for you to have a 12-year-old who can't read properly, who can't read at the level of a 12-year-old. Start simple. Start them with simple skills, reading skills. No, that is what we're talking about. If you start, we're not even talking about the insurance, all of that. Just simple things. That is what holding us back in many cases. Anybody else on?
No, I'm on. I was in the chat.
You're right. It did come back full circle, right? Because when you start explaining all those little things aren't Pan-African. That would be full circle about the whole conversation. And I think to be completely honest, right? Like it's a good conversation to have. Don't get me wrong, right? About the practicality of it. But I think that once you get real serious about what it is you're trying to accomplish, that's what it's going to boil down to. It's going to boil down to
the small fixes, right, that'll lead to bigger fixes, right? You got to fix the small things before you can start working on those bigger things. And it definitely does not make sense to skip those steps and take on a monumental task such as rebuilding Africa, right? Like we definitely can't jump so far in the whatever we're trying to do that we skip the initial steps. Because whatever those initial steps, right, would almost be really you revitalize or rebranding Pan-Africanism so much to where it's not Pan-Africanism anymore. You're just doing the little things.
Yeah, but my thing about Pan-Africanism is that Pan-Africanism can operate on a micro and a macro level. That's what how I view Pan-Africanism. It starts in the household. If you can look at your black son and say you want better for him as a black man,
stupid Pan-Africanism can't start in the household. You can't be born during Pan-Africanism and not be familiar with Pan-Africanism. Like that don't even make sense.
No, that's where it starts. That's where every ideology starts. Every ideology starts small and it starts in the household. That's where what Brass teaching him children, his ideology, his belief system, him start with him children first. You have to take into consideration that ideology starts in the household and then move on to the communities. It's baby steps. It's not going to be this big umbrella that covers all. It starts with baby steps. Confucius said the journey of 1,000 miles begin with one step.
Africanism does not start until you start uniting with Africa. It can't start. I can't start uniting with Africa in the household. It just can't.
Yeah, I mean, otherwise that's just romanticism.
No, I just, I don't know. I have my own thoughts on the Pan-Africanism. The whole conversation now about why we don't look at someone in the chat. Let me see. Babylon makes a good point too. It says, remember this convo, what you just spoke, so we could build on the financial literacy, although you do not mention mathematics education at all. I agree. It's one of the highest paying fields in all jobs. It's math in damn near every job. Any job you could think of, there's probably a mathematician or some form of math needed, and we're not represented highly in that field either. He's 100% right. I agree. And just for clarity, I don't know who else said it, but there was like a sentiment that we were saying that the civil rights movement wasn't shit. That's not what we were trying to say. Whoever said that, and even if people are saying I said that, what I'm saying is after the bill got passed, Martin Luther King in some of his writings, even he began to talk about the fact, and there was still some post civil rights hate at the time. And if you study it, that we didn't get the economic justice along with the civil rights. So while civil rights was still good and it meant a lot, and the civil rights movement meant a lot, it's a galvanizing moment in our history. He still decided to go back and make sure that the economics was addressed, because now that you could sit in front of the bus, and now that you can get some form of civil rights underneath that, economics was not something that was fully addressed. It's just a fact. And unless your parents got lucky, you got that set of parents that bought one home in the 70s or one home in the early 80s when they were still somewhat affordable. I got lucky and had a parent who created a portfolio. And the basis of the portfolio is real estate. And most rich people or people that are comfortable will tell you in the United States, outside of inventions, there isn't a lot of wealth for people outside of real estate. It's the easiest way to build wealth. The easiest way. Because wealth is not cash in the bank. I'm sure y'all understand that, but remember, we're on YouTube and these shows are for human beings. So I don't know. Sometimes I feel like I'm preaching to the choir, but I'm not seeing the actions. I tell people financial literacy and they're like, well, we got financial literacy. It doesn't show. And we're talking
I'm just
about
saying.
Pan-Africanism and FBA and like Logis Kemet and the Meta Netter and all this shit that's quote unquote supposed to somehow lead us, know your origins so that you can move forward as a people. Like it's all, I don't know, bro. If we're saying that they were trying to address Eurocentrism in the 50s and 60s, and we're 60 years later, and y'all still fucking now y'all arguing over who's black in Egypt, and most of the people that's discussing Black Egypt broke as a motherfucker, living check to check, you might want to focus on a different conversation. So I don't like talking about finances and politics because it makes these other conversations that we're having irrelevant. Shouts to RP for changing the tenor of the conversation. We could bash Pan-Africanism all day, or we could just talk about some real shit and not some shit. Just help your fellow man and call it Pan-Africanism. That's what you want to do. Mm-hmm. But if y'all not talking, we can close up because pretty much everybody on mute. And now I'm just talking.
I think I'd love to hash it out, man. Maybe we done exhausted ourselves a little bit, but like I think there's not much more there. You know what I'm saying? We really would need somebody like C-Dot, somebody with all that passion and fervor for it to get us into the future, so we can actually figure out where are some potential road bumps in what he's talking about. But as far as like just the concept alone, like just concept, right? Like everything we just using your imagination at that point. I just feel like we tend to think so far ahead that we ignore some of the potential problems with this particular plan, right? So like I remember when C-Dot was talking earlier, he basically was like, I don't even want to address these potential problems, right? But you would like for us to consider that you have a serious plan. See, that's an oxymoron. That's got to be a contradiction of some kind right there. You got a serious plan that you want us to follow, and if not, we Uncle Toms and Coons. But when we ask you, hey, what about this part of the plan? No, don't ask about that. What the hell?
Or what about the?
I think it's a problem with us always. My bad, Smalls. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Well, yeah, I think it's a problem where we end up holding the bag per se. You know what I'm saying? Like, all this Pan-Africanism. Like I said earlier, bro. Like history tells me, right, as far as African Americans go, we need to see something first. You know what I'm saying? Before we do anything with anybody, right? Let's figure out how we gonna benefit before anybody benefit off anything. You know what I'm saying? So that's kind of where I'm at with the Pan-Africanism. We can
cut the check, Africa. That's why I'm at. Cut the check, Africa.
Then we can talk after that. You know what I'm saying? Reserve some of that land. Just cut off a section of land and say, come get it. You know what I'm saying? And then we can do some then we talking Pan-Africanism then. You know what I'm saying?
That's the reason why earlier
I don't even want that land.
I called it.
Come on,
that's the reason why I called it.
Don't. Hey, Mama said don't turn down nothing but your collar, boy. You better cut that shit out.
But boy, that's the reason why earlier I said this shit was nothing but birthday cake, and it's a bunch of feel good bullshit though. Because not only number one, do you not want to address what's gonna come? You see what I'm saying? Like how the fuck do you? When it's stupid. This is no knock towards you because this was your take on it. Is that it's only an ideology? I mean that's fine. But it's like if I say that's all. Okay, as an ideology, I just don't really see where I don't find much value in it. I don't see why I got to be all kind of coons and sambos. But now what I will do is stop. And I said this before this conversation. I don't like to blanket all Pan-Africanism is bullshit. I did that today, and that's only
No, can
because
I ask you a
P-Dot
question?
asked me.
Can I ask you a question,
But,
Paul?
but that's only.
Y'all
Go ahead.
really
Go
gonna
ahead.
get killed on this
Okay.
Pan-African conversation.
No. Let me ask a question because it's about expectations. Because everybody's saying that they are not Pan-Africans and they don't see themselves as Pan-Africanism. All right. Let's say your Pan-Africanism, as you defined it, is unification of Africans with all black people. What are your expectations? What would you expect Pan-Africanism to provide? Let's hear it. Because many persons are against something and they have unrealistic
that would be hard for me to answer.
No, that's
Well, I guess I could. It would be something like Haskell had mentioned earlier. The attempt to, the ability to leverage off of one another to get different goals accomplished due to our unity. To me that sounds like something tangible. You know what I'm saying? I could go for that. I don't see how the fuck you do it, but I mean, it sounds good. I don't know how it's gonna work in practice, but like that would be my sort of.
There's only one way Pan-African can work for me. Like, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like,
yeah,
you
that's it.
Pan-African
What's
work by cutting off, by slicing up some of that land. That's how Pan-African work for me. You know what I'm saying? Then we can do, because like, it's like Stu P said earlier. It's like Stu P said earlier.
Is America slicing up land for you?
I'm glad you're back, C-Dot.
No. Don't answer the question, C-Dot. I want to hear what
to their economy, though. Tell them to cut a check.
I'm saying, like,
is America cutting you a check?
It's like Stu P said earlier, right? Everybody come for the African American to get your shit jumping, right?
I don't see that. I know you came in here to kill us, but let them get their shit off and then pull your gun out.
Yeah, I'm gonna answer. See that I hear him. Like,
he chomping at the bit.
What's their expectation?
He's on lunch and he just got off work, so he ain't playing.
Oh yeah, I'm on work, but I'm muting. I'm muting now.
Yeah, mute C-Dot. Let me just address this and I give you the floor. Because everybody's anti-Pan-Africanism. And they know everybody's saying that. Let me finish. Not anti. Everybody's saying that it's not going to work or it's not going to do. And you ask them to just verbalize what is your expectation. If I'm anti-marriage, I can tell you why I'm anti-marriage. But just to say I am anti-something, and I said to you, what is your expectation? What expectation do you think that Pan-Africanism would not be able to fulfill? That you're so against it, or what you want from Pan-Africanism? That's a question I'm asking.
I wouldn't even know how to answer the question because I just don't. I don't know. It probably not.
Did you get my answer?
No. Let me I'll go in one step. That is a situation then that I
close the wealth gap. I'll say it for y'all. Close the wealth gap.
All right. So you expect
okay.
Because let's be truthful. As I see it, as a fan of history and a fan of past history, I understand that when we address Pan-Africanism, we're asking countries to cut checks for resources that they don't even control on their own. Pan-Africanism is not an overnight system. Just like how CARICOM and the unification of Caribbean countries in the 60s, 1962, 1950.
All you just said was include Africa is not the best route to get it done. That's exactly what you said.
When y'all get their shit together good enough to be able to dish us out some of that shit, right? When they get their shit together good enough for them to be able to say, okay, y'all can come over here and have this, and this, right? Then we can talk about Pan-Africanism.
Corey, what are you doing on the Shina Bustin? Because let's be honest, if we talk about production for wealth, The factors of production are land, labor, capital, and entrepreneurial skills. Everybody who did simple business know that, right? Most black people worldwide do not control the capital or the land. What we are in control of is the labor and the entrepreneurial skill, the people. Pan-Africanism seek to strengthen the people and their ideology in order to facilitate becoming the landowners and using whatever small capital they have for their own development. We have been fighting this struggle for years.
So what
You
are
have
they
been
bringing to
fighting
the
for months.
table? What everybody else bringing to the table first, 2P? That's my question. Like, I know what we
Everybody
gonna
bringing the same thing to the table. Every black
Bringing
person
what?
bringing
What is
themselves, them don't own shit.
No, I knew.
What the American black bringing to the table? What the American black bringing to the table?
We ain't doing that, stupid.
What the American black bringing to the table?
Hey, hold on.
I'm
Let's
not
put a pin in
bringing
that.
because we can't do
Yes,
because the one
in the
thing we've
building, so
done,
maybe Psycho can help.
Hold on. Let's put a pin in that. Hold on. Let's put a pin in that.
That's
Real
all
quick,
I want.
a lot of times we be having conversations in here and we don't have the other argument, right? So a lot of times it ends up not like earlier when we had C-Dot where we're kind of having combating points, but we got two brothers in here that I think are coming in here to the defense of Pan-Africanism. But I just want y'all to go on mute, give Psycho and C-Dot the floor. Just listen. We all been talking for a long time. Most of y'all need to take a break. So C-Dot, you go first. He was here first. And then Psycho.
It ain't fair because Psycho argued too good, man.
No. A bunch of people, because the crazy thing is, and this is why I agree with Psycho and C-Dot, a bunch of people that don't believe in Pan-Africanism, don't know a lot about it. Discussing Pan-Africanism is actually a silly conversation. So let's actually get some people in that have more of an idea. C-Dot, you and Psycho work out the times, but y'all take about 10, 15 and educate us or just say whatever y'all want.
Nah, he can go because I only wanted to respond to what was said directly to me.
Okay, go ahead, Psycho.
I'll let Psycho go.
Can I just speak to Psycho real quick? Psycho, peace. What up to you, bro?
Peace. We're good with you. Yeah.
Go ahead, brother.
Chilling.
All right. Yeah, I just wanted to. I was just saying, like, I was listening for a little bit, and I wasn't even sure if this was live. That's why I didn't even comment at first. But,
no problem.
But yeah, I was listening, and again, I just hear a lot of people really not understanding what Pan-Africanism is. Because every time I hear people who aren't Pan-African describe Pan-Africanism, it immediately goes into we got to go back to Africa. We gotta build up Africa. We gotta go get land in Africa, do all this stuff. Everything is always centered around Africa. And nothing in Pan-Africanism states that you have to go to Africa. You got to build anything in Africa. Nothing states this. I mentioned in the chat, I know this channel is a huge supporters of W.E.B. Du Bois. That's a different conversation. But I do find it funny, though, because W.E.B. Du Bois was Pan-African.
No.
W.E.B. Du Bois was Pan-African, so
he became one.
Y'all shit on Pan-Africanism. Y'all also shitting on W.E.B. Du Bois ideology. Y'all not just shitting on Marcus Garvey, or y'all not just Malcolm X and all these other people. Y'all also shitting on W.E.B. Du Bois too. Like just to put that part out there. But yeah, Pan-Africanism simply states that you and other people of African descent have common interests, and y'all should work together to try to achieve these common goals. Now that does not mean you have to do it in Africa at all. Like W.B. Du Bois was not preaching go back to Africa. Matter of fact, he was against the go back to Africa movement. He helped tear down
went back to Africa, though, Psycho. But then he went to Africa.
So, he was totally Pan-African. Now I don't like W.B. Du Bois, but I would never say he's not Pan-African. Right. So again, just to show you how widespread this ideal is. Right. So like we need to understand what this is actually stating. It has nothing to do with going to Africa, building up Africa. And then I heard y'all say one more thing real quick. Now I'll pass it to C-Dot. I heard y'all say Africa needs to kick out the check. Africa needs to kick out the check. Okay. what does that even mean? Because that's a whole continent, 54 countries. In all 54 countries, we all 54 countries was not involved in the transatlantic slave trade. Matter of fact, none of these countries involved in the transatlantic slave trade. It was tribes that was involved in the transatlantic slave trade. This is before the continent even got carved up. So again, so we be saying things that I don't think we really putting a lot of thought to it. I understand the smoke for Africa. I'm still trying to understand why, but it's a lot of smoke for Africa for whatever reason. But we need to just understand, we're going to attack this ideal, at least address it from a proper perspective of what it actually is.
Well, that changes the dynamic a little bit, though, Psycho. Like when you say that, well, this ain't got nothing to do with building Africa up, or going over to Africa to better them somehow. You know what I mean? So like I said, it changes the dynamic. So what does it entail though? Like, so now you got my ear, because now I want to know, like, maybe because the way it was described to me, it was like a whole bunch of connecting with Africans on the continent, and we all one, and getting you know what I'm saying. So
can I get in on an explanation of that? Because I can give an example. Okay,
go ahead, brother. Go ahead.
You say gang violence. Okay, right now you got well, I don't say right now, but in general, you've had Crips and Bloods banging on each other, GDs, Vice Lords, whatever gang. You know what I mean? So a way that you could practice Pan-Africanism here in America without going to Africa or dealing with any Africans in particular. Just like the brother Gullah was bringing up earlier about gun violence. All these kids out here got switches and all of that. So a part of Pan-Africanism is finding solutions for the problems that Black people are having throughout the diaspora, which I explained earlier. Finding solutions for the issues wherever you are in the world, and also being supported by other Black Africans throughout the diaspora. So it's not like I said, it just even Stupi's brought up early. It's about we, not the me. So it's all a mindset. If your mindset goes to the we and not the me, then you don't want to kill that other brother just because he got on another color.
Mm-hmm.
So all of these changing your mindset helps in the long run. Like that is the beginning process, is to change your mindset. If we got a bunch of Black people who don't want to change their mindset and they only want to stick in the doom and gloom, then you're not gonna achieve any Pan-African success. So the point of Pan-Africanism is to connect Black people wherever you are. You know what I mean? You can do it right here. You can do like what y'all was talking about with John Hope Bryant and everything. I've been following John Hope Bryant from the beginning. That's one of my favorite people to go to when it comes to finances. So I agree.
And I was one of the ones that was saying Africa cut the check, because it was like I was using it in the way like y'all saying Africa, so I'm saying Africa. Like, so I don't know what specific countries y'all was particularly wanting to align with. I'm gonna assume maybe the
Black Africans. That's what I'm saying. Like the Pan-African movement is about African diasporan people. So it's not just about the Africans on the continent, but it's also about Africans in England, Africans in, wherever you are, it's about Black people getting together in order to change our circumstances for the better.
Okay.
That's the ideal of Pan-Africanism. That's why we all have a problem with trying to figure out what issue y'all have with that ideology.
I have a problem with that. I guess fine. It's cool. I'm cool with it, right? Fine. But
it's a matter.
I think we can. Our focus, right? I think it's a lot of things to focus on, bro. Like the diaspora. You know what I mean? Like, I understand the will and the connection, but let's make sure this is connected first. You know what I'm saying? Like, before we get international, right? I think we got to get city to city. You know what I'm saying? Like,
that's the whole point. That's the goal of
okay.
Pan-Africanism, though. Like the
Well,
goal
let's start with
is
Pan
to
African
start
Americanism first,
small.
and then we can flow into Pan
That's
Africanism.
fine. But that's what I'm saying. It's not,
okay.
you keep going back, you keep reverting back to Pan-Africanism being something that solely has something to do with Africa. It's
No,
about
I'm saying
African
international
diaspora.
and just international period.
That's what I'm saying. If you only want to focus on America, that's fine. That's not a problem with Pan-African. Exactly. Pan-Africanism does not knock you from wanting your fellow Black Americans or whatever you want to call African Americans. It's not stopping you from doing any of that. So that's why I keep wondering, like, what is your real issue with Pan-Africanism? Because it's not stopping you from doing anything here in America
Nobody never
for Black
explained
Americans.
it to me that way, though. You know what I'm saying? Like, they always explain it to me in a different way. They never.
I was trying.
Yeah, and to your credit, Steve Pease was
I don't
fine,
know.
and
You didn't do a good
also,
job. Pease, you usually do pretty good, but you did a terrible job of explaining that.
well, he tried to. He tried to. And here's the thing. Also, to his credit, Dot, you explained it too, and as I said, even under your definition, I think I would actually be a Pan-Africanist. I don't think when you got off, I didn't get to tell you. I think you and I would probably clash over the definition of the Black as far as the unity as far as who we're calling Black, right? I think that's where you and I would find conflict. But I did want to take this opportunity to ask Psycho, if it's okay with everybody else, kind of put that same question towards Psycho that was put towards everyone earlier, and that is, do you think that Pan-Africanism needs a tangible objective, or is it more of an ideology? And what would be, if you could name maybe at least one of those tangible objectives, like Logic said, like the wealth gap or something. If you could name one of those tangible objectives, what would that be? If you think it even needs one.
I would say the wealth gap is critical based on regardless of whatever Pan-African you talk to, because Pan-Africanism is a broad umbrella, right? Like, a lot of things encompass this, right? You got people that are the people that y'all talk about that want to go back to Africa, think we should repatriate and everything else, and go build up over there and everything. I don't agree with that ideology, but there are people out there that believe that's cool, right? But there's also people that think we should try to build a nation here in America, right? There are people that don't think we need a nation per se. We need to just pretty much just do what y'all talking about, financial literacy, do X, Y, Z, whatever the case may be, and just blend in with the system. It depends on who you're talking to, right? Because there's no one set rule to it. Kind of like the Democrats, right? Democrats is a whole bunch of different ideologies pulling and tugging on the Democratic Party, right? But it'll be unfair for me to run into a Democrat and say, "Oh, you're a Democrat. That means you're gay," because Democrats support gays, i.e., you're gay, right? But that's kind of how I feel when y'all say y'all Pan-Africans, y'all all want to go back to Africa, right? Y'all kind of just throw us under that part of the umbrella and just everything, like they the over encompassing, totality of Pan-Africanism, and y'all kind of just.
Well, I think Pan-Africanism, the representation ain't, you know what I'm saying? Because most of the time when I get it, and to be fair, like C-Dot earlier, like that was kind of basically like along the line where you was kind of coming from, like, yo, we gonna leverage the good, the goods and minerals against the, whatever the opposition, because you know what I'm saying, like, in order to get whatever we want, we're aligning with some of these African countries to leverage that power, or those minerals or whatever against whatever other entity.
But even that, Corey, that was like that wasn't me that came up with that. That was the other brother with the Pharaoh picture or whatever. I can't remember what his name was. But that was him that came up with that thought process. What I was saying was that thought process and a lot of the other things, even the question that old boy asked me earlier, was way into the future type of thoughts. I'm not even that far yet. I won't sit here and tell you that, okay, yeah, all we got to do is go to Africa and then all of a sudden everybody's going to be united and we just going to, like, no, I don't think about Pan-Africanism in a fantasy mode. I view Pan-Africanism as something that actually helped me stop viewing other black people as my enemy, which I feel like personally helps me as an African American. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Like that helps me because now I no longer view my people. I appreciate other African cultures, whether that and that's also just in America, because we all practice different cultures on different sides of America. You know what I mean? But I have to learn to appreciate those in order to come off as respectful. I want other black people. I want people in California. I'm just saying, I want people in California to not. I'm sorry, say that again.
No, I'm saying that's just something that nobody can take away from you. The fact that it works for you personally in that way, you know what I'm saying? Like nobody can take that away from you. So you know what I'm saying? I wouldn't even attempt to kind of pose an argument, against something like that. But,
yeah, so that's what I'm saying. Like it's a personal. That's what I think. That for me, that's what Pan-Africanism can do for every single black person in this country. If people adopted an ideology that helps you appreciate other black people, then I mean, of course that's gonna help us not want to kill each other. That's gonna help us want to say, okay, well let's have a conversation instead of me being ready to jump off a bridge. You know what I mean? Like all of these things.
I think we all on the same page. I think we just call it.
It's a whole lot of capping going on.
I'm trying not to butt in because I know you don't like being cut off, man. But I mean, like in some regard, like I'm trying to get to where what are the what's different about, like, if I owned a business and I wanted to buy products and services from an African company, right? I can do that. It's legal in America, right? So I'm trying to figure out, if I was a Pan-African who owned a business, like how would, like, what advantage, or like, you know what I'm saying? Like I'm trying to figure out what makes what I'm doing now different. Because
I would employ
all the things that you listed, I remember listing before, were things that are actually legal now. You can actually contact them and do business back and forth. The American government is stopping you from doing that. So, like, what's the difference between doing it as a Pan-African and doing it not as a Pan-African?
Okay, number one is that the Pan-Africanism
or not, whether you claim Pan-Africanism or not, you still could move like a Pan-African. Like most of y'all moved as Pan-Africans your whole life before you even knew what Pan-Africanism was. That's why a lot of stuff that me and C-Dot saying right now don't sound foreign to y'all, because y'all already was moving that way. Right. Like, because y'all just wasn't claiming Pan-Africanism. Right? Like that's not cap. That's not cap.
The only thing,
would nobody on this panel be here today if it wasn't for Pan-Africanism?
Everybody
had more cap. When we got on that slave ship, everybody had to drop that tribalism, because we all didn't come from the same tribe. We all from different tribes. We had amalgamation of different tribes. And when we got on that slave ship, we had to drop all that tribalism. All that beefing and everything else we did in Africa, we had to drop all that and become one people. We have become a race, and that's what Pan-Africanism is about. It's not about
that's true.
It's not about a land.
The other stuff we were saying is the new era for the mall.
It's real. He is exactly right though. And with bringing up the financial part again, like that don't, like, I don't know why we keep reaching to that part, because like I said, if I'm a Pan-African, my thought process is that I want to employ as many black people as I possibly can. That's a Pan-African thought process as a business owner. But if I don't have that thought process, then it don't matter who I hire. I just want to get whoever is gonna come in for the cheapest. That's a capitalist mindset. I don't have the capitalist mindset. My mindset is to benefit and progress other black people.
And that's what a couple people said earlier that was on the panel when y'all had the discussion earlier. I was at work, but they were saying like, well, I might be a Pan-Africanist and I really just don't know it. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, I think y'all got a point there. You know what I mean? So definitely.
I mean, by C-Dot's definition, I think damn near all of us are. You know, by that definition that C-Dot
Well, the only
just
part
gave,
that's
I mean,
different is
I
that
don't
y'all
have
don't
no
like
argument
y'all
with
don't like
that.
diasporan Africans. That's y'all. That's what makes y'all not Pan-African is that y'all are against diasporan Africans. Y'all just care about African Americans, and that's
I'm
it.
just not against. I'm not against them. Like it's just it seemed like, so the way that the argument was going earlier, right? It would make you kind of argue in that kind of way, right? But you know, because sometimes you want to be a little bit hyperbolic to get your point across, right? But you know, so it's I just wanted to now that y'all saying that, you know, that's not the position, like the whole going over there and building, you know, Africa up, you know what I'm saying? Like I said, it changes the dynamic.
Some organizations have that position. Some Pan-African organizations have that position, but that's
Right.
that organization, right?
Yeah.
Right. I have that position personally. Like that is my position is to build up Africa as a continent and create a symbolization of a United States of Africa. That's my hopes and dreams. But I don't forecast that on the next Pan-African because their ideology might have them reaching for another goal. So that's why Pan-Africanism ain't set up to attack somebody else's way of Pan-Africanism. It's really, I mean, that's what you're doing. As long as you progressing black people in a positive direction, that's the goal. So however you choose to do
everybody
that,
has the same
right, and that's why every time you say that, you get mad at me because I say that you can't have no state and no nation without a military, and you get mad at me. But go ahead.
No.
Y'all
Hold on,
talking about
Psycho.
a
Hold on
version
1
of
second,
Pan
Psycho. I
African.
can't let him get
Oh
away with
man,
that because that was wrong.
Go ahead,
No,
brother.
I've never said nothing about that, bro. Like having having a United State, like even with the comments that I made earlier when I was talking about dog, like if it requires you to pick up a gun and do what you need to do in order to protect and serve your nation, then that's what you do. Like I'm never the type of person that would say, oh no, I just need to be all peace over there. I know what will come down the line. But my ultimate goal is getting to that point because we're so far away from it. We're so far away from talking
That's
about
what they caught before the horse, talking about military. Yeah, that's
exactly. And that's what I was trying to say earlier. I don't go that far into the future because I'm still focused on how to get to the point to where we even talking. You know what I'm saying? We erasing lines and we create new ones and all of like that's what I want to get to the point of. And I know that the military aspect and the protecting our natural resources and all of that is way down the line. Even if I know that I understood the problem with manufacturing over there. I know that we don't manufacture enough. We depend too much on European countries in order to get manufactured goods of our own resources. So I understand that those are all, and people in Africa understand all of that. So it's not lost on nobody about all of the steps that need to be taken. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, Psycho, when you get a chance, I'm gonna cut you for that Du Bois disrespect. You're gonna stop coming in here and disrespecting W.E.B. Du Bois, that great African man, African American man. No.
Not this time. I actually was letting y'all know that he was a Pan-African.
He my show.
Nah,
here you
wonderful
go.
Pan-African.
But I can catch your disrespect because see, this ain't your first foray into Du Bois disrespect. See, I did the Boulay show. You came in here disrespected, but you was nice. We did the Hazen show on fraternity. He was cool, but the shit you said today was just wrong. And they didn't catch it because they don't know Du Bois. They just know the name. But I know the actual that's probably my favorite.
He's
black
not
leader.
Pan-African?
No, I didn't say that. See?
Okay.
I didn't say that. We'll do that another time. I don't want to derail the conversation, but I think I need to talk directly to you.
I wanted to hear that
with
one.
Your Du Bois.
Yeah, we can do that.
Du Bois hate.
Yeah, hopefully, see that. Hopefully, at least I want to be able to. I actually want to have the conversation. So, some kind of way, I'm attempting to have it in a way we can leave out all the extra shit and just talk about the plan. I'm not coming at you. I don't see a reason for you to be coming at me. And I said that because I wanted to give Psycho some credit. Psycho, you the second best Pan African I've ever met. I'm gonna say Marcus is the first one. Y'all have a brand of Pan Africanism that I agree with. So I'm gonna just put that out there. I've been trying. So the fact that I'm saying that will let you know I'm fair. When I do agree, I'll just say it. I ain't gonna be contrarian. I be agreeing with a lot of stuff that you be saying. And I don't want to because I want to be able to have a back and forth, but damn, when I agree, I just be like, damn.
So why you disagree with Stew Peas? Why you disagree with Stew Peas? Stew Peas brand isn't any different.
The truth is, he just don't like you.
Well, you start talking.
I don't mind Stew Peas. I mean, Stew Peas hovered for a long time. He got a lot of gasoline in his
everybody in
airplane.
the world. If everybody in the world go hungry, Chevron and Stu Peas was saying they wanted to help the whole world out and all this old wild shit. Like, bro, no, we can't help the whole world out. That's why I disagree with you, Stu Peas.
Mute up, small.
Nah, you good in my book, Stu Peas. I would just like you to land your plane a little sooner, but other than that, you good in my book.
Nah, Psycho is he's the best. He's the first best national Black activist politician, and calling that shit Pan-Africanism that I've ever heard. And that's where I land my plane at with him. Y'all ain't describing Pan-Africanism just by helping Black people. That's just helping Black people.
That's co-opting helping Black people into Pan-Africanism, right?
You could say it's part of Pan-Africanism, but Pan is all. Pan
like
definitely has something to do with global politics. So if we just gonna say we as Black people help other Black people, we be in another place, and you want to call that Pan-Africanism, then that's your version. Like I said in the first place, your version of Pan-Africanism, not necessarily what Pan-Africanism is. And the definition is
you holding the door open for old ladies as Pan-African.
Yeah, come on, bro. You're just a nice human being.
You and Logic are being key contrarian.
I ain't really said that much. What about the Africans coming over here and then they help us build up over here? Then we gonna go back over there. Like we gotta. That's what I'm saying. Like
who told you you gotta go anywhere?
Like if anybody gonna do anything, let's do us first. Then we can fool with everybody else. You see what I'm saying? Like because history if you look at history, right? We always the ones, right, that end up the ones fucked over. So I'm saying we need to benefit first before anybody benefit off anything. You know what I'm saying? That's all I'm saying. Bring something to the table, and then we can talk about building up and community and all of that. And this, you know, I'm just not with a lot of that, you know. And that might sound like, oh, I'm against. That's another thing I wanted to say. I don't want it to sound like I'm against, you know, Africans or nothing like that. I'm just saying, like, I think they got a lot of issues that they need to worry about, and we got a lot of issues that we need to worry about. You know, and then once we can take care of our issues, our domestic issues, then we can become more international.
I don't think you got an argument, but I know for everybody saying that Garvey didn't believe that we needed to go to Africa, I just want a quick quiz question. Where did W.E.B. Du Bois die?
In Ghana.
And where did he? And when he went to Ghana, why did he go to Ghana? Because he was disillusioned with trying to install Pan-Africanism here. He was working with Kwame Nkrumah to write that book, and he died over there. He was disillusioned.
Yeah,
but his original.
Okay.
Go ahead. Well, I mean, we could do different states of disillusionment, but I mean, I don't think I would disagree with anything that you're about to say, Psycho. I'm just being clear.
He's actually disillusioned with the NAACP.
Well, yeah, that too. They outed him. Yeah, I agree.
More so the Black elite.
Yeah, I agree. And the elite. Throw the elite in there too. Yeah, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying it's these different versions of Pan-Africanism. Like, and that's my only concern. It's the different versions that always end up being kind of frustrating. And then also Psycho and Psycho. Or to the chat, just everybody. So there was a time, I think somebody brought up Gaddafi earlier.
and Gaddafi was trying to donate $1 billion to African Americans on this continent. And the US blocked that shit because of the relationship at the time, not because he didn't want our help, but based on the standing that that country and us had at the time, they blocked that shit. So I don't want anybody to make you think that it's just as easy as just start sending money all over the place, doing this, that, and the third. If we're talking about global Pan-Africanism, my only concern, C. Dot and Psycho, I want to be clear. I'm not being contrarian. I think Black people can help all Black people. That's not what I'm saying. But what I'm saying is that the version of Pan-Africanism, when I hear it from 30, if you put 30 Pan-Africans in a room, you hear 30 different versions, and the majority of them, it doesn't go to what the origin of what it was supposed to be. It's some new version based on the difficulties that we face in today, which makes sense. But I'm trying to figure out still how Africa, I don't agree with Corey.
People in different places have different problems.
Right. But Pan means all. Wait, hold on. But Pan means all, which means you bring those different people in those different places together to solve, like Chef made an amazing point the other day. We might all have different issues, but there are some issues that overlap that we all have as Africans, African Americans in the diaspora. So we may not have to come together on gang violence. That might not matter to somebody in Africa, but we definitely have some shared issues that we can be Pan-African on, and that'd be a good start.
Yeah, like now when like you said, you get 30 Pan-Africans in the room, you're gonna hear 30 different versions of Pan-Africanism.
Yeah,
no, you're gonna hear 30 different solutions on how we get hit the end goal of Pan-Africanism.
And I won't argue with that either. I won't argue with that.
Now, because like I said, Pan-Africanism is just a blanket term, and we all got the same end game. But we got, like I said, we got different ways to go about doing it, and that's what you will hear the differences in. Like, okay, we should do this, and we should do it this way, we should do it that way, and everything else. But we all got the same end game.
Well, some of y'all don't, because some of the Pan-Africans that I hear, it is the Pan-Africanism of let's all get together, move to one place, start a government, start a military. Like, we're not just making this up. Logic ain't get the military. Like there are some Pan-Africans that talk that cash money.
That would still be the same end game, because that would be the upliftment of Black people, right? Like,
well,
it might not be in
the
destination that you would like it to be, and I'm not the go back to Africa guy either. So
exactly. So he's a Black. He has a more Black nationalist viewpoint of Pan-Africanism. So me and Psycho have disagreed.
That causes Pan-Africanism.
No, I'm saying Black nationalism is still the ultimate goal of Black nationalism is still Black power. So like Pan-Africanism can't be against Black nationalism, even if we have, like I said, there's different solutions for everybody. You know what I mean? For me personally, like I said, I'm not gonna ever say Psycho's not a Pan-African because he wants to be here. I don't give a fuck about America for real. You know what I'm saying? Like that. I don't think that it's gonna help us in the long run. We outnumbered. Personally, I got too many arguments.
That's a tough statement.
Against. Yeah, I got too many arguments against. You know what I'm saying? Real true Black progression.
I don't
in
even
America.
know if I mean, like, damn, shit. Okay, go ahead.
But
I'm
that's
listening.
just but like I said, we can have different points of views, but at the end of the day, the Pan-Africanism part means that I'm not gonna be against what he got going on. As far as his Black nationalism, I'm gonna support it as long as it's pushing for Black people, and he's not gonna be against my repatriation.
Yeah, but if you don't give a fuck about America, at some point there will be a clash.
I mean, don't get me wrong. I give a fuck about I give a fuck about the people. I don't give a fuck about the system, the government. Like, that's the part that because I don't see, we don't have enough unification here in America with Black people, and we fight against unification with like incorporating more Black people. So it'd be weird to me. That's why I said, like, we literally have different cultures on each coast of this country. So why do we think
you want America
that,
to be better? I don't think it's fuck America. I just think you want America to be better.
I
You know?
do. That's what I'm saying. I do. I want it to be better for black people. So therefore, I would never push against black people progressing in America. I actually support black progression in America. Like I said, but black people don't agree even in America on how we move forward with that black progression. Some people don't feel like they need to get involved in the government at all. I disagree with that. You know what I'm saying? So it's disagreements everywhere that we still got to have conversations about in order to be able to progress. That's one of my main reasons for wanting to repatriate, because I don't think black people want to get on the same page over here. So it's like,
and you still acknowledge that those same forces exist in a different way in Africa. You still have stratified societies where people at the top have more than the people at the bottom, and there's more people at the bottom than there is on top. And the policies and all that stuff is slanted to one ethnic group over another. Right.
Yeah, I think all of those things need to be worked on. I think it's just easier to work on
a similar fight.
I just think it's easier to do it with more people. It's over 1.2 billion black people on the continent of Africa. So, and it's only 40 million here. So I think that it's easier to motivate other black people, especially being surrounded by black people, even though, like I said, you got what I call coons and sambos everywhere in the world. You know what I mean? So it ain't no different in Africa. Some people ain't gonna be with that. Some people gonna like to be, they love being up under the colonial thumb and all of that because they benefit from it. So some people ain't gonna want to let that go.
No, you said jigaboo earlier.
No, I ain't say jigaboo. I don't say that.
I'm trying to identify this magic pill, right? Because these black people are already living there around black people.
Who said jigaboo earlier, bro? Because I was cracking up.
I don't know who said that. I say my favorite two terms.
Unless I'm on a conscious community show, I do not hear these terms in real life unless I'm on a panel or talking to somebody that's just the wildest shit ever. Never hear it. Nobody ever says it.
I don't know where you from. I'm from the South. I hear it all the time.
Jigaboo, this shit crazy.
Oh, jigaboo! I don't know nothing about that. I don't know nothing about
that. That's a wild time to call somebody motherfucking jigaboo, Lord. But go ahead. I guess we're all used to it at this point.
Can I throw a question out real quick?
It's a scientifically literate statement.
Yeah. Scientifically literate.
I'm just saying, you know.
Was there ever a point where we believe or we think that Pan-Africanism was fully defined?
Yes, in the beginning. Yeah, in the beginning. I think it was. I think the definition that we heard earlier, when they first started, matter of fact, first off, peace to you, Mujasa. I like to
peace, bro. First. Good afternoon.
We came up with the actual definition. That's why I was getting a little triggered earlier. And thanks to RP for that topic. It was very clear. Y'all go ahead, and when I find it, I'll just cut somebody off.
Okay, so when and Brad, this ain't a question for Brass, but this is for everybody. Because I'm sorry, I'm late for the conversation, just getting off of work.
Here it is. I got it.
Okay, go ahead.
It says Pan-Africanism is the political, cultural, and social philosophy that all people of African descent on the continent and in the diaspora share a common history and destiny, and therefore should unite in pursuit of freedom, dignity, and self-determination. Let me just give you the key points. The unity. Africans everywhere are one people despite colonial borders or slavery scattering. The liberation, originally focused on ending slavery, colonialism, and racism. Solidarity, cooperations across nations and across the diaspora, Africa, Americas, Caribbean, Europe, and the self-determination. Control of African resources, culture, and political future by Africans themselves 100%.
Okay, and where does that? Do you know where that one's grounded from? Where that definition comes from?
I'll go get it from you. I asked for a sourced one so we can get it.
Okay, because I believe
pretty much similar to the same thing you just read.
Right. The reason why I asked is because I believe from the terminology that I'm hearing from what you read, Brother Brass, that's the 1974 Sixth Pan-African Conference definition. Okay. So, and don't quote me on that. I believe, if I remember correct, that's that definition. There were 7 different conferences before that, starting in 1900.
Okay.
Henry Sylvester Williams was the first one in 1900 with this Pan-African Association to pull people together under a conference. Everything sequentially after that was a Congress. With each consecutive Congress that they had, 1919, 1921, 1923, I don't remember the other 2 after that. I think it was like 27, 28, or 45. They were trying to define what Pan-Africanism is, how it looks, who's involved, what it manifested into, the pragmatic reality of it, and if there was an economic reality to it. And most of the first few congresses that they had, Pan-African congresses, was in Europe. It wasn't even in the States. It wasn't even in the Caribbeans. It was in Europe. And the first 5 get-togethers that folks was coming together associated with Africa, but there was very few diplomats that came from Africa. Because the original foundation from what my research has taught me is that the theoretical concept of Pan-Africanism had everything to do with reuniting African diasporas together under this banner, coming from the islands to the States. Because Henry Williams was going back and forth between the States and Trinidad and Caribbeans and different spots and Europe. And so his grounding understanding and a few people that influenced him was that the Africans that experienced enslavement was the ones to lead this campaign and banner of Pan-Africanism. We talked about this about 3 or 4 months ago. And so we have to look at what they were trying to develop and trying to figure out, because there was never fully a defined this is Pan-Africanism that came out. And you had different people that walked away with like, well, I believe I got a good concept of what Pan-Africanism is, only to be challenged by somebody else because there was never really a consensus on it. But one of the things that I tend to hold on to, and I feel like C. Dot was kind of saying that, and Psycho was saying this too, but I always add this element in, is what Walter Rodney framed for us. And Walter Rodney always essentially said that when we talk about Pan-Africanism, we have to put it in a non-formal way to understand the formality of it. What that means is that when did it exist in a non-formal way? When was it a form of resistance where it was practical and we see it before it became the theoretical and the concept? And his grounding reality in his writings was that Pan-Africanism exists before it became a term elicited by lawyers and baristas and legalists and stuff like that. It was the idea that these different various of Africans in the Caribbeans, in the States, in Brazil, Colombia, they found ways to come to one common objective, to fight off this system, to fight off the master, to get through this particular region and kill this overseer. Yeah, you might be from Ive, you might be Yoruba, you might be Oye, you might be Dahomey, but in this particular geographic reality that we're in, we have to find some unity and beat off this force. So he always said that the slave insurrection was our first informal reality of Pan-Africanism. And he held to, through all of his writings, he said, you cannot separate Pan-Africanism from the necessity of resisting imperialism, European imperialism. He said you can't separate the two. So whether you're talking about economics, whether you're talking about social, he never even got into the talking about culture. He didn't believe that Pan-Africanism associated to cultural connections. He said it's a political objective. You come together and your goal is to fight against European imperialism. Once that's completed, then you can have conversations of nation building and power development and political infrastructure. But your goal is to kill that white man. And so when you've seen some of the conceptual formations of it in the Pan-African Association in the first conferences all the way to the Congress, the themes that they kept was that we are trying to create networks of unifications to push up against the Brits, the Portuguese, the Spaniards, the Americans. And that's the piece that I mentioned to y'all a few months ago. In any type of conversation we're having around Pan-Africanism, if it doesn't keep the unity along with fighting the oppressive system, then we're losing sight of Pan-Africanism.
Can
And
I
we introduced in Pan-Africanism to the continent. We introduced it in a theoretical and conceptual way. It may have already existed in the informal way, but we introduced it. So what my brother Corey is elevating is
Trump
that
at the bit.
what does that mean in terms of our conversation with brothers coming from the continent? Well, for one, we got to get brothers and sisters from the continent on board with what Pan-Africanism is, because most of them don't even know what it is. It's over there now, but to a degree, most people don't even have a conceptual idea or framework of what Pan-Africanism is. It got over there from 1970s going forward. That's when, by the sixth conference, we start seeing or the fifth conference, we start seeing different people, Du Bois, Padmore, Nkrumah, Jomo Kenyatta. Then they start, they was a part of that piece. But the conferences before that, it barely included and involved a lot of the diplomats from the continent. So there's a lot of education that we have to have around what the themes of Pan-Africanism is, but it always entailed the unification in order to fight white imperialism. And I'll land there.
I'm gonna say this to you, Mujasi. I would have a comeback for that. I think what you said was amazing. I have no comeback. I do have one. You had I'm gonna just know. I just think I appreciate the line. I appreciate what you said. That was just fine. Go ahead.
Likewise, brother. Likewise. Go ahead,
Okay,
brother.
so before I quit, I forget my point. I do, of course, always appreciate how well your points are articulated. So one thing that concerns me a little bit is like, so all of those events of resistance are being like now being like co-opted by Pan-Africanism, as if those prior events had this Pan-African goal in mind, right? So like when I think that they work just fine as events or moments of resistance. But I think once you attach the label of those were events or moments of Pan-Africanism, I don't know if that thing needs that particular directive, or they did that for this behind that, right? Because we can look at those same events of resistance and come up with our own thing, right? It doesn't have to be included in Pan-Africanism at all. You get what I'm saying? But if I include those events in Pan-Africanism, like now I gotta be Pan-African just to be like a part of those events. But like that's why I feel like there's maybe something else going on. Obviously not you, but like I don't think that that's the way us being capable of producing ideas based on our current environment need to actually have these other terms and baggage that are way older than us and not exactly a part of our problem in some cases.
You said you can't focus on America, though.
I said I can't focus on America?
See, like people keep missing the picture here. Pan-Africanism, they hear Africa and Pan-Africanism, and they keep thinking this ideology is about the land. It's about the people.
It's not about the land, it's about the people.
It's about the people. So you can focus on the African diaspora wherever you at. Like it's not like people get too hyper focused on Africa. It's just stating that we have all African descent and we all have common goals and interests that we need to work together to achieve.
We got to emphasize.
That's the most simplistic definition I can give you.
That's it right there. Please, let's emphasize what Psycho just said. Pan-Africanism at its roots, when it first was conceptualized, written down, talked about, organized, fundraised to get people to talk about it, the African part of Pan-Africanism was talking about the people, particularly the diasporic people, the people. It had very little pragmatic political association to the land. Yes, it recognized that these group of peoples was from that land. It was about the people. It was about when Henry Sylvester Williams visited the United States and got to meet Henry McNeill Turner and got to glean and learn from Booker T. Washington. Like, it was about the people. It was about him understand John Raymond Thomas in Trinidad and experiencing people in Haiti and different ports. Like, he saw the people. It was the people that he was politically organizing around, not the landmass. So I think it's helping us if we can start thinking about Pan-Africanism from its thematic roots, that it had everything to do with organizing people on
With
around
black
a
people.
certain objective. No, we're gonna shift black, because I'm not. We're gonna shift blackness away, but we're a group of people that was oppressed under a certain system. That's what Pan-Africanism was rooted in. We could talk about the black moniker and identity piece a little later. We'll get to that.
Hey, can I say something?
Yes, sir.
I was gonna say, like, it is me, like, you know what I'm saying. If I would be a pan anything, you know what I'm saying, wouldn't even represent the totality of Africa, Niger Congo. Majority of the diaspora come from Niger Congo speaking populations, like them kind of, like, you know what I'm saying, them kind of only Africans, you know, that we identify with, for real, for real. Like, I deal with them Africans first, if anything, you know what I'm saying, the majority, you know, so we even the heartbeat of the continent.
Yeah, much respect. I hear you on that one. Like, we can't go back and change why they chose Africa at that time, but I agree with you. It's, as we define it a little bit more.
If I wanted to start something new of my own, you know what I'm saying?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I was slow. Niger Congo, Niger Cadofian populations. That's that's who, that's the Africans we come from, nation, language we spoke, and even the creolization of the diaspora, we all come from places. You know what I'm saying? Even like, you know what I'm saying? Even if I wasn't African American, which I'm partially am. I'm partially African American, and I'm partially, Afro Cubano. Even if I was just fully Cuban, that ought to be the African or Afro, representation that my lineage come from, Niger Congo people. Even my girl, my woman is Afro Colombian. Them the type of Africans, you know what I'm saying? Afro Niger Congo population. You know what I'm saying?
Absolutely.
I'm trying to make an observation, right? If I oversimplify a lot of what y'all are saying, C-Dot, Psycho, some degree what you're saying, Johnson, not a lot less of them still, but like that sounds like the BRICS organization, right? Where they would be trying to develop relationships to where they can figure out a way to build their economies despite of all the Western influences around. Like, is that like the short version of what the ideal Pan-African running full speed look like?
Networking is huge, and I would say networking is one of the main factors. Like, that's the whole purpose of identifying as the diaspora, with the diaspora and connecting. So for networking purposes, right? Mainly, not outside of like relocating. Like, it has more to do with networking and building these bonds and finding people that you could do business with, wherever, like, because if you build businesses here, you need trade, right? You need to be able to trade and capital. You need resources. These resources could be right there in Africa or Haiti or Jamaica, wherever, right? And these networks can help. It's always good to have networks outside of FWAs in this country, right? Because we depended on these FWAs and these Asians and these Arabs and everything else to build up all our capital. When we can try to build up capital with people throughout the diaspora, we ain't got to live there, but we could get the networks going up.
No, I feel you, right? But the whole point, the whole driving force behind the network, right, would be to undermine or to eventually like overcome the influence of Western power. Like, that would be the whole need for a network at all, right?
Yes.
Okay. I think we've at least arrived, right? So So this ultimately ends up in like how do we overcome Western influence? And so when I'm thinking of that, like when you like it, from what I could tell, like the closer you actually get to doing that, like the more difficult it actually becomes. So as we were saying, in one scenario, you could be a business owner and just do business, in Africa and not have to like you. Of course, you're still paying taxes to America, right? Like in whatever particular, taxes or whatever else they have to put on, your product or that country, blah blah. Like you still paying it. So like you really, by actually doing the business, you don't undermine it at all. You just operate within it.
As far as I'm confused about what you're saying, like as far as like,
well, in other words, you operate in it, but at a higher level. That's what you do if you were
you talking like capitalism,
incorporated.
like still you talking
Yeah.
still like partaking in capitalism.
Yeah. I mean, unless you're getting around the paying taxes part. If you cool with the paying the taxes, like you're actually not circumventing this Western influence. You're using the money that you're getting from the jobs of Western influence.
Taxes is global, right? Like I don't care what you're doing, you're gonna pay taxes. That's what these tariffs is all about, right? And Donald Trump hitting all these other countries up with tariffs.
But what logic is saying is as long as we're paying them to the United States, I guess what you're saying logic is we would never get completely past any sort of
I'm trying to get them to answer because I think that there is a scenario when they get around it, right? And maybe I could just hear Mujasa if you agree or disagree that ultimately you would be trying to get around it. I don't actually see how that I guess without being in America and like participating in BRICS. I don't know how that actually happens. Right? Like
it's
as far
it's Pan-Africanism today. Go ahead. I'm sorry, Psycho.
No, I just understood. I think what he was trying to say. You trying to say if we join BRICS, you saying?
Yeah. Like I'm saying, like it. I'm kind of comparing it to that, right? As in a network of like people, businesses, economies. They're literally doing that in order to undermine America, right? So like I'm kind of comparing it to that because I asked earlier if that's what it looks like running at full speed. I didn't get no pushback.
They still get taxed.
Okay, you talking about BRICS are still getting taxed?
Yeah.
Okay.
Get taxed. So so taxes, if you're talking about, like you can't avoid taxes. Every country is going to enforce tariffs to a certain degree.
Okay.
So you're gonna have to deal with that regardless.
Right. So, but they're still together. The whole reason of them even doing that is to get as far away as they can, and eventually completely become from under. Right. That's the whole idea.
But no.
They're paying taxes now, but the whole idea is to never pay taxes.
Well,
at least to America.
Some logic that wouldn't be universal. I guarantee everyone on this panel who's a pro Pan African is going to tell you that that's not a universal concept, though, bro.
I'm asking a good one right here. Psycho say like he eventually get completely away from it.
He's saying that.
I would say that's the end game, but I mean that's a long process again.
Definitely a long process. So not our generation, not next generation, probably not even maybe one or two, but eventually like Africa or somewhere else.
Would everybody on here who's a pro Pan African agree that would be the objective though? Because if that was the objective,
I wanted to get an objective and then hear from Mujasi. That's what I wanted to do.
I gotta pay the bills. 2 seconds.
Okay.
Hold on.
Oh, Brad's trying to say something, guys.
Yeah.
Psycho, real quick. I'm trying because I gotta do my moderating job.
For those that's in the chat, and we'll go right back to you, Psycho. For those that's in the chat, we are live right now. Y'all complain about the replays, but we are live right now. If you get in the Discord right now, for the low price of $3.99, you will literally be able to participate in this conversation on YouTube versus complain when you get to see this show later. We are live right now. Go ahead, Psycho. Go ahead, finish your statement, brother.
Yeah, I forgot what I was about to say, to be honest with you.
I apologize. I knew that was going to happen. I apologize. Hey,
You know,
shouts to
you
you,
know,
though.
I
The
think
other night, you had like 300 motherfuckers watching. Shouts to you. Shouts to you. I forgot what the conversation was, but that shit brought. I don't know what you was talking about, but it had to been good because you got about 300 people in there. So shouts to you once again.
I forgot what I was talking about last show. I forgot. I forgot.
Yeah, we were. I was. So you had just got me on the paying taxes, right? And I said right, but the whole objective was to never be paying taxes. And then I kind of like I kind of just put the ball back in the court a little bit, pause, and I said so eventually if it's to get completely from up under Western influence, like you wouldn't be here for that.
I was saying like the end game of all Pan-Africans would tell you that's going to be the end game. Now, again, I know I'm realistic about it, right? I'm not one of these fantasy guys, right? I don't try to sell people snake oil. I ain't going to tell you it took us over 400 years to get in this situation. I can't tell you no 2-week plan to get us up out of it. Nor can anybody else. They selling you bullshit if they is trying to sell you that, right? Like this is a long process that's going to have to take place. I just want my generation to get the ball rolling. I understand it takes many generations to get this thing going, and I got my own views of how I feel like the best way to go about doing it. Some people agree, some people don't. That's cool. But everybody got they solutions based whatever, whether it's going back to Africa, whether it's building up in their own areas, whether it be Haiti, Jamaica, here in America, which what I push, whatever the case may be. But the end game is always to build up Black people, because again, this flag right here is red, right? This red, black, and green. This is not a nation flag, right? This flag is not attached to a nation, right? You got some nations that carry these colors, but this flag is not centered to one nation, right? This flag represents a people, right? It's all about a people. So as long as people are uplifting, being uplifted and fighting for their liberation globally, I support every nation that's doing it. I'm focused on what this nation is doing right here, because this is where I'm at. And so this is my main focus right here. But I support any nation, Jamaica, Haiti, Nigeria, wherever the case may be, pushing for their reparations, whatever the case may be, or getting the white man off their land, all that. Like I support all that, right? But but again, we gotta focus on. I agree that we gotta focus on where we at. And where we at right here is America, but that don't make you not Pan-African just because you want to focus on America. That's
absolutely.
I'm trying to let people know it's not an either or.
Yeah. Dr. Greg Carr says that we have to think globally but act locally. We have to think globally, but act locally. His point was that, yes, we can be aware of what's going on in Senegal. We can be aware of what's going on in Burkina Faso. We could be aware of what's going on in the Congo, in Trinidad, in Brazil. We could be aware of all of these places. We could be aware of what's going on in Mississippi, in DC, what may happen in Chicago. But we have to act locally. And locally is even in our own nation state, sometimes even in our own city and township. And that's where the practical pieces of how we manifest Pan-Africanism is. And sometimes when we look at some of these earlier people who were theoreticians and practitioners and activists in Pan-Africanism, they were lawfully, in their words, logic. They didn't have full concepts on how they viewed and understood Pan-African. They did, but it's like sometimes they left a lot to their imagination, because they couldn't put things into pragmatic terms. I remember reading a piece from Rodney. I think he said it in a speech. I don't know if he actually said it in a book, but he said something to the fact that Pan-Africanism is not a luxury, it's a necessity. And without unity, Africa will remain at the mercy of imperialism. He said, with unity, The scattered people of Africa can transform the condition of oppression into a common project of liberation. What he meant by common project of liberation can be interpreted in 15 different ways. And there's no one exact way, but there's no grounded way. Because liberation can look like cooperative economics. Liberation can look like buying up land and creating space for us to have our own residency. Liberation can look like us finding ways to have financial wealth within this system. Liberation can look like Caribbean and states and continentals being able to work together in a project for cultural development. The project of liberation took many different forms, and it created the opportunity for snake salesmen, the snake oil salesmen and folks to come in to exploit it. And so I think that's where it gets complex. That I'll land right here, Brother Brass. I think that's where it complex is, because Pan-Africanism at its point right now is just as elusive and could be just as grounded as talking about democracy.
Can I say something very quickly?
I'll land right there.
We're gonna be real quick. Like Martin Luther King, like y'all gonna beat me up. I already know it. Martin Luther King said that like injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere. Man, if that ain't one of the coldest things like you ever heard, bro, I don't know. I think basically anything less than that, right? If it's not somewhere high on the agenda, like you looking for a cycle at that point. Like you're not looking to end anything. You're just looking to tip the scales. And like everything after that is justification for it, to me. Like I'm trying to help with the rationalization of the justification. But that's what I believe it is. And I'd like for y'all to be able to tell me I'm wrong. But I mean, I don't see it. Help me out. Maybe I'm tripping. Go ahead, Brass.
When I listen to people bring up Greg Carr and think local, it's a great statement. But one of the challenges I've noticed with Pan-Africanism, and it seems like we're critiquing Pan-Africanism solely, but it's just that's what we're talking about today. Think globally, act locally is a good statement, but in the U.S. integrated system, acting locally will usually put you in that double bind of integration. So in an integrated system, what ends up happening is, and this is where you lose the Pan-Africanism, and it can't be all in the United States of America. If you're trying to get any kind of real change, it can't be all black people, all this, all that. You can't do that. Not in these United States, because what happens is you'll end up working with the systems that are literally built to work against you. So like, for example, when I get into in all of the years of basically almost 2 decades of politics, you kind of begin to get the frustration of, well, yeah, your main goal of the politician is to get elected. It's not necessarily to affect change, and if it is, it's to affect change that'll get them reelected. So when you're saying think globally, act locally, then it kind of like a contradiction when I hear it has to be everything black, because in this integrated system, I don't think that that's realistic. That's just my opinion. I think there's ways that there are certain bills that you can put forward. When I think think globally, think locally, I mean, go fight for the mayor that you want. Go fight for the police chief that you want. Go fight for the school district. I mean, the superintendent that you want. And then work with those guys directly in situations to help black people, but just understand that that system, even if you get the mayor you want. Right now, I'm pissed off because with the mayor elect and the governor elect that we have, that's the popular people that are going in for those offices. We help them get elected, but they're not going to be able to really do a lot specifically for us underneath this banner, because then the question of funding. So I agree with think globally, act locally, but just remember, if you're trying to do this, act locally just in a colloquial black sense,
and try to do it without the Europeans or white people, whatever you want to call it, or do it without other races, you're gonna run yourself into a lot of walls where you're gonna kind of create a ceiling for the success you're looking for.
Yeah. The reason there's a piece of me that I agree with you to there's elements that I agree with you on, because when I look at the history of the first conference and the consecutive congresses afterwards, they were doing it, well, I would say the intellectuals of that time were designing and convening pan-African concessions within European settings. Most of them was in Europe before it went to Africa. And so it's like, there's a piece where I'm like, what you're saying can be flexed out and backed up in history, because we didn't begin intellectualizing around Pan-Africanism within Black spaces, African spaces. We didn't do it in diasporic spaces. Some of it was funded by Europeans. So I think there's some pieces in that I do find in accordance with you. Go ahead, Brother Cycle. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
Oh, you good. No, I was gonna say that's when you gotta think outside the box, right? Because you do have to work within the system to a certain degree, right? Because it's the system that we under, unless you're just talking about anarchy and just flipping everything over upside down, which we're not ready to do any of that. So we have to figure out ways to work within the system to make it work for us, right? Me, myself, I'm not opposed to making money off of white people, right? I'm not into putting money into white people's pockets, but I'm not opposed to making money off of white people. I always say that Black people need to turn around and do the same thing that every other demographic does to us in our communities. We need to sit up here and find out how to make the best surfing board on the planet, take our asses to every beach around the country and sell these white boys every surfboard, every little I don't know, whatever they into. Because since some Black people walk through the suburbs to see what the white kids is into nowadays, and whatever they into, figure out how to make the best thing of it. We ain't gotta sell it to our kids. I don't want to brainwash them with all this crackadosis, but we definitely can make a whole lot of money off of them. That's what the Asians do. Asians send they go riding through our community, see what it is that we into. Next thing you know, they making calls to China, they bootlegging it, and then they shipping it out here and they selling it to us for half off. Right, and we making a whole bag off of us, right? That's what all these communities do. They make bags off of us, right? That's how come the black dollar don't circulate, because everybody figured out how to make money off of us. We haven't figured out how to make money off of them, right? So I'm not opposed to making money off any Asians.
What about with Psycho?
I'm cool.
I keep hearing you say off, but what about with? I keep saying off. What about with?
What do you mean?
You keep saying make money off of them. I'm saying, what about making money with them?
I support hiring Black people myself. That's just me. But I mean, I'm not going to sit. I mean, you got to go within the rules, because you got discrimination laws and stuff like that. But let's put it this way. Let me ask you a question, Brad. If you got let's say you got a Nigerian applying for a job, right? You're the boss, right? You got one job open there that you're trying to fill. You got a Nigerian applying for a job and a German applying for a job. They both got equal qualifications, right? Both graduate from the same school, same year, everything, right? So now they both applying for your job, equal qualifications, just like I said. Which one are you going to hire?
I'm gonna hire whoever's Black, whoever's the closest to Black. If all things being equal, if it's not a question of one is bad or one is whatever, I'm gonna hire somebody that's Black, because in this particular system, that's what they do.
Yeah. You know what, Brad? Congratulations. You're a Pan-African. I'll talk to y'all later. I gotta get ready to go.
No question.
Hey, I consider myself. Hey, I consider us whatever I practice is paying not Chicago with this. You know what I'm saying?
That's fine.
If it was a Nigerian between, I'm gonna pick the Nigerian over the Ethiopian.
Right. No question. You crazy.
Yeah.
I was about to agree with that. I don't know about that one. But hold on. That's what I'm saying. Like, I'm gonna try, just saying if the qualifications was equal, but I've always been a person that me hiring unqualified people, just because even white people, I think C. Dot left, but
That's that whole statement that Hope Bryant was talking about. They're killing themselves with this attack on diversity because it ain't enough educated white people in finance to drive the gross domestic product. So unless they plan on just pumping out all of these white people that's going to be working on the GDP, they better get to some diversity and allow everybody that's qualified to help keep America where it's supposed to be. So, but that's neither here nor there. But Reggie, brother Reggie, just came in here.
Yeah,
that's
what's going on,
okay.
brother?
Can I make one last statement before I log off? I
No,
got to
go
jump
ahead,
off in
bro.
a second.
Yeah, I got to get out of here too.
Okay. And I appreciate that piece that you said about the difficulty of, what Dr. Carr deposits for us, because it is. And I'm the first to tell you, like, as a person who subscribed to Pan-Africanism and practices in the work that I do, it's difficult. It's complicated. It's confusing. It requires a lot of understanding, compassion, research. It requires some investigation and sometimes reevaluation of my previous conceived thoughts about Pan-Africanism. And when I look at what Dr. Carr says, and I'll close with this, the way I manifest that and understand that is that I look at the dynamic, the demographics of the Twin Cities here. We got Somalis here. We got Liberians. I want to say we have the highest concentration of Liberians in the nation. We got Nigerians here, particularly Yorubas and Igbos. We have people from my brothers and sisters from Sierra Leone. We got a strong Ethiopian cadre, and I think we got a Professor Mbe. I think he got a good family of people from Tanzania too. A few brothers and sisters from Tanzania, and so one of the things that I made the assumption with is that, they're here, they're all Pan-African, and this is like 20 years ago, and they all understand it. And I found out that none of them had any concept of what it means to be a Pan-Africanism. And that was my ignorance at that time. And so as I got a little better at understanding what this is and really started going to the source of how this thing was created, I realized that Somalis, Sierra Leones, Nigerians, a lot of them, they had to become Black. And the misnomer, and this is why I was saying Stupees, we can have that conversation later, is because some of them come over here and think just based on them getting citizenship and the categorization that they have to check that they're Black. And one of the things that I had to introduce with some of my mentors and people who taught me is that no, the political framework that we're trying to orientate you to in Blackness helps you to understand what Pan-Africanism is. But that's a teaching process. But before I can get you there, I need to understand what happened to Somalia to where y'all start showing up in 1994 and 95. I need to know what happened in Liberia during that civil war to where we end up creating a whole city for a lot of the Liberian refugees. I needed to understand how are some of the middle class of Tanzanians coming in here out of my Nigerian brothers. What road are they? What red carpet has been rolled out? What's the dynamics of that's happening in Africa that's causing this transplant of continentals coming here? That's thinking globally, understanding the geopolitical reality of that, understanding what's happening economically. What is the relationship between the US and these continents? How are they been set up to be the new Black minorities here in Minnesota? And then from that position, I can act locally. Then we can make moves to understand how you understand my social historical reality and how I understand yours. How do we have some alignment politically and what we don't have alignment in politically? What's our common bond in order to push against the whiteness of Minnesota? Minnesota is the Mississippi of the North. So it requires a deep congenial relationship between these Africans that a lot of them don't come here with. They have no idea with. A lot of Liberians would tell you to this day, before they got on the ship, they was told, don't get around those niggas when you get to Minneapolis. Stay away from the niggas. And they was right. Yeah, Somalis was told the same thing. And so there's an educational piece that has to happen, that requires us to think globally. And then when we get to now start pushing up against the Board of Education so that our brothers and sisters, our Muslim brothers can have space to pray in the schools that the schools didn't want to allow them at first, that's a local action. To be able to get support that's happening on police chief for us for them to have some representation when their police are now beating on them, that's a local action. These are things that we start to organize locally where we start to see, oh, our Black objective is to push up against the white system. That's how they become politically Black. But for me personally, I don't give them Blackness just because on paper they have to check Black African American to get that loan, to get that award, or get that application done. I don't give them Blackness. No, political Blackness is a training. That's a whole reorientation to the framework of how you see yourself in America. But you're not just Black. You're Somali. You're Nigerian. You're Tanzanian. You're this and that, but you're not Black. But when we start having more conversations about what this African conversation and networking looks like, then we're moving into more of a Pan-African conversation where we can act locally, not land there.
Boy, I knew you from Minnesota, boy. You said the Somalis out there wild, boy.
Yeah, they cool, man. They cool. They my peoples, but they struggle sometimes. They struggle.
That's Somali homeless, boy. They some street dudes, real. They wild out there.
We actually got a little bit of both. Some of them, because of the situation they come from, they in the streets, and others are very corporate. Very business oriented.
I'm just saying, you know how long people or immigrants been in the culture where they intertwined to where they, they be in the street history too. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Y'all got Somalian politicians.
We do. One of them running for mayor in Minneapolis right now, and catching a whole lot of white, like being exposed to white supremacy. Some of them ain't. They're not familiar with how white folks act. And so, like, one of them run for office. We had a police officer, I want to say 9 years ago, accidentally killed a white woman who was approaching the police car. It was a Somali brother who was a police officer. He killed the white woman, and he was persecuted. And that was the first time, Somalis got politicized.
He got 15 years.
Yeah, about 15 years ago. Yeah, I knew it was some time ago.
He got 15 years.
He got 15 years, exactly. That was the first time. This is me saying on record. Now, I could be wrong because I don't know every Somali in the Twin Cities. But I feel like on a global, on a local level, and a mass level of understanding, I feel like that's the first time Somalis ran into a national incident where they realize how whiteness views them in a spectrum of race. Because I think they've had the carpet rolled out for them for so long that when one of them get into an incident where there was just cause for what happened, they found out, oh, white people actually think of us not as this.
Yeah, I heard the incident where a Somalian, I don't know, he was a Somalian dude. He was like a gang member. He killed the African American police officer
here in Minnesota.
Yeah,
I'm not familiar with that situation. It could have happened. I'm not familiar with it.
But that incident where he killed the white woman, the blonde-haired, blue-eyed white woman, it was a national thing. It became national. And he didn't know. He thought that he would be protected by the police themselves.
That's right. That's right.
So far from him that the whole community got whiplash and put in place to realize that, dude, you do not control the narrative here. And not because they put you in certain position mean anything. Like OJ. OJ was white for many years until he wasn't. People forget that OJ was white, Well, OJ was living the white lifestyle in Calabasas. White people, white lawyers, white friends, white orgy parties, until he wasn't.
Yo. So Mujasi, right? So how do you feel? I mean, I don't know if you had a whole bunch of time, but I'm not going to be on here too much longer myself. But like, how do you feel about this ultimate goal being basically to starve out Western influence, to be able to operate economically without it? How do you feel about that? Hello? Did my shit go out?
No. Can I make a few comments?
Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Logic.
I can hear you now.
Oh, okay, okay. I
I,
said,
I
yeah, I
really
don't.
want to hear from you, brother Reg. Now I want to stay. Okay.
Yeah,
Go ahead,
real
Mujasi.
quickly, brother Reggie. I don't know how much I subscribe to that. I don't know if I can't even imagine that. I don't know if I know I would never live to see that day to where
But
collaborations.
that wouldn't be in the forefront of your mind as far as
No, not at all.
you,
Not at
you're
all.
you're not even strategizing in order to make that particular reality
Nope.
easier.
Nope. Nope.
I didn't think so. I didn't think so. I think a lot of people in those meetings that you were talking to me about are. I believe so.
Mm.
And the funny thing is, it's happening right there, and you don't see that. I'm being a little like I'm overshooting. I don't know what's happening, but if I'm hearing it correctly, I think a lot of people have a lot of undertone in there. And then once you kind of get a little further, you guys start asking, okay, how are we gonna do that? Now, this is just a fair question, but go ahead, brother Reg, unless you want to say something.
Yeah,
I'm good.
I am not going to be long. So
No, floor yours.
I appreciate I think that y'all gaining some great thinkers, or at least finding them, and we're hearing their voices, and so I appreciate the conversation. So as a student of Dr. Clark, um, and read his work and participated as a reader. Um, Dr. Clark in his last book, he was critical of Pan-Africanism, and a lot of people, what they do is they jump from fads, right? So and they miss things, and so um, Dr. Clark was also a part of the organization Afro American Unity, right? And so he was thinking, as my brother said, locally, right? Locally, statewide. We are letting our opponents frame the conversation about what we really think. We were uh, we moved from Negroes, and we moved from black to a certain extent. Well, black was always a unity thing globally. When we were acting as black, it was in the 60s, in the 70s, right? That was a kind of a unity kind of designation. Um, and then there was the Black nationalist argument as well as the Pan African argument. There were all those arguments in. What we unfortunately do is let our opponents again frame the conversation because we were first on a track of trying to create organizations across America that was uh, that would organize themselves under a banner of uh, African unity, right? Meaning as another word for black, but now, as my brother said, think locally, right? But how can I say? Well, but act locally and think globally, right? So we have to be careful about allowing our opponents frame the conversation. So they are attacking Pan Africanism, which is just an idea, right? But really, our actions were around the United States, right? Strengthening the United States. Then we got into another mode, which I've talked about a lot, where we figured out we could take cities. And I don't want to continue that argument because I think we already talked about that. But be careful about letting our opponents attack Pan Africanism and label people like Umar Johnson, who has never written on Pan-Africanism, never been in an organization that I know of Pan-Africanism. He becomes the poster boy of Pan-Africanism, and that's absolutely wrong. He took a trip with Professor Small, came back. Now he's Papa. When he was there, when Dr. Jeffries and them left their guard down, and they were in a particular meeting, he was able to talk to some African leaders, and without permission, right? He got up and he said some things that Dr. Leonard Jeffries, who uh, participated in Wadu, right? Which it was a kind of a Pan-African, an active Pan-African kind of new new element, right? That they have formed to kind of like really centralize it, right? Over particular regions. And I think so we're letting people attack us without understanding history. And that's just a strategy that they have been doing for a while. Unfortunately, we do have to organize ourselves in organizations in our cities, states, and counties, right? And then with that, we can see the every city, state, county has different demographics and different issues. We need a strategy that is going to be kind of how can I say ubiquitous across all those places, but at the same time understand the diversity of different particular areas. We haven't, it's because we don't have a plan. Well, in these African populations that are here, right? What they do is, since there's no plan, but they're going to float around their best interest, right? They're going to float around their best interest for survival, for group survival. So we have to do
I'd like to be
understand,
able to.
huh?
Go ahead. I'd like to be able to, talk with you. Go ahead. Go ahead. Finish what you're saying.
No. Every time there's a pause, then I'll let you. If it's acceptable.
No, I mean, you keep going. Like I'm just asking you to like, so I could be able to summarize everything that you said. Instead of it making even more stuff that I now. I'm trying to be able to talk with you about what you're saying. Go ahead.
Right. So that's why I stopped, because if there's a point where if there's
Okay.
somebody
Okay.
that has a particular point,
Right.
I'll
Right.
stop.
So right, you were saying that people are attacking y'all, Pan Africans, without knowing the history. And I don't think it's necessarily. I don't believe it's an attack, to be honest with you. And a lot of the other stuff that you said, um, I would have to see that more as Umar Johnson announced himself as the king of Pan Africanism, and no one from Pan Africanism denied it. Like that. That's what I see as how it happened. Like nobody came up and was like, "Nah, what he doing is wrong. He off the chain." Nobody did that, as far as I know, other than
And,
like
I admit,
maybe people somewhat saying it around this neighborhood, but not like getting on the big horn, being like, "This is not Pan Africanism." I ain't seen that. But I
scholars, a
seen
lot
him
of
at the
scholars,
Breakfast Club, right? You know what I'm saying? Saying that, but
we don't
neither here
have
nor
the
there. This
power.
is so.
So here's the
This is what
problem.
I'd like for you. This is what I'd like for you to reply to, right? So
Okay,
because
so
I'm kind of go ahead. Go ahead.
okay, so here's the dynamics. Some people are pushed in front of the camera. They're pushed on these big shows like the Breakfast Club, because that talks to a majority of people who really don't study, or pushed on Vlad TV, right? Because a lot of people watch Vlad and they shouldn't, or be pushed on some of these uh, um, bigger black talk shows, and some people are not. I agree. Uh, I agree. As soon as Umar Johnson started talking about Pan-Africanism and he's Papa. I agree. But the scholars who know best, I have found out that they're resistant to get into public debates because it affects their livelihood. So these nasty public debates actually affect whether they become chairmen and their positions. And our Black intelligentsia, for the most part, they fail, right? They actually fail. Then there's the people like myself who are students, who are independent and not academia. I don't get the support from my people when I make criticisms, but yet my criticisms or become become the record that I do criticize. So I have said just now, you want to. Well, Umar Johnson is not a Pan-Africanist. Umar Johnson went to a few countries in Africa for.
Actually, I don't want to fight you on that. I agree. I don't think that he's certainly not the Pan African that you're familiar with. I'm not disagreeing with. Right. I like to be honest. Like whatever, however you separate what real Pan Africanism from him, I just agree. Right. So like here's a larger point. I guess maybe I wanted you to say more about the other stuff I was saying.
There is no.
So like let me give you a quick analogy. Say you have, this is the best way I could think of to do it. Just follow me for a second. Say you have a guy who wants to approach this lady, right? And the guy thinks to himself, I need to lose weight before I approach this lady, right? So he goes, loses the weight, finally gets the courage to approach the lady. He approached the lady, and the lady says, I like fat guys, right? So he doesn't get what he wants. So he actually, this is why it fits, right? Because if it's not about starving out America, I know, follow me what I'm saying here, then this whole middle trip here just needs to be something completely different, right? Like you assume that this connection like possibly leads to starving out America, right? But you don't.
I'm not hearing you. You're talking. I'm not hearing you. Is everybody else hearing him? Because I'm not hearing him.
Can't hear him either.
Yeah, so he's underwater. So we can't hear you. Something's wrong with your mic. Okay. So while he gets his mic up, here, cut me off. What I tried to say is that Pan-Africanism is just an idea, right? And so it's not really a construct. It's a forewant that we want. In the meantime, local areas, like for example, in America, when I mean America is a place of Black people. Africa, different regions in Africa, that's separate. That's their own local efforts. Our what we have allowed, unfortunately, is people to choose who are not part of these movements to choose these labels. And then Pan-Africanism itself is complicated because there is a socialist part of it, and there is a communist part of it, and that's not a fit for. And then it's regional. So a lot of people are confused, and so they pick up Pan-African and they attack Pan-Africanism because it's a want, but it's not structured. And I think that Dr. John Henry Clark talked about that. So, so again, what we're doing is allowing people to pick these terms and pick people who are leaders to attack our movements, and the people that should be projected, like my brother that was just talking, Mukasi, and other people, students, right? Well-read students, they're not projected, and that's purposeful. So hopefully we have channels like this as it grows to be able to project the thought.
Reggie, Stupi's here. Would you agree that charlatans oftentimes rise to the top of some organization?
All the time.
Well, what Dr. Umar did was he was a charlatan who pronounced himself leader. We have seen similar things in religious organization. Most serious Pan-Africanists, most serious people who holds to the idea, because there's no conceptualized Pan-African, it's an ideology, who hold to the idea of a Pan-African situation, would not classify him as the leader. He self-proclaimed. He used it. He used it as a tool to facilitate his grift.
Right.
And he was found out. No, right? Because there's been hundreds of people who have written paper on Pan-Africanism, who have had speeches, who somehow is were lost to time. But he came along, and because he was boisterous and loud and flamboyant and articulate, yes, he was allowed to assume a position that nobody placed him in. Nobody placed him in that position.
Sometimes our enemies actually promote people, and that's a problem with us. And actually, when you wind up on a Breakfast Club, and you wind up on Vlad, I don't know, I don't think he was on Vlad, but if you wind up on these programs,
He was on Vlad.
So then what's happening is that you're being promoted by people who don't have our interests. And then again, our academia, who is the best researched on this, they're reluctant to take these people on one by one because of they got to pay their bills. They don't want, academia does not want them to engage. They're kind of in a kind of a prison cell. So then it's left to particular organizations, and many of our organizations are also docile and they're all weak, and that they don't come out against people like Umar Johnson. But luckily, charlatans like Umar Johnson, they ultimately collapse.
Expose themselves. They expose themselves over time.
Exactly. So now it's up to this understanding social media and project people who can best articulate. Now I have a speech impediment that most people claim that I have. I write better than I talk. Okay. So the problem is that, and then I have to fluctuate between many ideas, right? And so sometimes I'm not booked up on one particular issue as it comes up, and I don't, and at the same time, I really don't want to be looked at as a leader, but as who I am, a researcher, someone who can articulate these ideas. But we have lots of different types of movements in the United States. We do not have a plan for us in the United States. Without a plan, we will groups will vying for survival will survive, right? Some Black folks will become Republicans, not because Republicans or all Republicans are bad. It's just that they are surviving and they see success. Some people will become, most of our people have unfortunately become Democrats without any accountability, right? And so on our elected officials, the game is really unfortunately rigged. So we need strong organizations, but with that comes internal problems of people misusing money, people pimping out women, right? People doing all type of ego type of things, striking out on their enemies. And we've seen this from the time period of big movements, Garvey movement, right? Where not it doesn't have to be the leader himself, but it's the clique around the leader. Noble Drew Ali also. It's the cliques around the leader that act as if the leader condones it, and the leader may condone some of these type of things. We don't have what you call black accountability, right? And unfortunately, it becomes sometimes violent. It does become violent in the way that we operate in the United States. We will assassinate each other. And then there are other groups besides the European, right, who have an interest in what they're doing, and if they see success, they will themselves involve themselves in dismantling of black leadership and black organization, right? And so it's complicated, but at Central, where is a plan that speaks to our success that begins this conversation based on our best interest? We have a best interest.
Reggie, question to you. Because you should understand this. You're in New York. New York has always had a black elitist. And I'm not using elitist as a bad word this time. Has always have a significant black population that is highly educated, that is financially ready. But we have never gotten leadership from that group. We have never gotten political leadership or people promoting actually say, I need to enhance other black people. And I think I'm equipped enough, intelligently, and I have the money to do this, to promote myself. Why is it that from that black class, we have never gotten any real...
Then you have to understand Sigma Pi Phi, and you have to, which they call the Boule, and they have a best interest. They're only interested, uh, they're interested in capturing any leader or any person that has influence over 10,000 people. And so their motto has always been to attract the elite, and then they have what you call subordinates. They have Jack and Jill, they have the fraternities, they have sometimes masonry, and what they've mastered is projecting the elite. So you have Jet Magazine, Ebony and Magazine. That was their purpose. You had Lerone Bennett's works, right, as a publisher.
Before I go any further, let me ask you this question, because I need to understand what you're saying. Are you saying that it was never the interest of the black elite to act in the best interest of black people?
Correct. It was. If you look at the structure of the Talented 10 that became Sigma Pi Phi, that it's their kind of people.
But right? Brass as who is now considered in the black elite financially, is a member of a Sigma, is a member of the whatever it is. Black ticks, brass ticks couple of those boxes, and I know that brass would disagree with you on that.
Well, I don't think that brass could, because it comes from the top and it trickles down to the bottom. That's the process of the black elite to protect themselves. So they call themselves archons and arkusas. Uh, they and if you look at their publications, they honor those blacks that are in the Fortune. Used to be the Fortune 500, now the Fortune 100, right? And their whole thing, and you saw it in the civil rights movement, where in the civil rights movement, uh, they pushed even Dr. Martin Luther King was a part of that. He was getting his direction from Archon, uh, what is his name? I went to his funeral. I, I think of it. I shouldn't have said Archon, but he was head of Proctor, Reverend Proctor. Reverend Proctor was the chief archon. And so during the civil rights movement, the push, of course, was against Malcolm X's model, right? It was
Oh,
more of a uh, making sure that Black America doesn't go up in flames. It's kind of like a big.
okay, question. Adam Clayton Powell, because you're in New York, would he be classified? His father was a pastor. He was light skinned. He went to university. He was a part of the black elite. Do you think that he also didn't promote?
See, the problem is that yes, things come from the top, but I don't think Adam Clayton Powell was a member of the Sigma Pi Phi or the Boulets, right? What I think is that there are individuals that have individual policies, and he only really cared about Black people nationally, but he really cared about Black folks in Harlem. So he operated a little differently. Yes, he was uh, the Black elite, but but the fact of the matter is he wasn't so connected to these other groups of people. He was connected, but he wasn't part of that process. So you got to look at individuals, and usually great individuals or these type of people, especially well educated, they are kind of how can I say tracked and offered to be part of these elite organizations, right?
Okay,
And
so
so
are you saying that?
Butts, Reverend Calvin O. Butts, he ultimately became Boule, right? Because in New York, see, I was at the Schomburg Center for Research in Black Culture, and so I had access to knowing uh, uh, who gave money, uh, what was the in-betweens between the Carnegies and the other groups of white elite, who was the go-betweens. And I don't want to mention the name, but I could mention the name, but I don't want to. But there was a Sigma Pi Phi's was very active in the success of the Schomburg Center for Research in Black Culture in the time period that I was. And so we went to the Congressional Black Caucus several times. I went there most of the early times. And so that's when we're meeting people like Andy Young and other people that told us that we should be there and positioned us to be there. So the question is, there are you can find even people like Dr. Asa Hilliard from ASCAC. He was
But but
in.
but but Reggie, before you go further, because this what you're implying is you're almost implying that black elites are the buffer class. Do you understand what I mean by a buffer class? They're the intermediary. They're the ones who protect.
I'm not implying it. It's in their writing. I actually see the difference is that when Coakley was talking about the Boule and stuff like that, I had access to a document on the Boulets, right? That wasn't so public, and I made sure that certain people had it. Reggie's not saying it. Reggie read the document. If I read you the document, then you would know. You wouldn't have to guess, right? You wouldn't have to guess how they were formed. You wouldn't have to, and I'm not saying that there are enemies to our people, but they're much more cautious in some of the groups that were separatist organizations, Marxist organizations, socialist organizations. they found that those groups of people were fragmented, and they was a threat to Black America. So they have a different position.
And you say, would you say that this goes back to the late 1800s, 1840, 1850, 1860? Would you go back that far?
No, I think that the Sigma Pi Phi was
coming
formed. They tell you when they was formed in the 1900s, and that was some elite dentists, Minton, and some other doctors, and they formed a way in which to attract for their way of life. So that means ballroom dancing, all of that high society, and then they positioned themselves to talk to the elite European or elite European Americans to say, hey, listen, support us, and our strategy is what we're going to do is we're going to get tens of thousands of Black elites, and that the Black majority, they're going to be on this tree, right? The Black majority, and so we can influence them. So what we're going to do is we're going to publish papers about Black success, Black positive lifestyle. You very rarely seen Jet Ebony Essence talk about anything radical or anything really poverty in the United States. They projected out people to think, and in return, they got advertisements for Cadillacs and the latest fashions. Those advertisers went to those publications, and that's how those publications used that money to build their continued influence over Black America. Right? So I can prove all of this because I mean, I'm of a different generation. I was able to be around members of the Black elite because of the institution that I was in, and I was in college. I was in my college relationships. Black Studies allowed me to be in touch with Dr. Clark and the Council of Black Studies and African Heritage Association and the larger Black Studies movement. And then with that, I also got relationships to the old Black Panthers, the BLA, members of the BLA, and then the new groups of people like Dr. Khaled Muhammad, right? And so all of these people are the people that I met. Dr. Khaled Muhammad, I've been in the presence of Minister Louis Farrakhan. I've been in the presence of definitely Gil Noble. I've been to his house. Um, uh, uh, so many of the elites and so many of the common people. So I don't always take a position, and at one time I was really against the Sigma Pi Phi, but I had to kind of understand some things about it, and even my Black so-called radical brothers or mentors, I can see how they operate with these groups and how these groups can make their lives better and have made their lives better, and they took the pill too, right? So the leader of this game is the Sigma Pi Phi, or none, and then there are subordinates, Jack and Jill, and they touch everybody. If they don't want to deal with an issue, they went as far as what is his name? He was in the White House. He was an attorney in the White House under Clinton's. He was Boulay. I'm gonna think of his name in a few minutes, right? They were able to touch people in government and in our local, as far down as our local churches. A lot of our Baptist preachers churches or Sigma Pi Phi. So they tell us
Blasphemy, Reggie. Blasphemy. You're blaspheming. I'm just pulling your leg. No, I'm just pulling your leg. I'm being devil's advocate.
If Sigma Pi Phi got an agenda, it's pushed down overnight into our local places. And so then you have black churches operating sometimes, and you contrary to what you think they should be operating under, right? So you see something like Reverend Calvin Butts allowing access to Hillary Clinton to his church against Obama, but then later you find that they change and now they meet with Obama, and so Obama's their man, right? And so they're going for Obama, right? So elected. If I, you know, one day maybe it just depends, because you know what, I have to think about my own preservation and my own life, right? I do have to think about that, and that's why I don't throw, as they say sometimes, pearls to swine. Not that you are swine at all, but
no, I'm not. I'm understanding speaking generally, but
yeah,
then
but
let's look at it this way. Are you saying that it's just operating under the same premise as W.E.D. Du Bois or the talented tent, where their interests don't line everybody, but only in self-preservation? Because that is what I'm getting from what you're saying, that these organizations believe in self-preservation first.
I have their
They don't believe
document.
in.
What you don't understand is that I have their document, right? Their document says it. Reggie's not saying it. Reggie read what they wrote, going not so public, right? Anybody from that organization knows this article that they wrote saying going not so public, where they detail their station on the civil rights movement. That's, some people could read it as blasphemy. I don't see it as blasphemy. I see it as look, when King got assassinated, Black American cities were burning, and specifically in our neighborhoods, right? Watts, and all of these things. But that's something that was that they foresaw, and that's not what they wanted, because they felt that that was an opportunity to bring us further down into chaos. So they were not wrong about that, right? The Boule was not wrong about that. The only reason why New York didn't burn is because Clarence 13X uh, 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 that him in a 5% nation was made not a deal, but had communications with the mayor, and they stood as a shield against burning down New York City, which was a target. So New York City did not burn down, but a lot of other cities burnt down, right? So and I argued that to the community board when they was putting up his sign, when we were doing a sign, creating a street sign for Father Allah and justice, right? And so that was, and then many of the people on the community board, one of them being an old professor of mine, in a law professor, uh, he spoke, and then who else was there? Um, not Perkins passed by, and Keith Wright was there. So Keith Wright, Perkins, and uh, Councilman Perkins, and a professor of mine that I am not going to talk about, that was on the community board, but I think everybody knows on the community board who he is. And so the four of us, I was in at that meeting. Um, yeah. So there you go. So what I'm saying is not blasphemy. It's just that when you don't have a plan, one thing is Sigma Pi Phi had a plan, and you got to give them credit for other people who did not have a plan they had a more competitive plan. Like it or not, it's not for it's not, how can I say, it will trickle down. They were the first, they was a trickle down for black people. right? But they was against drugs in our community when a lot of people were not. They was how can I say? They were taking the drug money. They was connected to the drug dealers and the drug kingpins. Sigma Pi Phi and those groups of people, they had nothing to do with those people, but they couldn't stop. They couldn't stop the money flow of the bad actors in invading our community because a lot of people want to take police officers, elected officials, etc. The Boulet's position was that's a phase. Let's continue to do what we do, stay to our plan, and then we'll pick up the pieces, right? The Boule, Sigma Pi Phi, when Malcolm X got assassinated, right? What they did is they went to help Betty Shabazz. They got her into academia. They got her into a teaching position. They didn't like Malcolm X's policy, but they damn sure saved Malcolm's family.
Yeah, because Malcolm's daughters were part of the Jack and Jill.
Aha. There you go.
Yeah, Malcolm's daughters were part of the Jack and Jill.
There you go. They went to college. They went to good colleges, right? Listen, they were supposed to be white supremacy destroyed. But the Sigma Pi Phi, I don't know, the big three or so like that, David Dinkins and a couple of what's his other name, Dickens, and Adam, even though Adam wasn't directly affiliated with all of them, they went and they saw what was happening. You could and what they did is they saved that family. So I don't attack Sigma Pi Phi, but I do say that some of our organizations we suffer from charismatic people, charlatans, ego people that don't want to pass on, right? We suffer from that because they're not as much as I listen, we just conditions of people. I don't want my professor, Dr. Leonard Jeffries, he gave me a choice to lead the streets and to do something better with my life. And I was in the streets when I was in his class, right? Sometimes people do things individually. Sometimes people do things for group, but they're human beings. They do the best that they can do, right? But sometimes they don't have a leadership succession. They don't have a leadership succession plan, right? So in that space, you got to understand. I met Umar Johnson before he became before he was projected. I met him when a sister in the organization that I was in, Latrella, invited him to speak for ASCAC. He came, clean cut, tie, right? Well, I think he was more casual, but very clean cut, nice guy, humble guy, real humble. And I was presenting on my laptop. He had a PowerPoint presentation. I let him present on my laptop. That's the first time I met Umar. Then I met Umar when he had a little bit more status, and so on and so forth. But I met these people. The difference is that Brother Reggie has met all of these people. So I have
Brother Richard, me you might not get along with a lot of things, but certain things I have to give you props for, because you were the first person to call out Jabari on the religious to turn it Kemet into a religious organization. You called him out before anybody, and you weren't in agreement with him. When did you first think that Umar was a grifter?
I don't call him a grifter. See, the difference is I knew his chief priest, brother Baba Samaj.
No, I'm talking about Umar. Just talk about Umar first. Okay. When did you realize? Because you identify people who using this knowledge for something else. When did you realize? And I would have cite Jabari as an example, but I'm going back to Umar now. Seeing that you met him early before he was Afutunde or whatever. When did you first recognize him as not being kosher?
Wow. So whatever I say leads to the black streets, right? Because I'm on record. So I'm not gonna call. I'm gonna call him, and he condemned by his own actions.
Right.
I saw his rise to power, and I saw people who promoted him. And what happened was, when he became a good speaker, people in the so-called, I'm not going to say conscious community, because the conscious community is to I would say that what happened was, here's how the grift started. You want to hear the grift?
Go ahead.
Grift started when he became a good speaker and he was on a lecture series. And so on the lecture series, you have bookstores and sometimes organizations who want a cut of the money. So what they would do is they would get the speakers, right? And what they would do is they would promote him, right? They would promote him because they want a successful event, right? And so they found out that he was this is before his big plans, but they found that he was a great speaker and they put him on a lecture series. Who else has been on a lecture series? A lot of people, Dr. Francis Cress Wilson, a lot of these people were on the lecture series because they were good earners or like businesses. That means vendors can come, you can have a damn bazaar. And so in some of these events would bring in tens to $20,000 per event. So everybody gets fat. And so Umar was such a good earner from state to state, we participated in promoting him. And so it becomes unstoppable. And that's unfortunately the truth.
What year would you say that was? Hello?
90, let me see, Dr. Clark, and then there's Dr. Ben. He wasn't around Dr. Clark the 96. He wasn't there. So I'll say somewhere around the 2010, 20, let me see, 2005. I would say around 2005. You would see, all you have to do is go to Facebook and then see the lecture, the lectures. In our community, there are other people that was promoted for different things. I mean, Sarsoon Seti, great charismatic speaker, right? He was booked, right? He was booked organization to organization, a good earner, right? And now you have brother Booker T. Booker T. Coleman, brother Kaba. Uh, he's a good earner, right? You can expect if he speaks, people's gonna make $8,000 to $10,000, right?
That
When
dude, slow as fuck.
huh?
I'm just saying already, bro. He's a little wild.
I'm listening.
No, that's all I had to say is brother Hiawatha, Kaba, whatever. He's a little wild, bro. He's actually he's not even a little wild. That
But
brother.
he's booked. So
I get that.
he's booked, and no matter what he says, no matter what he says, and I see him. He lives in my neighborhood. I mean, I see him often. I'm not going to say anything bad. I knew him for many years, but I'm saying these organizations, uh, the way they do it is that they will book him, and he speaks his newest book, and and it's popping, right? It's popping. So anybody on, so we did it to ourselves, all because of our survival and our need, right? We create these events.
Okay. My bad. I didn't know that's what you were saying. My bad.
We create these events, and everybody gets a piece because they know that people want to go and hear of the speaker, and so we're not going to disrupt his speech and their speeches or anything like that. And then this person gets promoted nationally. They're on the list of schools, they're listed on the organizations, the black the historical black colleges. They book them, and they have a lot of money. They book them, churches book them. Everybody wants a cut.
Do you think that's a good
Reggie.
thing, though? Do you think that's a good thing that someone someone like that,
Well,
someone,
well,
yeah, go
beyond
ahead.
that, I mean, beyond that, if you start doing it for money, right? You definitely ain't doing it for accuracy and scholarship, right? Because that might not be what's bringing you the money. So like man, at certain, so like I guess at some point in time you do get to the point where like how can you be mad at us when we be like, man, you can't take it serious because he wasn't serious. He was about the money. Like if he was about the academia, he would have went to school. He would have did all that stuff that we see people doing now, right? Am I completely wrong with that?
No, they go to school. Here's the problem: a lot of the speakers actually have some university or college, right? What I'm just trying to
They
say,
got went to school.
huh? Who?
The I always mess his name up. I don't want to disrespect his
Booker T.
name. Booker T. Let's leave it at that.
Brother
He
Kaba,
went to
yes.
school.
Not only that, he's a professor.
Oh, okay. No,
Brother
that's
Kaba, Brother Cabo
oh.
he worked in,
What
he
does he
retired from the
teach?
public school system. He's well
Wait,
educated.
I don't know. You
wait.
said Dr. Ben
What
did
does
field work the other day, Reggie. I
what
don't know.
does he teach? Wait, what does he teach?
I mean his let me see. Did he teach I think he taught science.
Oh,
He retired from
ooh.
the board the Department of Education. And then he was a professor at a professor at
Mm.
some of the SUNY schools, and
Mm-hmm.
he may still teach there. So he's his credentials are respectable. He's not and
Well,
most of the influence. I mean, of course, I'm talking about on the lecture series. Most of the people on the lecture series very well articulated uh, black folks who went to college, and then there are some who are just charismatic. You know.
Right.
So, for
Okay.
example, how you think polite's rise to
Perfect example.
is not Sonetta. I mean, well, sorry, I don't even talk about that. But that was polite was already moving around in getting promoted. Right? Everybody wants a bite of a person who is charismatic. I mean, polite, brother, polite. Um, he was a well sought after speaker. Look at his Facebook, his Twitter. Like look, he gets. I mean, you got tens of thousands of people that was interested in what he had to say, right? So, so
Reggie, I'm gonna be honest with you. My only thing, and sorry, my tongue is a little swollen. I'm just had a
it's okay. I
fever
can hear you.
3 days. Yeah, medical problems. Anyway, um, I would, and don't take offense to this. I want to say this politely. I would have a problem with my child learning science from Booker T. Coleman.
Well, he didn't teach that stuff necessarily in classroom.
Well, that's what I would be afraid of, though, Reggie. I would be afraid that he would, though. I would be afraid that he would.
But he didn't. I mean, he might have taught melanin scientifically. He didn't. He was. But when you're on a lecture series, now you could teach. You can talk about whatever you want to talk about. And listen.
Oh, yeah. A lecture is different. A lecture is different. I'm talking about like curriculum. Curriculum, like
curriculum. He's
huh?
an expert in curriculum writing in science.
Oh man!
I think he was in the superintendent's office. He was.
What, you know what? Let me put some respect on his name. Then I'm not gonna.
Oh, you have to. But now here's the thing. The thing about it is is that he's just somebody that we actually talk about. And he and say what's this? And he's a good. I mean, I'm not gonna say a good friend of mine, but because we're not personal like that, but we have strong relationships, right? So I'm not gonna talk. I might ask brother.
Oh, I'm sorry. I did not mean to interrupt you, Reggie. I would say this.
Interrupt me.
I did. I apologize, but I think I'm disrespecting the brother, or you might feel I'm disrespecting a little bit too much. I would never say that Booker T. Coleman is unintelligent. I just want to put that out there. And go ahead.
He some of his master's thesis or his doctoral work. He actually was one of the last persons to study Dr. Leo Hansberry. Right, Dr. Clark connected him up to Dr. Leo Hansberry. So, but sometimes on the lecture series on a particular book, he may not say what you want him to say, and I'm not agreeing with all the things that he says. I won't. But I met him in 1985. That's when 1985. That's when I met him in ASCAC, and he was the curriculum writer for the Institute of Youth in ASCAC, and he was ordinary in the sense of he was just one of those real smart people that was contributing with his skills to ASCAC. And then over the years, people found that what he had to say is interesting, and he's written several books. He's a incredible writer, right? And so I watched him. I have nothing, but I'm only using him as a case because on this lecture series, right? We participate. That's how black people are promoted. You wouldn't know about Dr. Frances Cress Wilson if she wasn't promoted in these events, on these speaking engagements. You wouldn't know about her.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And this, that's why I had to back off of my previous statement, and I'll actually apologize for it. I just, yeah. I don't want to ever paint him as an unintelligent brother. Ever do that? Ever do that? It's just some of the. Yeah, go ahead, Stupid. I just wanted to apologize for that.
My fine. All right, Reggie, this is a question. Do you think that the people that we refer to today as pseudo played an important role in the development of African American and black people. When I say African American, because I believe that the Harlem Renaissance highly influenced the Caribbean. A lot of Caribbean writers came here, and a lot of them went back home, and they influenced literature in the Caribbean. Do you think that they had a role to play? Those people that were called Suda, the Francis Crest Wilson, in the
That's a
development
different
of black
generation. That's an entire Zora Neale Hurston and the rest from that period. So total different Langston Hughes, total different total different dynamics. What I'm just trying to say in the 80s, our bookstores, independent schools, organizations, they found a way to increase their economics by running events. And events are what they are. They would bring in one or they bring in several speakers, and it was a way in which to increase their revenues, right? And so the problem is that some people being called mislabeled as charlatans and they're not. Some people and remember there was no cash app there. It was a community giving you a stipend, an award, a donation, right? In the 2000s, now it becomes a little wilder, right? Now it's really just about the money. So then you have people popping up who are just great community organizers who are getting the bag alongside people who are legitimate people that love Black people, who's trying to build their organization coffers up. So now you're in the 2000s now, really in the late 2000s, now you have you have much more of the and this is just beginning with YouTube, right? YouTube is just being thought about. Netflix is just being thought about, right? And so it was just a way in which organizations get capital, but then it became just really about the money, and there was very few questions and answers. And if you said something about the speaker, then you'd be booed off because you're messing up the game. We want that person back. We want them back as quick as possible the next 6 months so that we can get another 10, 15, $20,000. So Omar is one of the last of that group. One of the last. And then
when you say one of the last, sorry to cut you off, Reggie. When you say one of the last, what do you mean? Because I think I know what you're saying.
Simple. Now people don't go into in-person things that much. They want to see it on live stream.
Right.
So those type of events where it's kind of meet and greet and eat food and after COVID, that all of that went away. It's all digital. It's all digital now. So now it's the great content creators that are the new group of content creators that are surviving. In-person stuff is gone. So then you have so remember it went from VHS tapes to
DVD,
right? And then it started going on. So the big in-person stuff is really gone because you can do now. All you got to do is do an event on Eventbrite, charge people $25, and do it that way and get money. That's the new strategy, right? Less overhead, more money. Now you don't even have to pay for a space that can have 500 to 1,000 people. You don't have to pay for that. It's all revenue in your pocket. So that's when it went really, really wild. So now these people, some of these people are smart enough to say, I don't need nobody to promote me. I'll promote myself. So they have huge followings, right?
Okay.
Right? And so that's where we are now. And so because of that, Now it's no accountability because even the organizations who would pick and choose and say what the topic is, now individual can come up there and get, do an event and get 10,000 and charge $25, right? And really, really eat, right? Luckily, there's a lot more competition now, and people are not paying what they paid, right? So only some groups can do $25. Most people are doing now $10, right? They can't get the $25, right? So because there's much more competition in this space, and that hurt the bag.
Well, I was gonna add, hurt the bag. That's a good point that you make,
I'm
brother
not a
Reggie.
scammer.
Two piece,
First of all, I gotta make a commercial because I don't.
God damn.
Wait, no, I'm not a scammer.
Oh, that's you, Reggie. I'm sorry.
Yeah, brother Reggie's not a scammer. Well, brother Reggie on the average gets anywhere between, for my talks, $10 for 3 hours to $25. Right? So my cash app is Reginald Mabry. Right? And I'm not a scammer. And my cash app is 0. I'm looking at it right now. 0.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah, who would accuse you of that? That'd be crazy. But
why do you think
Reggie,
you supposed to get? Why do you think you supposed to get paid though?
Because
I'm doing a service, and because I'm smarter than the most, and you could cite my sources and my work, and so I should
Nah, bro, we ain't rocking with that.
You ain't rocking with it.
Hey, Shefford, brother Reggie, brother Reggie, can I stand up for you for a second?
No, you're not gonna berate our chat for money because you feel as though you smarter than us. That's crazy.
No, he's not.
That's crazy.
Can I do it? No. Let me do it for you.
Speaking for the people. Hold on. Stop, Small. Stop. Listen, Reggie, I'm speaking for the people. This is not Sheffrin talk.
Who gave you that right? Who gave you the right to speak for the people? Yo, who knighted you?
Don't bite, Reggie.
I'm
don't bite.
I'm the people's champ. I'm the people's champ.
You're not the people's champ. You're not the people's champ. Now you're being a hater, right?
I'm not being a hater, but I cannot let this keep happening. Like this, you gotta stop. You gotta stop somewhere.
You don't have to stop. Who are you? Right? Because I don't even ask for much, right? So if I spend my time, and I've been on here for 2 or 3 hours, and for the last minute, people want to hear me talk. Who are you to come in and say that the people shouldn't give it to me?
You're right. You're right, Reggie. My bad. Continue.
Right. Oh no, it ain't your bad, Chef, because I was trying to speak up and say how Reggie was of value to the community, and you told me to shut the fuck up. You the second person.
All right. I forgot. Hey, Reggie, I apologize. I forgot.
You the same.
At the same time, all of the people that I named and I've been in contact with, Sheffrin, you've not been in contact with none of those people. What's your life experience with these people?
I said I apologize. Listen, I said I apologize. Hold on. So you're not going to accept my apology?
No, you gotta take some of this goddamn scolding because you interrupted me and said, "Hold on, Small, you're the second person today. I ain't even talking," and you told me to shut the fuck up. I wanted to say how much I appreciated Reggie and his contribution to the community, and you told me to shut the fuck up.
I apologize. Reggie, you accept my apology, Reggie. Calm down.
I ain't accepting your apology because you know what? I don't need what do I get out of your apology? You already messed up the whole show. You my dude though, but I'm just trying to tell you is you saying this gotta stop, but you pick and choose on who it should Stop. You were trying to wait. You
I
were
was
trying. You have a
mistaken.
business. You have a business. This is a business right here. So by blocking me, you're actually blocking your business.
Who blocking Reggie?
I said, I take it back. Go get your money. Hey, y'all, cash at Reggie, $ Reggie Mabley. You know what I mean? Y'all already know what it is. Go ahead. Hook my
that
man up.
ain't even that ain't even his last name, but I get what you was trying to say.
It's Reggie Mabry.
You said
Cash app
Mabley, but that's
$ Reggie
okay.
Mabry. Hit him off, y'all. Show the brother some love.
Yeah, the first time they would have thought there was an L in that, but that's okay. But I'm just saying. No, I kind of get. But go ahead.
Hey Reggie,
How many people even
listening
listening to this show right now?
I do got a paid gig for you though. If you take a debate, we're willing to compensate you. So just let me know.
I think my man Westside had something to say. And I was talking at the same time. Go ahead, Westside.
Nah, man, I've been listening for hours, man. But I wasn't able to really come up. I was just wondering how many people are listening to this show right now, even?
200.
Well, that's not bad. Now I was just wondering how much money is it really available, in a sense. But okay, 200, that's pretty good.
This nigga.
Kick him off. Kick off that. That is so. Jeffrey, that is that's on you. That's on.
Is 30 people watching? There's 30 people watching, but they all millionaires. So
I'm just saying. I'm not
plenty money
available, I'm just saying,
brother.
a lot of things is a numbers game, right? You know what I mean?
Listen,
hey, can I say something? Westside, you just joined a few days ago, but I'll fuck with your points, bro. You be coming in. You putting things into perspective. I really appreciate that shit.
I think that's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to put it in perspective, man.
So
best I can. And learn from other people too.
Provide the bulldozer, and you driving it over Reggie. Jesus.
Nah, man. Nah.
I ain't nobody trying to stop Reggie from getting his paper.
I respect Reggie. Reggie has provided a lot of good. Because I wanted to ask him, like Kaba, for instance, right? I gotta find a source on if he's a science, what he taught and all that. But I'm wondering, like, because plenty of people go on a lecture circuit. There are all kinds of lecture circuits. Neil deGrasse Tyson's on a lecture circuit. You name him, man. Sean Carroll's on a lecture circuit. I bet that brother is on a lecture circuit. What's his name? The historian from Harvard, man. Henry Louis Gates.
I had a question about the lecture circuits too. Yeah, go ahead.
All those guys are on lecture circuits, right? But their information, generally speaking, would be considered solid, right? So you don't have to necessarily be pushing, questionable information to make it. But at the same time, too, there's some things that Reggie was saying that I really don't agree with fully, in the sense of the boule and stuff like that. You know what I mean? Like, these people are educated people in the community, right? Now, if they're educated and they try to separate themselves or think they're better than other people, I wouldn't rock with that. But if you're educated and you're trying to push yourself into a different direction and even trying to help people come up, it's all good to me, because nobody's perfect, you know what I mean? So we got to decide what we want.
Say that again. Say that last part again. So
no, I'm saying,
think Reggie. Yeah, go ahead.
If you're educated and you're trying to separate yourself from people that are less fortunate, right?
Mm-hmm.
That I wouldn't rock with. But if you're educated and you are trying to put yourself, your group or whatever, your community or people that are in your movement in a better position, and hopefully trying to bring other people along, I'm with it,
Okay.
But we got to make a decision what we want. Like, because sometimes I hear people talk and I'm like, what do people really want? Because we talk about like crime in the neighborhood, right? For instance, right?
No.
Now, not to say
You're going too far off now because you're talking about the bully. In your belief, do you believe that the black bully is promoting black people to rise? Do you believe that they're contributing, the black bully, do you believe that they're contributing to the benefits of the ordinary black person?
If you ask me to give you a yes or no, I would say yes. Right? Now, I have not studied the black bully, right? To understand fully what they're doing, but just on the mere fact that if they represent themselves in a way in the community, in life, how they present. Because, for instance, Roland Martin's a part of Alpha Phi or whatever, right? Right? He's a business owner, right? His information, for the most part, from what I can tell, is pretty solid in the political arena and things like this, right? And so even because a lot of times is the image. Sometimes it's not what you do, and if you actually go and they might be doing all that too, but sometimes just the image alone can be an influence on a younger generation, right? Because Roland Martin, if you listen to his story, the dude was in his teenage years, really young. He was going up to Chicago looking at the guy that ran the Chicago Defender and mimicking that guy. So just the image of that guy was beneficial to his life.
Can I ask a question real quick?
Reggie, let me ask Reggie. Reggie still on? Reggie, do you agree with that statement?
I'm still on. I'm just I'm upset.
Do you agree with that statement? No, but don't let them upset you. Batter them with knowledge, no. So you get the opportunity to knock him out. I give you an opportunity to knock him out, Reggie. Right? I give you an opportunity.
Reggie, why you upset, Reggie? Why you upset?
Rampage,
you know why I'm saying you got sometimes what you say goes against people who actually do good work, right? But the people who don't do good work, you may talk about them, but you really don't have any interaction with them, right? So now I'm trying to tell the people how these people are made, and I think that most people understand. And you come out of West Bubblefuck, and you say
West Baltimore.
You self-denight yourself, but you know better than anybody else, right? Because you got a little power on this board, and then you want to pick and choose and stop the people who have questions about what I have to say, right? And not what you have to say.
Who are you referring to, Reggie?
Huh?
What are you referring to? Okay, what? Okay, what?
About what? What are you talking? Like, what did I do though?
Yeah,
Talk to me.
What did he do?
Reggie feel like you have minimized his efforts to educate people. Not because he has a cash up, that mean anything. He's seen that people who is less
the cash that was
research
good
than
on
him.
that. Okay.
Yes. So Reggie feel that you're minimizing his efforts to educate the
now,
population.
So now I'm gonna show you. So I'm gonna share my screen. I'm gonna share my screen. Okay. So I'm gonna show you what they said. So it's not agreeing or disagreeing with Reggie, it's simply knowing what they said. Right?
No, I was disagreeing with you feeling like you need a cash app.
I'm not talking about right now.
That's what I was. I wasn't disagreeing with your information. I was making an objection
my
about
information is worth zero.
Reggie, show them what the information is worth, Reggie.
I know I done sent Reggie cash app. How many of y'all niggas done sent them one?
All right, no, we're not
down,
talking about that now. Reggie's going to rampage somebody now. Reggie,
as
the floor
he
is
should.
So
as he
I'm
should.
sharing my screen. How do I? How do you see my screen?
Yeah, we can
see it.
We see it.
Okay, so this comes from a document within the Boule archives, Sigma Pi Phi. They start off because they have a dilemma. Should they be secret about themselves and what they've been doing, or should they take a greater stance on what they have been doing? So they start off by saying the old order changes, yielding place to the new, and God fulfills himself in many ways. At least one good custom should corrupt the world. Then they go on. Then they go on and they start talking about their period. Archon Charles H. Wesley, distinguished author of History of the Sigma Pi Phi, first of the Negro American Greek letter fraternity.
I don't know what he talking about.
No,
he's
hold on.
talking about.
I was just about to say, in the words of the great chef L.
No, but you have to give him a time to finish. You can't interrupt him. He's talking about the Boulé's impact on Black America, whether or not they're beneficial. That's what he's talking about. You have to give him an opportunity to lay the foundation. Go ahead, Reggie.
Let's let him keep going.
Keep going, Reggie. I'm following you. Don't let Chef beat you off point, man. Go ahead.
Yeah.
I'm professional. I said, no, she paid it to me. She paid homage to me. Very open. I said,
God damn, Chef, you ain't nothing but you ain't nothing but the devil. You possessed me to say that.
No, because what Reggie was saying earlier is that these bullies are not beneficial to the Black community. These elite educated.
No, I did not say that. I did not say that. I said they have a particular plan. And their particular plan, unless there's another plan, their plan is still alive, right?
What's that plan?
Successful, huh?
What is that plan?
But before people said that they didn't. I prefaced what I was going to show. I did preface what I was going to show. I was going to say I'm not going to say it. I'm going to let the document that they wrote say it, right? But I'll probably do it on another show because this is
go ahead.
No. Because the only way that I will do it is if you say the dudes that interrupted me, right, they're childish, right? They were messing up the show.
You know what, Reggie? Wait. Two piece.
Yeah, they childish
Reggie,
and they were messing the show up, Reggie. I'm gonna say it.
I think I interrupted. So just to be safe, can I just apologize to everybody else? And let's just move forward.
No, you can't apologize. You Jesus Christ, you can take the sins of the world on yourself. No.
but all right.
Went back from C4.
I mean, I think I might have interrupted you.
Think the Boulé
apologize.
You don't think the Boulé has its place in Black society, Reggie?
Absolutely, they do.
Okay.
Absolutely, because their plan.
What would that role be?
Their plan has been around since the 1900s, and look, their whole plan is we can't save everybody from themselves. We're going to give you an opportunity, right? We're going to give you an opportunity, but we can't. They're not going to tolerate the drug dealer. They're not going to tolerate the charlatans. They're not going to promote them. All the things that we have done wrong, they say, you know what? We're not going to participate in that. But we're going to make sure. Well, we're going to watch the sun come up, right? So they have been more successful in a lot of, and they outlive a lot of our organizations.
The thing is,
what does that say though, Reggie? Then that the Boulé is the organization, or they're outliving, some of the other organizations. I would think like it's because of some of the things that you mentioned, the intolerance of the charlatans and the snake oil salesmen, right?
And the bullshit.
Right. Maybe other movements ought to adopt some of the intolerance that the Boulé has, right?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Because they don't see the Boulé, they only recruit people who have second outside the bachelor's. They would recruit people with masters and PhDs or business professionals, right? or people in the music industry, right? But
No,
high
the
level
masters
people.
and PhDs don't shield you, don't give you no golden dome or anything from the charlatans and the snake oil salesmen.
But once you join the Boule, once you join the Sigma Pi Phi, then you have to be within their you have to be within their organizational framework, right? And if you violate, then they kick you out, right? So there's accountability. So, for example, Bill Cosby was not a member of the Sigma Pi Phi. Wanted to be, but they didn't think that he was so on those levels, right? They didn't protect him, nor did they help him, nor did they support him. They left him up to his own devices because they know who he was.
Right. Okay.
Right? So there are.
But this
so
is
now,
the thing.
Yeah.
But Reggie dropped down?
No, I'm here.
No, wait, no, you.
No, but I'm saying, even if they didn't,
And now you chopped and screwed.
Man, that's right. You must be in a bad area. I really want to hear what you got to say too.
Yeah, man, I really want to hear what you got to say. DJ Paul and Juicy J got you.
Yeah, I'm saying what happened to Cosby. I mean, I don't want to get down in that road, but you know, he was successful without the Boule, right?
Was he?
No, he wasn't.
Well, successful, but I'm saying when had he been in line with their policies and ethics, right? Maybe there would have been something that they could have done to back him up when he found his back up against the wall.
If they would have recruited him, and he would have been under their jurisdiction, he wouldn't have made those mistakes that he made. But they don't tolerate that.
Right.
I don't agree with that. I do not agree with that.
Yeah,
I do not agree with that. That's saying that.
What part you don't
saying
agree
that human beings. That's saying that human beings don't have a choice. People can be in an organization that does not support a particular thing and do the thing anyway. We see it all the time. So because he's
Nope.
Bro,
no.
How many people do you know?
He's saying that they
How many
seen
people you
him
know?
a long time ago, though, before it all came out.
Bro,
they already knew kind of who he was. That's what he's saying.
Nope. See,
okay, but even if you're
okay, what I'm trying to
say.
Go
ahead, brother. I mean, get
what I am trying to say is that there are certain organizations that you join, you take an oath, right? Part of that is if you go against them, they will destroy you internally. They will make your wife and your children. They will get your wife and your children. They will push them out of society.
Yeah, he's kind of right.
When you're in some Masonic organizations and organizations that are patterned like that, you violate. That's your whole. You're in exile. You and your family. For example, the Boule, the children of the Boule, Sigma Pi Phi, they don't interview for jobs. They're already selected. They don't have to interview. They don't go to interviews. They're selected by their lower things like Jack and Jill and other areas. They're selected if they whatever they want to apply for, right? If there's one of them in that organization, they will support them. Right? So they can walk in.
Okay, so Reggie.
I know this for a fact because I knew children of the Boule, and they didn't have to. They did not have to interview. And I asked them, "How'd you get here?" There's a but Reggie. Go ahead.
What I'm saying is, how many groups do we know? Businesses do we know? Organizations do we know that people bring their kids in? Nepotism. You see what I'm saying? The kids get a leg up. So I'm saying all this exists. It's not just in the boule that this
I am
exists.
saying you're missing the fact. What you're missing, and that's the fact. I think you have something that you want to say, but I do think what I have to say is much more valuable. When you join. Okay, you're laughing. I'll put myself on mute again. I'll wait for the
No, Reggie. No. I'm not laughing. I'm not laughing.
Who's laughing?
I'm not laughing. I was just saying that mentally why I chuckled is that I was saying to myself that Reggie knife is sharp tonight. Reggie taking heads. So it wasn't any disrespect on the laugh. It was just acknowledgement of you going to town. So go ahead, please. Let's hear it out.
You see, this is the problem throwing pearls to swine, stupids, right? A person doesn't know when they're when look, I'm using metaphorically, right? I was trying to read something from their document so I don't have to speak for them, right? That's primary evidence, right? Now, there are Masonic organizations on a high level, and there are these other elite organizations, right? When you're in there, right? If you are cast out, it's really destruction for your whole lineage. You don't get back in. Now, you probably don't think that this type of stuff happens, but it happens in certain law offices and certain businesses on a very high level, right? You go against the king, you're exiled, right? You're subservient to the king. Now, because Black folks in America, right, we're so used to the way in which we think we live, we don't understand the hierarchical organizations, right, that really control America. White America and the Black organizations that participate in this who find this structure appealing. So we think that we are free. We're not free.
But based on what you're saying now, Reggie, based on what you're saying now, is that many persons, especially poor people in America, destiny has already been written. Are you implying that?
Say that one more time.
That many persons, especially poor people, who don't have those ties, destiny has already been written. They can only rise thus far and no further.
No, they can rise. They can rise, and if they rise per chance, they may be recruited in these organizations.
But you know,
okay.
So this is the thing, stupids, right? And this is where I was going to go to crime and stuff to show what, because we're having this conversation in a Black group, right? But these conversations happen in white groups too. This conversation that we're having right now is a conspiracy mindset, right? Because you're going to tell me you don't have to interview a job, but I know plenty of companies we've all worked from that you see the boss's kid come in. This guy works for the company for years. His kid comes in, gets right out of college, don't have to interview for no job, gets a job. Nepotism. It's a thing. And so it doesn't have to be
bigger than nepotism. So you're looking at it.
Yeah, but I'm saying, no, brother. What I'm saying is this type of stuff happens. It doesn't matter what group you're going to tell me about.
So why are you disagreeing with me? Why are you interrupting me?
This is the thing, Reggie. I don't disagree with you in the sense that, you know, people don't have to interview for jobs and they protect you if you're in the boule and stuff like that, right? Now, I disagree maybe on the degree of protection that it offers. You see what I'm saying?
So that's another conversation.
Let me give you an example. Let me say this before you keep going. Let me say this. Wealth is a protection. You said in itself. Fame is a protection in itself. Bill Cosby, because of his image on television, a lot of people still can't put it in their mind that he could have done some nefarious stuff. Jeffrey Epstein, because he was wealthy and hobnobbing with all kinds of people, didn't end up hemmed up in the justice system till 2005. And then when he got in the justice system, they gave him a sweetheart deal that they didn't end up arresting him till in the 2013 or 15 or whatever that was. You see what I'm saying? Because of his wealth, because of his connections, because of money, because of fame. People don't want to believe you can do certain things, but you're just a human like everybody else. You can do the same wicked shit or the same good stuff. And so that's my point. I just don't believe in the conspiracy theories of it. It's just how human beings operate. That's what I think.
It's okay.
No, yeah, definitely. I agree. Nepotism is definitely a part, especially in my trade. Nepotism plays a big role in it. I think Reggie was more so, and I agree with you, brother, but I think Reggie was more so talking about the level that they're able to do that kind of nepotism on. Like the Boule kind of can do that on a more corporate, you know what I mean, level.
So Corey, and I man, I didn't mean to cut you off. But the question would be for you and Reggie, wouldn't that be the ultimate goal? Like what you accuse the Black Boule of accomplishing, right? Wouldn't that be a good thing though?
Yeah,
This is a good
not,
question right here.
Don't get me don't get me wrong. I'm saying it's good. I'm
because if you had the choice, you do the same thing.
Throughout the whole thing. Yeah.
It's a good thing because they have accountability among its members.
I think that was the overall point was the accountability, because we talked about how my question to Reggie was, shouldn't we adopt the strictness and the intolerance of the Boule, right? Not allowing those snake oil salesmen and scam artists
right
coming in. So that was kind of the question or whatever. But yeah, man, I don't think it was.
So in other words, you don't disagree with the overall outcome. Just let's control more of the
I'm saying adopt. I'm saying the
puppeteer
adopt some of the things that the Boule is using to be successful. Because, like I said, Reggie talked about the success of the Boule, how their Boule have outlasted a lot of these programs and ideologies and you know, different groups or whatever, right? He talked about how the Boule kind of outlast him. So yeah.
Yeah. I had a phone call, so I might have missed that. Yeah, because I didn't know whether you were referring to that versus being sort of the puppeteers behind the string sort of type of thing. Like, yeah, so I that makes a little bit more sense. All right, go ahead.
Yeah. I don't think he was coming from it's a conspiracy and, you know, they, you know, hoarding the jobs and only giving them to they people. That wasn't his point. The overall point is, you know, the intolerance. So like, they're not gonna back you up when you're doing bullshit. So that's why they don't have a lot of the bullshit around. You know what I'm saying?
I'm a different type of nigga though, Corey. I'm all with the Black Boule. Like, I thought that was the whole goddamn point.
Yeah, I like it. I'm down with it. I'm down with it. You know what I mean? I don't consider myself like Boule or nothing, but you know what I mean? I don't have a problem with it at all. I don't have a problem with it at all.
Right.
My question, Corey, is this organization an inclusive organization? Or are there parameters?
No, it's not. I think that was Reggie's point. Yeah, it's not an inclusive organization, right? So certain criteria that got to be met, and it's a strict criteria. And if you don't meet those criteria, you can't be a part of the organization.
Or you can't benefit from the organization. Let's use that word. You can't benefit from the organization.
Right,
I hope you benefit.
right.
I
I
think you benefit
guarantee you.
indirectly.
I'm a bet. I'll bet if you look up what these organizations do in the community, you'll see they do good things in the community.
Right.
In the black community. I guarantee
Oh,
it.
definitely.
But it might just
Yeah.
be selective. But
Right.
how much of us are in organizations that people just can't join? You just can't join it. And it's selective in some way.
Right.
Nigga,
Right.
nigga,
So
you
why are
might
we
not
acting like this is something different?
Nigga, you might not have made your high school football team. That don't mean them niggas didn't do good, or you didn't benefit when them niggas when goddamn what's that day they call when the
homecoming,
the team homecoming when yeah, my bad Corey, I medical problems, nigga, my brain ain't working. Yeah, but it doesn't mean niggas don't the benefit with homecoming coming around. Like so that makes total perfect sense what you're saying, bro.
Right. And so this is the thing I'm saying is that, but these type of because I'm gonna give you an example. Ketanji Brown Jackson, right? People talk all kinds of crap about this lady, especially if they're conservatives. I'm talking black conservatives, but I hear it a lot from black conservatives, right? Now, what did this lady do wrong? Huh? She went to college. Her family was middle class or something. I don't think they were like wealthy. She went to a good school. She got education. Okay, she's married. People complain she's married to a white dude. They say she doesn't know what a woman is. All kinds of crap. But she ain't out there shooting nobody. She ain't out there robbing nobody. Last I checked, she did everything that if my kid went and did what she did, I'll be proud of my kid. So what do we want? You said if my kid joined the boule, I'll be proud of my kid.
We want Ketanji Browns. We want a bunch of her around. Yeah, we need more of that.
Yeah. Do you want her to hit the streets and then she's cool now? Do you want to be doing the lecture circuit talking a bunch of crap and then she's cool? That what you got to do? Be cool?
Yeah, because
we
would you rather her
do
be
some
on
Jasmine Crockett too now.
Making
We can do some Jasmine Crockett too now, West Side. You know
exactly.
Okay.
Exactly.
I don't think now Jasmine Crockett. I don't think she's as boule as a Ketanji Brown, but I'm saying like so we could do both. We can do both of those. You know what I mean?
I don't even think Ketanji Brown is even in the boule per se. She's an educated woman. If you're educated, you got a certain position, you gonna run around in a certain class and got a certain position. Now, don't agree with you excluding yourself totally from people of a lower class, right? I think you should still be engaged with them and still, help, right? Because you just got lucky. Not really special. You just got lucky, really, at the end of the day, to end up where you're at. You know what I mean? And so, but I wouldn't be crying down people when they're some of the better people in society.
Yeah, you on the bottom. At least for me. Anybody hear that?
No, he totally went out. Yeah.
Oh, y'all faked me out. Y'all juked me a long time ago, man. I've been lost for at least over an hour now. But a good conversation. I definitely love the fact that everybody kept it cordial. Always love that. Shout out to you, brother Reggie.
Well, lost in what sense? Logic.
It's like some kind of way. I didn't notice the off ramp that we took right? Like I felt like we ran right up against a crucial point of like the future of Pan Africanism.
No, we
Like
move
ran
past. We move past that. We
in
move
some
past
kind of way. I think that there's so much there for us to be able to hash out, and it was almost like to me, this was the first time I had heard people talk about their end goal for Pan Africanism. Most of the time, I don't even get an answer, but it seemed like at the time maybe
Right.
nobody was either hearing it or curious about that or why that was such a thing, and it kind of got lost in the other conversations, and it just we got off of that, and it kind of had been not exactly like a we hadn't really been on point since then. We had just been all over the place.
It was a question that was asked over and over and over and over again today. So I think that's the reason why we might have gotten some answers.
Yeah, we move past that. We're talking about the Boule, the Jack and Jill organization. We're talking about their impact on Black America, if it is a necessary component for the development of the people.
To me, that is Pan Africanism. Go ahead.
Jack and Jill is Pan Africanism?
Yes.
You say elitism is Pan Africanism?
Elaborate.
I don't consider that elitism. But
I mean, I don't think it's Pan Africanism per se. I think it may be like an over, like maybe somebody might be overdoing it, recognizing that like you need to be of a certain something, right? In order to be able to just be successful in society, right? So how can I take a person who's not successful in society and point to them as our whatever leader? You know what I'm saying? Like so you would have to maybe cultivate these particular leaders of society into a particular mold, right, where they have this particular interest first, but whole time you're adding that to something that already succeeds in society. Like you're not rediscovering what it takes to be successful in society. No, you're taking what's successful in society and utilizing it for your purpose.
Well, I can explain. I can explain why it's not elitist to me. But the thing is, I actually kind of interrupted.
It's definitely elitist.
So,
definitely.
Yeah. Right. So I'd rather you get back to your point, and then we can go into that afterwards. Because I interrupted you. So yeah. What? In other words, what were you originally saying before? I interjected
before I said that we never got off the off ramp to what's it called? So I said we never got off the off ramp to it because like that's where the strategy should like from there. I think that's where you kind of you need to railroad into like the label is bad at that point. Like you know what I'm saying? We've got three different ideas about Pan Africanism that don't work. You know what I'm saying?
I'd say more than three, but go ahead.
Right, but you know what I'm saying? I'm just using that. Like we got so now we're up to three and counting of things that don't work. And not saying it don't work, but like BRICS would be a really far reach for what we're economically capable of right now. And if we focused on the things that benefited us economically, maybe a need for something like BRICS it might not be as necessary. You know what I'm saying? Like we might get this money and then realize that we actually can we can galvanize in different ways rather than just politically at that point. You know what I'm saying? We might actually have that might open up a lot more options than we realize, but we gotta take one step at a time.
Well, there's quite a few things I could say. You know what? Let me break it down because I think each individual conversation will go different ways, right? Let's start with the first one, right? I'm I'm gonna take it back a little bit. We were talking about elitism. When you say Pan-Africanism is elitism, I have no problem with that. Like, wouldn't that be the goddamn goal? Like, what else is what else would the goal be? Let's start with that first. Can someone else?
I apologize. I've been busy as hell. What
Well,
y'all talking about?
I was about to say something all wrong. But
All right,
anyway, go
question.
ahead.
But people don't
No, I'm
understand
sorry. I
what
didn't hear y'all. What y'all? What you talking about, Swamp? I didn't mean to cut your shit. What you talking about?
what is elitism?
No. It's a joke. It's a joke. No, I
Yeah.
was saying, and Brass, maybe you could weigh in on this. I don't have a problem with the quote unquote black boule. I don't consider it a pejorative. And I was saying, if that's not the goal, what is? I just wanted to I can't. As a matter of fact, I don't even know if I can get past that.
What the hell are y'all? Okay, I'm gonna ask again. What are y'all talking about? You know y'all still live, right? I've been going this whole time. You know y'all was live.
I don't give a shit. I don't give a shit if we're live or not.
Okay, so what is the?
But
So we got an issue with the boule.
I think a lot of people do. My thing is this though. Well, let me just ask you this, Brass, right?
What?
Is there something wrong with the boule to you?
To me?
And I think I already know the answer.
What is
yeah,
to you?
I'm wondering what is it to anyone else? It seems like it college educated black people to be, but what is it to you?
Wait, stop. If the boule is college educated black people to you, what could be wrong with it? I'm confused. What could be wrong with it?
Niggas is mentioning fraternities. I'm like, niggas.
No, fraternities is definitely fraternities is definitely a part of the boule. Did I miss a good conversation?
Yeah, I think you might have.
So the boule.
I might be fucking it up.
It was being trashed, or what was it?
I don't think they were trashing it. I think this was my point. No one was trashing the black boule on here, right? I don't want to speak for anybody else, right?
Did I miss? It's not that many. I was about to come in and turn the show off. But now you
because
who was talking about the boule?
I'm.
Why you act like I asked you who shot Raymond on 3rd Street? Nigga, who was talking about the boule?
I feel like I'm the only one speaking right now. Like, why is
nigga, you are?
Reggie was talking about it earlier. Let me add to the conversation, Brass.
Yeah.
Reggie was talking about it earlier, and I was asking him, is the black boule and fraternity?
Reggie was in here?
Yeah, he was in there. We're talking.
Okay, go ahead.
Is it beneficial to the black American population? I might not have used the black American population, or is it promoting elitism? Is the boule and fraternity about elitism?
The boule and fraternities are about black people networking within the system.
So the question that I had asked.
Let me finish. The question is, are they promoting elitism?
Certain, yeah, for the most part, yeah.
Cutting me off.
Yeah, for the most part, yeah.
Okay. So, Stupid, can I fucking please talk? Brad, at the point where you came in, the point that we were discussing was, is that bad? And isn't that the entire fucking point? If you're talking about erasing Western democracy as we know it, wouldn't elitism be a part of that? Wouldn't it as a matter of fact be the start of it?
Well, Okay, so the way it was supposed to go was similar to how the white fraternities, the white elite fraternities and Masonic orders was supposed to go. So the way it was supposed to work in its inception was connect the black doctors, the judges, the businessmen, the politicians, so that they could support each other's career, right, and their social mobility. And then if you build like a stable black professional class, then it like similar to the talented 10th. It's very similar. It's very similar to that. It's supposed to serve as like a mediator between the white power structures and the rest of the black community. So it's supposed to be like a protective thing. Now, while it being elite, don't get me wrong, but that was the point. Like, if these black professional elites are going to be excluded from white society, they'll be protected within the boule, so that then you could pass it on to your children and keep the whole thing going. The reason why people said it was bad is that if you're trying to work within the white system, you're not necessarily trying to liberate from it. So, so what happens is, you're not resisting it, and then when you're doing talented, like the boule is kind of, it's not everyone. It's not even like 10% of everyone. So yes, that group is feeling some group or whatever, and then they're passing it around amongst each other. But most people don't believe you can network your way into helping black people. It's gotta be something different. So how it's supposed to operate is like creating a black upper class. So that's how it's supposed to operate. So I never looked at it as an evil thing. I always looked at it as like a very limited thing. Like it's a good thing, right? Because those people are still black. I mean, whatever you want to call them. I'm very familiar with it. But the problem, and I think the challenge even for Du Bois when he was talking about the talented 10th, even his issues with the talented 10th was without a stable working class amongst black people, without high levels of employment amongst black people, then all it really is black people recycling black people for an upper class. So remember I was telling you when I was in Jack and Jill, or you're basically, these people get empowered, these corporations, and they just hire other members of the boule, not necessarily other black people. You understand what I'm saying? So it won't end up, you don't really end up, Du Bois never really saw he needed Booker T. Washington's model and his model, not just his
like a combination of the.
You gotta have a labor class. You gotta have a strong labor class in order for a boule to work.
Yeah,
I don't want our what's two pieces. I don't want, and I was just about to say, I don't want brass in our conversations to kind of take over. But when you and Stu Pease get through, I have a question I'd like to ask you, and I have a feeling that what Stu Pease is gonna say is actually gonna add on to what I'm gonna ask. So,
let me go ahead.
Please go ahead. Yeah.
Let me go ahead.
Yeah.
Brass, one thing I can never call you. One thing I can never call you is a hypocrite.
Right.
Because you're truthful in everything you said. You could have dodged and you could have hide and you could have found some other excuses. But you do say it is good. I say it is bad. Elitism is bad because I've come from a country where I have seen elitism and how it operates. Meaning that it becomes incestuous, for want of a better word.
Yeah,
I mean,
whoa, okay.
It
Yeah,
does. You marry,
me,
you marry inside of it. You hire inside of it. The black
yes,
families
Right.
tend to live in
yeah,
the same areas. Their
yeah,
kids do back in jail tend to be in relationships and have children with each other. Yeah, I get it.
yeah. It does
Right.
not expand outside, so it does not actually reach down because the original thing that that W.E.B. Du Bois was promoting is that the 10% will first be elevated, and by them reaching higher heights, they'll be able to reach down and pull the rest of black people up
Mm-hmm.
to those heights. But in Jack and Jill organization and incentive organization, in Jamaica we call it uptown. In uptown girls date uptown boys. More one and two, you'll have one and two will come out of the norm because a bad man them love. Like a Cindy Breakspear would date a Bob Marley, a Tom Tavares Finson daughter would date a notorious gunman. People know about it. One and two will come out occasionally
Mm-hmm.
and date outside, but it rarely happens. So it is not elevated. And then what it becomes now is a beacon to see this is what success look like. If you're not a part of this, like a Jack and Jill person will say to a girl outside, I cannot bring you home because you do not bring anything to my table apart from yourself. You might have some money, but you do not have any connections. Your father was not judge, your grandfather was not lawyer, a dentist, a pharmacist, was a part of this organization. Right? So when people talking about, oh, I want a 10% man, I want a 666 man.
Right.
And you realize that most of these girls who say they want a 666 man, I said to them, say, who was your father? Who you know? Which man you want? Because most of those men already wife is selected from a specific group. You do not come with any connection to be a part of his table. And you know that I'm not lying when I say this, Brass. You know it for a fact. That when you see people talking about that, and even when Kevin Samuels was talking, I know that you were laughing.
Yeah.
Because he himself had no connections either.
None. He's just talking.
He was just talking.
Listen, I was in Jack and Jill, so I know.
Yeah.
I know that. I know that. It just doesn't really work for the overall people. If the overall group needs jobs and employment, then it doesn't work only
It
for the
falls
people
apart.
that's inside of it. Yeah, you're protected. It's an insulation kind of thing. But now I want to be clear on something. So Pure Black is in the chat and he says, name a more successful Boule member than Bill Cosby. Sometimes y'all got to get the entertainers out of y'all mind because the point of the Boule wasn't really
for entertainers.
it wasn't
was never
really
for
for
entertainment.
entertainment. Yeah, it
It's
was
for business
more.
people.
Yeah, it was business people, lawyers, doctors, judges, CEOs of corporations, board members. Like if one person got onto a board, they would try to get other Boule members on a board. And then one of the main things was ministers in politics. So the most successful successful Boule member was Martin Luther King.
Yeah.
The most successful Boule member was definitely Martin Luther King. And if you wanted to go after that, you would say, I would go all politicians before I would get to, I can name 7, 8 politicians before you get to Bill Cosby. Bill Cosby was just an entertainer. And then based on how his legacy ended, I think that removes Bill Cosby from the quote unquote Boule conversation. So there's a lot of members of Robert Johnson. That's how you end up with basketball players. There are some athletes that get into the Boule, but a lot of the athletes, their income is new money. You ever heard the term? This is new money. It's not necessarily old money. So these are people that are really rich really quickly, and they don't really feel like they have a need for any kind of upper class system. But I think any class to reject a black upper class would be kind of foolish to me.
That's
just my opinion.
I agree with you. I agree with you totally on that. That you cannot reject a black upper class because it's only natural. It's only natural that a black upper class will form as black people increase in their wealth, in their status, in their educational level. They're going to rise to the upper class, and then they're going to start associating with each other. But my problem is it's a problem that I've seen everywhere. But it's the same for the white upper class. It's the same for the white old money. White old money is incestuous. It's the same thing it do. That's what the black upper class pattern in itself of the white upper class. Go and watch the HBO. Anybody listening, go and watch a new HBO show. The one, what's his name? I don't remember his name, but a new HBO show that will show you the black and white upper classes. And those families still exist today in the same upper classes because they always intermarry and they always promote each other to positions of power.
Yeah, but I mean, but that's why I go to politics. Rangel, Vernon Jordan, the CEO of Merck, Frazier. These are people that were a necessity. And then you can kind of go MLK and then go out from him. All Boule. Civil rights movement. All Boule. Ministers. Boule. This.
And my question, my big question, Brass, is in the overall objective of Pan-Africanism, right? Wouldn't there have to? Wouldn't there be some? Wouldn't there have to be some sense of a sort of elitist mentality that would have to take place, or would be
no?
Okay. Explain that.
Boule and Pan-Africanism, in my opinion, are damn near exact opposite. The Boule is not inclusive; it's exclusive. Pan-Africanism is very inclusive. I keep saying pan.
That's true.
Where we're getting confused, and I'm gonna stay on this point. I hear everybody. Kind of matter of fact, welcome Babylon Done to the server. But one of the things that I think we're all getting, everybody has, from what I'm hearing, even in this conversation, I'm gonna go back and listen to it. But I left maybe about 2-3 hours ago. They're just rejecting. They're just talking about a version of Pan-Africanism that fits what they're trying to do.
Yeah,
and I don't even have a real challenge for that or with that if that's what they want to do. But I mean, Pan is still all. So if you wanna say it's black nationalism, if you want to say it's black civic duty, if you want to say it's black activism, a lot of what I'm hearing described in here, and all of it is good, but it isn't Pan-Africanism. And so I won't agree to it. I don't care how you dress it up. When I was talking about Psycho and Du Bois got disillusioned with trying to do Pan-Africanism on this continent. He did. That's why he ended up with Nkrumah to write a book, yes, but he did eventually end up, to say he didn't believe, eventually over time, he realized Talented 10th didn't work, similar to like a trickle-down economic type of situation. He ended up working for Nkrumah. And when he went over there,
all right, couldn't W.E. Du Bois got disenfranchised with the whole elitism that existed in the Boule?
The disillusionment, because it didn't make it down. He was in real time. He was watching it not make it down to. If you got a black elite class, so you have a black upper class, that's obviously not the majority of all black people. So the success of all of that elite class, it wasn't trickling down to everyone else. So
he saw that.
And he saw that. He started to run away from the Talented 10th. So he went and wrote the book for Nkrumah, and he died in Ghana. So to say that he didn't think going back to Africa made any sense, he went to Nkrumah, like literally Pan-Africanism on steroids at the time. And that's where he died.
Because he believed later in his years that all black people should be able to be successful. And when he tried the talented tent, he realized that if he followed the talented tent model, is that the wealth and the development will only be limited to the oligarchs, that the black people were becoming oligarchs. The black people was becoming a nation within a nation within a nation, meaning that black people in white America, the elite or the bully in the black society. And anybody who looks at that and is comfortable with that is going to have a problem. Anybody who's educated is going to have a problem with that. Because I know that you see it when you realize that, oh, but let's go back 3 generations. The intermarrying, the specific group, the invites are not open to other people unless they establish a large amount of wealth, right? Oprah wasn't originally a member of the bully, but when her wealth reached a certain level, she was invited within the organization. She became a part of that organization. She got invited to.
Yeah, and then also remember, Carter G. Woodson, that's the miseducation of the Negro elite.
Mm-hmm.
So even he began to say that the talented 10th turned away from the masses of black people and joined the oppressor. When they got up in them rooms with the white upper class and started dealing with them in politics and dealing with them in finance, they just forgot about the masses of people. A speech that he made later was, I assumed at the Second Armenia Conference in 1948, I assumed that with knowledge, sacrifice would automatically follow. It does not. The educated few have too often worked for their own advantage and not for the people. So he was disappointed with his own idea, his own ideology that he picked up from William Morehouse, a minister, by the way. And what he did was he got disappointed with integration and capitalism. So he went to Nkrumah. He did help him to write, I think it was Encyclopedia Africana. And he renounced his U.S. citizenship and became a Ghanaian citizen. So yeah, he was definitely disillusioned. And then on top of that, Nkrumah, remember, was on socialism. So even his Pan-Africanism was Pan-African socialism. And he got frustrated with his own idea. And that's a very poignant thought to say. I would think that when you get this education, you would sacrifice, but apparently that wasn't the case. It wasn't just making elite. It was being the talented 10th wasn't just about joining an elite class. The talented 10th was also about you're joining this elite class for the purpose of raising the masses.
Beautiful.
But he was so against Booker T. Washington and his strategy. And Booker T. Washington, you could say that he wasn't an elitist, but I mean, shit, he was working with the president of the United States. I mean, he was doing those schools and Tuskegee trade schools. Those were all funded by white philanthropists too. So he was he was involved with it too. I keep telling you, the perfect mix would be if them two collaborated rather than competed.
Yeah, but the problem is that
they competed.
W.E.B. Du Bois was in an echo chamber also. He fell into an echo chamber among his peers in the elite who believed the lie that they constructed, that they were better than the average Negro, that they surpassed the average Negro. That's what happened to the elites, and that's why elitism is dangerous within any culture or any race. Because once you start developing elitism, they believe that they're better than the average person within their culture. So in white elitism, in the Victorians' time, you had those white people who developed a Mary Antoinette would say, if the people can't get bread, let them eat cake instead. They start thinking different, that they're above, that they're not normal, that they're above average, that they're super special. That's the problem I have with elitism.
Yeah, but he did have some critics. They just weren't in the elite class. I mean, Washington, Booker T. Washington, Garvey, Carter G. Woodson, was on his ass.
Yeah, but
They
wasn't listening
wasn't
to
playing
them.
no games. And then
But he
later
wasn't.
on in the 60s and 70s,
Yeah.
I think Mujasi mentioned them earlier when I was on, Walter Rodney and then Stokely Carmichael and them. They were on his ass. So he did it. But here's the thing, Smalls. When you're in that elite class, and we hear this in these conversations a lot of times, you hear a lot of times people say, I can't believe you said that. To me, Bryce, I can't believe you said that, or I can't believe you don't know that, or I can't believe this. There is a disconnection. To be in that elite class, you do have a disconnection somewhat from the masses. You don't fully understand what's going on in the quote unquote masses. One of the cheat codes I got was going from a farm to the projects before we got money. Right. So I might be disconnected from it, but shit, I grew up in it. I was shaped in it. And then we struck quote unquote gold per se. But while we were in the projects, all my brothers and sisters went to college. They all graduated from college except for one. All got advanced degrees except for 2 or 3. And all participated in Jack and Jill while in the projects. And thank God that our parents, you know, by the time I came along, we were that was no matter what, we were involved in that. So it ain't really about being rich. It's about knowing the code. That's why they treat it like it's a secret thing. And it's not really, but everybody can't get into Jack and Jill. It's exclusive. Right. It's an exclusive thing. So it's not about being poor, this, that, and the other. But if my father's best friends are now judges and politicians and ministers, then I'll have access to it, even if we're not. We could be the brokest people in the room, but it's really about connections at that point. And the thing is, through those connections, there's no way.
You will become wealthy.
There's no way. Yeah, there's no way. You know, it's like the classic saying: "Show me." If you got 6 broke friends, you're soon to be the 7th.
Yeah.
But if you got 7 successful friends, you're soon to be the 8th.
Right, because if you needed a recommendation, you were in Jack and Jill, and you needed a recommendation to get a job, you'll have 2 recommendations from well-known people in society. So that will enhance your chances of getting that opportunity to school and to college. That's how it works.
So my question for then the both of you, right? Why then the problem with the with elitism? Because I heard today that one of the objectives of Pan-Africanism is to erase Western society as it exists. How the fuck do you get there without elitism?
Well, no, that's foolish. I don't even know whoever said that. That's a foolish.
I don't know who said that.
Yeah, that's foolish. Like that's what I meant earlier when I said. No, but that's what I meant earlier when I said trying to affect Pan-Africanism. I think Mujasi was the one that said, think globally, act locally. In these United States, it's going to be very difficult for you to affect any kind of change without working with the existing power structure. And that's why I asked Psycho before I left. He kept using a very specific language. He kept saying how to get things off of white people, how to get things off of others. And that's what I mean by, well, what about with?
I heard an answer.
It can't always be off, because if it's always off, you're only going to get but so far. You gotta be. It's gotta be.
I'm not.
With.
One of the things that. All right. And I said, one of the things that many Pan-Africans believe, that many people believe, is that only a few people can be successful. So they're actually playing king of the hill. That only one person can be at the top of the hill at the same time. That the hill is not big enough, or the peak of the hill is not flat enough to accommodate more than one group. So they're saying that if I am successful, white people have to be at the bottom of the hill, and that is not true. Right. And that is not true.
It's just not realistic.
And it's not realistic either.
Not in the United States. We have a set. There's a power structure in the United States. That's why when the Pan-Africanists that I talk to, Stu Peas,
yeah,
I mean, they're running from this ideal now. But all the conversations I've had with people that were kind of following Pan-Africanism outside of the people we're talking to, it was always, the people that would say things like, we're going to buy some land. We're going to buy a large group of land. We're going to get some homes, and it's going to be all black and in and of that. Now, here's the second thing that's happened before, and it's happened successfully, I would assume, before. But then when you go that route and try to do it within this integrated economic system, and especially in a capitalistic society, if you don't plan on getting involved in politics or something of that, it won't last very long.
Yeah, because what people don't understand is that when people talk about Pan-Africanism and they're talking about isolationist argument, they said you cannot isolate in a country that is integrated. It will never happen. It can never happen.
Well, you can, but you just end up radical as hell. That's why you end up stupides with some of the Pan-Africanists saying we're going to get a gun and just take it. Then you get other Pan-Africanists saying, what is it? You're going to get other Pan-Africanists that say, we just going to go off and be separate. And then you get the people that just go disillusioned and say, I understood.
They kill Whitey.
Or no. But see, y'all keep going to white people. There are certain parts of Pan-Africanists that just say fuck Africa. Why am I focused on Africa? I should be focused on just us. And what happens with that is you end up saying fuck everything internationally and just try to build something here. But even if your focus is the United States, it's going to have to be an integrated plan. Yeah. It doesn't make sense any other way.
But you're trying to integrate also. You're trying to say fuck everything in a country that understand that even it in itself, as powerful as America is, it realized that it cannot survive by closing its borders. No country can. Especially in the we do not manufacture everything that you need. So you have to include other countries. But other people thinking back 50 or 100 years ago, they don't read history and they don't study economics. So
just the economics of it doesn't make sense unless you go completely racist.
Or native.
Even Europeans,
unless you go completely native.
Yeah. Well, but Europeans won't even last. That'll be the death. The death of diversity in the United States will be the death of the United States.
Yes.
Because there's not enough. I keep saying it. I know this starts with Frederick Douglass. Everybody keeps saying I'm parroting John Hope Bryant. John Hope Bryant is just the guy with social media on steroids saying we need more educated white people to drive GDP. But that's just now there's just not enough white people. If you're gonna keep everybody else out of trying to be in a class that's going to help us drive GDP, then I hope to God y'all got a factory somewhere creating educated white people that are going to work GDP. This is not a race issue. This is a manpower issue. There's just not enough white people to say we don't want any black people, we don't want any minorities, we don't want anything. It just doesn't make sense. I guess that would be a scientific genetic argument.
Yeah, Brass, I had a conversation with this person before I got COVID and before I got my heart attack in January. And he was talking about the election and closing the borders. And I was saying to him, so listen, as much as all you think that immigrants are taking over, the population of the United States is under 400 million. The population is not enough. You might think it's a lot of people, but when you go into Middle America, when you go into certain states, the population is dismal. How much people live in Oklahoma? 400 million people is not enough for what you want to generate everything that you think you need. It's not enough. It's not enough. Even China with 1 billion people now, and they're doing well, they realize that the population growth is not enough to sustain what they want to do. It's people run the world. Economy is like the water cycle. When you went to school, you studied the water cycle. How rain fall one place, evaporate, the trees take it in, they transpire the water, the sunlight, the evaporation for the water cycle to maintain. That is what economy is. It's like a water cycle. In order for it to maintain, a lot of factors have to go into it. And your population is one of the most important factors.
Even if you do the math and the stats, companies that are ethnically diverse do better.
Of course.
Like by a lot. Like probably about 20-25%. So you need if a company is even seen as being diverse and inclusive, you're gonna outperform your competitors. So you even like a team, just common sense. If you were trying to build up a company in the United States, having a diverse management team, a diverse power structure, even if the very, very top is European, but I'm talking about the decision makers, the boards, the people who are actually moving forth with the new ideas. If you got a diverse, United States is diverse. We're gonna go majority minority in the next 10 years. The minority class will be the majority compared to the individual European class, the white dominated class. So if you're not diverse at that point, you're gonna have those issues. But like that's what I meant by using Target as an example. When we did the whole boycott Target, we forgot that we were boycotting the black companies that got into Target. You're boycotting the people who bust their ass to get into these corporations, and then now you shut them out, and then now after a time, Target is still going to exist. It's just now Target's going to exist without those black creators, and now we start all over again. It's similar to Claude Anderson in Paranomics when he described I have very simple examples. That's why it sounds like I say them all the time. We were so thirsty to ride the front of the bus that we killed our own bus companies. We already had bus companies, but we wanted so viciously to ride the front of a quote unquote systemic white bus that we didn't pay attention. It killed our own. We had our own. If you pay attention, even before the civil rights movement, you got to look up AJ Gaston. We had our own life insurance. We had a lot of all our own things. It may have been not as advanced in this, that, and the other, but I see no problem with the guy that knocks on the door. That's a great book, Black Titan by A.G. Gaston, where he talks about the beginnings of the Black life insurance, the guy in the 40s that was knocking on the door and collecting quarters from everybody and making sure everybody was buried. And when somebody died, there was money left for them. Those little dimes, quarters, and everything like that, they came and sat, they wrote in a little notebook, and everybody, we was doing all of that. But then as time goes on, we end up integrated into the overall power structure. So it's going to be very difficult to do Pan-Africanism in the United States. It's just my opinion.
The thing about inclusiveness, and the thing that you just mentioned, that everything that existed before, is that who to know, over time we may have lost it all, because there is everything now is a monopoly, and people don't want to agree with that. When I tell people that, if you look at even your eyeglasses that you wear, there's only 2 or 3 companies in the world that make eyeglasses, right? Everything is a monopoly. The civil rights as an approach is that we rushed into it because we wanted to be inclusive, wanted to be a part of the bigger system that we thought was a better system. And it wasn't. It wasn't necessarily the better system because it wasn't designed primarily for us. The guy going door to door selling the insurance, his system was tailored for black people who couldn't afford the insurance one time for the month. So he'd come weekly and collect it. Right? But then we wanted to be a part of a system that wasn't designed for us. And so we fell behind. But what Pan-Africanism won't work in America, because if we think as it as a global thing, what would work is what you're trying to sell. Is that, listen, let's take baby steps. We know that we're not going to achieve everything overnight, but let's take baby steps. Let's start with life insurance. Let's start with financial responsibility. Let's stop focusing on ourselves and start focusing on our children. That's how we move forward. That's the American version of Pan-Africanism. Call it anything you want to, if you don't want to call it Pan-Africanism. And say people get on board. But that's it. What's the 10-year plan? What's the 20-year plan?
Yeah, but I mean, it goes all the way down. Integration was definitely a civil rights win, no question. But you almost got to have a parallel focus on our own economics. Now that is something that everybody else did. They may stay into these white banks, but you had to have some kind of parallel focus on our own economics also along with it. So what happened was we traded a lot of our ownership for access. So we did a lot. We had black institutions, we had black banks, we had black movie theaters, black retail. But after a while, when the integration happened, and it was great, it was a great civil rights win. But when we went into these quote unquote white banks, white schools, white retail, white theaters, white buses, we didn't have the parallel focus of continuing what we already had. And then when we went in mass to the integrated stuff, because we had access to it now, we just didn't focus enough on what we already had. So when they keep saying things like we should do things like I hear it all the time. We should do like the Jews and do like the Asians and do like all of that kind of stuff. We just didn't have the parallel focus, and that was a misstep. And I think it's something that can be fixed though, with just a simple thing of financial literacy. If you get the financial literacy, diversity and financial literacy equals equity. And it always has worked. It's always worked like that. And I think that if we focused on that, I think that would be a much better thing. I don't think a lot of people paid attention with affirmative action and DEI, how almost as soon as they were put into place, they immediately didn't become. We moved down to from the number one reason for the policy to when they moved it from Black or African American or African descendant of slaves, however you want to do it, when we moved the focus away from us and just focused the civil rights on all marginalized groups, there's so many marginalized groups in the United States that receive the benefits ahead of us. That's why, you can get called a time for saying you don't care about the shit. But when I see that women become the most important winners in DEI and affirmative action and handicapped and LGBTQ. Yes, we all win, but without that parallel focus on our self-sufficiency. One of the things, if you ever want to drive me away, Stoopies, from any kind of conversation about anything, once I see that we're not really focused on, we can most certainly participate. That's why you go get the LLC and you participate in the banks and this, that, and the other. But if y'all not focused on self-determination and building up yourself along with the white power structure that's already in power, that's when I'll just say, well, fuck it. And then that's when I got killed for it before, but that's when I go right back into fuck it. I'll just focus on my own family. And just make sure that my family is straight, and make sure that my generations are taken care of, and then hopefully my son will pick up the fight later. But a lot of Black people, they want it, but they really don't. This is a fact. This is. I hear the excuses. We don't have enough money. Yeah, you do. Motherfuckers got pets. Motherfuckers got flat screens. Motherfuckers got brand new cars, Jordans. If you iPhone, every iteration of the iPhone, you got the finances to do it, but you get caught up in the power structure and mix the fuck up to where you stop focusing on yourself. So that's why I try to focus on, if you ain't being self-sufficient, I don't even want to be around you, to be honest. And that's when I tend to be like, you just talking shit. That's why I'm not a person you're gonna get a lot of excuses for us per se, because we can do a lot of shit. You want to go fast, you go alone. But if you want something that's sustained, you go together. I don't think I'm saying anything that radical. It's just when I hear Pan-Africanism, fucking great, amazing. But I'm not no longer That's why I get selfish. And I don't think I'm selfish.
I just want to say the white man for some reason, but I can't find a reason to say so.
What'd you
say? It's all good. No worries. I'm cooking.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But I wouldn't blame the boule. I would never blame the boule for, a lot of the blame and the victim stuff is just you just don't take a lot of personal responsibility. And then that's what?
Well, I was going to say, again, my question was, wouldn't there have to be a certain amount of elitism that would have to come? Okay, so I said dismantle the Western world. Let's say that's not your objective as a Pan-African, right? But let's say that wouldn't there have to be a certain amount of that would have to come with that, or you don't know?
My response to you would be, why do I have to dismantle the Western world to be successful?
No, not to dismantle the Western world.
That's what you said, though.
No. To dismantle the Western world, which was an objective of those guys. What I was saying was, is there a certain amount of elitism? Like I'm addressing the elitism. I don't think that the way that you guys, not you guys, the way that the Pan-Africans describe their unity seems like elitism to me sometimes, even. And I know I'm gonna get jumped on because I said that. That's fine. But I don't really think there's nothing wrong with a certain amount of elitism. So let's say, I don't know who said that whole Western world shit, right? Let's forget all of that bullshit. I'm just saying, is there anything wrong with, like, wouldn't that be at a certain point one of the objectives of even if you're overcoming the Western influence on us, right? Wouldn't you have to have a certain amount of elitism to get to that point, right? Or no?
Within Pan-Africanism?
Overall,
like
you're talking about overall. Elitism, you need to understand what elitism is, because basically you're throwing that word around and not have a full understanding of what
you guys were not me. I mean, like I had no problem with the word.
You're using the word and not understanding what the concept of elitism actually is. Right? Elitism is a dangerous concept because elitism can, at the most extreme, come to a caste system like you see in India, where castes are now developed. That's an end product of elitism, where you have a caste system now being established. If you allow elitism to follow through to its full concept, meaning that within a certain caste, those people are okay, and you have a caste below that, and until they have the untouchables. Elitism causes separation of people.
Yeah, I didn't think about that.
Does it naturally occur? Maybe. Does it? Maybe it naturally occur. I can't argue if systems are left in place as normal, if the cream don't always rise to the top. Because I've always heard that from I'm young, that the cream rise to the top. But what happened to the rest of the liquid after the cream? Is it discarded? Is it seen as garbage? If you're less than the cream, if you don't tick those boxes that qualify you to become a part of the elite, what are you in the greater society?
What would you be suggesting right now? Because are we kind of getting dangerously close to saying that we just want a whole new organism? Because that's how people operate. They get together, they group up, they do that. So like Pan-Africanism isn't like a cure for that.
No, it's not. It's not. It's not. But what I'm actually saying is that we must always be aware that although it might be an end result of any process, must always be aware of it. In any experiment, if the fire is too hot, the pot might boil over, the beaker might break. So we have to always be aware of the temperature that exists wherever we are, and to prevent the formation of elitism. It's not a
Well,
good
that was
thing.
Garvey. That was Garvey and Du Bois's issue.
Right.
Garvey was focused on the millions. He was a scammer, but his idea was he was focused on the millions of masses. And Du Bois's idea was the connections, the networking, and the black upper class can fix it. You need both.
Right.
But the issue is at its core, elitism. If you just do elitism by itself, you're not going to be able to. You don't, because you end up with that black upper class gatekeeping everything else, and it never
Yeah,
makes it to everyone.
Right.
There's a
So
caste
what happened?
system
So
being
then, wait,
developed.
wait. So then the OAU in I don't know, the 60s, in the OAU, they even took the elitism idea to Africa, and that's when they focused on the heads of states. So what happened was you ended up with, you basically picture this, Smalls, Stupi's logic. When you just have elitism, you just end up with a bunch of elites at conferences talking to each other.
Beautiful.
While
Right.
everybody on the outside of the conference is fucking starving and struggling.
Right.
And they're waiting for the elites to fucking create this master plan that never
That will
trickles
never
down
come.
to, it never
I
trickles down
I
to
want to
them.
say something here. If you
Yeah.
guys get a chance.
Go
So
ahead.
we came full circle because I've been listening for a little bit. So first thing, Brass, you
Yeah.
told your story of how you got into Jack and Jill, right?
Yes.
Correct me if I'm wrong. You did not come from money.
No.
Okay, but you ended up in this elite organization.
Yeah, my
quote
father
unquote.
joined. My father got involved with politics.
Oh, through your
we weren't rich. He just got in. You know, he got people elected. He worked with judges on their campaigns. He worked with ministers to build churches. He worked with local mayors, local council people, local aldermen, and he got
I'm
involved
early
there.
generation Jack and
And
Jill.
then once he got into the networks and the connections, the money came.
So he ended up with good finances.
Yeah.
And thus you ended up, so you didn't grow up poor after a certain point, I guess.
I would say from sixth and seventh grade on, our life changed. But my father had been working. I have a lot of brothers and sisters, so that's after a long time of working and connecting. And so around sixth or seventh grade, maybe I'll even stretch it out to my freshman year of high school. I knew by the high school that I went to, something fucking changed, because I was getting shit that none of them got. None of my brothers and sisters got, and I was the youngest child.
Okay, but all your brothers and sisters ended up getting an education, you said also.
Yeah, education was a foundation of our family. So college, poor or otherwise, college was always the end game for all of them.
Right.
It's just over time, for me though, it wasn't, they were public school to college. I was private school, Catholic private school to college. And then my parents' real estate acumen switched up everything. So then now my sisters and brothers who were going to college, in college, their life changed, because now you're looking at more advanced degrees and different financial literacy, to where it just trickled down.
Okay. The reason I'm asking, just to get clarification, is to show that your family made that leap. So
yeah,
I agree with you guys, because even when we were talking about the boule earlier, right? The quote unquote boule, right? I was saying that if they become exclusionary, right? To where they are separating themselves from lower classes, poorer people, not
Yeah.
trying to put a hand out. I'm not for that, right?
Right.
If their organization to benefit their members, also you help poor people, don't look at yourself, because I don't believe in that personally. I don't believe that. I don't even like saying people are smart. I just feel that a lot of times we get certain opportunities or certain luck or whatever that allowed us to get where we are. But it's
Yeah, the
not that
kid.
a guy that's in the hood doesn't have the brain power to do it with the right
No, you just don't have
environment
the
and all that stuff.
connections. You don't have the
The
connections to the
connections, all
network.
that,
You get
right.
completely locked out. What happens, I've always said, is access. If you don't have the access, you can have all the capital in the world. You just won't get into the rooms. You won't get into the rooms. You don't get the information. Like, it's a cheat sheet. You find out
Right.
about all the companies that are at Series A, so you know where to invest when shit is cheap, when anybody can invest, but the masses don't know. Most
Right.
people found out about Uncle Nearest by the time it got to store shelves. I found
Right.
out about Uncle Nearest when it was in Series A.
Right.
So you're talking about trying to get something at a 30-time price to invest. So then you tell people, oh well, they don't get the access to just something simple like that. They were talking about InvestFest. I watched it on a live stream this entire weekend, and a lot of people were talking about Uncle Nearest because she was speaking. Well, we knew about Uncle Nearest when it was like 55 cents a share.
I don't even know what Uncle Nearest is, honestly, at this point.
Uncle Nearest is a black-owned whiskey. So, and it's a very successful company. Now the share
So
is
it's
like
publicly
30.
traded now?
Right. Yeah. So
Yeah.
it's like 30. It's like 30 times. If we got in at 55, 60, 75 cents, it's 30 times that now. So by the time
Okay.
you
I'll have to
find
look
out
at that. I'm
about
wondering
it,
what the price to earning multiple is and stuff, but I'll have to look at it,
yeah.
Every $1,000 I invested in the beginning is now worth 30,000. So if you
That's
close
crazy.
your eyes and put in
Yeah.
10,000, you'd have
Yeah.
$300,000 now easy.
Yeah, exactly.
With
See, yeah,
minimum.
and so, but the thing is, what you're saying is true. Is that you don't? It's because it's a knowledge thing, right? It's an information thing, right? It's not that
Yeah,
you
but
don't have the
these are conversations that don't take place in the newspaper. These are conversations that take
exactly,
place at country clubs and golf events and Jack and Jill
exactly.
events. And for the first time I heard about Uncle Nearest was at a conference that I know everybody can go to.
You see,
So
but
it's
then you
like
see,
it's not
even your
even
family, you said education was a priority, right? In a sense,
from
right?
the
Yes,
forever.
but what he's saying is that his education would not have mattered if his father never
Yeah, it
earned
wouldn't
any
have
money.
mattered. Yeah, it wouldn't have mattered.
If
Without
your father,
the networking and connections,
that his
I would
father
have.
didn't,
Yeah,
you
but
would have.
I kind of disagree with that to a degree. I understand what you're saying, right? In that,
Right.
and I agree with it to a point. In that, if your father is connected, people know you in the community. They know now you have a degree. They connect you in too.
Right.
And so it makes it a lot easier, right? But if I'm gonna say, do you go to college or don't go to college, or do you go to trade school, whatever you do, would you take a trade school degree or a college degree or just a high school diploma? I would still recommend getting the
Depends on
trade
your
school or the
connection.
high school diploma. Huh? No,
It doesn't
no,
it's
because that's
based
gonna
on your
put you in the
connection.
door. Yes, the
No, it's not.
connections matter.
Hold on. I don't understand your question. What were you saying? I didn't understand the question.
What I'm saying is, the connections matter.
Yes.
But sometimes
Yes.
the credentials also get you into the door. If you have
Yeah.
a high school diploma,
I get what you're doing.
you see what I'm
Okay,
saying?
good. Yeah. But
So
the
it's not that
connections, I'll say this. If we're being honest,
The connection matter more.
the networking and the connections matter way more
More.
than the degree, way more than the credentials, because you get in the door based on your name. You don't get in the door based on your, like, the board. any boards of any family members I know that they got in on, they skipped the people with the credentials. They skipped. Even if I got the credentials, it was assumed. You know what I'm saying? Like it wasn't like if I apply and somebody with better credentials than me, that was the whole Boule concept. Well, even with the fraternities, a lot of the fraternities, the Divine Nine, a Q is gonna hire a Q. It ain't gonna even if the credentials are the same, that Omega Psi Phi is going to overrule all the other shit. It's not. Yeah. So the networks and the networking and the connection. That's how you end up, honestly, Westside, with dumbass white people in very high positions. The credentials don't mean a damn thing. How does George Bush end up president of the United States without George Bush Sr.?
Exactly. And so what I'm saying, I'm not disagreeing with you.
Right.
I agree with you that because I see it happen in my own life. I know people that get certain positions. Sometimes they don't really have connections per se, but they met someone on a golf course or they met someone on a job.
That's a connection, Westside.
Right. But I'm saying when I say a connection, it wasn't like they knew this person prior to a certain point, right? They ran into this person. This person has some connection to them in some way, whether it's the same race, whether it's the same, they play the same sport, whatever it is, right? And this person has a certain job has a good position, and they pull this person in with no credential. And this person works their way up into the organization. Over time, they learn the processes, right? And
or
so
they just get a check. You understand that part too, right?
That happens too. But so I agree with you that your network is more important than is more important a lot of times than the credentials, right? But what I'm saying is I just don't want people to negate or discount the credentials too much at the same time, right?
Oh yeah, no.
Because I feel like the credentials can also get you in the door because they can't hire everybody just out of their own network, right?
The
Because we all members
credentials can
organize.
get you in. I'm gonna give you a little bit of clarity to your statements. Credentials can get you in a door. Networks and connections can get you in the door.
Right,
and then
get you up.
that's a difference. Like, yeah, you can get on the board of with something with credentials versus another person with or without the credentials can just get into the door. Like, for example, with I use Uncle Nearest because that's the hot topic of the time. You wouldn't know when they were in. You wouldn't know exactly when they would be taking. You can't get in. You wouldn't even know. Even like, for example, you could meet somebody on a golf course and they start talking to you this, that, and the other, but you'll get into a door, but you won't get into probably the door that can help you 30x times what getting in that particular one is, because that's kind of reserved for other shit. Like Jack and Jill, the Jack and Jill events, we like for example, we had a Jack and Jill college tour, and we had a Jack and Jill job fair per se. But the job fair being offered at the Jack and I did that in my, you could do that in a public school. You could do both of them things. You go on a college tour with your school and a job fair at your school. But the one in Jack and Jill is a little different. It's like it's that college tour. We're talking about admissions, grants, shit that where you're talking about whole tuitions being paid for, and the kid ain't that smart. But the kid's last name is XYZ. The kid's parent has donated XYZ. The kid just having this person go to this school, or for example, or just 15 other last names have graduated from this college. It's the black version. It just happens. It's not a, and that's what I'm saying. Like there is a difference. Like the Jack and Jill job fair, these are sign on the dotted line internships. We're setting schedules, not hey, fill out for this. Or I've been to both. and it's a difference. It is a real, even in the country clubs, even the quote unquote black country clubs. There's certain black country clubs that I can't. As a matter of fact, the majority, because I'm just now learning how to play golf and shit like that. There's certain black country clubs that I couldn't even possibly try to apply to. Like the same thing happens. It's levels to all that shit. It's levels.
Right. And so, like I said again, go ahead, Sufi.
No, what I'm saying, it is good that when you have an educated class, but the thing about it is that what you need to promote is what degree you will be getting. Because if you get a degree in finance as a black person without connection, you put yourself at a disadvantage. But if that same person who instead of doing finance did medicine, some doors will be open for them because of the degree that they have. And then their children now will have a step up as a result of what degree they took. The generation that excels, the generation that get qualified might not be the generation that it totally benefit. You are just the doors that you can open, or your ceiling without network would be different than your children's ceiling. Because by association, people recognize that, oh, he now can speak to somebody else and say, my son is coming in, he just graduated from Howard or so. So the person will begin to look at you different, and you'll start to form a network with that person, that doorkeeper, like Brass. For instance, Brass is a doorkeeper now. Brass don't know me from Adams, but Brass know that I'm tertiary educated. But I come to Brass and I can't come to Brass with me, but I probably can come to Brass with my son and say, Brass, my son just graduated from university. You know any doors that can be opening for him?
Yeah.
And Brass will sit down and say, because Tupies did this and his son did that, he's now second generation trying to achieve. So he has precedence. So I will kind of try to facilitate him based on his history. That the son is coming out of college. The son is not the first generation coming out of college. The son is the second or the third generation. So I will try and open a door for him. That is how networking work. Sometimes you're not the beneficiary, but your children are based upon what you accomplish and what they accomplish. Am I lying, Brass?
No, and that's why I said earlier. And I don't want to make this about me, but that's why I was saying to y'all earlier. It's probably a harsh statement. Most people kiss and hug their kids, but they don't really love them. You know what I mean? Like they don't, they act like they do, but there's situations that they could put their children in. But most people, not black people, just most people in general, they believe in something they can see, something that's tangible. They don't think, and even in wealth, the wealth game really is not even a your lifetime kind of game. You're playing more, once you kind of understand wealth a little differently, wealth is more, you gotta have your kids on the same page, because in order for it to work and for it to stay in the family and for it to be something that's generational, your kids have to pick up that mantle and keep going. That's why they say soft times make terrible kids and hard times make great kids, because they're doing it because they're fighting. You're either doing it because the generational wealth is now residual. It's just going to happen. It's like on autopilot. Certain trusts are going to kick in. Certain things is in this person's name. Some of your children are just going to be rich way before they earn it. And then other situations are, you put an asshole in position. You didn't really pass the generational knowledge. You passed down the wealth, but you didn't pass around the your child ain't thinking about his grandkids. He's just thinking about himself. And he's thinking about his own kids. But the game I gotta play is the game for, where are my grandkids' children gonna be? And then that's how you judge where you are with wealth. How many generations you go down the line. That's how the Kennedys can start off with a motherfucker that's running rum and whiskey, a bootlegger, Jack Kennedy or Joseph. This is Jack or Joseph, whoever the guy who started the Kennedys, and you end up with a RFK being a total idiot, but he'll be running the health department for the United States. probably not qualified. No, I can't even say probably not qualified to do it. Not qualified to have the position, but that goddamn Kennedy name that made it all the way from that bootlegger back in the day, that's all he needs to get in the door and have these and have those positions.
Yeah, and that's how it works, and that's what I tell people. I say, listen, the onus cannot be on you. If you pass 33, it's about your children. It's about your children.
Once you have them.
Yeah, once you have them, it's about your children.
As soon as you have them, because that's the best time to start.
It's about your children. And when you look at it, you look at the big picture, and you realize people might say, "Oh, you need to get educated," but educated in what area? Because you being in certain field, there's a ceiling that you cannot penetrate without networking, right?
Yeah, and West Side, that's why I get so perturbed when amongst our own class. I'm gonna say this to everybody in here. That's why I get super perturbed when we start attacking each other with the Uncle Toms and the Sambos and all of that shit, because in and of that self, you don't even understand like some. I mean, I don't know. It creates a dangerous climate, because then it gets to, well, okay, cool. Yeah, this is what you say. Brass was definitely born in soft times. Nah, I can't say that, my nigga.
No, because
I was born slopping chickens and pigs, my nigga.
Brass, what people don't understand is that you're playing a short-term goal in a long-term society. The Chinese understood this. Other people understood it. The elite understood it as it is. And that's why old money is still around today, because old money only play with old money.
Yeah.
Sometimes they might include new money, but new money don't have the say. Don't have the say.
Check this
Well, they
out,
don't even.
man.
They're not even able to conversate with them. You got these
like I said, I agree with the majority of what you guys are saying, but I think I'm separating from you guys on something like a bigger overarching idea. And I don't know if I can really explain what I'm saying fully, right? Because what I'm saying is, I think, well, one of the things I'm trying to say is, I agree, yes, networking, important, right? Networking maybe even a lot of times more important than credentials, right? Yes, right? But those credentials, like I think you guys agree with me, can help get you in the door, or at least at a minimum, help you earn more money, generally speaking, right?
Yes.
And so, 2Ps, you said your kids now can build off that potentially because you made more. They might get into certain areas, right? Even Brass's story is showing that you can go from one place to another place within a generation.
Right.
His own life story is that. Right now,
what I get from Brass, let me what I get from Brass is that although some doors are open to Brass, and you will agree with this, other doors are still not open to him, because
and will never be open.
Only went to a certain level.
Yeah, will never be open. There's some doors that'll never be open.
Only accommodating to certain level, and he knows doors too. He can see them. He sees the doors and know that but guess what? Brass children, because of what Brass accomplished, maybe Brass can now
maybe they'll get in.
Those doors opening for his children, but they'll never open for Brass.
And no matter how much money I make, and the thing is, no matter how much money,
no matter how much money Brass make,
I'll never be able to get into certain doors. Never.
Okay.
Does this relate to the dangers of the elitism of the boule, or is this totally different?
Elitism in general. Elitism in general.
But here's what I'm saying, though.
Let him get his point. I want to
in this society, right? In this society, right? Unless we all become enlightened in some greater way, there's always going to be a door that you can't get in. You see what I'm saying? And when it comes to wealth, old money versus new money, all this crap, right? Let me give you an example. I'm used to white dudes because, of course, they got the most money in this country, right? Warren Buffett has been investing since the 40s, right? Bill Gates came and passed him in wealth, surpassed his own parents in wealth. Jeff Bezos has come and passed him and Buffett. Elon Musk is past all of them, way past where his father was. Now, which groups are these guys even in? I don't know. You see
New
what I'm
money.
saying?
New
But
money.
the old money, who in America are we going to call old money? There's Rockefellers that are sitting in Congress, right? There's Kennedys that are doing whatever they do, right? There's Vanderbilt, the guy, what's that guy that's on news now?
He's poor now. He's poor now, and he's gay.
You know what I'm talking
But he still
about.
has his,
Yeah,
yeah, he
but
still has his
that's
Okay, so
Vanderbilt.
y'all keep pointing to this elitism, right? Are you like, so what are you saying, that there's like something to be done about it? Like, because I'm
no. So my
I'm
point
still
is
under the
saying that
impression, maybe I'm missing some of what y'all saying, right?
Let me rebut him. Let me
my
rebut
point
him.
is
Let me
saying
rebut
this.
Because we know that white supremacy was some kind of, let's let you know, I know white supremacy was some kind of target that, you know, that we could all kind of agree we should figure out some kind of way to deal with it, work around it, or what have you. So like, are you saying elitism is like another thing that we'll eventually like run across? Because that's why I said, you know, are you looking for a new organism or something? Like, because humans do that, right? Like humans are going to find some sort of way to have these divisions, and it looks like it just comes along with complex society. So what are you proposing that's not this form of society that
I know what
basically
I'm
kind of.
proposing. These guys can answer what they're proposing. I know what I'm proposing. I'm proposing that when you have your children or society, whoever, or yourself, I think it's very important to recognize a few things. One thing I think is very important to recognize is that the highest, to me at least, the highest ideal is not what you do for yourself. Generally speaking, is what you can do for other people. And not to look at yourself as anything special. You're just like anybody else. You just got lucky. And one of the first persons I ever heard say that about luck is that Warren Buffett. He said his sisters are smarter than him in a lot of ways, but because he was a man, he had more options. He said he was lucky to be born when he was born. He was lucky that he had a dad that he had, and his dad was an investor also, right? He had a granddad that had a store.
Right now?
No, it's not about elitism per se, because Warren Buffett, if you notice him at least, I'm just using an example. Of all the billionaires, people view him not as an elitist. You notice that? They talk shit about every billionaire, but they don't talk shit about that dude much, if at all. Because he has the narrative is he's driven the same car for 10 years, old used car. He lives in the same house for 50 years. He's really seems down to earth, right? Compared to a lot of other dudes, right? But my point of bringing him up is that he said he's lucky. And so I think that it's important that we should realize to ourselves that we're lucky. We're not really special. We just got lucky. We got born at a certain time. We had the parents we had. Maybe our parents weren't poor, whatever it was. And so when you know you're lucky, then hopefully you leave the franchise open, or you look back and try to help more people to get to that place, hopefully.
I'm so sorry that you fall into the image that Warren Buffett portray nationally. Yes, he does still live in the same house, but you don't. But guess what? He doesn't talk about his other houses worldwide. His mansion, French Riviera. He doesn't talk about that, or he doesn't talk about his planes or his cars. He lives in the same house, but he has access to his own private jets. I said. And you can research it if you don't believe me. That the facade that he puts on, that he still lives in the same house. He does. But he does not tell you about the other things he owns.
I asked y'all about
No, let me finish
like
speaking,
an
please.
economy or
No,
somewhere where
let
this.
me finish speaking.
I'm gonna
Let me
get to
finish.
that when I talk
Yeah,
about
yeah.
No, well, I was
Red Bull.
answering 1 second. I was answering your question about what can be done in terms of this elitism. And I'm saying that if you recognize that you're lucky, you're not really special, right? Then you can hopefully get rid of some of that elitism idea in your head and be more down to earth.
But Warren
Now,
Buffett
with the
wasn't elite though.
That would be
no,
That's the whole point.
no, what
Warren
I'm saying
Buffett
is,
wasn't just lucky. He was an elite. He was an elite.
huh?
Warren Buffett was an elite.
No, I'm not saying he's not an elite, right?
Right.
If you attain a certain amount of money.
No, I'm talking about he comes from elites also. He doesn't he's not he doesn't come from he's not a ground up story. His father was a US congressman.
His father was a congressman, right? Exactly.
And
so what I'm saying
a
is
stockbroker.
And a stockbroker.
Right.
And I mentioned that in my little spiel about him, right?
Right.
And so I'm not saying he's not an elite, but I also said that his image that he portrays, right? And of course, that's not a true, like the other brother said, it's not 100% true, the image he portrays, but compared to some of the other guys in his position, right? He doesn't roll like they do.
You know
what I'm saying?
But no, listen, hold on.
Ben
You'll hear
Graham.
me say a lot of times West Side.
Mm-hmm.
Most of these guys, the only difference is their public relations marketing campaigns.
Right.
That whole thing of how people see Warren Buffett, that's on purpose. That's not like because he lives that way. You also got to remember he went to Columbia. Warren Buffett learned stocks from the father of value investments.
Yeah.
Like this isn't like, and then on top the Benjamin Graham, he was the father of value investment at Columbia. Another thing that Warren Buffett will also tell you is not that it's so much about the luck that he has, it's the bad luck that he avoids. And when he tells you that it's the bad luck that he avoids, I want you to be, when they call him the Omaha Oracle and all of that stuff, he benefited from information that other people just couldn't get. I'm just being real. I'm being real. I'm talking about billions of dollars of money that he would. These are not. Benjamin Graham is like Michael Jordan of investing. So, if like he says about his sister,
but by the way, you know that he stepped away from Benjamin Graham's ideas, right?
Yeah. Well, he had to because value investing wasn't going to go to the billions. So he switched he didn't go away from what he learned. He just switched the styles. But I want you to understand something. From early on in his career, I read the same book he read. He's talking about his sister and all of that. He was in rooms that motherfuckers his age, no matter what, he was in rooms with people in firms and banks. He was in positions that he didn't. He just shouldn't have been in them fucking rooms. He shouldn't have been there.
It wasn't luck.
And that's access and networking. Like I'm not trying to dissolve or dissolute. And I want to get to Logic's point. I'm not trying to dissolve or make you, believe he's an asshole. I mean, maybe he's a good person. I'm just saying everything about him is elitism coming from elitism, going on to more elitism. And then remember, this is a person that functions as a damn near economy unto himself. He has great marketing. All that cheeseburger, drives the same car. All that shit is bullshit. Because the trades that he fucking got early on in the game, like in his 20s and 30s, he shouldn't even have been the person handling no shit like that. He shouldn't even have been in those rooms, but he was. And it's not that he's lucky, he just avoids bad luck, but it's the same way Pelosi avoids bad luck. They know. It's not like he just miraculously, his story, to believe it, there are people that talk about making movies about Warren Buffett and they say it's less believable than Star Wars. You have to believe that like he literally did all of this and this, that, and the other. No, you get certain tips and information, especially in investing. In investing, if a motherfucker never loses, it ain't because he's lucky. It's because he got some information that everybody else don't have.
Yeah,
and
but brother,
access,
and this is where I feel like your argument now is merging with the argument we were talking about earlier with the Boule thing. It's kind of come into this conspiracy realm, right? Because I don't even have to use Warren Buffett. You see what I'm saying? You got the guy James Simon. You see what I'm saying? Mathematician. Started as what? Renaissance Capital or whatever that is. And used algorithms to trade and was beating the market for years. But they don't hold the stock for a long time. And their positions can't manage a massive amount of money, but the dude ends up being a billionaire. Before he even gets there, he wins a math prize, some prestigious math award for some new breakthrough in math. I think he taught at Dartmouth or something. You have to use him. Bill Gates, his dad was a lawyer. So, of course, I'm not saying these people were dirt poor. Generally speaking, you're not going to find someone dirt poor rise into that level like that. But these people are like middle-class people, upper middle-class people. They had access to certain things. If you read the book Outliers, it talks about some of this luck. It's not even just Warren Buffett talking about luck. All them guys that started out in Silicon Valley, they were all born within about 5 years of each other. Your Bill Gates, your Steve Jobs, the guy that starts Sun Microsystems, all these guys, they're born right about the same period of time. Right when the computer is coming up. So in their formative years, the computer is just taking off. Bill Gates, he goes to a private school because his dad is a top lawyer in Seattle. The school has a computer that not even colleges have. Most colleges don't have it. Few of them have it. The guy at Sun Microsystems, his college has it. And he gets to work on it and builds out Sun Microsystems.
So
right?
when do you think they knew that the tech industry was going to explode versus the average person knew that the tech industry was going to explode?
Okay, they know it. They know it because they have access to the things that are going to the cutting edge material. And so that's what I'm saying. It's luck in a sense. He's born.
It's not luck.
I think it's luck.
I'm hearing what you're saying.
Oh, 1 second, brother. I'm not saying it's 100% luck. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying there is some luck in there too, because he was born at a certain period of time.
I won't deny that. You were born in a certain place. You were
born
born as a man. You were born European. Yeah, I get that part. I'm just
all
saying
this stuff
the
in a certain
success part.
country.
Yeah, I get that part. But then hold on.
You know what I'm saying?
But then
now
on top
with
of
that, Bill Gates,
what are the connections?
Mhm.
But what are the connections that keep Warren Buffett out of jail? What are the connections that when Microsoft was about to go through a fucking monopoly trial and damn near lose the whole company, that like there's certain things that keep that train going versus what's the movie with Leonardo DiCaprio where the guy went to
Wolf of Wall Street,
where the guy the Wolf of Wall Street, right? Then that guy, even in his story, I like his book is amazing because he kind of confirms to me that like everybody's fucking cheating. Everybody's lying. Everybody's getting inside information.
I don't agree with that.
They just catch the guys that they want to catch.
I don't
if
agree
you're
with
in
that.
if you're in investing, it's very hard to just be like a fucking
savant,
just a shooting star. And even when we talk about Bill Gates, we can't negate the fact that he created Microsoft, but we also can't negate the fact that there's rooms that even he can't get into. Like Elon Musk, for example. Elon Musk's a fucking genius, or this, that, and the other, richest man in the world, blah, blah, blah. But even he thought he could buy his way into the presidency. And as soon as he got into certain rooms and he got into office, Trump started talking to that old money, and Elon Musk didn't even matter no more.
I don't think that's what happened.
No, I don't think. I'm just
that's not what happened.
I'm just making a speculation.
I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying.
I'm just trying to give a correlation. That's all. But let's hold on, Westside. I get your point, but Logic been chomping at the bit to get his point out, and I just want you to understand. I understand your point, and I agree that there is some luck. I just know in my personal life, I guess I would be kind of biased, Westside. I know that my connections and networks have made it happen a lot faster, a lot easier. For example, like certain boards and shit that my father's on, he don't even go. He don't even know what the fuck they do. He's just there. Like, you know what I'm saying? So like, and these are, and the benefit to being on these boards is you're just hanging around more people, getting more information, getting more. It's almost like they talk about in music now. You could tell, it's hard to tell the difference. Now, back in the day, you could tell, but now you can't even tell the difference from the motherfuckers who made it versus the industry plants. Like, it's like the shit, it all seems the same now, right? So, it is a difference, but I'd like to flesh that conversation out more. But I won't deny that there is some luck. I just think the networking and connections, they keep the party going. You know what I mean? They keep look at how long Epstein was able to run that island, bro.
Well, I mentioned that earlier too, right? And I did say it was because
I wasn't in here.
I said Epstein. I said there is some money involved. There's some fame involved in keeping people out of trouble. It's just because like Bill Cosby, there are people out there who will never believe he did what they accused him of. The reason is his image on television is it's a wholesome image. And he's famous. People just can't see famous people doing certain things. Because it's just like when you vote for somebody as a politician. Sometimes people don't want to believe this person could do some of the things they did after they voted for him because they've invested in this person. Preachers, same thing. Money does the same thing for you. People assume you're smart at everything because you got money or because you came up with a great invention. But then we know that's not true because you look at Henry Ford, and the Nazis was a kind of a supporter of the Nazis. You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
But people assume Charles Lindbergh flies across the ocean, but he's a part of the American First Movement that supports the Nazis in America during that period of time.
Mm-hmm.
So doing great things, but because you're smart, because you're rich, doesn't mean that you know everything or you're good at everything. Because you got money or because you're famous, you're just a human being, just like everybody else.
All facts. Logic, get your point off, bro. I know you still. I don't know if your question was answered, but I know you were still trying to get your point off. If you're still there, trying to get your point off.
I mean, I've been listening. No, I haven't really heard an answer. I think it's
What is the specific question? Let me see if I can try to answer. What is your specific question?
The specific question is, right? I could have sworn that this was about maybe getting this to a thing that's somewhat more manageable than racism, right? Because we know that we deal with big obstacles as far as racism. And I guess if we were to chip away at it and then having to deal with something like elitism, right? Are we and still, obviously we're still going to have some issues in society, so without being too wordy, it seems as though dealing with people, you always have some issues as far as where the politics is slanted towards this ethnic group, that this demographic of earners or what have you. Like what are we actually upset about at that point, right? I understand, like I'm hearing a lot of people kind of like they're unhappy with elitism, but so what are we happy with? I'm kind of confused about where did this go to complaining about elitism? Like how do we get from white supremacy to now complaining about elitism?
You talking about black elitism, Boulay?
Yeah. How do we I mean, not to say how do we get there, right? But are we talking about it in the context of this is like another obstacle that we have to indefinitely deal with of some kind?
You want me to go first?
I don't know.
It's really not directed towards you,
I don't know how to answer the question.
It's really not because
I don't hear a question. I hear a statement.
Right. So the original question was, right, what are you proposing as an alternative to elitism? Right. And I asked that because I don't see societies that are not separated in some form or another. That's why I kept giving the examples of it's slanted towards this way or that way. But go ahead, somebody answer it.
Elitism is a byproduct of commerce. It always has been. Wherever there's commerce, there's always an elite class. And that class will always probably will get richer in most cases. But it will start with the Dutch that came to New York the rich Dutch that came to New York and start businesses there. Elitism has always existed. The situation is that we have to put systems in place to prevent it from exploding because it has no conscience. The rich will always want to become richer. Rich people have no conscience. So therefore, you have to put systems in place. In the past, presidents has put things in place, laws to prevent monopoly, taxation. Those are the factors that try to control the greed of
So
elitism.
right there, right? You said we got to put systems in place, and then you kind of started out with people just do it. You know what I'm saying? And, basically, you really started out with commercialism, right? So you saying that we got to find a way to get rid of.
No, you can't get rid of it. It's controlling. You can't get rid of it. You'll never be able to get rid of it because it's built into the system. It's a byproduct of the system. It's like carbon dioxide coming out of an automobile. It's a result of.
So I don't disagree with you. So are we trying to get on board and figure out how we can use it to our advantage, or are we trying to dismantle it? What are we trying to do?
Try to minimize its effect. That's all it has to do. You have to minimize its effect, or else it's going to become a vacuum, or a black hole, which sucks all the wealth out of a nation.
Oh, okay. I
So
haven't heard y'all talking about minimizing the effects yet.
Chef, do
how
you
would
need
you
the
do that?
channel? Do you need the channel, Chef? So you
yeah, you have
Chef,
to
you
minimize
need your
it.
channel so you can go.
Let him talk to Chef right quick.
No, I just need to know if because we're still live. Just damn near 10 hours.
Yeah, listen.
I'm gonna end it so you can go live.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah, because elitism is dangerous. Because elitism is form of